to prove that zombie milk is fruit-flavored. The first thing I did after being reborn was to dig open the grave of the school beauty, Liu Yanyan. Then I climbed into the coffin and held her in my arms, and planted a kiss right on her little lips, greedily sucking the strawberry flavor from her mouth. Just because supernatural forces will revive in 3 hours. At that time, all the deceased souls will awaken and transform into demons. And the school beauty Liu Yanyan was bullied by her classmates, choose to be buried in red bridal attire, because its resentment was overwhelming and long-lasting. After the eerie resurgence, she transformed into the progenitor of zombies, the drought demon, become the most terrifying taboo in the entire dragon kingdom. And I, who had been reborn, knew, as long as you kiss Liu Yanyan with her zombie fangs, you can gain the same terrifying power as hers. But this method seems simple. It's actually not difficult at all, because today's Liu Yanyan is nothing more than a corpse that won't resist. In front of her, I could practically do whatever I wanted. Kiss however you want to, just to be on the safe side. I have decided to enter the coffin ahead of time. Kiss for 3 days and 3 nights first, then we'll talk. With an excited heart, I pried open the coffin lid directly. Inside the coffin, Liu Yanyan was dressed in a red bridal gown. There were no signs of decay on the body. With eyes slightly closed, it's as if one were asleep. It seems the resentment of the red-clothed woman has already affected her. Without another word, I immediately lay down inside the coffin. I closed the coffin lid. Instantly, everything before my eyes turned pitch black. But at this moment, I don't feel any fear at all. Instead, I'm even a little excited. When Liu Yanyan was alive, she was widely recognized as the campus belle. I've never been alone in a room with such a beautiful girl before, and they were standing so close together. Now it's time to get down to business. Then I effortlessly drew Liu Yanyan into my embrace, kissed with an excited heart. The entrance is cool and refreshing, yet not stiff at all. Instead, it feels incredibly soft. There's also a faint strawberry scent. At this moment, I am completely captivated by this rare tenderness. I don't know how long it's been. I suddenly sensed Liu Yanyan's body trembling slightly. Instantly, I furrowed my brow. Could it be that Liu Yanyan is about to awaken ahead of time? Secretly in my heart, I thought, according to the memories from my previous life, the time probably hasn't come yet. Although Liu Yanyan was affected by an eerie force that prevented her body from decaying, but it still needs a little more time to truly become a drought demon. And if the rumors from my past life were true, at the same time she became a drought demon, I too could gain immense power. But as I pondered, I felt a sharp sting. Liu Yanyan unexpectedly bit towards my lips at some point, but I wasn't afraid at all. Instead, I directly bit back at her lips. Liu Yanyan let out a whimper. It seems to be condemning my abominable behavior. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mass burial ground, a man and a woman were walking toward this direction. The man is a monk, wearing a yellow monastic robe. The girl next to her looked no older than 20. Wearing a white dress, she looks very pure and innocent. The girl coquettishly said to the monk, Master Kongshu, Liu Yanyan actually committed suicide wearing a red wedding dress, still swearing that even as a ghost they won't let me off the hook. Master, you must help me. Upon hearing this, Master Kongshu smiled and said with an air of ease, Amitabha Buddha, this humble monk has been professionally slaying demons and vanquishing evil for 30 years. Whether it's vengeful spirits or zombies, they can all be handled with ease. Moreover, I have specifically brought a peachwood sword this time. I refuse to believe I can't handle her. Meanwhile, he casually placed his hand on the girl's slender waist, feeling the smooth and silky touch. The smile on Master Kongshu's face grew even broader. Gu Qingrou's face instantly flushed with a blush, yet there was no refusal. Seeing this scene, Master Kongshu's hand continued to move upward seamlessly, moving towards a more plump and soft area. A young woman feigns refusal while actually welcoming advances. Every smile and frown exudes an alluring charm. She coquettishly said again, Master, as long as we can smoothly resolve this Liu Yanyan matter, I am yours. Master Kongshu spoke again, don't worry, just wait and see how powerful this humble monk is. The girl responded coquettishly, This young woman is named Gu Qingru. Liu Yanyan and I were classmates at the same university. Previously, some trivial matters involving Liu Yanyan had angered Gu Qingru. She teamed up with several female classmates to repeatedly bully Liu Yanyan. Yet Gu Qingru never could have imagined. Liu Yanyan actually chose to commit suicide while wearing a red wedding dress, and she asked her family to bury her in a mass grave, only to turn into a vengeful ghost after death, come to seek revenge on Gu Qingru and the others. It was only at this moment that Gu Qingru truly felt afraid, and precisely because of this, Gu Qingru finally found Master Kongshu, asked him to help get rid of Liu Yanyan. But when the two of them arrived before Liu Yanyan's grave, but froze in an instant, Master Emptiness remarked with some surprise, Is this Liu Yanyan's grave? Because the entire grave had been dug up at that moment. The grave soil was scattered all over the ground, revealing the large red coffin inside. Gu Qingru murmured, this should be the place, but why has the grave been dug up? Then she suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. She looked at Master Kongshu in great alarm and said, "Could it be that Liu Yanyan has already risen from the dead?" Hearing this, Master Kongshu also became somewhat flustered. Although he is a monk, he only became one later in life. He doesn't know any supernatural powers at all. "This time I came mainly to swindle money and take advantage of women," he said solemnly. "At Bob Buddha. The yin energy here is too strong. Why don't we come back tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingrou's expression instantly changed. He said very unhappily, "You've already touched me, and now you're chickening out when it's time to get things done? Are you even a man? Or are you just a fraud?" Master Kongshu said with a helpless expression. "Well, alright then. Let me go take a look." He then picked up the peachwood sword and walked toward the coffin. At this moment, a strange mutation suddenly occurred between heaven and earth. The once bright moonlight unexpectedly turned blood red. The entire world seemed instantly soaked in blood, transforming into a scene as hellish as can be. All of this happened in an instant. There wasn't even a moment for anyone to react. Master Kongsu stared at the bizarre transformation before him and exclaimed in shock, "How could this be? How did the moon suddenly turn red?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck from the sky. The next second, black rain poured down toward the earth in an instant. The eerie force erupted completely. Countless dead souls that had once perished were now reviving at this very moment. They will transform into the most terrifying demons. Hunt down all humans encountered. Ah, it's really a ghost coming back to life. Master Kongshu took one look at the scene and immediately turned tail and ran. At this moment, he no longer cared whether Qingrou lived or died. Gu Qingru watched as Master Kongshu fled, filled with anger and resentment, could only helplessly follow behind and flee quickly. And at that very moment, inside the coffin, strange changes were unfolding. Zhou Tian could now sense an eerie power emanating from Liu Yanyan's body. Her entire body was growing increasingly scorching hot, as if ablaze, undergoing a bizarre transformation. Is she about to rise from the dead? Never mind, I'll kiss her first. Zhou Tian thought to himself. Armed with his previous experience, Zhou Tian's forceful kiss on Liu Yanyan flowed with practiced ease. The moment their lips touched, Zhou Tian sensed something was off. For now, Liu Yanyan's body no longer felt cold and damp like before. Instead, it had become exceptionally scorching hot. Moreover, sharp teeth had sprouted from her gums. Vampire teeth. Yet even so, Zhou Tian showed no hesitation whatsoever. Because if he failed this time, Zhou Tian would have to endure another terrifying apocalypse. As Liu Yanyan's body underwent this transformation, the same metamorphosis began to manifest within Zhou Tian. Waves of terrifying power instantly surged toward Zhou Tian. Ah! In an instant, Zhou Tian felt pain that seared deep into his bones. It felt as though every cell in his body was being torn apart, his soul pierced by countless needles. Under the frenzied force, Zhou Tian's body gradually stiffened. An immortal, indestructible flesh, the first step toward becoming a zombie. But immediately afterward, Zhou Tian sensed something was amiss. His consciousness began to blur. It felt like he'd stayed awake for 3 days and nights straight, his entire being on the verge of sinking into an eternal slumber. A strange force is invading my mind. If I can't resist it, I might become a true zombie. Zhou Tian realized instantly. This was a prospect Zhou Tian desperately wanted to avoid. Zombies were powerful, but they had one major flaw. Their minds were dull and slow, incapable of possessing the intelligence of ordinary humans. But Zhou Tian needed to change that. He fought against this strange force, striving to keep his consciousness from sinking into despair. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, each second dragging on like an eternity. Zhou Tian's physical transformation grew more pronounced. His complexion drained of color, turning as pale as paper. His pupils turned blood red, and his once black hair transformed into a silvery white, radiating an eerie aura laced with intense murderous intent. But that wasn't all. A pair of jet black wings sprouted from Zhou Tian's back. I survived, and gained the power of Jiangshi. At that moment, Zhou Tian finally understood his current state. Liu Yanyan had transformed into a drought demon, while he himself had become Jiangshi. Jiangshi was one of the 4 great corpse kings and the mightiest among them. In certain legends, Jiangshi was said to be born from the essence of Pangu's blood. Even if this wasn't true, it undoubtedly highlighted Jiangxi's immense power. Feeling the power surging within him, Zhou Tian was filled with excitement. Unparalleled might, coupled with the intellect of a living being. In this world, who could possibly stand against Zhou Tian? Without hesitation, Zhou Tian kicked open the coffin lid and burst forth from the tomb. The instant Zhou Tian emerged, Liu Yanyan, transformed into a drought demon, flew out as well. Now clad in a crimson wedding gown, Liu Yanyan's aura was eerily unsettling. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Tian, radiating a thick aura of murderous intent. Chapter 3: The Drought Demon. The General. The moment Zhou Tian saw Liu Yanyan's expression, his brows instantly furrowed. If Zhou Tian remembered correctly, in his previous life, Liu Yanyan had no human consciousness after becoming a drought demon. All that remained was hatred. The very first thing he did after awakening was to go to Jiangshi University of Science and Technology and kill everyone who had ever bullied her. But in this life, Zhou Tian had forcibly kissed her for hours to steal her power. Could she be seeking revenge now? With this thought in mind, Zhou Tian summoned every ounce of his strength. If Liu Yanyan so much as laid a finger on him, Zhou Tian would retaliate without mercy. After all, the landscape of this world had shifted irrevocably. Only the strong deserve to survive. Liu Yanyan now wore a crimson wedding gown, as if drenched in blood. Even her eyes reflected this, her pupils crimson, radiating boundless murderous intent. In an instant, Zhou Tian felt the temperature around him surge violently. The ground beneath his feet cracked and dried out. And it didn't stop there. As the heat intensified, the original ground gradually transformed into molten lava. Is this the power of the drought demon? Zhou Tian leapt into the air, lifting himself off the ground. Though I gained this power through you, since you seek to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Tian murmured to himself. In the next instant, his body flickered again, and he materialized directly before Liu Yanyan. Zhou Tian seized Liu Yanyan by the throat. At that moment, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Zhou Tian completely engulfed Liu Yanyan. Zhou Tian's transformation into a ministerial spirit differed from Liu Yanyan's hanba. The drought demon was the deity of drought, possessing the power to control the weather. Though Zhou Tian lacked such godlike abilities, he possessed the unique authority of a zombie king. Much like an emperor among humans, even the mightiest drought demon must now submit. Simply put, Liu Yanyan excelled at long-range combat, while Zhou Tian was unmatched in close quarters. Under Zhou Tian's overwhelming aura, Liu Yanyan instantly lost all ability to resist. Her earlier arrogance vanished completely, leaving her as docile as a lamb. Yet, her beautiful eyes still fixed on Zhou Tian, a lingering trace of resentment remained. Can you understand what I'm saying? Zhou Tian asked in a low voice. But Liu Yanyan offered no reply, her gaze toward Zhou Tian tinged with confusion. Seeing this, Zhou Tian couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed Liu Yanyan didn't possess self-awareness like he did. Perhaps this was the most fundamental difference between them. Liu Yanyan had died once before, only to be revived by a strange force after death. Though she gained immense power, she was fundamentally no different from other demons. In contrast, Zhou Tian had not only relied on Liu Yanyan to become the corpse king Jiangshi. His consciousness remained entirely intact. Since that's the case, this is the perfect opportunity to test my new ability. Zhou Tian declared, then lunged directly at Liu Yanyan's neck. Her swan-like neck remained slender and graceful, unaffected even after her death as a drought demon. It remained as beautiful and captivating as ever. Zhou Tian showed no mercy, his sharp teeth piercing through her neck. Liu Yanyan's body trembled instinctively, yet she possessed no strength to resist Zhou Tian's overwhelming pressure. The struggle lasted only a few seconds. Zhou Tian slowly released Liu Yanyan. As the avatar of the minister, Zhou Tian possessed 3 abilities. Ability 1, Corpse King's overwhelming presence, exerts a suppressing effect on all living things, can infect the living to turn them into zombies, and leaves a master-servant mark. Ability 2, Immortality, possesses an incredibly resilient physical form and can restore life through blood. Ability 3, Slaughter Evolution, strengthens power by killing living beings, with no side effects. The ability Zhou Tian had just used against Liu Yanyan was the first one, Corpse King's overwhelming pressure. Liu Yanyan herself was a zombie, and her strength was on par with his own. Zhou Tian wasn't sure if he could imprint the master-servant bond on her. After completing all this, Zhou Tian looked at Liu Yanyan once more. He hadn't examined her closely before. Now, upon closer inspection, Zhou Tian couldn't help but sincerely praise her beauty. Whether it was her figure or her looks, Liu Yanyan was absolutely top tier. Despite her slender frame, her ample bosom was anything but small, giving an almost overflowing impression. Her face was a classic oval shape, with pale cheeks devoid of any hint of color, radiating an eerie beauty. Liu Yanyan was also looking up at Zhou Tian. As their eyes met, Zhou Tian suddenly felt a connection forming between them. It worked. Zhou Tian was instantly overjoyed. With this connection, Zhou Tian could now command Liu Yanyan to do anything. She wouldn't resist at all. At this very moment, a man and a woman were alone together in this desolate graveyard. If one were of weak resolve, they might well. But Zhou Tian had no such thoughts. Even if he were to act, it wouldn't be now. He remembered hearing someone approach outside while he was trapped in the coffin. He had heard their conversation clearly. Since that's the case, I'll avenge you first. Zhou Tian's eyes turned cold once more as his gaze drifted into the distance. After gaining Jiang Chen's power, Zhou Tian's abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people by dozens of times. With a single glance, he spotted Gu Qingru and Master Emptiness. Having locked onto his targets, Zhou Tian immediately flapped his wings and launched toward the pair. Meanwhile, Liu Yanyan had already become Zhou Tian's loyal follower, eagerly tagging along behind him. 1 kilometer away from Zhou Tian. After running non-stop for over 10 minutes, Master Emptiness finally couldn't hold on any longer. He gasped for breath, glancing back repeatedly. You stinking monk is so unreliable, just abandoning me like that. Gu Qingru arrived just then, her beautiful eyes flashing with venom as she glared at the Void Master. I was just scared. Who wouldn't be scared of a fake corpse? Master Emptiness declared with a hint of self-righteousness. But immediately afterward, a lecherous grin spread across his face. The black rain lasted only a few minutes, yet it was enough to soak Gu Qingru's clothes through. Her already thin dress now clung to her body, revealing glimpses of her fair skin beneath. Amitba, dear benefactor. Even if Liu Yanyan were to rise from the dead, she wouldn't be able to get here anytime soon. Why don't we? Master Kongshu suggested. At these words, Gu Qingru instantly flew into a rage. If Master Emptiness truly took care of Liu Yanyan, Gu Qingru wouldn't mind letting him have his way. After all, it wouldn't matter who took advantage of her, she wouldn't lose anything either way. But now, Master Void's actions filled Gu Qingru with utter disgust. Just as she was about to lash out at him, however, she suddenly glimpsed a terrifying scene unfolding behind him. A corpse was slowly crawling out of the ground. Ah! Gu Qingru panicked, wanting to flee, but her legs went weak. She collapsed right where she stood. A stream of unidentifiable liquid trickled down her long skirt, filling the air with a sudden, foul stench. What's wrong? Master Emptiness frowned in confusion, immediately following Gu Qingru's gaze. But the moment he turned his head, terror instantly filled his eyes. Before him stood a hideous demonic creature. Holy! A monster! Master Void let out a startled cry and immediately grabbed Gu Qingru, ready to flee. But after taking only a few steps, he abruptly halted. For now, he was completely surrounded by demonic creatures. Chapter 4, Avenge Liu Yanyan. Slaughter and Evolution. Countless demons crawled out of the ground, dozens of them now. These demons were the lowest form, devoid of intelligence, possessing only boundless murderous intent. And more demons kept swarming in, completely surrounding Gu Qingru and the others. Master, can you handle this? Quickly kill these monsters. Gu Qingru was utterly panicked. She even began to regret why she had come to this haunted graveyard in the dead of night. If given another chance, she'd rather die than set foot here again. Master Emptiness stammered. He was a master at swindling and cheating, but when it came to dealing with ghosts, he was utterly clueless. And these demonic entities before him seemed endless, their numbers growing by the minute. Damn it, I'll fight to the death. Master Emptiness steeled himself, gripping his peachwood sword tightly as he prepared to fight to the death. Thud! Master Emptiness thrust forward, driving the peachwood sword deep into one of the demons. But strangely, the sword didn't inflict any damage on the demon. Damn it, I should have never bought this peachwood sword on Pinduoduo. Master Void muttered regretfully. But now it was too late. The demons charged forward without hesitation, like a tidal wave of slaughter. Master Void vanished from this world without uttering a single sound. Gu Qingru, watching the scene beside him, completely broke down. Wah. Someone save me. I don't want to die. Wah. Tears streamed freely down Gu Qingru's cheeks. The surrounding demons, having slain the Void Master, immediately converged on Gu Qingru. She closed her eyes in terror, awaiting the inevitable death. But the death she had imagined did not come as expected. Why haven't I died yet? Gu Qingru thought, puzzled. Then, she opened her eyes. The moment her eyes fluttered open, Gu Qingru saw a figure appear before her. This figure was exceptionally tall, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. It was as if he were a natural-born ruler. Moonlight fell upon his skin, rendering it deathly pale like a corpse devoid of any blood color. The next moment, the figure moved. A crimson light erupted from his palm, reducing all the demons before him to paper-thin forms. With the slightest effort, he could utterly shred these fiends. Someone's come to save me. Gu Qingru felt a surge of secret joy. The one who arrived was, of course, Zhou Tian. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tian had disposed of every demonic entity. Demons were also ranked by tier, from lowest to highest, F, E, D, E, C, B, A, and S. Though numerous, these demons were merely the weakest F-rank entities. Thank you for saving me. My name is Gu Qingru. May I ask what your name is? Gu Qingru looked at Zhou Tian and couldn't help but say. Zhou Tian turned his head and looked at Gu Qingru. Gu Qingru's appearance wasn't bad, she could be considered a budding beauty. However, the intense fright had left her looking utterly haggard, and the makeup on her face was smudged. You don't need to thank me. I just didn't want you to die so soon. Zhou Tian said coldly. Ha? Gu Qingru asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. She couldn't shake the feeling that something about Zhou Tian's words was off. But she couldn't quite pinpoint what was off about it. Handsome, are you Superman? Or perhaps one of those legendary immortals? Can you protect me from now on? I'll be your loyal servant. Gu Qingru looked at Zhou Tian. Though her heart raced slightly, she slowly moved closer to him. Gu Qingru maintained an excellent figure through regular exercise. Her voluptuous, supple body pressed tightly against Zhou Tian, constantly brushing against his arm. Any normal man would likely succumb to Gu Qingru's allure. But Zhou Tian was anything but normal. Zhou Tian seized the fullness before her without the slightest mercy. A pair of jade arms for 1,000 men to rest upon, a hint of vermilion lips for 10,000 to taste. But they're nothing more than a couple ounces of rotten flesh. Zhou Tian murmured. Handsome, what do you mean by this? You're hurting me. Gu Qingru said with a hint of resentment. Nothing. I'm not strong enough to protect you. But I have a friend, you should know her. She'll definitely be able to protect you. Zhou Tian said again. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingru's face lit up with excitement. Who? Who is it? Gu Qingru blurted out. She's right behind us. Zhou Tian replied. Ha? Gu Qingru turned her head to look. But at just one glance, Gu Qingru's face instantly twisted into horror. For standing before her was none other than Liu Yanyan, dressed in a crimson wedding gown. At that moment, Liu Yanyan stood before her like a corpse, her entire body devoid of any color. No, no. Seeing Liu Yanyan, Gu Qingru was utterly panicked. She immediately tried to flee. But Gu Qingru's strength was simply too weak. With a swift movement, Liu Yanyan closed the distance to Gu Qingru, her slender fingers tightening around the younger woman's throat. Gu Qingru tried to struggle, but Liu Yanyan's slender arms unleashed an unexpected strength, rendering Gu Qingru utterly helpless. I'm sorry. Gu Qingru tried to apologize. But it was all too late. She finally understood why Zhou Tian had saved her earlier. Because Zhou Tian didn't want her to be killed by the demonic forces. He wanted to save her for Liu Yanyan. Soon, Gu Qingru lost her life completely. After Gu Qingru's death, Liu Yanyan tossed her aside like a discarded dog. Her eyes, which had been filled with murderous intent, returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened moments before. Zhou Tian assessed Gu Qingru's strength and felt a deep sense of calm wash over him. The apocalypse had arrived. In this apocalyptic world, human life was worth less than grass. Without formidable strength, one could only remain an insignificant insect. But at that very moment, Zhou Tian suddenly witnessed a bizarre spectacle. For at that very moment, all the slain demons and monsters around them began emitting an eerie crimson glow. What's going on? Zhou Tian was taken aback. He had never encountered such a situation before. But then, an even more bizarre spectacle unfolded. All the demon corpses transformed into streams of crimson light, surging directly toward Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian tried to resist, but he detected no danger whatsoever. In the next instant, the spheres merged into Zhou Tian's body. These orbs are actually enhancing my power. Zhou Tian immediately sensed something was amiss. After slaying the demonic beings, it seemed as though he was gaining experience points, just like in an online game. But Zhou Tian soon realized these orbs weren't mere experience points. They were another ability of his slaughter evolution. The ability to evolve by slaying anything, with no side effects whatsoever. It seemed these demons were exceptionally unique upon death. They directly fused into Zhou Tian's body, enhancing his power. If that's the case, what am I waiting for? Zhou Tian's gaze swept across the entire graveyard, a smile spreading across his face. To others, this chaotic graveyard was undoubtedly a terrifyingly ominous place. But for Zhou Tian, it was the perfect place to grind monsters. Chapter 5, Graded Demonic Entities, Military Assistance. Preliminary estimates suggested the entire graveyard contained at least tens of thousands of demons. These fiends were gradually awakening, ceaselessly crawling out of the earth. Watching this scene of utter devastation, Zhou Tian's smile only grew wider. It was as if this was not some chaotic graveyard, but Zhou Tian's gentle homeland. Kill! Zhou Tian uttered the command silently, and an instant later, a blazing red light erupted from his body. F-rank demons were utterly powerless before Zhou Tian, easily annihilated without a trace. Only a handful of E-rank demons could offer any resistance to Zhou Tian's attacks. Yet ultimately, none could escape death. Beside him, Liu Yanyan witnessed Zhou Tian strike and immediately joined the fray. The drought demon, a deity of drought, possessed the power to control the weather. Streams of molten lava erupted instantly around Liu Yanyan, effortlessly obliterating large groups of demons. Witnessing this, Zhou Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. In one-on-one combat, he was undoubtedly superior. After all, few could withstand the overwhelming pressure of a true ruler. But when it came to clearing enemies efficiently, Liu Yanyan still held the advantage. The battle raged on. One by one, the demonic beings dissolved into their purest energy, surging into Zhou Tian's body. And at that very moment, Zhou Tian suddenly felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. Then, as if every pore in his body erupted simultaneously, an intense sensation surged through Zhou Tian's mind. I've broken through. Zhou Tian thought to himself. According to the classification system for human blood pattern users, I should now be ranked at the second tier. But my actual combat power far exceeds that of a second tier user. Zhou Tian murmured to himself. Zhou Tian knew full well that he was now an anomaly. Neither demonic entity nor blood marked one. Blood markers seeking to break through to the next tier must constantly cultivate their own essence. But Zhou Tian had no such need. He could enhance his strength purely through slaughter. The strongest blood marker in my past life reached the 9th tier. I wonder how powerful I'll become once I break through to the 9th tier. a figure inevitably came to Zhou Tian's mind. In Zhou Tian's previous life, an entity known as the Empress had emerged. She burst onto the scene, awakening 18 blood patterns simultaneously. Within just 3 short years, she reached the 9th tier, capable of facing countless demonic foes alone. Her emergence was undoubtedly humanity's last hope. Compared to her, the Zhou Tian of his past life was like a firefly beside the full moon. But now, as the incarnation of Jiangshi, Zhou Tian was absolutely confident he could surpass the Empress in a short time. He could even utterly crush her. Jiangshi City. At this moment, the bizarre outbreak erupted completely, with countless demons invading the human world. The worst hit areas were undoubtedly schools and hospitals. Countless lives were lost in these places, turning them into scenes indistinguishable from the chaotic graveyard. Yet danger often brings opportunity. Many people developed strange tattoos on their bodies. Those bearing these patterns were called blood-marked ones. Becoming a blood-marked one was also tied to one's own circumstances. Based on Zhou Tian's experience, the vast majority of blood-marked were young people. The elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled rarely awaken as blood-marked ones. Yet once one awakens as a blood-marked one, a profound transformation occurs instantly. All ailments vanish, and their bodies instantly recover to peak condition. They gain terrifying strength. At that moment, in the Jiangshi City military district. In the office, a middle-aged man studied the documents in his hands, his brow deeply furrowed. Just then, a young soldier burst into the room. "Captain Li, among our soldiers, a total of 320 have awakened as blood markers. They can activate their blood true forms, making them far more effective against these demonic beings than ordinary soldiers. In fact, their efficiency is exceptionally high." The soldier immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, the man addressed as Captain Li nodded in acknowledgement. Then, his body shifted slightly, and a crimson dragon blood mark instantly appeared on his arm. Immediately after, the aura emanating from Captain Li grew increasingly potent as a faint, blood-red armor began to envelop him. This was the blood true form. The ultimate power of a blood user. What an eerie and terrifying power. Captain Li couldn't help but exclaim. The blood dragon mark he had awakened was grade A, though not the strongest. Its power was still formidable. "Captain, there's one more matter I need to report. Satellite imagery shows massive energy fluctuations emanating from a chaotic graveyard somewhere in Jiangshi City." The soldier hesitated for a moment before speaking again. A powerful energy fluctuation? Do we have video?" Captain Li inquired immediately. The soldier nodded and activated the projector before him. With a few simple operations, the image instantly appeared. The video showed an eerily chaotic graveyard. A blood-red coffin appeared before them. All seemed calm at first, but as black rain began to fall, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The coffin lid was kicked off violently, and a figure burst out. Dressed in modern casual attire, the figure radiated an exceptionally terrifying aura. Pale skin, icy eyes. He seemed not human at all, but rather, a zombie. Then, in a flash, another figure appeared. It was a woman dressed in a red wedding gown. Yet this woman appeared even more eerie, devoid of any trace of life. As if affected by her eerie power, the screen began to snow, then went completely blank. A corpse reanimated by some strange power? It does seem rather peculiar. Captain Li muttered to himself. But the soldier beside him wore an even more complex expression. "Captain Li, it's not over yet. Just watch and you'll understand," the soldier said in a trembling voice. Immediately after, the scene shifted once more. The scene of Liu Yanyan killing Gu Qingru reappeared, followed by Zhou Tian battling countless demons. In the scene, Zhou Tian appeared like a god of death descended from hell. Any demonic creature before him was as fragile as paper, easily torn to shreds. And beside him, Liu Yanyan was even more terrifying. Zhou Tian could only slay a handful of demons at a time. But when Liu Yanyan moved, dozens or even hundreds of fiends fell dead. Witnessing this scene, the previously composed Captain Li completely lost his composure. Is this human or ghost? If she's a demonic creature, why would she attack her own kind? But if she's human, why is she so utterly bizarre? Captain Li couldn't help but mutter to himself. "Captain, according to our investigation, this man is named Zhou Tian, a student at the University of Science and Technology. The woman, however, is a special case. Her name is Liu Yanyan, and she committed suicide just a few days ago," the soldier reported. Hearing this, Captain Li fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke again slowly. "Since he's still alive, there's a chance we can win him over. Try making contact with Zhou Tian, we might even make a friend," Captain Li suggested. The soldier nodded, about to speak, when his walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. Reporting, strange energy fluctuations detected at target Zhou Tian's location. Preliminary estimates indicate at least Class A. The voice reached both their ears. Team leader Li instantly grew anxious. A class energy fluctuations? Doesn't that mean an A-class demonic entity has appeared? This is bad. Even if Zhou Tian is powerful, he might not be able to handle an A-class demonic entity. Dispatch reinforcements to Zhou Tian immediately. A warrior of his caliber as long as he's still alive must not be allowed to fall. Chapter 6, The Warring States Corpse King. The invasion of the uncanny descended, resurrecting countless dead as demons. Facing these endless hordes of fiends, humanity's greatest shortage was blood markers. Zhou Tian's emergence undoubtedly offered Captain Li a tremendous glimmer of hope. Such immense power exists. If he could join the military, he could undoubtedly quell this catastrophe in the shortest time possible. Yes. Upon hearing Captain Li's orders, the soldiers immediately began contacting the blood marker squad to assist Zhou Tian. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian detected no abnormalities. In just a single hour, Zhou Tian had eliminated tens of thousands of demonic creatures. Liu Yanyan's efficiency far surpassed Zhou Tian's, easily slaying 40 to 50,000 demonic creatures. The number of demons they hunted grew ever larger until eventually, the rate at which new demons appeared couldn't keep up with Zhou Tian and Liu Yanyan's killing pace. Moreover, Zhou Tian noticed that Liu Yanyan seemed to have gained some of his abilities. The demons she slayed could also be converted into experience points for Zhou Tian. Because of this, Zhou Tian had now reached the third tier of power. Third tier. Only a few hours had passed since the strange outbreak began. While the vast majority were still struggling to survive, Zhou Tian had already surged ahead of everyone, becoming the most terrifying existence. There aren't many demons left in this graveyard. It's time to move on to the next place. Zhou Tian muttered to himself. In this world, demons were the last thing anyone needed. Zhou Tian had absolutely no need to stubbornly hold his ground here, waiting for the demons to awaken one by one. Zhou Tian lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon. The blood moon bathed the land, as if the entire human world had been transformed into hell. If I recall correctly, the place with the most demons in all of Jiangshi City is Jiangshi University of Science and Technology. With my strength plus Liu Yanyan, I doubt anything unexpected will happen. Zhou Tian thought again. In his previous life, Zhou Tian's start could only be described as hellish. The university where he sat had been a chaotic graveyard decades ago. And it was vast. Who knows how many souls lay buried there. Had it not been for its proximity to military facilities, Zhou Tian would likely have perished on the very first day of the eerie revival. With that thought, Zhou Tian hesitated no longer and headed straight for the university's location. But before Zhou Tian could leave the graveyard, he sensed something amiss. An exceptionally powerful aura was now rapidly closing in on him. This aura belonged to a demonic entity. Even with only a preliminary assessment, Zhou Tian could make a judgment. At least grade A. Zhou Tian fixed his gaze on the distance, and two figures instantly materialized before his eyes. Leading the way was a woman. She wore a white dress, yet her appearance was utterly wretched. The long white gown was now drenched in thick, viscous blood. Yet when Zhou Tian saw her, he couldn't help but curve his lips upward. A blood marker. With just a glance, Zhou Tian confirmed the woman's identity. On the chest of this white-clad woman was a blood-red nine-tailed fox pattern. This was the very emblem of a blood-marked one. The blood mark. Once one became a blood-marked, they were forever separated from ordinary people, gaining a chance to survive. The woman sprinted forward desperately, pursued by a massive, terrifying figure. It was a terrifying demonic entity clad in a black dragon robe. Its appearance was terrifying, its eyes fierce and menacing, emanating a thick, dark aura. And in his hand, he held a black long-sword, a sword that seemed to bear the shadowy outline of a purple beast. It's an A-ranked demonic fiend. The Warring States Corpse King. Zhou Tian instantly recognized this demonic fiend. In his previous life, Zhou Tian had witnessed the sheer terror of this Warring States Corpse King. Once an emperor of the Warring States period, it had now been resurrected by a sinister force. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he had also gained a unique ability exclusive to emperors. In this regard, it bore some resemblance to Zhou Tian himself. In his previous life, the Warring States Corpse King's power was so terrifying that people were utterly helpless against him. Yet in the end, he met a gruesome demise. Liu Yanyan had obliterated him with a single gesture. Now, facing the Warring States Corpse King, Zhou Tian felt not the slightest fear. In fact, he felt a tinge of excitement. The woman drew ever closer to Zhou Tian, yet he made no attempt to conceal himself. Instead, he stood directly in her path. Soon, the woman appeared before Zhou Tian. But the woman in white seemed so tense that she failed to notice Zhou Tian's presence. She then collided directly into Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian's physical body was formidable, impervious to pain. But the woman in white suffered a terrible blow. Colliding with Zhou Tian felt like crashing into a steel plate. Her entire body was instantly flung backward. Ah! The woman in white screamed in agony, her eyes flashing with resentment as she glared at Zhou Tian. Quick, run! There's a monster behind us. But instead of blaming Zhou Tian, she spoke urgently. Oh? And you think I'm not a monster? Zhou Tian teased with a meaningful tone. Ha! Only now did the woman in white realize something was terribly wrong. This was a desolate graveyard, surrounded by mounds of graves, with chilling winds blowing intermittently. Zhou Tian, though appearing human. His skin was deathly pale, his long hair silver, and even his eyes were blood red. Witnessing this, the woman in white completely broke down. She couldn't fathom why misfortune had struck her so relentlessly. A corpse king was chasing her from behind, and by some twisted twist of fate, she encountered a demonic entity right in front of her. Heaven itself must be conspiring against me, Xiao. I've awakened the protagonist template, yet I'm destined to die a miserable death in this graveyard. I'm so bitterly resentful. The woman in white said sadly. Zhou Tian listened to her words and couldn't help but feel speechless. She seemed so quiet and gentle, yet why was she acting so cliché? But it was true, those who could awaken the blood were 1 in 10,000. Calling her the protagonist wasn't far off. Soon, the Warring States Corpse King appeared before Zhou Tian. His body was decaying, emanating a chilling aura. Upon seeing Zhou Tian, he did not attack rashly but instead scrutinized him intently. An A-ranked demonic entity already possessed a certain level of intelligence. Moreover, as time passed, the intelligence of these demons would only grow. By the late stages, powerful demons become indistinguishable from humans. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian was also studying the Warring States Corpse King. But then, Zhou Tian shook his head. For the Warring States Corpse King's strength was simply too weak. Even as an A-class demonic entity, its newly revived state meant its power paled in comparison to Zhou Tian's current strength. Liu Yanyan, take care of him. Zhou Tian immediately ordered Liu Yanyan. Such an existence didn't even require Zhou Tian to intervene. Liu Yanyan alone could easily handle it. But at that very moment, the Warring States Corpse King suddenly spoke. She stole my belongings. Take them back, and we'll be allies. A cold, raspy voice emerged from the Warring States Corpse King's mouth. It was language, yet it sounded more like the whisper of a demon. Chapter 7, Enslaving the Corpse King. Surrounded by blood markers. Oh? Has it already developed rudimentary intelligence? It seems we truly cannot allow you to continue growing. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly become a threat in the future. Zhou Tian responded directly upon hearing the Warring States Corpse King's words. Demons are terrifying, but intelligent demons are even more terrifying. The next moment, Liu Yanyan had already struck. A searing aura erupted from her entire body. The very landscape seemed to shift as waves of molten lava surged toward the Warring States Corpse King. The Warring States Corpse King's expression froze, but he immediately swung the long sword in his hand. A purple dragon's phantom appeared instantly, directly blocking Liu Yanyan's attack. Die! A hoarse voice erupted once more from the Warring States Corpse King's mouth. Immediately, several more purple dragons materialized, charging toward Liu Yanyan in unison. As if intent on devouring her whole. Some skill, but still not enough to handle Liu Yanyan. Zhou Tian muttered to himself. Though the Warring States Corpse King was formidable, Liu Yanyan was no pushover either. In her previous life, Liu Yanyan had easily slain the Warring States Corpse King. She believed she could do the same in this lifetime. At this very moment, facing the Warring States Corpse King, Liu Yanyan showed no fear whatsoever. Out of nowhere, fiery serpents suddenly coiled around her body. These fiery serpents, armed with venomous fangs, showed no fear even when confronting the colossal purple dragon towering over them countless times. The next instant, countless fiery serpents erupted from Liu Yanyan's body, instantly striking toward the purple dragon. What followed was something no one could have anticipated. Liu Yanyan's fire serpents seemed to possess terrifyingly corrosive properties, instantly incinerating the purple dragon. Feeding on the dragon's flesh, the fire serpents grew even more terrifying than before. Die! A voice unexpectedly emerged from Liu Yanyan's mouth at that moment. Instantly, Liu Yanyan's fiery serpent completely engulfed the Warring States Corpse King. Ah! The Warring States Corpse King was utterly stripped of any ability to resist. The gap in power between him and Liu Yanyan was simply too vast. Consumed by endless flames, the Warring States Corpse King emitted a foul stench. Just as the Warring States Corpse King was about to be utterly annihilated, Zhou Tian intervened. He commanded Liu Yanyan to withdraw the flames, then seized the Warring States Corpse King by the throat with one hand. His sharp nails instantly tore through the Warring States Corpse King's flesh. In that instant, blood from Jiangshi flowed into the Warring States Corpse King's body. As a zombie, Zhou Tian's most fundamental ability was infection. He could transform any living being into one of his own kind. And as the zombie king, Zhou Tian possessed the power to command all zombies. This Warring States Corpse King was no pushover, and Zhou Tian didn't want to kill him outright. Better to make him his subordinate. Everything proceeded smoothly for Zhou Tian. After receiving Zhou Tian's blood, the Warring States Zombie King's entire body underwent continuous transformation. His original injuries healed rapidly, and a new connection formed between his consciousness and Zhou Tian's. Success! From this moment onward, the life of the Warring States Corpse King was utterly in Zhou Tian's hands. Should Zhou Tian so desire, a single thought could utterly annihilate the Warring States Corpse King. Master! Master! The Warring States Corpse King's numb gaze fixed on Zhou Tian as he spoke slowly. Seeing this, Zhou Tian wore a satisfied expression. Originally merely an A-rank demon, the Warring States Corpse King had now, through Zhou Tian's blood transformation, directly ascended to S-rank. S-rank, a demonic entity powerful enough to annihilate all of humanity. Even Liu Yanyan from his previous life had only reached SS rank. Now, it's your turn. Zhou Tian's gaze shifted to the woman in the white dress beside him. Zhou Tian vaguely recalled her name Xiaoyi, it seemed. At this moment, Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with terror. She dared not lift her gaze to meet Zhou Tian's, her entire body trembling slightly. Big brother, please don't kill me. I'm extremely valuable. If you spare me, I'll serve you faithfully. Xiaoyi pleaded nervously. There was no way around it. Zhou Tian's presence was simply too intimidating. Even the terrifying corpse king couldn't stand up to the woman by Zhou Tian's side. If such a formidable woman chose to follow Zhou Tian, just how powerful must he be? Oh, I hear you snatched something from this zombie king? What is it? Let me see. Zhou Tian asked with keen interest. But at those words, Xiaoyi's face twisted with distress. Brother, let me explain. I just came across a fruit tree bearing a red fruit. I was thirsty, so I ate it right away. But just moments after eating it, this damn thing dug itself out of the ground, acting like I owed it money. Xiaoyi said with a look of deep grievance. A red fruit? Did you feel hot all over after eating it? Zhou Tian pressed immediately. Yes. Big brother, have you eaten one too? Xiaoyi asked. Zhou Tian didn't respond, instead fixing his gaze on Xiaoyi's chest. On her fair, cleft-like chest, an eerie blood pattern remained. The pattern resembled a nine-tailed fox, now emitting an eerie glow. Feeling Zhou Tian's gaze, Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. She instinctively tried to step back, only to collide directly with Liu Yanyan. Their eyes locked, and Xiaoyi instantly felt the murderous intent in Liu Yanyan's gaze. It felt as though Liu Yanyan was poised to obliterate her in the very next moment. Oh my god. Xiaoyi couldn't help but shudder, feeling safer by Zhou Tian's side. So she really did consume the miracle fruit. Zhou Tian sighed helplessly. The miracle fruit was an exceptionally unique item. For ordinary people, consuming it could turn them into blood markers. Blood markers who consume it have a chance to enhance the strength of their blood marks. And if a demonic entity were to obtain one, it could drastically increase its terror level. Zhou Tian never imagined the pretentious girl before him could be so incredibly lucky scoring a miracle fruit on the very first day of the apocalypse. Fools really do have their own kind of luck. Zhou Tian remarked with a hint of envy. Ha? Xiaoyi asked, a bit confused. Nothing. You'll just stay by my side from now on. Zhou Tian spoke, extending a finger toward Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi felt a surge of nervousness, yet offered no resistance. In an instant, sharp nails pierced her skin. In that instant, a bond formed between Zhou Tian and Xiaoyi. However, Zhou Tian didn't immediately turn Xiaoyi into a zombie. With too many undead already at his side, having a living person around for balance seemed like a good idea. Xiaoyi felt nothing unusual. She only noticed that Zhou Tian seemed slightly more agreeable than before. He no longer seemed as terrifying as before. Big bro, I'm your number one sidekick from now on. What's your name? Is this your wife? Is she a zombie too? Her skin is so pale. I'm so jealous. Xiaoyi, now completely free of her earlier tension, immediately spoke up. Just as Zhou Tian was about to respond, he suddenly heard footsteps echoing around them. Zhou Tian frowned and scanned his surroundings. What he saw left him stunned. Because at that moment, Zhou Tian found himself surrounded by over 100 blood markers. Chapter 8, heading to Jiangshi University of Science and Technology. What's going on? Zhou Tian frowned deeply, unable to hide his astonishment. Having reincarnated, he had finally obtained Xiang Chen's power. He had conquered Liu Yanyan, enslaved the Warring States Corpse King, and taken control of Xiaoyi. Could it be that his wonderful life had barely begun before the authorities had already set their sights on him? Dispatching over 100 blood markers at once, solely to eradicate his existence prematurely? Though astonished, Zhou Tian felt no tension. Even hundreds of blood markers were insignificant before him. If Zhou Tian so desired, he could annihilate not just hundreds, but tens of thousands of blood markers in the blink of an eye. Not to mention he now had Liu Yanyan and the Warring States Corpse King by his side. Bro, I sense a lot of powerful auras nearby. Don't tell me we're being targeted again? Don't worry, big brother. I'll handle it for you. Xiaoyi blurted out. But her inner teenager kicked in again, and she was about to activate her blood true form to fight these people to the death. Seeing this, Zhou Tian instantly felt speechless. He grabbed her high ponytail from behind, his expression one of helpless resignation. Even if you're looking for trouble, you don't have to be so reckless. Stay back. Zhou Tian said. At his words, Xiaoyi immediately broke into a smile. She then scurried behind Zhou Tian and hid there. Zhou Tian, however, kept a watchful eye on the group, not letting his guard down. Just then, a young man in combat fatigue swiftly approached Zhou Tian. Upon reaching Zhou Tian, the man saluted respectfully and said, "You must be Zhou Tian? I'm Zhao Shan, captain of Jiangshi City's blood squad. Our scans indicate powerful, anomalous fluctuations nearby. It appears a terrifying demonic entity has emerged. Captain Li has dispatched us to assist you." the squad leader named Zhao Shan stated promptly. Listening to Zhao Shan's words, Zhou Tian nodded slightly. So it had been a misunderstanding on his part. But at the same time, Zhou Tian realized one thing. He had been targeted by the military. It couldn't be helped. In the early days of the apocalypse, the military held the greatest power. Later, they had even fought against the demonic forces, establishing numerous shelters of varying sizes. Oh? The terrifying demonic creature, you mean him? Zhou Tian pointed toward the Warring States Corpse King standing nearby. Ha! Zhao Shan froze for a moment, then glanced behind Zhou Tian. The sky was dim, and earlier Zhao Shan hadn't been able to make out the Warring States Corpse King's features clearly. But now that he was closer, Zhao Shan could see it clearly. Not far behind Zhou Tian stood a towering corpse clad in a tattered dragon robe. Its skin was festering and deathly pale, its eyes hollow and vacant. Yet, an utterly terrifying aura emanated from its body. This is an A-grade demonic entity. No, it seems even more powerful than an A-class demonic fiend. Zhao Shan sucked in a sharp breath and instinctively took a step back. But immediately afterward, a perplexing question arose in Zhao Shan's mind. Why was this demonic entity acting so docile? Why hadn't it launched an attack? Given Zhao Shan's current understanding, he simply couldn't fathom it. After all, he had only recently become a blood marker. Sir, could it be that you've subdued this demonic creature? But how is that possible? Zhao Shan blurted out. That single thought dominated his mind. Though utterly baffling, it was the most plausible explanation. You're sharp. This demonic creature has indeed been subdued by me. Still, I must thank you both. Zhou Tian said politely. In his previous life, Zhou Tian had not become a blood marker. He was merely a weak, ordinary person. Had it not been for the military-established refuge, he likely would have perished long ago at the hands of demonic entities. You truly are a formidable being, capable of subduing even such a demonic entity. Zhao Shan exclaimed in admiration. He couldn't help but glance around Zhou Tian. Closest to Zhou Tian stood a woman clad in a crimson wedding gown. Like Zhou Tian, her face was as pale as paper, her beautiful eyes vacant, revealing an eerie blood-red hue. Just one glance sent goosebumps crawling up Zhao Shan's skin. But the feeling this woman gave Zhao Shan was that she was not a living person at all. She seemed more like a zombie. Just then, Liu Yanyan suddenly turned her head and looked at Zhao Shan. Their eyes locked. In that instant, Zhao Shan felt an overwhelming killing intent. It was as if he'd been targeted by a demon from hell. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Shan immediately looked away. He even began to regret why he had ever tried to get involved with Zhou Tian. This man was anything but normal. Calling him a demon incarnate wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet the next moment, Zhao Shan suddenly turned his gaze toward Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was clutching Zhou Tian's sleeve, looking utterly harmless. Apart from a few bloodstains on her clothes, she looked every bit the innocent little neighbor girl. But Zhao Shan wasn't fooled by her innocent facade. Could there be any good people around a demon? Perhaps among these people, Xiaoyi was the most terrifying. A wolf in sheep's clothing. At this thought, Zhao Shan instinctively moved away from Xiaoyi, afraid of drawing her attention. Is there anything else? Just then, Zhou Tian suddenly spoke up. No, nothing else. It's just that with the disaster unfolding now, would Mr. Zhou Tian be interested in joining the military? To contribute your strength to humanity. Zhao Shan spoke again. Join the military? I'm afraid that's not something I'm considering. Zhou Tian declined flatly. He had absolutely no need to join the military. With his current power, he could easily create an even greater force. Joining the military would only force him to tread carefully, unable to act freely. Zhou Tian, are you truly not considering it at all? Zhao Shan hesitated. Zhou Tian remained silent, his stance clear. Seeing this, Zhao Shan felt it was best not to press further. After all, the gap in their strength was simply too vast. If Zhou Tian could subdue the Warring States Corpse King outright, wouldn't dealing with him be a piece of cake? He could crush him with a single finger. Just then, Zhao Shan's walkie-talkie crackled to life again. Reporting, a demonic surge has erupted at the University of Science and Technology. Preliminary estimates indicate over 10,000 demons have appeared, with the strongest at B+ level. A frantic voice came through the radio. Hearing this, Zhao Shan's entire expression instantly darkened. Over 10,000 demons. That was an astronomical number. If they were all merely F rank, it might be manageable for them blood markers. But among them, the strongest demonic creature had reached B+. B-rank demons could only be handled by blood of tier 2 or higher. Zhao Shan glanced at Zhou Tian hesitantly, clearly seeking his assistance. Zhou Tian understood his thoughts perfectly. He had already planned to visit Jiangshi University of Science and Technology, and now he could conveniently return a favor to the military. I happen to be heading to the university anyway. I'll take care of this matter for you on my way. Zhou Tian said casually. At these words, Zhao Shan immediately wore an expression of gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Zhou Tian. You truly are a saint who helps everyone. Zhao Shan exclaimed excitedly. Though Zhou Tian's appearance was eerily sinister and not a single sane person followed him. Yet even with such an image, he had undergone layer upon layer of filtering in Zhao Shan's eyes, becoming the greatest and most glorious figure. If the apocalypse brought forth more selfless souls like Zhou Tian, what demons could possibly stand in our way? Zhou Tian's mouth twitched and he ignored Zhao Shan. He had no idea what Zhao Shan was thinking. Had he known, he would have slapped him across the face without a second thought. What a joke! I'm the progenitor of all zombies, Jiang Chen. You call me a good guy? My goal is to conquer all demons and establish my own dynasty. How is that self-sacrifice? Chapter 9, Liu Yanyan's Revenge. Zhou Tian left the haunted graveyard and immediately flew toward Jiangshi University of Science and Technology. With a pair of wings on his back, Zhou Tian flew at incredible speeds, even outpacing some of the most high-performance supercars. Carrying Xiaoyi, it took him less than 10 minutes to reach the skies above Jiangshi University of Science and Technology. The entire campus was now completely overrun by demonic forces. Rather than rushing into action, he first surveyed the entire campus. There are roughly 30,000 demons, yet only a dozen or so students across the entire university have awakened as blood-bearers. Zhou Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his previous life, Zhou Tian had been one of them. Zhou Tian had no intention of waiting any longer. He was ready to eliminate these demons immediately. But at that very moment, Zhou Tian sensed something amiss with Liu Yanyan. The moment they arrived at Jiangshi University of Science and Technology, Liu Yanyan had undergone a complete transformation, radiating an intense aura of killing intent. Her gaze locked onto a single point. Then, Liu Yanyan grew increasingly frenzied, charging straight toward her target. The women's dormitory? Looks like Liu Yanyan is off to seek revenge. Zhou Tian murmured to himself. Before her death, Liu Yanyan had been bullied so severely that she chose suicide, transforming into a vengeful spirit to haunt her tormentors. She had killed Gu Qingru earlier, but it seemed this matter wasn't so straightforward. Gu Qingru could be considered the main culprit, but besides her, there were surely others involved. Zhou Tian wouldn't stop Liu Yanyan from seeking vengeance. In the apocalypse, human life was worth less than grass. Even if they weren't killed by Liu Yanyan, they'd die somewhere else. Big brother, can you let go of me? My head hurts. Xiaoyi said with a hint of grievance, her large eyes looking pitifully beautiful, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Zhou Tian lowered his gaze to look at Xiaoyi. Though Xiaoyi had become Zhou Tian's servant, she hadn't gained much of his formidable power. This was Zhou Tian's deliberate choice, for he wished to exert too much influence over her. A slave who obeyed him absolutely, without question. Zhou Tian could have as many of those as he wanted. But that would be rather boring. I almost forgot about you. Zhou Tian flashed a meaningful smile. Then, surveying the endless horde of demons beneath his feet, he chose the densest cluster and tossed Xiaoyi straight into it. Ah! Big brother, you're murdering your own sister. Xiaoyi's piercing scream echoed as she plummeted straight down. Soon, she crashed onto the ground. Wah! I'm still a beauty, you know. Can't you show a little mercy? What if I actually died from this fall? Xiaoyi rubbed her sore bottom, a hint of resentment flickering across her face. But that pout vanished in mere seconds. Because right now, Xiaoyi had been locked onto by countless demonic beings. So many demons. What am I supposed to do? Wait, I can still transform. As she spoke, Xiaoyi immediately began channeling the power of the blood markings. The blood mark on her chest began to glow faintly red, and then her entire form underwent a complete transformation. A white light enveloped her, forming a structure resembling armor. Moreover, 9 white tails now sprouted directly from Xiaoyi's backside. These tails were utterly captivating, causing even the surrounding demons to stare blankly in awe. Xingqiu Netherfire. Xiaoyi immediately activated her divine power. A pale blue flame instantly materialized around Xiaoyi, surging toward the surrounding demons the moment it appeared. Wail! The flames proved devastatingly effective, effortlessly obliterating every demon in their path. Holy crap, my power is insane. How did I never notice this before? Ha ha ha, with this power, what demons could possibly scare me? All of you, die. Had heaven not birthed me, Xiaoyi, the seductive path would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. I hear the seduction path has yet to produce an honorable one? Simple, I shall become one myself. Xiaoyi declared with unbridled arrogance, her adolescent-like aura erupting once more. Meanwhile, inside the girls' dormitory. The entire girls' dormitory had now fallen. The surviving students were all hiding on the rooftop. Fortunately, most of the demons weren't very powerful and found it difficult to reach the rooftop. On the rooftop, a dozen girls huddled on the ground, their faces etched with fear and panic. In a corner lay a boy with dyed yellow hair. His name was Wang Dalong, a sophomore at this university. Before the disaster struck, he had sneaked into the girls' dormitory, which was precisely why he found himself here now. At that moment, Wang Dalong still held a woman in his arms, one dressed provocatively, with a fiery figure. The woman writhed her snake-like waist, moving relentlessly across Wang Dalong's body. Ah! Feels so good. A few minutes later, Wang Dalong wore a satisfied expression. Brother Long, I love you so much. You must take me with you to survive. The woman licked her alluring red lips, speaking with irresistible seduction. Don't worry. I'd rather die myself than let you die. Ha 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 ha. By the way, come with me to see how many demons have gathered below. Wang Dalong said meaningfully. Ah. No, dragon brother, those demons are too terrifying. I'm scared. The girl protested, her voice tinged with reluctance. But Wang Dalong paid no heed to her feelings, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the rooftop entrance. Between the 6th floor and the rooftop was only a narrow entrance, normally accessible only by a single ladder. Although the demons couldn't climb ladders, more and more of them were gathering here, making it possible for them to ascend. Wang Dalong brought the girl to the staircase entrance. He glanced at it and immediately wore an angry expression. Damn it, these demons are multiplying. They'll reach the rooftop sooner or later. Wang Dalong grumbled. What should we do, Brother Long? Let's figure out how to get out of here. The girl beside him said in a soft voice. Hearing her words, Wang Dalong suddenly broke into a meaningful smile. Well, that's where you come in. Wang Dalong said, then pushed the girl straight down. Ah! Brother Long, you can't do this. The girl cried out in panic. Yet she was utterly helpless. She was just an ordinary person, no match for surviving under the assault of so many demons. You're so loose down there, you really think I like you? Wang Dalong sneered. Then he strolled away leisurely, instead heading toward the girl standing nearby. At that moment, Wang Dalong was utterly arrogant, acting like a customer browsing merchandise as he picked and chose among the girls. Just then, Wang Dalong's gaze settled on a girl with shoulder-length hair. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but her ample assets were unmatched, radiating an aura that commanded attention. Wang Dalong beckoned to the woman with a finger, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. You! Come here! Wang Dalong commanded. Hearing his words, the girl's face immediately twisted with terror. You can't do this. Aren't you afraid of karma? You'll definitely go to jail. The woman said in a trembling voice. But upon hearing this, Wang Dalong simply laughed. Oh? You still think we can survive? Wake up! The end is here. Live for today, because tomorrow is uncertain. You don't want me to feed you to these monsters, do you? Wang Dalong threatened. At that very moment, an eerie glow suddenly flared up on Wang Dalong's arm. In the next instant, his entire skin transformed, growing a layer of stone armor. Indeed, Wang Dalong had successfully awakened his blood, becoming a blood user. However, his blood rank was weak, merely F grade. Its effect was simple, it could temporarily petrify his body. While it was useless against demonic beings, it was more than sufficient against ordinary people. Witnessing this, the long-haired girl's expression turned even more terrified. She dared not resist, only whimpering softly. Behave yourself, and I'll let you feel my might. Li Dalong said, striding directly toward the long-haired girl. You'll burn in hell. The long-haired girl screamed frantically. Hell? Ha ha ha, look at this world of ours, isn't it already hell itself? Wang Dalong paid no heed to her words. He placed his hand on her waist with practiced ease, about to undo her clothes. But just then, an explosion erupted behind him. The sudden noise made Wang Dalong freeze in his tracks, turning around in anger. What the hell? Wang Dalong turned to look, his expression immediately shifting to one of sheer terror. Before him stood a familiar figure. Dressed in a crimson wedding gown, the figure radiated a terrifying aura of murderous intent, now staring straight at Wang Dalong. Their eyes locked, and Wang Dalong was utterly stunned. It's you! Liu Yanyan! You're supposed to be dead. Revenge! A hoarse voice rasped from Liu Yanyan's throat. Then, like a ghostly apparition, her body instantly materialized before Wang Dalong and clamped her hands around his throat. Chapter 10, The Death of Wang Dalong. Revenge against Manhwa. No, don't kill me. I didn't mean to do it. You always acted so high and mighty. If you'd just given in to me sooner, would I have let Gu Qingru find people to bully you? Wang Dalong whimpered in agony. He desperately tried to unleash the power of the blood mark. But for some reason, his power felt utterly feeble before Liu Yanyan. He couldn't block Liu Yanyan's overwhelming power at all. At that moment, Liu Yanyan's eyes burned with nothing but hatred. The other girls nearby watched her in sheer terror. As if they were witnessing a demon. The long-haired girl who had nearly been assaulted by Wang Dalong now felt not only terror but also a tinge of schadenfreude. Had Liu Yanyan not arrived in time, she too would likely have been forced. In this era, propriety and moral integrity have gradually become blurred. Instead, most traditions were dismissed as feudal relics. Liu Yanyan's grip tightened, yet she felt no urgency to kill Wang Dalong immediately. She intended to savor Wang Dalong's death through his desperate struggle to survive, utterly powerless to escape. It was like a cat toying with a mouse, prolonging the torment before delivering the final blow. No! I can't die, especially not by your hand. Blood true form. As death approached, an even more powerful force erupted within Wang Dalong. His entire body became encased in rock, forming a bizarre suit of armor. This armor seemed impervious to blades and bullets. Even Liu Yanyan, who stood before him now, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on her face. She hadn't expected someone on the brink of death to put up such a desperate fight. But that wasn't all. A dark aura now emanated continuously from Wang Dalong's body. It was as if he was about to turn completely dark. The others had no idea what was happening, but if Zhou Tian saw this, he would be even more astonished. For Wang Dalong's current state was exceedingly rare, a phenomenon unseen among all blood markers. In his current state, Wang Dalong was what they called a dark-marked one. The blood patterns on his body gradually shifted from crimson to pitch black, simultaneously granting him vastly enhanced power. As the saying goes, darkening meant tenfold strength. But such power comes at a cost. Once transformed into a dark-marked one, Wang Dalong finds it increasingly difficult to control the power within him. Constantly ravaged by the power of the dark markings, he will ultimately become nothing more than a humanoid demon. Don't think you can take me on by rising from the dead. I could kill you in life, and I can kill you in death. Wang Dalong roared in fury. At that moment, his eyes turned completely pitch black, as if stained with ink. His entire being grew increasingly eerie, as if the Wang Dalong before them was no longer a living man, but a demonic entity. Watching Wang Dalong's transformation, Liu Yanyan unexpectedly flashed a surprisingly human smile. She released her grip on Wang Dalong's throat and stood her ground, eager to see what tricks he would pull next. You've gone too far. Witnessing this scene, Wang Dalong felt his very dignity had been trampled upon. Heaven and earth shall split apart. Wang Dalong roared. Suddenly, countless massive meteorites appeared in the sky. They hurtled toward Liu Yanyan with an apocalyptic fury. I refuse to believe you can block my attack. Wang Dalong fixed his gaze on Liu Yanyan. This time, Wang Dalong held nothing back. He aimed to take Liu Yanyan's life. Yet Liu Yanyan remained utterly motionless. She stood rigid as a corpse, slowly lifting her head to meet the meteorites descending toward her. Then, Liu Yanyan extended her slender jade-like finger and lightly tapped the meteors. In an instant, the surfaces of the meteorites began to melt instantly. Then, as if drained of all force, they fell to the ground as pools of molten lava. How is this possible? You actually broke my attack so effortlessly. That was my full power strike. Wang Dalong exclaimed in disbelief. No, you can't kill me. The truth is, I'm not the mastermind behind this. You must remember young Master Morong, right? He's the one who ordered me to do this. If you spare my life, I'll lead you straight to him. Wang Dalong pleaded on his knees. Wang Dalong wasn't stupid. He now fully understood the gap between himself and Liu Yanyan. The gap was enormous. He had exhausted every ounce of strength to unleash his ultimate move, only for Liu Yanyan to effortlessly counter it with a single gesture? How could he possibly fight like this? But Liu Yanyan seemed oblivious to Wang Dalong's pleas. Her body flickered once more, and in the next instant, she materialized directly before Wang Dalong. This time, Liu Yanyan showed no hesitation. One hand pierced straight through Wang Dalong's chest. She tore out his heart. It was a black heart. The black heart still beat relentlessly in Liu Yanyan's hand, showing no sign of losing its strength despite being separated from Wang Dalong. No. With his final gasp, Wang Dalong's life completely faded away. Gazing at the black heart before her, Liu Yanyan instinctively felt a sense of temptation. It felt as though consuming it would enhance her own power. Yet in the end, Liu Yanyan chose not to consume it. With a gentle flick of her palm, the black heart ceased beating. In that instant, it rapidly dried out, turning to dust in the blink of an eye before scattering into the wind and vanishing from this world. It wasn't that Liu Yanyan didn't want to eat the heart. She simply wanted to erase every trace of Wang Dalong from this world. After completing this, Liu Yanyan turned to face the girls. She did not kill them outright, nor did she offer any help. Instead, she turned and walked away. When Liu Yanyan reappeared, she was already beside Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian stood atop the school building, surveying the entire campus below. The Warring States Corpse King possessed formidable strength, more than sufficient to crush these demonic beings. Moreover, as Zhou Tian's undead servant, the demons it slayed also granted Zhou Tian experience points. Thus, Zhou Tian remained hidden in the background, reaping the rewards without lifting a finger. The moment Liu Yanyan appeared, Zhou Tian immediately noticed her. Essentially, Liu Yanyan was also one of Zhou Tian's undead servants, and there was a connection between them. Dealt with them? Zhou Tian lifted his head and addressed Liu Yanyan. Liu Yanyan remained expressionless, as if she hadn't understood a word Zhou Tian said. But then, she spoke directly. Help me. Kill. Manhwa. Her hoarse, emotionless voice slowly reached Zhou Tian's ears. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian first raised an eyebrow, then nodded decisively. Don't worry. He should be right here on campus. Zhou Tian spoke slowly. Chapter 11, Relying on Your Dad? I'll kill yours too. Zhou Tian remembered Manhwa. They were classmates in the same graduating class, and his family background was extraordinary. His father was a high-ranking official in the Beijing military district. If Zhou Tian remembered correctly, on the very first day of the apocalypse, Manhwa's father had dispatched a pair of armed personnel to escort him away from here. By the mid-apocalypse period, the Manhwa family had even established a massive shelter, effectively becoming a local warlord. But Zhou Tian couldn't care less about any of that. No matter how formidable the Manhwa family's power, it meant nothing to Zhou Tian. Since Liu Yanyan had spoken up, Zhou Tian naturally wouldn't refuse. In that case, come with me to take down this Manhwa. Zhou Tian spoke, taking Liu Yanyan's hand directly. Her hand felt soft and supple, showing none of the stiffness one might expect from a zombie. This formed a stark contrast to Zhou Tian. Though Zhou Tian possessed formidable strength, his body remained rigid and stiff, as if he were truly dead. At present, Zhou Tian had no solution. He could only hope that as his power grew in the future, he might escape this predicament. Zhou Tian's gaze focused on the boys' dormitory. Drawing upon the memories stored in his mind, Zhou Tian knew exactly where Manhwa was located. Moreover, the other party was currently in a favorable situation, having luckily become a blood marker. Grasping Liu Yanyan's hand, Zhou Tian instantly vanished from his original spot. The next moment, they materialized directly before the entrance of the boys' dormitory. A large number of demons had gathered in front of the dormitory, yet they couldn't get any closer. For at the entrance of the dormitory, a massive wall had materialized out of nowhere. This wall was formed entirely from flesh and blood, appearing utterly putrid, yet it effectively blocked the demons' invasion. Moreover, most of these demons possessed limited intelligence, unaware of alternative entry points. Gazing at this flesh wall, a memory buried deep within his mind surfaced instantly. This flesh wall was a barrier created by a blood marker burning away their life force. It proved exceptionally effective at repelling demonic attacks, and it was precisely this barrier that had allowed the entire male dormitory to survive. Yet Zhou Tian seemed utterly unconcerned, delivering a direct kick to the flesh wall. In an instant, the flesh wall, having reached its limit of endurance, exploded instantly. Filthy, viscous blood splattered everywhere, yet not a single drop landed on Zhou Tian. Go! Manhwa is on the third floor, room 303. Zhou Tian said to Liu Yanyan. Liu Yanyan said nothing, simply heading straight for the men's dormitory. Zhou Tian remained where he stood. The surrounding demons, seeing the flesh wall vanish, immediately charged inside like mad. Yet not a single demonic creature made a move to attack Zhou Tian. Though Zhou Tian possessed the consciousness of a living being, he was not truly alive in the conventional sense. Nor was he a demonic creature. Instead, he existed in a liminal space between the two. Moreover, the aura emanating from Zhou Tian instinctively instilled fear in these demons. You wretched spirits, become a part of me. Zhou Tian declared, immediately channeling his power. All the demons seemed to freeze in place, their movements becoming excruciatingly slow. Their entire bodies shrank continuously, as crimson lines emerged from their forms, all converging toward Zhou Tian. Wail! Countless demons let out agonized wails. Then, as if drained of every last drop of blood, they collapsed to the ground as desiccated corpses. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 demons gathered around the male dormitory had all turned into desiccated corpses, utterly devoid of life. At that moment, Zhou Tian's eyes grew even more blood red. They seemed so thick with blood they might drip at any moment. This was the new ability Zhou Tian had gained after advancing to the second tier. Blood extraction. It allowed him to absorb the blood of those around him on a large scale, transforming it into his own life force. What a twisted ability. Zhou Tian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He felt like he was truly a vampire now. Not only was he unbeatable in one-on-one combat, but he also possessed an intimidating aura. If that were all, it might be tolerable, but Zhou Tian could also drain blood to restore his own life. And on a large scale, at that. But beyond all that, Zhou Tian could actually evolve through killing. How are others supposed to play like this? Can't fight back, can't hold out, and can't even level up as fast as them. All the fallen demons now coalesced once more into swirling masses of experience points, converging toward Zhou Tian. Every ounce of their worth now belonged to Zhou Tian. I reckon hunting down a few more tens of thousands of demons should get me to the fourth tier. Zhou Tian gazed into the distant darkness, unable to suppress a muttered thought. In the boys' dormitory. With no demonic threats to their lives, the entire dormitory felt remarkably harmonious, free from major disturbances. At that moment, in room 303 of the dorm, a boy with green-dyed hair gazed out at the night sky and couldn't resist lighting a cigarette. Just then, a boy suddenly burst into the dorm room. His expression was frantic as he rushed straight to the green-haired boy. Brother Hua, it's bad. Somehow, the meat wall blocking the dorm entrance just exploded. The boy exclaimed frantically. Hearing this, Hua's expression darkened. What happened? It was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Why did it suddenly explode? Hua exclaimed in surprise. Looks like someone blew it up. And all the demons around our dorm are dead, no clue who did it. The boy continued. Upon hearing this, the tension vanished from Hua's face, replaced by keen interest. Oh, looks like a powerful blood user has appeared. Perfect. They can be this young master's bodyguard. Go out and find this person. If they agree to be this young master's bodyguard, they'll get 100 million yuan a month. Manhwa declared. Whoa! Hearing Manhwa's arrogantly boastful tone, everyone was taken aback. Yet not a single soul dared to question him. Because everyone knew Manhwa truly had the means to back it up. He usually lived in a villa outside campus and rarely returned to the dormitory. Today was just his unlucky day. He finally decided to stay in the dorm for one night, only to run into this mess. Brother Hua, I'll go find him for you right now. Don't leave me behind when you escape. And me too, Brother Hua. I'll help you find him. His roommates immediately scrambled to help Zhou Tian search for the guy. These weren't peaceful times. Being a lackey wasn't shameful. If they could make a good impression on Manhwa, with his father's influence, he could easily ensure their survival. Don't worry. My dad is the military district commander, and the men he sent will be here soon. When we establish the refuge, you'll definitely have a VIP spot reserved. Manhwa declared with utter arrogance. But just as he was feeling triumphant, the door burst open. Instantly, displeasure flashed across Manhwa's face. Who the hell dares kick down my dorm door? Manhwa whipped his head toward the doorway. But after just one glance, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 12, Ghostly Shadow. Manhwa. Reinforcements have arrived. For standing before Manhwa now was a woman clad in an eerie wedding gown. This woman carried no trace of a living soul, radiating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. You. Manhwa's eyes widened in utter shock. He never expected this woman to appear before him. The one who had arrived was none other than Liu Yanyan. The moment she appeared, Liu Yanyan showed no mercy whatsoever. The temperature within the dormitory skyrocketed in an instant, reaching scorching levels exceeding 100 degrees Celsius in the blink of an eye. Ripples rippled through the air. Ordinary people, except for Manhwa, couldn't withstand it and instantly turned into desiccated corpses. Such was the frailty of ordinary humans. Before such terrifying demonic forces, they possessed not even the capacity to resist. Much less against a terrifying entity as powerful as Liu Yanyan. If she so desired, she could obliterate an entire city in the blink of an eye. How are you here? You're supposed to be dead. Manhwa frowned deeply. Without hesitation, he activated his blood true form. A black crescent moon pattern suddenly appeared on his forehead. Unlike ordinary blood users, Manhwa's blood belonged neither to demon nor to human. Instead, his entire being began to fade into nothingness, as if he were transforming into a mere shadow. Why? Why did you let Wang Dalong and the others bully me? A cold glint flashed in Liu Yanyan's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Manhwa. Yet upon hearing her words, the terror that had gripped Manhwa vanished instantly, replaced by utter contempt. Ha 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 ha. We just don't like you. Got a problem with that? We were going to let Wang Dalong have some fun with you, but that useless piece of trash couldn't even handle a girl like you. Since that's the case, I'll just have Gu Qingru find someone to isolate you. Manhwa declared with a loud laugh. Then, his gaze turned ruthless. A wave of black energy erupted from his hands, surging toward the corpses surrounding him. The dark mist merged directly into the desiccated corpses. Then, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The desiccated corpses, which had lost all moisture, now stood up eerily under the influence of the black mist. They now resembled demons, devoid of any rationality, driven solely by a thick, murderous intent. Kill him. Manhwa commanded instantly. This was his blood mark ability, the power to control corpses as his puppets. While not the most powerful combat ability, its practicality was unmatched. Upon hearing Manhwa's command, the puppets formed from the desiccated corpses charged toward Liu Yanyan without hesitation. They lunged forward, claws extended, resembling terrifying zombies, their eyes filled with nothing but the purest intent to kill. Kill Liu Yanyan and fulfill Manhwa's command. Yet Liu Yanyan seemed utterly oblivious to these puppets. With a mere flick of her wrist, the puppets' bodies instantly began to disintegrate. Under such extreme heat, even the most formidable creatures found it difficult to withstand. Liu Yanyan's attack proved devastatingly effective. In the blink of an eye, the puppets' bodies began to dissolve. Finally, they were reduced to ashes, vanishing from this world. You've got some skill. Looks like even in death, you've become just like those monsters. Seeing Liu Yanyan effortlessly dispose of his puppets, Manhwa was somewhat surprised. But he didn't panic. Then let's try this move. With those words spoken, Manhwa's entire form seemed to dissolve into a massive shadow. This shadowy form was eerie and grotesque. Manhwa's ultimate trump card. It ignored all physical damage. Moreover, it could directly invade the target's consciousness. If Manhwa could infiltrate Liu Yanyan's mind, her very life and death would be utterly in his hands. Liu Yanyan wanted to attack Manhwa, but now that he was in his shadow form, he could completely ignore her. Though my invincibility lasts only a dozen seconds at most, it's still more than enough to deal with you. Even if you're faking death, you're still just a woman. Women should stay obediently kneeling at a man's feet. Manhwa said coldly. In the next instant, she had already materialized before Liu Yanyan. Moronghua was intensely excited. If he could successfully invade Liu Yanyan's consciousness, he would gain an incredibly powerful puppet. Then, he could walk all over Jiangshi city, even the entire dragon nation, with utter arrogance. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. But the instant Moronghua made contact with Liu Yanyan, he froze in shock. Because as he invaded Liu Yanyan, Moronghua felt himself being counter-invaded by a strange force. Instantly, a sinister figure materialized before his eyes. The figure's features were indistinct, yet its frame was towering, radiating a terrifying aura. It felt as though he were a demon risen from hell. And now, this being seemed to have noticed Moronghua. The next instant, Moronghua felt a soul-shredding agony. Ah! Moronghua immediately withdrew from Liu Yanyan's body, his eyes filled with utter shock. What the hell are you? You even have some kind of protective measure for your consciousness. Moronghua exclaimed in horror. In the mere instant he attempted to invade Liu Yanyan, Moronghua nearly died instantly. Had he been even a fraction slower, that force might have obliterated him completely. Liu Yanyan remained expressionless as she launched another lethal strike at Moronghua. The force protecting Liu Yanyan's consciousness was, of course, Zhou Tian's doing. At her core, Liu Yanyan was also one of Zhou Tian's corpse slaves. For Moronghua to attempt to invade Liu Yanyan's consciousness was tantamount to challenging Zhou Tian for control. And how could Zhou Tian possibly let him succeed so easily? In truth, even without Zhou Tian's protection, Moronghua's attempt to invade Liu Yanyan's mind was nothing but a pipe dream. The current Liu Yanyan, though not yet fully reaching the peak of her previous life, her terrifying power was far beyond anything Moronghua could match. Feeling the mortal threat emanating from Liu Yanyan, Moronghua dared not take this lightly for even a moment. Having taken Zhou Tian's attack, Moronghua's invincibility period, which normally lasted over 10 seconds, now barely held for another second or two. No! I must get out of here. Otherwise, I'll die sooner or later. Moronghua shot Liu Yanyan a vicious glare before leaping through the broken balcony window without hesitation. The demonic forces outside had been dealt with by Zhou Tian, providing Moronghua with the perfect opportunity to escape. With Moronghua's abilities, if he could survive this ordeal, his future prospects would be limitless. Moronghua moved with ghostly speed, vanishing like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the dormitory. Outside, everything was bathed in a crimson glow. Moronghua scanned ahead and suddenly spotted a group of people approaching. Upon recognizing them, Moronghua's heart surged with joy. For the arrivals were all military personnel. Chapter 13, Want to kill Liu Yanyan? Get past me first. Countless soldiers clad in camouflage surrounded the area. Before this, Zhou Tian had eliminated all the demonic creatures near the boys' dormitory. Demons constantly resurrected. Within mere minutes, over 1,000 demons had reappeared. Fortunately, most of the demons were only F-class. The soldiers could handle these with their firearms. Even slightly stronger demons were no cause for alarm, as the blood markers could handle them with ease. Moreover, every soldier's arm patch bore the emblem of a majestic eagle, seemingly the symbol of some organization. Hurry and save me. My father is Morong Chung-shan. I'm Moronghua. Upon seeing these soldiers, Moronghua instantly felt a sense of security, as if she had found family. In an instant, all the soldiers' gazes converged on Moronghua. At that moment, Moronghua looked exceptionally eerie, like a deep, ghostly shadow, emanating an uncanny black aura. It was as if he himself had become a demonic entity. The soldiers swiftly turned their guns toward Moronghua, fearing he might commit some horrific act. But the officer in charge immediately wore an expression of excitement. For he commanded the elite squad under Morong Qingshan, the Fierce Hawks. Before the catastrophe struck, the Fierce Falcon squad was a force feared across the entire world. Every member of the squad could be called a killing machine in human form. You are Moronghua? I am Captain Black Eagle, sent by your father to escort you away. Wonderful. But there's a demon chasing me, help me deal with it. Moronghua exclaimed excitedly. Hearing Moronghua's command, Black Eagle nodded without refusal. Seeing this, Moronghua's face lit up with joy. He swiftly took cover behind the group of soldiers. Now he felt completely confident. No matter how terrifying Liu Yanyan might be, facing his father's elite squad, she had only one outcome: death. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yanyan reappeared in that very spot. Her objective was clear: to eliminate Moronghua, the mastermind behind it all. Everything she had endured in the past would now be repaid tenfold. Halt! Are you human or demon? The officer barked the warning the moment he saw Liu Yanyan appear. Liu Yanyan's demeanor was eerily unsettling. She didn't quite resemble a blood marker, yet she wasn't quite a demonic entity either. But one thing he could confirm: Liu Yanyan's power was absolutely terrifying. He even had the distinct feeling that all of them combined wouldn't stand a chance against her alone. Hearing the officer's words, Liu Yanyan halted in her tracks. Her hollow, lifeless eyes instantly locked onto the officer. In that instant, the officer felt as if he'd been locked in a gaze with a vengeful specter. The hairs on his body stood on end involuntarily, and cold sweat broke out in waves down his back. I'm only here for him. Get out of my way. Liu Yanyan spoke slowly. No. Black Eagle declared firmly. You may have a grudge against him, but with disaster upon us, can't you set aside your hatred for now? Young lady, he is still Morong Qingshan's son. You may have some strength, but don't do anything rash. He Ying's tone was unwavering as he spoke again. Though he too disliked Manhwa intensely, knowing full well that Manhwa had done something to wrong Liu Yanyan. He couldn't stand by and watch Manhwa be killed by Liu Yanyan. If Manhwa's father discovered this officer had stood by and done nothing, death would be his only fate. After all, these were no peaceful times. Killing a man was no different from killing a wild pheasant. As Liu Yanyan listened to the officer's words, her gaze grew even colder. So the lives of the rich and powerful matter, but mine doesn't? They ganged up to humiliate me, then drove me to the brink of death. Is all of this somehow my fault? The chill in Liu Yanyan's aura deepened. No, I know now. It's not my fault, it's this world's fault. With those words, the aura emanating from Liu Yanyan erupted completely. Fire. Witnessing this, the officer hesitated no longer and immediately gave the order. Countless bullets poured toward Liu Yanyan like a torrent. Even the blood nearby were itching to act. The slightest sign of trouble, and they would strike without hesitation. At that moment, Manhwa wore an expression of utter calmness. You really think coming back from the dead will get you anywhere with me? You know why I let them bully you? I'll tell you straight, it's because you always act so high and mighty. What woman can refuse me when I want to play with her? You're the only one who dared to reject me. You deserve to die. Manhwa spat venomously. As Manhwa finished speaking, all the soldiers ceased firing. Everything seemed to fall into a sudden stillness. The smoke cleared, and every pair of eyes fixed on Liu Yanyan's position, not daring to blink. But then, everyone gasped in shock. For at that moment, Liu Yanyan stood unscathed. As if the barrage of attacks had been nothing more than child's play. I see. I understand now. A glimmer of clarity flickered in Liu Yanyan's previously lifeless eyes. But Liu Yanyan made no move whatsoever, as if she had completely turned into a lifeless corpse at that very moment. Oh no! Ah! But at that very moment, the person who had attacked Liu Yanyan moments before suddenly burst into flames. The flames seemed to erupt from within their bodies, relentlessly scorching their internal organs. In the blink of an eye, countless people perished. This is bad. Move fast. Kill him. Manhwa felt a chill run down his spine at the sight and immediately shouted to those around him. Seeing Liu Yanyan move, the dozen or so blood markers nearby hesitated, no longer in charge toward her. Though few in number, every single one of these blood markers had reached the second tier. They were now ants of a slightly larger caliber. But just as they were about to reach Liu Yanyan, a voice chilling to the bone, carrying boundless authority, reached their ears. Let's see who dares to move. In an instant, figures materialized before Liu Yanyan. At the forefront stood Zhou Tian. He looked at them with utter contempt, as if they were utterly insignificant. This was genuine contempt. No matter how powerful these blood might be, they were nothing but ants in the end. Beside Zhou Tian stood the Warring States Corpse King in Xiaoyi. Facing the encircling attack of the blood markers, Zhou Tian and his companions fully revealed their auras, holding nothing back. Witnessing this scene, the entire group of blood markers, including Manhwa, froze in utter shock. For standing before them seemed not to be humans, but rather, one after another, terrifyingly powerful demon gods. Chapter 14, The Indifferent Helper. Kill Manhwa. At the sight of Zhou Tian's appearance, panic spread across every face. Even a single glance seemed to draw forth an abyssal aura from Zhou Tian. Ordinary demons? They could handle them with ease. Even slightly more powerful fiends, they could barely manage. But now, facing Zhou Tian, they couldn't help but feel a deep dread. They even felt an illusion of wanting to submit. If Zhou Tian were a demonic being, he would undoubtedly be S-class. No, S-rank couldn't begin to describe Zhou Tian's terror. SS-class. Or even an SSS-class demonic being. Zhou Tian obtained Zhang Chen's power through Liu Yanyan. He doesn't belong to the demons, nor does he belong to the blood markers. He is a being that stands entirely above both, a far more formidable existence. Forget these dozen or so blood markers. Even if the entire dragon nation, or indeed the entire world, were to muster all their strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill Zhou Tian. Moreover, Zhou Tian is accompanied by equally formidable beings like Liu Yanyan and the Warring States Corpse King. The only one who could possibly stand against Zhou Tian was likely the Empress, who had simultaneously awakened 18 blood marks. But the Empress has yet to emerge into the world, and her growth rate already lags behind Zhou Tian's. Who are you, sir? Do you intend to shield this demonic fiend? Do you wish to oppose our military? My name is Black Eagle. I am the captain of this squad. I hope you will show us some courtesy. Black Eagle stared intently at Zhou Tian as he spoke. He too was well aware of Zhou Tian's formidable power. In fact, their combined strength was utterly insufficient to confront him. Forget Zhou Tian, even a single Liu Yanyan could wipe them out dozens, even hundreds of times over. While Black Eagle appeared to be negotiating with Zhou Tian, he had secretly dispatched someone to contact headquarters. A soldier nearby discreetly contacted headquarters. Soon, they received an exciting piece of news. Another blood marker squad was heading toward Jiangshi University of Science and Technology. And this was an exceptionally powerful blood marker squad, numbering over 100 individuals. Perfect. With this squad's support, we'll definitely take care of these monsters. Black Eagle couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. Zhou Tian looked at this Black Eagle, his face growing unmistakably cold. Though this squad also wore camouflage uniforms, they were different from Chen Shan's squad Zhou Tian had encountered before. They were likely a motley crew hastily assembled from elsewhere. But no matter what faction they belonged to, Zhou Tian couldn't care less. You have 3 seconds to decide. Either die here together, or go back where you came from. Zhou Tian said contemptuously. You've gone too far. Black Eagle erupted in fury. In all his years on the battlefield, he'd never encountered such brazen arrogance. Wherever he went before, hadn't everyone treated him with utmost respect? So you want to die? I'll grant your wish. Corpse King, attack. Zhou Tian immediately commanded the Warring States Corpse King. The Warring States Corpse King was an S-ranked demonic being. His power was extraordinary. This ragtag squad of blood users stood no chance against him. Before Zhou Tian, the Warring States Corpse King was but a minor figure. Yet across the entire Dragon Nation, he remained the most terrifying demonic entity capable of obliterating countless cities. Attack! Facing the Warring States Corpse King, no one dared to underestimate him. If they couldn't even eliminate Zhou Tian's entourage, it would be utterly humiliating. They might as well commit suicide outright. But at that very moment, a sudden clamor erupted outside the school. Countless demons were swept away in an instant, and a group of soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms instantly appeared before Zhou Tian. Upon seeing them, Zhou Tian felt an instant sense of familiarity, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. He recognized them. It was Zhao Shan's squad he had encountered before. Similarly, Black Eagle, standing beside him, also showed a look of delight upon seeing them. Turning back to Zhou Tian, he no longer felt quite so afraid. You think you're so tough? I've got over 100 blood markers under my command now. I'll be damned if I can't take you down. Black Eagle even began fantasizing about humiliating Zhou Tian later. Black Eagle, are these guys our backup? Manhwa beside him couldn't help but ask. The aura emanating from these newcomers was utterly terrifying. Every single one was a blood. And many had already reached the second tier. Such terrifying beings would be among the most formidable in all of Dragon Nation. Black Eagle nodded. Though he was annoyed by Manhwa's tone, it wasn't the time to make a scene. Upon hearing this, Manhwa's face lit up with delight. He strode directly before the crowd, gazing haughtily at Zhou Tian and the others. Our reinforcements have arrived. Now you won't be able to escape even if you grew wings. Liu Yanyan, you should regret not killing me sooner. But it doesn't matter this time, I'll make sure your soul is utterly obliterated. Manhwa declared arrogantly. In an instant, Zhou Tian furrowed his brow. What kind of creature is this? Is he Manhwa? Zhou Tian asked Liu Yanyan beside him. Liu Yanyan stiffly nodded. Seeing this, Zhou Tian understood everything. He didn't want to waste any more words on this clown. He reached out and grabbed Manhwa by the throat. In an instant, Manhwa felt an overwhelming threat of death. No! Without hesitation, Manhwa activated his blood true body. The moment the blood true body activated, Manhwa's body completely transformed into a shadowy figure, rendering him impervious to all physical damage. Yet something bizarre happened next. Despite being immune to all physical damage, Manhwa now found himself utterly unable to withstand Zhou Tian's assault. He felt as though someone had seized his throat with brutal force, the sensation of death enveloping him completely. How is this possible? I'm supposed to be invincible. Manhwa stared at Zhou Tian in utter disbelief. Die. Zhou Tian channeled his power, preparing to annihilate Manhwa outright. No, you can't kill me. My father is Chung. Black Eagle, save me. Manhwa cried out in desperation. But it was all too late. Waves of crimson energy completely overwhelmed Manhwa. In an instant, Manhwa lost consciousness completely and vanished from this world. Your father's name is Chung? What a fine son you are. I'll kill your father too when I get the chance. Zhou Tian remarked casually. Killing Manhwa was as easy for Zhou Tian as crushing an ant. It required no effort at all. You actually killed Manhwa. You've got some nerve. At that moment, Black Eagle completely broke down. Now that Manhwa was dead, he too bore responsibility. If Chung found out, he would be as good as dead. Shut up. Corpse King, kill these men. Zhou Tian issued the command to the Warring States Corpse King. Battle was about to erupt. These blood markers were no match for the Warring States Corpse King, getting completely overwhelmed. Black Eagle immediately frowned, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching blood squad as he urgently exclaimed. "What are you doing? Hurry and help us deal with this demonic creature." Black Eagle barked angrily. But the officer in charge shook his head. "Sorry, if we'd known you were after Zhou Tian, we wouldn't have come," Chen Shan said with a hint of resignation. Facing Zhou Tian now, he naturally wouldn't aid Black Eagle. He knew full well that even with all his men combined, they were no match for Zhou Tian alone. Chapter 15, The Eerie Temple, The Enchanting Flower. What? Black Eagle's face instantly twisted with shock upon hearing Chen Shan's words. You have over 100 blood users. How could you possibly fail to handle them? Let me be blunt, this man killed Morong Qing Shan's son. If you don't help, you'll definitely regret it. Black Eagle continued his threats. He knew full well that his only hope for survival now lay with Chen Shan and the other blood markers. If even they refused to help, Black Eagle would truly have nowhere left to turn. But Chen Shan's face betrayed a look of helplessness. Save you? How could we possibly save you? Even if 100 of us attacked together, we wouldn't stand a chance against Zhou Tian's single finger. Times have changed. Even as Morong Qing Shan's elite squad, you're nothing but ants before Zhou Tian. Chen Shan said coldly. He saw the situation clearly. As a fellow blood, he understood the gulf in power between himself and Zhou Tian all too well. Chen Shan could handle minor karami demons, but against a powerhouse like the Warring States Corpse King, he'd be doomed. Yet when Zhou Tian confronted the Warring States Corpse King, he defeated it effortlessly in the blink of an eye. He even possessed some special method that could directly enslave fiends. Such an existence must be among the most formidable and terrifying individuals in all of Dragon Nation. Impossible. How could one person be this strong? Black Eagle exclaimed in disbelief. But the next moment, the Warring States Corpse King materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. A battered yet all-cutting sword instantly pierced Black Eagle's body. Damn it! Black Eagle let out a final agonized howl, dying here filled with bitter resentment. With Black Eagle's demise, the entire blood squad was wiped out. Watching this unfold, Zhou Tian's heart remained as still as water, as if witnessing the most ordinary of events. At their core, there was no personal grudge between them. It all boiled down to differing perspectives on their interests. They sought to protect Manhwa, while Zhou Tian was bound to avenge Liu Yanyan. Thus, it was either Zhou Tian's death or theirs. In this era of survival of the fittest, only the truly strong had a chance to survive. Everything returned to utter stillness in that moment. Mr. Zhou Tian, these are forces from the capital. I deeply apologize for this incident. At the same time, I am also grateful that you helped us eliminate the evil forces here. Chen Shan hurried over to Zhou Tian and spoke respectfully. Zhou Tian gave a casual nod, saying nothing more. This school's location is truly ideal. It would be perfect for establishing a sanctuary. Zhou Tian remarked casually. As the squad leader, Chen Shan was no fool. He instantly grasped the implication behind Zhou Tian's words. Mr. Zhou Tian, leave this minor matter to us. We guarantee that within a month at most, this place will be transformed into a shelter. And naturally, Mr. Zhou Tian, you will be the owner of this shelter. Chen Shan promptly added. Seeing how readily Chen Shan grasped the situation, Zhou Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Do a good job, kid. I'll hook you up with a few more sisters-in-law down the road. Zhou Tian patted Chen Shan on the shoulder and said meaningfully. Chen Shan dared not say another word, nodding respectfully. Mr. Zhou Tian, most of the demons in the school have been cleared out now. Even that B-ranked demon has fled the premises. Why don't we take a short break first? Once Captain Li wraps up his business tonight, we can throw a celebratory banquet? Chen Shan suggested with a smile. Zhou Tian remained silent, gazing instead toward the distant horizon. Unnoticed, dawn was already breaking. Due to the blood moon's descent, the night had stretched out immensely. By the end, daylight had been reduced to mere hours. As he sensed the approaching light, Zhou Tian was suddenly overcome by an intense feeling of disgust. It was as if the world of daylight did not belong to Zhou Tian. Legend says zombies fear the sun, and Jiang Chen, as the progenitor of blood-sucking zombies, fears it even more. While daylight doesn't frighten me, I still instinctively loathe it. Zhou Tian thought to himself. With that thought, Zhou Tian turned his gaze back to Chen Shan. All right. Zhou Tian nodded in agreement. It wasn't just his personal aversion to daylight. All demons and evil spirits would conceal themselves after dawn. Only at night did they become active. But that didn't mean demons couldn't be encountered during the day. Upon hearing Zhou Tian's words, Chen Shan instantly rejoiced. He then led his soldiers to rally the survivors. As a demonic entity, the Warring States Corpse King preferred to avoid appearing during daylight hours. It was then that Zhou Tian discovered the Warring States Corpse King's hidden trick. He could actually summon a massive coffin and lie down inside it. The coffin was carved with all manner of eerie patterns, crowned atop by a 5-clawed golden dragon, its entire body of fiery crimson. As for Xiaoyi, she too sought a place to rest. Though she had become a blood-marked one, the night's battle had left her utterly exhausted and covered in grime. Brother, let's go rest. I'm filthy. Xiao said with a hint of grievance. Go ahead on your own. I've got other matters to attend to. Zhou Tian replied casually. Ha? Alright then. Xiao said with a hint of resignation. After that, Zhou Tian paid no further attention to Xiao. He simply took Liu Yanyan's hand and left the place in an instant. His destination was a nearby temple. Based on his memories from his previous life, a miraculous tree would sprout within this temple, and that was precisely Zhou Tian's objective. Upon reaching the temple gates, Zhou Tian detected no presence of demonic entities. Dawn was breaking, and most demons had already gone into hiding. However, a few aberrations might still be active. Zhou Tian looked up at the plaque and immediately saw the characters for Qinglong Temple. Qinglong Temple was the largest temple in Jiangshi city, said to have been established over 1,000 years ago. Its cultural heritage was exceptionally profound. As Zhou Tian stepped inside the temple, he immediately saw scattered limbs and severed arms littering the ground. There was no trace of a temple's sacred tranquility here now. Instead, it looked exactly like an execution ground. Zhou Tian pulled Liu Yanyan along as they made their way deeper into the temple. Inside, an eerie silence hung heavy, as if every monk had perished. Zhou Tian first checked the nearby rooms. The first room was completely empty. The second room was also empty. The third room. This room was distinctly different. The entire space was meticulously cleaned, and there was no trace of blood anywhere. Zhou Tian's gaze fell upon the bed, where he suddenly noticed something peculiar. Curiosity piqued, he stepped forward. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Tian's face instantly darkened. It was a purple plum tool for women. So this was a nun's room. But I have to say, a nun's life must be pretty tough. Zhou Tian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Liu Yanyan tried to join in the commotion, but Zhou Tian immediately pulled her away. Then, what is that? Liu Yanyan asked. Though Liu Yanyan could now manage simple exchanges, her voice remained hoarse and stiff. Nothing. Probably someone left a toy here. Let's keep moving forward. Zhou Tian gave a dismissive reply before promptly pulling Liu Yanyan out of the room. Oh, Liu Yanyan replied. Guided by the memories in his mind, Zhou Tian continued walking forward until they arrived before the Maitreya Hall of the temple. The Maitreya Hall housed a massive golden Buddha statue. The Buddha, with its large belly and round waist, gazed down at Zhou Tian with an expression that seemed to be smiling yet wasn't. But at this very moment, it radiated no trace of benevolence. Instead, it felt eerily sinister. Before this statue lay countless corpses strewn haphazardly. Most were monks from this temple, while others were the corpses of demons. All these corpses now emitted an eerie black mist, which continuously gathered together. At the very center lay a skeletal corpse clad in a brocade robe. And where its skull should be, a dazzlingly beautiful yet eerie flower had sprouted out of thin air. Chapter 16, The Temple's Hidden Secret. Witnessing this eerie spectacle, Zhou Tian felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. For the eerie flower before him was none other than the blossom of the miracle tree. It was expected to bear fruit within days. But Zhou Tian had no intention of waiting that long. He grabbed the bizarre flower before him and without hesitation popped it into his mouth. With the flower gone, the skeletal remains before him instantly crumbled. In the blink of an eye, they turned to dust and vanished. The instant he swallowed the flower, Zhou Tian felt a colossal surge of energy. This energy was overwhelmingly potent, surging through every organ in his body. Though the miracle flower had yet to bear fruit, its energy remained undiminished. If an ordinary person dared to consume the miracle flower recklessly, there would be only one outcome. If an ordinary person dared to recklessly consume the miracle flower, there would be only one outcome. They would be utterly consumed by the flower's power, transformed into monstrous beings neither human nor ghost. Conversely, once the miracle fruit ripened, its energy would mellow, becoming tolerable even for ordinary people. Yet Zhou Tian's physical form was immortal and indestructible. This energy could not harm him in the slightest. As Zhou Tian continuously refined this energy, he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration coursing through his entire being. Fourth tier. Zhou Tian successfully broke through to the fourth tier. Previously, when Zhou Tian broke through to the second tier, he gained the ability to extract essence from blood. Now, after breaking through to the fourth tier, he had gained an even more terrifying ability. This ability was called Blood Divine Seed. Zhou Tian could now refine the blood within his body into Blood Divine Essence. Each drop of Blood Divine Essence represented one of Zhou Tian's lives. In the late stages, an endless supply of blood god seeds can coalesce into a boundless sea of blood. As long as the blood sea exists, Zhou Tian is truly immortal and indestructible. The fourth tier is nearly my own benchmark. My true combat prowess has already completely surpassed that of 8th tier and even 9th tier blood users. As for demonic beings, unless they are SSS tier, they pose no threat whatsoever. Zhou Tian was acutely aware of his current power. The legendary Jiangshi possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Though Zhou Tian hasn't yet reached the true might of a Jiangshi, he has already begun to show his sharp edge. After Zhou Tian grew stronger, Liu Yanyan beside him seemed to undergo a subtle change. Her brows furrowed slightly, and at that moment, her gaze grew even more piercingly clear. Zhou Tian noticed this scene. He had long observed this pattern. Liu Yanyan had initially harbored only pure hatred, with little self-awareness. But as time passed, Liu Yanyan's consciousness gradually revived. This was also tied to Zhou Tian's own power growth. As Zhou Tian's corpse slaves, they too benefited from his growing power. She seems more and more like a living person, though I wonder if she even has a heartbeat. Zhou Tian mused inwardly. Looking at Liu Yanyan beside him, Zhou Tian wasted no words. He placed his hand directly on her chest to check for a pulse. His palm felt something soft yet also icy cold. Yet Zhou Tian could faintly sense Liu Yanyan's heartbeat. Zombies aren't truly dead. They were beings suspended between life and death. You could say a zombie was dead, or you could say it was still alive. Right now, Zhou Tian and Liu Yanyan were such beings. The heartbeat is slow, but faintly discernible. Zhou Tian thought to himself silently, then released his grip. Liu Yanyan offered no resistance during this time. But Zhou Tian wasn't sure if he was seeing things suddenly. He noticed a faint blush spreading across Liu Yanyan's cheeks. Still blushing? Let me check your pulse again. Zhou Tian's lips curved into a faint smile. He couldn't help but recall the very beginning. Back when he'd secretly kissed Liu Yanyan. Whether it was because Liu Yanyan was too angry or not, she bit him right back. Whether it was a woman's instinct or Liu Yanyan's own consciousness still present. He felt her heartbeat again, and this time, Zhou Tian sensed a much clearer reaction from her. Just like a living woman, her body trembled slightly, and her gaze gradually grew hazy. It's getting late. Since we've obtained the miracle flower, we should leave this place for now. Zhou Tian thought to himself. But just as Zhou Tian was about to leave, a crisp sound suddenly reached his ears. The sound wasn't far from Zhou Tian, it came from the room next door. Zhou Tian instantly furrowed his brow, his body twisting in an instant as he rushed toward the source of the sound. Then, a dark figure appeared before his eyes. It was a young girl who appeared to be only in her teens. She wore a beige dress, her eyes filled with terror. Upon spotting Zhou Tian, she immediately scrambled to flee. If it had been just any young girl, Zhou Tian wouldn't have given it a second thought. But this girl was different. For Zhou Tian could see rows of blood-red tattoos etched onto her skin. These blood-red markings weren't tattooed by an artist, they were genuine blood patterns. Each pattern represented a distinct power. And the quality of the blood patterns on this girl was exceptionally high, at least grade A. And there were an astonishing number of them. A girl who awakened multiple blood patterns simultaneously, could she be the empress from a past life? Zhou Tian immediately considered this possibility. Without further hesitation, he gave chase. Though the girl had awakened multiple blood patterns simultaneously, she clearly couldn't yet master this power. Her escape speed, though faster than an ordinary person's, was still far too slow for Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian did not rush to catch up, instead maintaining his distance to observe. Through his observation, Zhou Tian determined that a total of 11 blood patterns had awakened on this young girl. Moreover, her own strength had reached the terrifying level of a third-tier powerhouse. What did this mean? An ordinary third-tier blood pattern user would already be considered a pillar of strength. But this girl possessed so many more blood patterns, her true combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary 4th-tier, or even 5th-tier blood pattern user. Only 11 blood patterns. It seems she isn't the empress from my previous life. Or perhaps she'll encounter some opportunity to awaken more blood patterns. Zhou Tian murmured to himself. Seeing Zhou Tian relentlessly pursuing her, the young girl grew even more anxious. One of the blood patterns on her body rapidly glowed red. Instantly, a three-legged golden crow formed from flames materialized and charged straight toward Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian frowned and immediately moved to block it. The three-legged golden crow couldn't harm Zhou Tian in the slightest, but that didn't mean its power was insignificant. The true damage it could inflict was comparable to countless missiles exploding simultaneously. This is rather interesting. Zhou Tian found himself growing increasingly intrigued by this little girl. Seeing Zhou Tian unscathed, the terror in her eyes deepened. In her panic, she dashed straight into the temple's basement. Chapter 17, The Terrifying Ghostly Shadow. The instant he opened the basement door, Zhou Tian felt a chill wind sweep past him. As a powerful individual, his instincts warned him something was terribly wrong inside. But the little girl had no other choice but to rush inside. This basement feels peculiar, as if a powerful demonic entity lurks within. Zhou Tian thought to himself. But he wasn't afraid. With his current strength, even if he encountered a monstrous demon of that twisted caliber, he could still escape unscathed. Not to mention, he had Liu Yanyan's assistance by his side. Liu Yanyan followed closely behind Zhou Tian. As Zhou Tian entered the basement, Liu Yanyan followed directly behind him. The basement wasn't particularly spacious. After passing through a short passageway, the space suddenly opened up before Zhou Tian's eyes. Contrary to his expectations, there was no terrifying atmosphere. Aside from being damp and gloomy, he saw no trace of any demons or evil spirits. Ah! A shrill cry suddenly pierced Zhou Tian's ears. Soon, Zhou Tian arrived at the room. The little girl stood directly before him. Her eyes fixed intently on everything before her, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed as though she had witnessed some unspeakable horror. Zhou Tian furrowed his brow and followed the girl's gaze. But when Zhou Tian saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but gasp in horror. For bound to the wall of the room was a massive, terrifying black specter. Its form was indistinct, like a mere specter. A bizarre crimson eyeball hung from its form, now blinking directly at Zhou Tian. And piercing through the entire specter was a long sword, black from top to bottom. No! The sword didn't seem black from the start, it had gradually been corrupted by the specter's invasion. What the hell is this thing? Even after reincarnating, Zhou Tian had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. Yet he grasped one crucial insight: the specter before him seemed sealed in place by this very sword. Once the sword's power was exhausted, that specter would undoubtedly break free and become a catastrophe for the entire world. This threat must be dealt with now, or it will only bring greater trouble later. Zhou Tian thought to himself. Such a terrifying existence was something Zhou Tian had never encountered in his previous life, but that only proved he hadn't lived long enough. Perhaps decades from now, it truly would unleash an apocalyptic catastrophe. Liu Yanyan, move. Kill this ghostly thing. Zhou Tian ordered Liu Yanyan beside him. He didn't rush into action, instead letting Liu Yanyan test the extent of his terror first. If even she couldn't handle it, then he would step in. Liu Yanyan gave a slight nod. In an instant, the temperature in the basement skyrocketed. A terrifying fire serpent lunged toward the ghostly figure, its tongue flickering eerily as if poised to devour the specter whole. But then a shocking scene unfolded. The ghostly figure seemed like a black hole capable of devouring everything. The instant it touched the fire serpent, it actually swallowed the serpent whole. Liu Yanyan's power vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Witnessing this, Liu Yanyan refused to accept defeat. She immediately channeled an even more terrifying force. A terrifying visage erupted from her hands, hurtling straight toward the ghostly shadow. Yet this time, there was no suspense either. The ghostly shadow swallowed Liu Yanyan's power whole once more. The demonic entity sealed here seems capable of devouring everything in existence. And lacking a physical form, it perfectly counters my blood essence extraction ability. In that case, let's attempt to refine it directly. Zhou Tian declared, preparing to take action himself. But at that very moment, the ghostly eye on the specter's forehead seemed to sense something, immediately beginning to spin restlessly. The next instant, a crimson light swept over Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian suddenly felt his consciousness being invaded. It felt as though the ghostly eye could directly rewrite his thoughts. Zhou Tian dared not take it lightly, immediately countering the attack. But it seemed the ghostly eye knew it couldn't affect Zhou Tian. Instead, it turned its attention to the little girl beside him. The crimson light swept over the little girl's body. In an instant, terror spread across her face. Though she had awakened formidable power, her young spirit remained too fragile. Faced with such a terrifying scene, fear arose instinctively. Seeing this, Zhou Tian hesitated no longer, grabbing the dark shadow by the throat. The instant their skin touched, Zhou Tian felt an immense gravitational pull. It felt as though his very soul was being devoured by the specter. Refine it. Without a trace of fear, Zhou Tian channeled every ounce of power within him to suppress the specter. Under Zhou Tian's suppression, the specter's form grew restless, frantically struggling to break free. Yet all this was futile. His very form was already suppressed by the long sword, leaving him utterly powerless to resist Zhou Tian at this moment. The once black specter was now being gradually refined by Zhou Tian into a blood-red hue. This was also an experiment for Zhou Tian. He could turn ordinary people into zombies, but he had never tried it on a demonic entity before. In Zhou Tian's eyes, demons were merely experience points to be consumed, there was no need to refine them. But clearly, Zhou Tian's experiment had succeeded. Barring any mishaps, this eerie specter would soon become his servant. Time ticked by second. At this moment, it felt both excruciatingly slow and as though a single second stretched into an eternity. The ghostly figure was now mostly an eerie crimson. Even the long sword it held had shed its black hue, gradually turning a blood-red color. It's almost done. Zhou Tian thought to himself. But just as Zhou Tian believed success was inevitable, another unexpected twist occurred. The ghostly figure suddenly revealed a hideously grotesque face, as if it intended to devour Zhou Tian whole. Its crimson ghostly eyes darted restlessly, and a red light once again locked onto Zhou Tian. What are you staring at? Try staring one more time. Zhou Tian snapped angrily. But the ghostly eyes didn't stop, continuing to stare straight at Zhou Tian. Fine, you asked for it. Zhou Tian declared, his hand reaching out to gouge at the ghostly eye. Rip! Zhou Tian felt a viscous sensation, then the ghostly eye was actually torn right out by Zhou Tian. Ah! The ghostly figure let out a pained whimper. Without hesitation, Zhou Tian promptly tossed the ghostly eye into his mouth. Crunch crunch! Zhou Tian chewed it twice, then swallowed it with great satisfaction. The ghost eye tasted quite peculiar, like eating jelly. Witnessing this scene, even the ghostly shadow's head grew panicked. He cared little for consequences now, his head severing from his body in an attempt to flee. Think you can run? Think again. Zhou Tian immediately tried to seize control of the ghost's head. But at that very moment, the entire basement began to collapse, as if it had lost all its structural support. The ghostly shadow, being insubstantial, could easily ignore the debris and soared straight toward the surface. Zhou Tian glanced at the little girl beside him. After weighing his options, Zhou Tian decided to abandon the pursuit of the ghostly head and instead lead the little girl to safety. Though she had become a blood-marked, being buried underground would surely mean certain death for her. Zhou Tian pulled the girl to her feet and led Liu Yanyan out of the basement. Accompanying Zhou Tian out were the ghostly shadow's body and the long sword he had corroded. Terrifying Ghost Shadow. Possesses the ability to fuse any body. Crimson Ghost Eyes. Unlock the Ghost Realm. Ignore all illusions and invade human consciousness. Evil Sword Yuan 2. The stronger the killing intent, the more powerful its effects. A stream of information flooded Zhou Tian's mind at that moment. Chapter 18, The Ghostly Head's Final Move. At this moment, Zhou Tian had fully mastered these three artifacts. The crimson demon eye was swallowed by Zhou Tian, then astonishingly transformed into a part of him. A faint, throbbing heat began to emanate from his forehead. And then an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The once terrifying crimson ghost eye had now become an extension of Zhou Tian himself. It wasn't merely parasitizing him, Zhou Tian had fully mastered its power. Then came the terrifying ghostly shadow. Having no physical form and deprived of consciousness after the ghostly head departed. Thus, it now appeared instinctively beneath Zhou Tian. Gradually, it began to cover Zhou Tian's original shadow, slowly becoming an extension of Zhou Tian himself. Gazing at his own terrifying, shapeless shadow, Zhou Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He had only intended to refine the ghostly shadow into his own zombie, but never anticipated such a transformation. But from the looks of it, this didn't seem like a bad thing. Moreover, after acquiring the ghostly shadow and the ghostly eye, Zhou Tian was astonished to discover that his physical body had actually become more agile. It no longer felt as rigid as before. This ghostly shadow is truly formidable at the very least, an SS-grade demonic entity. Zhou Tian thought to himself. His gaze then shifted to the long sword before him. The demon sword you too. Its blade was razor-sharp, radiating an eerie crimson glow, as if it were blood that would never dry. This sword possessed boundless killing intent. It was precisely this intense killing intent that could imprison such a terrifying specter. Truly a divine weapon, but one must possess a killing intent even stronger than its own to fully master it. Otherwise, it will inevitably turn against its wielder. Zhou Tian realized this. But this was effortless for Zhou Tian, he could master this demonic sword perfectly. Moreover, in Zhou Tian's hands, this cursed sword would unleash even more terrifying power. Earlier, thank you. Just then, the little girl beside him suddenly spoke. Originally, she had been terrified of Zhou Tian. But after encountering the terrifying ghostly shadow, the moment Zhou Tian chose to save her, the little girl changed her mind. Though young, she could still distinguish right from wrong. Well, I'm leaving now. You should go too. Zhou Tian said casually. This little girl had awakened 11 blood patterns simultaneously. Even if she wasn't destined to become the empress of later generations, given time, she would undoubtedly become a formidable powerhouse. May I ask your name? I apologize for earlier, I mistakenly thought you and her were both zombies. After a moment's hesitation, the little girl spoke again. Jiang Chen. Zhou Tian thought for a moment before answering directly. He did not reveal his true name to the girl. Names weren't important anyway, knowing the code name was sufficient. My name is Bai Tianxin. The little girl said. After saying this, Zhou Tian immediately took Liu Yanyan's hand and walked away. Ghost Shadow Head had departed, but Zhou Tian had no intention of letting him off so easily. Even with only a head remaining, its sheer terror could still unleash catastrophic destruction. After Zhou Tian departed, Bai Tianxin continued to stare blankly ahead. Then, she too began walking aimlessly toward a certain place. As she walked, Bai Tianxin's clothes gradually fell away. Her snow-white skin was covered in intricate blood-red tattoos, appearing eerily alluring and bizarre. Suddenly, Bai Tianxin's form leapt into the air. Her form completely transformed, morphing into a black phoenix. I never expected to encounter such a powerful human. Even the ghost shadow couldn't stand against him. It seems I must strengthen myself as soon as possible. Bai Tianxin murmured to herself. She was not a living being. Or rather, she too was an enigmatic being suspended between life and death. But she was different from Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian leaned more toward humanity, while Bai Tianxin leaned more toward demonic entities. On the other side, that little girl is strange. She hides a far more powerful force within her. Out of the blue, Liu Yanyan spoke up. Zhou Tian nodded. I know. No need to concern ourselves. Zhou Tian didn't take Liu Yanyan's words to heart. With his current abilities, Zhou Tian could easily uncover the secret hidden within the little girl. Yet he chose not to expose it outright. Because doing so would be utterly pointless. Alright, the ghost shadow head is inside that mall up ahead. Zhou Tian stated, gazing at the mall ahead. Having obtained the ghost eyes, Zhou Tian could now activate the ghost realm. The ghost realm spanned dozens of miles. Within its reach, Zhou Tian was truly all-knowing and all-powerful, able to uncover every hidden detail. I'll take care of him. Liu Yanyan was starting to resemble a living person more and more. Having been humiliated by the ghostly figure earlier, she was determined to redeem herself now. Liu Yanyan entered the mall first. The entire mall was eerily quiet at that moment, with splatters of blood still visible on the floor. Yet there were no bodies anywhere. This was highly unusual. The ghostly eye on Zhou Tian's forehead flickered restlessly, scanning the surroundings. Soon, Zhou Tian locked onto his target. Before him stood a giant panda plush toy. Its round, plump appearance gave off an undeniably adorable vibe. But through the doll's exterior, Zhou Tian saw the ghostly shadow lurking within. That's the one. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Tian swung his sword to strike. Beside him, Liu Yanyan hesitated not a moment either, summoning a torrent of molten lava and unleashing it upon the panda doll without a second thought. Wail! In an instant, the doll revealed a terrifying, ferocious expression. It lunged directly at the nearest target, Zhou Tian, as if the doll had solidified into a tangible form, transforming into a truly terrifying iron-eating beast. But Zhou Tian paid it no mind. If he could handle it once before, he could handle it a second time now. Go to hell! The Yuan Tu sword, radiating boundless killing intent, seemed capable of severing all things in the world. Without a hint of hesitation, it completely shattered the panda doll. Even the ghostly head itself split cleanly in two. Molten lava engulfed the ghostly head, as if intent on burning it to ashes. Could it be still alive? Zhou Tian stared at the ghostly head before him, his voice tinged with astonishment. Just as Zhou Tian had imagined, even split in two and scorched by the searing lava, the ghostly head showed no signs of dying. Looks like I'll have to refine it by force. Zhou Tian thought to himself. The best way to deal with such an incorporeal demonic entity was to directly refine it into his own corpse slave. The ghostly head tried to flee, but Zhou Tian's overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped it. The specter head began to tremble violently, instinctively trying to flee. But escape was utterly impossible. Wail! The ghostly head emitted another wail. The next moment, to prevent Zhou Tian from refining it, the ghostly head chose to self-destruct. A tremendous force erupted in an instant, yet this power couldn't harm Zhou Tian or Liu Yanyan in the slightest. Instead, Zhou Tian furrowed his brow, instantly sensing something was amiss. For it seemed the ghostly head hadn't intended mutual destruction in the end. Instead, it used its power to draw nearby demons and evil spirits toward him. Zhou Tian could now clearly sense demonic entities from dozens of miles around converging upon his location. They no longer ignored the scorching sun to seize opportunities. Their sole target was Zhou Tian. Chapter 19, Slaughtering 200,000 Demons. Encountering a young woman at the villa. Countless demons converged at that moment, charging toward Zhou Tian in unison. Yet Zhou Tian felt no fear. Such fiends could likely unleash an unprecedented catastrophe across the entire dragon nation. Yet Zhou Tian remained utterly unafraid. Are you confident you can handle this? Zhou Tian turned to ask Liu Yanyan. Liu Yanyan didn't speak, but simply nodded. Seeing this, Zhou Tian immediately broke into a relaxed smile. Well then, let's split up and take care of these demons. Zhou Tian said once more. To be honest, Zhou Tian felt a bit grateful toward Ghost Shadow Leader. Usually, Zhou Tian felt the pace of hunting monsters and leveling up was too slow. But now, Ghost Shadow Head had practically handed him an opportunity, gathering all the demons within dozens of kilometers. This saved Zhou Tian the trouble of traveling to them. Moreover, it was daytime, and the demon's power was weakened, lacking the terror of night. Without hesitation, Zhou Tian and Liu Yanyan each charged off in a different direction, launching into a slaughter. F-ranked demons were utterly insignificant to Zhou Tian. Dispatching them was as effortless as crushing an ant. And now, armed with the Yuan Tu sword, dealing with these demons was incredibly effortless. Only a ranked demons could slow Zhou Tian's pace, forcing him to expend more effort to eliminate them. Jiangshi Military District. Captain Li now felt refreshed and invigorated, as if his entire being had been revitalized. The entire dragon nation was now suffering from calamity, with casualties mounting everywhere. But Jiangshi City stood apart. The city's largest demonic creature gathering site had been cleared by Zhou Tian, eliminating nearly 100,000 of the beasts. How could this not make Captain Li happy? He tidied himself up and prepared to personally visit Jiangshi City University of Science and Technology to meet Zhou Tian. But just as Captain Li was about to depart, another soldier rushed over in a panic. Captain Li, it's bad. A massive demonic creature outbreak has suddenly occurred in the outskirts of Jiangshi City. Preliminary estimates put the number at a staggering 300,000. The soldier's frantic voice reached Captain Li's ears. Upon hearing this, Captain Li froze in place. What the hell? Repeat that. How many demons? Captain Li was utterly dumbfounded, doubting he'd heard correctly. 300,000 demons. Their numbers surpassed the total population of some small towns. And these were terrifying demons. 300,000 enough to destroy an entire city. How could they possibly handle this? Currently, he commanded only a little over 200 blood markers, though he was desperately recruiting newly awakened civilian blood markers. At most, they could barely exceed 300. 300 blood markers? Even slaughtering 30,000 pigs would exhaust them to death. Captain Li, it's 300,000 and that's a conservative estimate. The soldier beside him replied timidly. Hearing this, team leader Li collapsed onto the ground. Captain Li, what should we do? Should we make a desperate last stand? A nearby soldier blurted out. What can we do? Either wait to die or run. With 300,000 demons converging simultaneously, even mobilizing the entire nation's forces wouldn't be enough. And with casualties piling up across the Dragon Nation, there's no way they'd mobilize the entire nation just for Jiangshi City. Captain Li said, his heart as cold as ashes. His hands trembling, he picked up paper and pen nearby and began writing his last will. Father, mother, your son has failed you. I cannot avenge you. Also, mobilize all soldiers and order the entire population of Jiangshi City to evacuate. Every soldier still able to fight must head to the battlefield. Captain Li said in a trembling voice. 300 blood markers, plus tens of thousands of soldiers. These combat forces were no match for hundreds of thousands of demonic forces. Yet as commander-in-chief of Jiangshi City's military district, he could not retreat without a fight. Even if it meant death, they would die at the hands of the demons. Otherwise, setting this precedent would plunge the entire Dragon Nation into utter chaos. Captain Li understood this clearly. Therefore, he dared not flee, nor could he flee. But just then, a soldier's phone beside him suddenly rang. He immediately answered the call and listened to the voice on the other end. Then, the soldier's face lit up with joy. Captain Li, you don't need to write a suicide note. The situation has changed. Mr. Zhou Tian is confronting these demons. And he's completely overwhelming them. The soldier exclaimed excitedly. What? Zhou Tian is facing hundreds of thousands of demons alone? Captain Li asked in astonishment. Then, Captain Li gasped in shock. This was utterly terrifying. One man against hundreds of thousands of demons? Is he even human? Even hundreds of thousands of ants wouldn't be that easy to crush. Damn it all to hell. I was ready to die, and now you tell me it's unnecessary. Captain Li exclaimed angrily, though a smile he couldn't hide played at the corners of his mouth. Regarding Zhou Tian, he had initially only seen him as someone worth recruiting. But now, Captain Li had completely changed his mind. Zhou Tian's power was simply terrifying. He was in a completely different league from ordinary blood markers. If Zhou Tian so desired, he could even rule the entire Dragon Nation outright. On Zhou Tian's side, after 5 hours, Zhou Tian had eliminated over 200,000 demonic creatures. Yet instead of feeling the slightest fatigue, he was now exhilarated by the slaughter. But alas! Even after slaying so many demonic creatures, Zhou Tian still failed to break through to the 5th tier. The energy required was simply too immense. He even sensed that even if he slaughtered another 200,000, breaking through to the 5th tier would remain elusive. These low-level demons have little effect on me now. I must find other ways to enhance my strength. Zhou Tian thought to himself. It was now midday, and the scorching sunlight made Zhou Tian feel extremely uncomfortable. It was like seeing a fly, harmless, yet utterly disgusting. I'll find a place to rest for the day and come out again at night. Zhou Tian thought to himself. Then, Zhou Tian scanned his surroundings. Before he knew it, he had arrived at a villa district. He casually selected a villa and climbed through a window. He made his way to the bedroom but found it empty. Rummaging through the wardrobe, he discovered men's clothing. Seeing that they fit reasonably well, he took them out. He then headed straight to the bathroom, intending to take a shower before changing into them. Even though Zhou Tian was now a zombie, his human habits remained intact. He turned the water to its hottest setting, though he still struggled to feel any sensation. At least it would wash away the filth covering his body. After about 10 minutes, Zhou Tian slowly stepped out. But the moment he stepped out, he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Immediately after, a young woman dressed in an ornate silk gown slowly entered. She carried some daily necessities in her arms and was startled upon seeing Zhou Tian. Then she lowered her gaze slightly, looking toward Zhou Tian's crotch. Ah! The items in her hands scattered across the floor as terror instantly washed over her face. It was as if she had been startled by some terrifying, monstrous creature. Chapter 20, Absorbing the Ultimate in Qi. Who are you? Why are you in my room? The young woman screamed in alarm. At that moment, overcome by intense terror, the deep, voluptuous curves before her began to tremble uncontrollably. She resembled a caged beast on the verge of breaking free. So this is your place? My apologies, I just borrowed your bathroom for a shower. Zhou Tian paused for a moment before speaking directly. Ha? Then why aren't you dressed? Walking around naked in broad daylight. The young woman instinctively covered her eyes. Zhou Tian's physical form had transformed into that of a zombie, but aside from his skin becoming pale and bloodless, along with his stiffness, he was otherwise almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Even his physique, though lacking exaggerated muscle definition, was quite pleasing to the eye overall. Especially the massive bulge beneath his clothes, which drew the young woman's fingers parting slightly as she couldn't help but sneak a peek. Hearing the young woman's words, Zhou Tian couldn't help but feel speechless. He just wanted to take a bath. Did he have to do it fully clothed? But Zhou Tian didn't bother explaining further. Instead, he found himself appraising the young woman's figure. Not yet 30, she lacked the innocent charm of a younger girl, yet radiated a mature, captivating allure. Her voluptuous figure curved all the right places, accentuated by a form-fitting long dress that made her look incredibly alluring. I saw men's clothes in your room earlier. Is that your husband? Zhou Tian asked. That was my husband. Why? The young woman replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Where is your husband now? Zhou Tian pressed further. At this, a hint of sadness flashed across the young woman's face, and she didn't answer Zhou Tian's question. Seeing this expression, Zhou Tian immediately grasped the situation. He guessed it meant he was dead. In this apocalypse, human life was worth less than grass. Even ordinary people faced mortal danger when confronting the most common F-ranked demons. Even those as powerful as blood markers could still die. They just lasted longer than ordinary people. Are you one of those legendary blood markers? The young woman stared at Zhou Tian and suddenly blurted out the question. At that moment, Zhou Tian's hair was silver and his eyes glowed an eerie crimson. Such an existence could only be either a demonic entity or a blood marker. Hearing this, Zhou Tian was somewhat taken aback. It was only the first day of the disaster. Could ordinary people already know about the blood marked? How did you know? Zhou Tian countered. Seeing Zhou Tian didn't refuse, the young woman's face broke into a meaningful smile. I heard it from people in the neighborhood. You probably don't know yet, but a blood marker has appeared in our complex. He can summon water currents to attack and killed quite a few demons yesterday. Now this man is our community's leader. He's taken control of several supermarkets, and from now on, we must line up to receive supplies. The young woman explained. As she spoke, she deliberately moved closer to Zhou Tian. Her intentions were quite obvious. So that's how it is. Zhou Tian nodded. In the eyes of ordinary people, blood markers were like superhumans. They possessed the strength to confront demons head-on. Moreover, situations like the one the young woman described were not uncommon. Generally, after becoming a blood marked, a man's actions were straightforward. Steal money, seize power, take women, become a local tyrant. Since you're a blood marked, what's your ability? I saw that man. The water currents he summoned could shatter a wall outright. The young woman pressed further. You really want to know? Zhou Tian countered. He understood the young woman's thoughts perfectly well. Men develop lustful thoughts upon seeing a beautiful woman, while women, upon seeing a powerful man, similarly develop a desire to seek strength. Now that disaster had struck, all a woman could do was find a strong man to cling to. And clearly, this young woman possessed some charm and would likely find a strong arm to cling to. Yes, little brother, show your sister. Show your sister, and I'll show you something special in return. At that moment, the young woman had approached Zhou Tian. Her face showed no trace of shyness. Instead, she teased Zhou Tian with her fingers, her gaze filled with suggestive intent. My abilities aren't something I can easily demonstrate, but you'll see soon enough. Zhou Tian didn't resist. Instead, he wrapped his arms around the young woman's slender waist. Though she possessed an excellent figure and was quite beautiful, yet she did not leave Zhou Tian utterly spellbound. His action stemmed from a desire to test whether his instincts as a man remained intact after becoming a zombie. Alright then, little brother, you'd better be gentle with big sister. The young woman said, burying herself in Zhou Tian's embrace, her soft, supple body completely ensnaring him. Zhou Tian wasted no time, tearing her long dress to shreds. Her snow-white, delicate body was instantly exposed before Zhou Tian, completely unguarded. Zhou Tian glanced at her, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. So you're still a little innocent. Zhou Tian smiled faintly, his expression laden with meaning as he teased the young woman. Stop it. The young woman buried herself against Zhou Tian, her entire body flushed with a faint blush at that moment. And clearly, this woman was destined to be a husband killer. At 18, she entered a hotel with her first boyfriend. Before he could even enter, he died suddenly. At 22, she married. On their wedding night, her husband died suddenly. At 25, she married for the second time. Once again, before consummation, her husband died from the excitement. Later, the young woman resolved to learn from her mistakes and deliberately married a man who was incapable. But disaster struck again. Her husband was killed by demons while protecting her. At 30, she felt like a ravenous wolf. Now the young widow believed she'd suffocate if she didn't find a man soon. If ordinary men were useless, why not try a blood marker? And so, Zhou Tian and the young widow naturally began to interact. In an instant, Zhou Tian was astonished to discover he was still capable. Not only that, but his performance far surpassed anything he'd experienced before by dozens, even hundreds of times. Time seemed to freeze completely in that moment, moving both excruciatingly slow and yet stretching on for an eternity. The young woman lay limp on the floor, utterly drained of strength, like a dead fish. "I can't take it anymore. I'm dying. Please, let me go," the young woman cried out in utter collapse. At first, she had enjoyed it. But as time dragged on, she couldn't take it anymore. Zhou Tian's strength seemed boundless, utterly unlike anything a living person should possess. Zhou Tian was astonished to discover streams of energy flowing from the young woman's body, converging toward him. This energy wasn't physical strength, yet it could directly merge into Zhou Tian's body. Moreover, after absorbing this energy, his stiff body actually relaxed slightly. This piqued Zhou Tian's interest even more. The young woman sat up, her expression utterly devoid of will to live. She even began to regret having seduced Zhou Tian herself. Chapter 21, The Mafia Syndicate, A Young Wife's Transformation. But now it was all too late. Unable to resist, the young woman could only passively surrender to the moment. Feeling the young woman's tenderness, Zhou Tian's previously pent-up emotions finally found release. Women were like fire extinguishers capable of dousing every flame in a man's heart at critical moments, restoring calm. Jiangshi City University of Science and Technology. Shen Shan took Zhou Tian's words to heart, gathering all survivors in one place. He also had soldiers escort them to gather supplies, aiming to transform the entire university into a shelter as quickly as possible. In this regard, the university held a natural advantage. Not only the dormitories, but even the academic buildings could be converted into individual rooms with minor modifications. It was only 3 in the afternoon, yet the sky had already grown dim. Night would likely fall again soon. When the demons became active again, who knew how many more lives would be lost? Fortunately, Zhou Tian and Liu Yanyan had eliminated hundreds of thousands of demons. This has directly relieved immense pressure on the entire city of Jiangshi. All blood users were eating in the cafeteria, replenishing their strength as much as possible to prepare for the night ahead. Xiaoyi was here too. She had changed into a black spaghetti strap-top and was savoring the rice bowl with toppings on her tray. Yet at this moment, Xiaoyi appeared utterly bored. She felt completely out of place among these people. It's been nearly a day, why hasn't Zhou Tian returned yet? Xiaoyi thought to herself, feeling a bit down. Though she hadn't known Zhou Tian for long, just a few hours apart left Xiaoyi restless and unable to eat or sleep. It was as if only when she was by Zhou Tian's side did she feel secure. It was a very peculiar feeling, and Xiaoyi couldn't explain why. After finishing her meal, Xiaoyi decided to take a walk around to see if Zhou Tian had returned. But just then, a group of people dressed in flashy, colorful outfits approached from the opposite direction. Damn it! Why do we have to eat instant noodles and boxed meals while you get to eat such fancy food? Exactly. We're citizens of the great Sakura nation. Treating us like this is utterly despicable. Their faces were twisted with displeasure as they began hurling insults the moment they entered. Soldiers nearby witnessed the scene and immediately moved to intervene. But suddenly, a crimson glow flared from the blood mark on one of the little bastards. Instantly, a katana materialized in his hand, and he swung it directly at the soldier. Oh no! Xiaoyi witnessed this and instantly furrowed her delicate brows. This little bastard had actually awakened a blood mark, and an exceptionally rare weapon mark at that. The soldiers rushing to stop him were ordinary men. They stood no chance against such a powerful blood pattern user. Bastard, die. The little bastard's face twisted into a savage grin as he moved to finish off the soldier. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyi instantly manifested her blood true form, summoning clusters of Qingqiu netherfire and unleashing them toward the little bastard. The eerie green flames danced like ghostly fire. Seeing this, little bastard panicked and swung his sword to block Xiaoyi's Qingqiu netherfire. You dragon nation woman, how dare you attack me? We are the noble people of the great Sakura nation. Your actions will provoke war between our two countries. After blocking Xiaoyi's Qingqiu ghost flame, little bastard fixed her with a piercing stare. Kojiro-kun, don't waste your breath on them. These dragon country cowards hide behind women. I think this woman's quite nice. Why not take her back to the room? Another young punk chimed in from the side. Sounds good. I've always had a thing for dragon country's flower girls. Flower girl, if you just spend the night with us, we'll forget about what happened earlier. What do you say? Kojiro-kun flashed a lecherous grin as he addressed Xiaoyi again. He slowly approached Xiaoyi, his hand reaching out to grab her. Seeing this, could Xiaoyi still hold back? Summoning every ounce of strength within her, she unleashed an even more terrifying blast of Qingqiu netherfire. You dare resist? Kojiro didn't take Xiaoyi seriously at all, swinging his katana to sever the Qingqiu netherfire. But this time, things didn't go as planned. The moment his katana touched the Qingqiu netherfire, it began to melt. No, this can't be. Kojiro exclaimed in shock. Go to hell. Xiaoyi controlled the Qingqiu netherfire, completely engulfing Kojiro. No. Kojiro let out a wail of agony before his physical form was reduced to ashes. He vanished from this world entirely. You actually killed young Master Kojiro. You'll pay for this. The other little bastards around him exclaimed in shock. They never imagined that Kojiro, a blood-marked one, could be killed so effortlessly by Xiaoyi. At that very moment, countless soldiers surrounded the group of young brats. As soldiers of the Dragon Nation, they possessed fierce loyalty. They instinctively harbored hatred toward these little bastards. And now, these bastards were actively stirring trouble on Dragon Nation soil. This is Dragon Nation territory. You have no right to run wild here. Now, please come with us. A soldier stepped forward, ready to escort these little bastards away. You bastard. Who do you think you are, trying to take us away? Let me tell you straight, our Lord Locust has awakened 5 blood patterns. He's already a 3rd-tier blood pattern user. And what about you, Dragon Nation? Your strongest is probably only a 2nd tier, right? One of the little bastards declared arrogantly, seemingly holding no regard for these men. The soldier clenched his fists tightly, his blood boiling with rage. He wanted nothing more than to kill these bastards right then and there. But reason told him he couldn't do it. After all, this involved 2 nations. I'll repeat this one last time, please accompany us with your friends. Otherwise, we will be forced to take drastic measures. The soldier said, forcing back his rage. Bullying the outnumbered, huh? What a bunch of cowards. But don't think we're alone. Little bastard said, immediately pulling out his phone to call for backup. He rattled off a string of gibberish in his native tongue, his face suddenly lighting up with a smug expression. Our Black Hand has 80 blood markers, over half of whom have reached tier 2. And after this incident, the great Sakura Nation will declare war on the Dragon Nation. Of course, this outcome isn't inevitable. Hand over this flower girl to us, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Little bastard repeated. His eyes fixed on Xiaoyi, revealing pure greed. Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. This little Jap is way too arrogant. Yeah, this is the Dragon Nation. How can we let these little devils run wild? Kill them. Exactly. What trouble can 80-odd blood markers possibly cause? Not just Xiaoyi, but everyone else around them couldn't take it anymore. This was nothing short of a direct challenge to their dignity. If they can't even protect a little girl, what kind of soldiers are they? Yet at that moment, the officer hesitated. This situation was completely beyond his capacity to handle. In his position, he simply couldn't make the call. They had to wait for Captain Chen Shan to arrive. Over 80 blood markers, even if their combat strength was inferior to theirs, eliminating them would still demand a tremendous cost. No one was willing to bear that burden. At that very moment, Chen Shan, having received the news, rushed over immediately. Damn it all to hell. Kill every last one of these little bastards. Not a single one escapes. They actually dared to stir trouble and even flirt with Mr. Zhou Tian's friend? Killing you 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. Chen Shan roared in fury. In the peaceful times of the past, the Dragon Nation had been quite tolerant toward people from other countries, offering them generous welfare benefits. But this was the apocalypse. There was no way they'd be coddled anymore. Upon receiving Chen Shan's order, the surrounding soldiers charged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They attacked those little bastards in perfect unison. These little bastards were ordinary people, and the soldiers didn't use firearms, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat instead. Shooting them dead outright would be far too easy. Ah! You can't do this. His Majesty the Locust King won't forgive you. You're bullying us with your numbers. That's not the spirit of Bushido at all. The Japanese soldiers continued to protest defiantly. But who would listen to them? His Majesty the Locust King? In times of peace, we couldn't do anything to those little devils. But now, in these chaotic times, we'll conquer the Japanese islands sooner or later. The Han banner will fly beneath Mount Fuji, and we'll ride horses through Tokyo to admire the cherry blossoms. Who knows how long it had been? The voices of these little devils grew fainter and fainter. In the end, they were beaten to death. Seeing the Japanese had lost all capacity to resist, they immediately turned their gaze upon Chen Shan. As a 2nd-tier blood marker, Chen Shan was their overall commander. Here, he held the highest authority, and the decision naturally fell to him. Feed their corpses to the dogs. The sight of these damn Japs makes me sick. Chen Shan barked the order. Without hesitation, the surrounding men immediately dragged the bodies away. After the Japanese soldiers were killed, the surrounding troops gradually dispersed, leaving only Xiaoyi behind. I'm truly sorry about earlier. I never expected these exchange students from the land of cherry blossoms to be so arrogant. Chen Shan said respectfully. Don't be fooled by Xiaoyi's harmless, even somewhat cute appearance. But anyone who could stay by Zhou Tian's side couldn't be a pushover, could they? It's fine. But it seems these little devils have contacted their comrades and are planning to strike us. Xiaoyi spoke up. Xiaoyi was equally furious with these Japanese thugs. They were simply too arrogant. Even killing them wouldn't quell Xiaoyi's rage. Don't worry, leave this to us. Through satellite imagery, we'll spot them the instant they arrive. Chen Shan patted his chest and immediately guaranteed. This was their turf. Why would they fear a bunch of Japanese devils? Besides, Chen Shan had his own agenda. If he could stand up for Xiaoyi, he might even earn Zhou Tian's favor. It's getting late. The demons will likely stir again soon, Xiaoyi remarked. Night was fast approaching, and Xiaoyi couldn't shake a sense of unease. Zhou Tian hadn't shown up, and Xiaoyi's strength wasn't exactly formidable. The only thing she could rely on was the Warring States Corpse King. While not weak, this combat power would still prove inadequate if true danger arose. Jiangshi City. A group clad in black ninja attire gathered together. They were all spies planted by Sakura Nation within Dragon Nation, monitoring every move Dragon Nation made. During the peaceful era, they merely stole documents and intelligence. But now it's different. With disaster striking, their wolfish ambitions have erupted fully. They seek to use demonic forces to plunge the entire Dragon Nation into chaos. Though their attire appeared largely similar, closer inspection revealed subtle differences. They can be roughly divided into 3 groups. One group wore ninja attire bearing the pattern of Yamada no Orochi. The other 2 groups bear the emblems of Shuten Doji and Izanami. President Inoue, Kojiro, and the others seem to be in trouble. Should we intervene? A young punk remarked casually. In her arms lay a stunning blonde beauty from Korea. The beauty had an excellent figure and striking looks, but it was obvious she had undergone technological modifications. According to Kojiro's intel, the Dragon Nation forces seem intent on establishing the Tech University as a refuge. Regular soldiers aren't the concern. There are a full 200 true blood markers. This is indeed a tough nut to crack, President Inoue remarked with a hint of resignation. What could those bastards possibly do? Can't our 80-odd blood markers handle them? Another young punk in a cherry blossom kimono chimed in. Hearing this, President Inoue hesitated. Though their own foundation was solid, the military was the real powerhouse here. A direct confrontation would surely bring no advantage. There's an old saying in Ryukyu, he who recognizes the times is a wise man. We will fight, but not now. President Inoue immediately interjected. Hearing this, the surrounding young men immediately shot him puzzled looks. Last night, I encountered an S-ranked demon. If we lure that demon here, we can wipe them all out. President Inoue lit a cigar as he spoke. Yes. President Inoue's got the most twisted mind. This time we'll wipe out every last one of those bastards. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant smirk spread across every little bastard's face. They seem to have found their confidence in victory. Over at Zhou Tian's end. Through the young woman's relentless efforts, Zhou Tian finally felt a sensation he hadn't experienced in ages. Her eyes now brimmed with desire as she gazed at Zhou Tian with a seductive look. You're such a tease. The young woman murmured playfully. Hearing her words, Zhou Tian suddenly realized something. She hadn't shown the slightest disgust toward him, swallowing every drop of his blood. This was something Zhou Tian hadn't anticipated. A faint smile then appeared at the corner of Zhou Tian's mouth. He wasn't an ordinary man. If it were an ordinary person, the young woman would have simply consumed it. But Zhou Tian's blood contained the power of Jiangshi, the progenitor of all zombies. Barring any mishaps, the young woman would soon undergo a transformation into a zombie. Become your own zombie slave. Has anyone ever told you that eating random things can poison you? Zhou Tian teased. But the young woman showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, she flashed Zhou Tian a flirtatious glance. What's the matter? Feeling sorry for your big sister? The young woman cooed. Sis isn't after anything from you. You're a blood marker destined to be a phoenix among men. Just think of me as your mistress. Drop by once or twice whenever you feel like it. The young woman added. Hearing this, Zhou Tian was once again at a loss for words. So she really did see him as nothing more than a tool. But she had to admit, older women knew how to take care of someone. She didn't have that possessive nature of a young girl, and she was sensible enough to understand her place. But just as she finished speaking, the young woman suddenly sensed something amiss, her delicate brows furrowing involuntarily. She suddenly felt an intense heat in her lower abdomen. Her entire body seemed to ignite in that moment, flushing in intense crimson. I can't possibly be poisoned, can I? The young woman shot Zhou Tian a reproachful glance. Zhou Tian remained silent, merely observing her with a meaningful gaze. This was the first time Zhou Tian had attempted to turn an ordinary person into his zombie slave. Liu Yanyan was an enigmatic being like himself. The Warring States Corpse King was a demonic entity, and Xiaoyi was a blood-marked one. Only this young woman was a genuine ordinary person. It remained to be seen if any unforeseen complications would arise. Like, say, her consciousness fading away. You might die, but I can't be certain. If you survive it, your power won't be weaker than a blood marker. Zhou Tian spoke up. At these words, the young woman's eyes immediately lit up. She understood the immense value of those words. If she could become like the blood markers, then she would no longer fear demonic beings, and she would absolutely live for a very, very long time. Chapter 22, S-Rank Black Tiger Demon. The young woman's condition grew increasingly severe, her entire delicate body trembling uncontrollably. This state persisted for over 10 minutes before finally subsiding. Next, the young woman, much like Zhou Tian at the beginning, saw her once rosy skin gradually turn deathly pale. My body is getting colder and colder. Am I going to die? Feeling the changes in her body, the young woman murmured softly. Probably. Zhou Tian didn't lie to her. Becoming a corpse slave was essentially no different from death. Especially for ordinary people. Blood markers like Xiaoyi, however, possess the balancing power of their blood marks within them. As long as Zhou Tian didn't forcibly turn them into corpse slaves, they wouldn't truly become zombies with stiffened flesh. But this young woman possessed no blood power to counter Zhou Tian's force. She must be regretting swallowing Zhou Tian's essence right now. While it granted power, the risks were immense. Yet there is no remedy for regret in this world. Whatever one undertakes, one must bear the corresponding risks. The young woman's state grew increasingly tranquil as her body steadily transformed into a corpse slave. Sharp teeth, razor-sharp nails, and eyes turning a deep crimson. She was becoming the spitting image of Zhou Tian. It's done. Zhou Tian immediately sensed a connection forming with the young woman. This signified that the young woman had truly become Zhou Tian's corpse slave. One that could never resist for all eternity. I'm not dead. And I've truly gained immense power. You didn't deceive me. The young woman exclaimed in astonishment. What abilities have you gained? Zhou Tian countered. Becoming a corpse slave naturally meant inheriting a portion of Zhou Tian's abilities. The Warring States Corpse King inherited the purest form, advancing its terror level from A to S rank. Liu Yanyan, being on par with Zhou Tian in power, saw no enhancement, only a connection formed between them. As for Xiaoyi, Zhou Tian deliberately withheld his own abilities from her. Her potential was no small thing. Even without Zhou Tian's gift, Xiaoyi could still make a name for herself. Yet one thing united all three of them. Regardless of who slays the demonic fiend, Zhou Tian gains experience points. I've obtained blood essence extraction. The young woman exclaimed excitedly. Blood extraction? That's a decent ability. Zhou Tian nodded in agreement. This ability was considered the most basic power for Zhou Tian's undead minions. It wasn't exceptionally strong, but it surpassed the capabilities of the vast majority of blood markers. Regardless of its strength, the ability to restore health by sucking blood alone would definitely keep him alive for a very long time. Moreover, Zhou Tian suddenly recalled a rather twisted possibility. Could this mean the young woman would never have to worry about her period again? Could she even absorb her own blood? Zhou Tian had never experienced menstruation himself, so he couldn't gauge the practicality of this idea. But thinking about it, it should be fine. Oh, by the way, I still don't know your name. The young woman looked at Zhou Tian with great seriousness before speaking. Call me Master. Zhou Tian replied without hesitation. Master. Though the young woman felt a twinge of shame, she found herself utterly unable to resist. It was as if Zhou Tian had always been meant to be her master. This wasn't because she had a masochistic streak. She didn't understand why it was so. Regardless, she would remain absolutely loyal to Zhou Tian no matter what he commanded. Master, my name is Li Yezi. You may call me Yezi from now on. Li Yezi said. As she spoke, she rubbed her ample bosom against Zhou Tian's arm like a docile kitten. Feeling the tenderness before him, Zhou Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In youth, one fails to appreciate the charm of a mature woman, mistakenly treasuring a maiden instead. The charm of a mature woman is something a young girl could never match. Then. It's about time. I need to head back. Zhou Tian glanced out the window. Though it wasn't quite 4 o'clock yet, the sky was already beginning to darken. In less than half an hour, night would descend completely. The demons would become active once more, hunting down the humans throughout the city. No, please. I want to do it again. Li Yezi whined clingily. Though Li Yezi's current appearance was undeniably alluring, Zhou Tian had no intention of wasting any more time on her. In Zhou Tian's eyes, Li Yezi was nothing more than a tool. She was merely a test to see if he could still be a man. If he truly couldn't regain his virility, Zhou Tian would be left utterly heartbroken. Your only task now is to establish a small refuge. With your current strength, you should be able to handle that blood marker with ease. Zhou Tian continued. Although Li Yezi was merely one of his zombie slaves, her overall strength far surpassed that of an ordinary first-tier blood marker. She could even instantly kill most second-tier opponents. Only third-tier beings could likely stand against her. As for Zhou Tian, anyone below 9th tier needn't even consider opposing him. The gap was simply too vast. Rest assured, Master. I'll do my best to complete your mission. Li Yezi said in a sweet voice. Escorted by Li Yezi, Zhou Tian departed the villa. Because of that ghostly head, the nearby demons have been nearly exterminated. The entire Jiangshi city demon population probably doesn't exceed 1 million now. Zhou Tian thought to himself. Originally, Zhou Tian had only intended to get a head start on collecting miracle fruits, but he never expected to encounter this sealed ghost shadow. Gaining the ghostly shadow's power, Zhou Tian underwent another transformation, his strength increasing by more than just a little. He flew straight toward Jiangshi University of Science and Technology. Scattered groups of dozens of demons appeared along the way, and Zhou Tian effortlessly eliminated them all. He didn't even need to intervene personally. The sword chi emanating from the Yuan to sword alone was enough to instantly annihilate them. Yet, just over 10 kilometers from the university, Zhou Tian halted abruptly. A profoundly potent aura had caught his attention. This aura belonged to a demonic creature one rated a class or higher. I never expected Jiangshi City to harbor another S-ranked demonic creature. It seems certain things have diverged from my past life. Zhou Tian thought to himself. In his previous life, Liu Yanyan, a drought demon even more terrifying than demonic beings, had become Jiangshi City's most forbidden existence. Conversely, she could effortlessly annihilate an A-ranked demon, and even S-ranks dared not approach her. In a sense, Liu Yanyan functioned like a guardian deity. But in this life, with Zhou Tian keeping Liu Yanyan by his side, deviations had occurred in many areas he hadn't even noticed. Since she's an S-ranked demonic entity, I might as well refine her into a corpse slave. Zhou Tian thought silently. Immediately, he activated his ghost eyes, and a crimson glow enveloped the surroundings. In the next instant, Zhou Tian locked onto his target. It was a massive, terrifying black tiger demon. The black-spotted beast radiated a terrifying aura, its entire body drenched in blood. Its massive frame rivaled that of an elephant. But this black beast wasn't the only threat. Zhou Tian even spotted an old acquaintance. The little girl he had encountered at the temple earlier was now here too. She sat atop the black tiger, looking remarkably at ease. And the black tiger showed no intention of harming her. Chapter 23, Liu Yanyan's Crisis. This instantly caught Zhou Tian's attention. Back at the temple, Zhou Tian had already sensed something off about this little girl. But at the time, he hadn't given it much thought. After all, everyone carried their own hidden secrets. But now it was clear the secret this little girl carried was no small matter. This was an S-class demonic entity, its power capable of reaching world-ending levels. It could even obliterate a small nation outright. Yet such a terrifying entity was being ridden so docilely by the little girl. This was utterly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Yet Zhou Tian didn't rush forward. Instead, he quietly observed her. The little girl gently stroked the black tiger's forehead with her hand. And at that very moment, a crimson glow emerged from the palm of the little girl's hand, and immediately, a blood-red pattern suddenly appeared on the black tiger's forehead. This was a blood mark. Roar! The moment the blood mark appeared, the black tiger let out a terrifying roar that sent shivers down the spine. Its aura grew even more terrifying, as if it had undergone some kind of transcendence. To actually elevate a demon's rank, is this little girl human, or a demon herself? Zhou Tian thought to himself. Yet even with the black tiger's enhanced power, Zhou Tian still didn't take it seriously. At his current level, only an SSS-tier demonic entity possessed the strength to challenge him. As for fiends above SSS rank, Zhou Tian had never heard of them in his previous life and didn't even know if they existed. Thus, even though he was alone now, facing this little girl and the S-ranked demonic black tiger, Zhou Tian felt no fear whatsoever. Seeing the moment ripe, Zhou Tian spread the black wings on his back and immediately lunged toward the little girl's position. By Tianqin, I hope I haven't misremembered your name? In an instant, Zhou Tian materialized before Bai Tianqin. He stared into Bai Tianqin's eyes and asked coldly. Facing Zhou Tian's sudden intrusion, Bai Tianqin's brow furrowed slightly, though she showed little surprise. It seems your power has grown significantly since acquiring the ghost eyes. Instead of answering Zhou Tian, Bai Tianqin spoke with a meaningful tone. At that moment, the black tiger beneath Bai Tianqin sensed Zhou Tian's presence and immediately began to stir restlessly. It opened its abyssal maw, roaring incessantly at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian fixed his gaze upon the black tiger. A single glance was enough for the black tiger to sense an overwhelming sense of danger. Its body trembled uncontrollably, utterly unable to meet Zhou Tian's gaze. As the king of beasts, the tiger possessed unparalleled dominance. Yet now, facing Zhou Tian, it seemed to have transformed into a docile kitten, utterly incapable of defiance. The disparity between them was simply too vast. It was like an earthly emperor encountering the true heavenly emperor. One could only bow and submit. You're so mean, you scared it. Black Tiger is very well behaved and quite intelligent. Don't you like him? Bai Tianqin stroked Black Tiger's forehead, her voice brimming with affection. Hearing Bai Tianqin's words, Zhou Tian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Well behaved? Clever? This is an S-ranked demonic beast. How could it possibly be even remotely obedient? Probably only someone like Bai Tianqin would think such a terrifying demonic beast could be an adorable pet. Zhou Tian had no desire to waste words with Bai Tianqin. I'll give you two choices. First, tell me your identity, human or demonic entity. Second, die here alongside this black tiger. Zhou Tian delivered his words with utter detachment. Why are you so serious? I actually saw great potential in this black tiger and wanted to train it. But now you've stumbled upon it. Might as well give it to you. It'd make a fine mount. Bai Tianqin said with a smile. Suddenly, Bai Tianqin seemed to think of something else and immediately added. Rest assured, this black tiger bears my mark. It will only obey your commands and mine. Bai Tianxin remained utterly calm as she spoke. It was as if she and Zhou Tian were old friends who had known each other for years, and exchanging gifts was the most natural thing in the world. Such a demonic creature, no matter who kept it, would be a huge hidden danger. After all, its true master was Bai Tianxin. The saying raising a tiger only invites disaster didn't come from nowhere. Yet at this moment, Zhou Tian did not refuse Bai Tianxin's offer. Instead, he offered a meaningful smile. Very well. Since you're so kind, I certainly won't refuse. Zhou Tian Dao. Bai Tianxin nodded, then dismounted from Black Tiger's back. At Bai Tianxin's gesture, Black Tiger walked straight toward Zhou Tian. Though deeply reluctant, it could not disobey Bai Tianxin's command. Zhou Tian faced Black Tiger without a trace of fear. Instead, he placed his hand directly on the Black Tiger's body. On the surface, everything appeared calm. But in the very next instant, Zhou Tian's sharp claws instantly pierced through Black Tiger's body. A stream of blood unique to the Zombie King instantly invaded Black Tiger's body. Woo! The Black Tiger let out an agonized howl. Yet under Zhou Tian's overwhelming pressure, it was utterly unable to resist. At that moment, Zhou Tian's transformation was relentlessly reshaping the Black Tiger's entire body. Its form grew increasingly rigid, as if it were transforming into a corpse that had lain dead for countless ages. It was undergoing a transformation into a corpse slave. Zhou Tian's power invaded every part of the Black Tiger's body. When it reached the forehead, Zhou Tian immediately sensed a powerful repulsion. This was unmistakably the unique mark of Bai Tianxin. But Zhou Tian unleashed his full power, completely overriding Bai Tianxin's mark and leaving his own in its place. Guh! Black Tiger's entire body began to convulse violently as a soul-tearing agony erupted within him. Those mere seconds felt like centuries to Black Tiger. But Zhou Tian had no choice. Having chosen to keep Black Tiger, he had to be fully prepared to fully transform it into his own undead servant. Black Tiger's eyes turned blood red, and even the fur across his entire body began to take on a crimson hue, as if drenched in fresh blood. As a new connection to Black Tiger formed within Zhou Tian's mind, he fully refined it into a corpse slave. Success! Under Zhou Tian's command, besides the Warring States Corpse King, another capable lieutenant had emerged. Woo! The Black Tiger's gaze toward Zhou Tian no longer held fear, but instead became deeply affectionate. Running his fingers over the Black Tiger's forehead, Zhou Tian's gaze shifted back to Bai Tianxin. Next is you. Zhou Tian said coldly. At those words, Bai Tianxin's face instantly clouded with resentment. Hey, how can you be like this? You took my Black Tiger, and now you're after me too? Bai Tianxin retorted. Zhou Tian remained silent. Faced with Bai Tianxin's inscrutable threat, Zhou Tian had only one thought. That was to eliminate the threat once and for all. You want to kill me? With your current strength, you're not capable of it. Besides, you shouldn't be wasting your time on me right now. Your little corpse slave and your gathering place are both in danger. These are the matters you should prioritize right now. Bai Tianxin forced himself to remain calm. Even if Bai Tianxin had hidden trump cards, Zhou Tian had his own. Even if Zhou Tian couldn't kill Bai Tianxin, he could certainly make her pay a heavy price. You mean Liu Yanyan? Zhou Tian halted in his tracks and countered. Seeing Zhou Tian halt, Bai Tianxin's face instantly lit up with a look of triumphant scheming. Exactly. Your little corpse slave ran into a bit of trouble, but don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening. But if this drags on, who knows? She might just die completely if we wait any longer. Bai Tianxin crossed his arms over his chest and chuckled. Hearing this, Zhou Tian couldn't help but frown. Compared to the shelter, Zhou Tian cared more about Liu Yanyan. Though they hadn't known each other long, the bond between them was unlike anything ordinary people could comprehend. To put it plainly, everything Zhou Tian possessed now was thanks to Liu Yanyan. How could Zhou Tian possibly stand by and watch her come to harm? Don't you dare lie to me. If you do, the next time we meet, I'll kill you without hesitation. Zhou Tian delivered his threat, then mounted Black Tiger and prepared to leave. I'll be waiting for you. I hope you'll be stronger next time we meet. Bai Tianxin gazed at Zhou Tian with a playful smile. Then, she tossed him a flirtatious glance. She doesn't look old, but she radiates a fiery aura. A surge of lustful heat instantly filled Zhou Tian's heart. Zhou Tian silently vowed that once he found Liu Yanyan, he would absolutely conquer Bai Tianxin. He would make her understand what the hardest part of a zombie's body truly was. Chapter 24, Searching for Liu Yanyan. Disaster at the shelter. In the eyes of most people, beautiful women are nothing but pretty faces. Beyond their looks, they had nothing else to offer. But clearly, Bai Tianxin was no such thing. Though she was stunningly beautiful and appeared to be only in her teens, both her intellect and combat prowess were unfathomably deep. This time, Zhou Tian failed to kill Bai Tianxin. Yet in his mind, she was now firmly on his kill list. Whether Bai Tianxin was human or demonic, given the methods she had displayed so far. If she couldn't be Zhou Tian's subordinate, then she could only be his enemy. After parting ways with Liu Yanyan, Zhou Tian hadn't paid much attention to her whereabouts. Given Liu Yanyan's current strength, few in the entire Dragon Nation could pose a threat to her. Moreover, the master-servant bond between them meant Zhou Tian would sense it if anything truly happened to her. I hope Bai Tianqin isn't telling the truth, Zhou Tian thought to himself. As for Bai Tianqin's warnings about dangers lurking in the refuge, Zhou Tian was also concerned about this matter. But his concern was nowhere near as intense as Liu Yanyan's. Even if the shelter were destroyed, it wouldn't affect Zhou Tian too much. At worst, he'd simply rebuild another one. As long as the Warring States Corpse King and Xiaoyi remained alive. Mounting the S-ranked demonic beast, the Black Tiger, Zhou Tian's speed underwent another qualitative leap, rivaling even the fastest high-speed rail. Guided by the sensory feedback in his mind, Zhou Tian instantly locked onto his target. It remained within Jiangshi city, not far from Zhou Tian's current location. Zhou Tian leapt down from the Black Tiger, quietly sensing everything around him. A cluster of demons gathered here, but their levels were mostly F rank, with few exceeding E rank. The demonic eye on Zhou Tian's forehead seemed to respond to some stimulus, beginning to spin restlessly. A burst of crimson light instantly enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers. At that moment, Zhou Tian felt as if he had gained a god's eye view, able to perceive every detail. No trace of Liu Yanyan. Could my senses be failing me? Zhou Tian felt a twinge of surprise. Within dozens of miles, there was no sign of Liu Yanyan. Not even any signs of a struggle remained. This couldn't help but make Zhou Tian suspicious. But the next moment, Zhou Tian suddenly sensed demonic creatures crawling across the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Tian instantly had an epiphany. If she's not nearby, then she must be in the sky. Or perhaps, underground. Of course, Liu Yanyan wouldn't be in the sky. Then it must be underground. Zhou Tian's ghostly eyes emitted a crimson glow, probing directly into the earth below. After penetrating 100 meters, the darkness before Zhou Tian vanished instantly, giving way to an ever-brightening expanse. Hidden 100 meters below lay an entire palace. Upon seeing this, Zhou Tian immediately sprang into action, plunging underground without hesitation. The black tigers surrounding him followed suit, joining Zhou Tian in descending to the subterranean palace. Jiangshi University of Science and Technology. With the assistance of countless officers and soldiers, over 10,000 survivors had gathered within the university grounds. The ample supplies here could easily sustain over 100,000 people for several weeks. Having killed Kojiro and his men earlier that day, the officers and soldiers remained highly vigilant throughout the night. The commander of the Jiangshi military district, Captain Li, led all his soldiers to this location as well. At this moment, inside a conference room, Captain Li sat at the center, his expression grave as he looked at everyone. Surrounding him were Chen Shan and several other officers. The most unusual presence was a girl wearing a black spaghetti strap top. None of the officers dared to look directly at her face, as if they simply didn't see her. Dressed provocatively yet appearing innocent, she bore no resemblance to a combatant. What was even more bizarre was the vivid blood mark of a nine-tailed fox etched across her ample chest. The vivid mark only accentuated her alluring charm. She was Xiaoyi. Though appearing harmless, her strength in this conference room was, if not the strongest, then certainly among the top few. And looming behind her stood a colossal figure. The Warring States Corpse King. An S-ranked demonic entity. A terrifying entity capable of obliterating an entire city. Among all of Dragon Nation, Jiangshi City holds the most promising outlook. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, our super large-scale shelter should be completed this month. But before that, we must confront our first major challenge, the threat from the Black Hand. Though the likelihood of a nighttime ambush is low, we must remain vigilant at all times. Captain Li's expression was stern, radiating an aura that brooked no argument. Captain Li, according to our investigation, the Mafia has approximately 500 members. Though they all belong to the Mafia, they are divided into different factions, each named after a deity from their cherry blossom mythology. Their leaders' codenames are Yamada no Orochi, Shuten Doji, and Izanami. Chen Shan studied the documents before him, his expression equally grave. Xiaoyi watched silently from the side. The Mafia only has about 80 blood markers. That's hardly a threat. We really don't need to worry so much about them. As long as you can pinpoint their location, the two of us, me and the Warring States Corpse King, can wipe them out completely. Xiaoyi declared without a hint of politeness. Her words instantly made the entire office tense up. Her tone was simply too bold. Only those present knew Xiaoyi's true identity. Those around Zhou Tian could handle dozens of blood markers. They might even wipe out the entire Sakura nation. And even if they questioned Xiaoyi, they would never dare question the Warring States Corpse King behind her. Most of those present at this meeting were blood markers. They could clearly sense the overwhelming power of the Sengoku Corpse King, a force capable of annihilating everyone present in an instant. Ahem, their movements are extremely covert. Satellite imagery hasn't detected their location yet. Chen Shan said awkwardly. Satellite imagery, at best, monitors every movement across the entire planet. But in reality, those determined to evade detection could easily slip through the cracks. Moreover, with the current chaotic situation, pinpointing the exact location of the Black Hand organization within a week was highly unlikely. Unlike Zhou Tian, who burst onto the scene with terrifying power from the start. But no sooner had Xin Shan finished speaking than a secretary-like figure hurried in. She looked extremely flustered, her ample figure though not overly voluptuous bouncing nervously with each step. Captain Li, Captain Chen, it's bad. Detection confirms an S-class demonic entity is heading our way. And we've also detected the presence of the Black Hand organization. The secretary blurted out urgently. Upon hearing this, team leader Li immediately grew frantic. Damn it, those damn Japanese bastards actually showed up. And they brought such a terrifying entity with them. Chapter 25, Warring States Corpse King vs Wild Demon. Captain Li slammed his fist on the table, his face contorted with fury. As a soldier of the Dragon Nation, he naturally despised these Japanese devils. His greatest dream was to lead millions of Dragon Nation warriors to crush the Cherry Blossom Island nation. But equally, Captain Li knew full well that with his own strength alone, he stood no chance against them. If it were just these Japanese devils, that would be one thing. But they had somehow managed to bring an S-ranked demon with them. Captain Li couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Xiaoyi, hope instantly lighting up his eyes. With Zhou Tian absent, only Xiaoyi could resolve this predicament. Don't worry, leave this to me. Below S rank, I'm unbeatable. Above S rank, I can call for backup. Xiaoyi declared with utmost seriousness. Yet as she spoke, everyone present found themselves inexplicably on the verge of laughter. Don't be fooled by Xiaoyi's alluring, sexy appearance. She actually harbors a heart of a middle schooler. Warring States Corpse King, face me in battle. Slaughter these cherry blossom dogs. As Xiaoyi spoke, the blood patterns on her body instantly emitted a crimson glow. In the blink of an eye, her form underwent a complete transformation. A faint crimson aura enveloped her, and behind her, a cloak materialized. Typically, one's blood true form envelopes the body to defend against incoming attacks. But Xiaoyi did not follow this path. She deliberately channeled her power into forming a cloak. It looked cool, but it served no other purpose whatsoever. And that wasn't all. At some point, a long sword had materialized in Xiaoyi's hand. This sword hovered between tangible and intangible form, clearly an object materialized from her blood power. The Xiaoyi before them now looked exactly like a sword immortal from a fantasy novel. While she exuded an undeniably beautiful and dashing aura, it was overshadowed by an overwhelmingly strong sense of adolescent fantasy. Xiaoyi mounted her sword and flew straight out of the conference room. Watching this scene, even team leader Li found himself both amused and exasperated. Ah, what an interesting girl. Captain Li muttered to himself, but a hint of sadness flickered across his face. For he too had a daughter, roughly the same age as Xiaoyi. Only, Li's daughter had long since perished at the hands of the demonic forces. Several miles away from Jiangshi University of Science and Technology, a man clad in a kimono hurried toward this location. In his hand, he held a white candle. Its flame burned black, appearing eerily sinister and alluring. The man moved with astonishing speed, yet no matter how fast he went, the candle's flame refused to die. Not far behind him, a terrifying figure pursued relentlessly. This was none other than an S-ranked demonic entity. Damn it, this S-ranked demonic creature is terrifying. The Japanese man's eyes burned with urgency. He dared not slacken his pace for a moment, channeling every ounce of strength to push forward. His name was Inoue Zojin, the boss of the Black Hand Gang. At the same time, he possessed a terrifying ability, the power to temporarily transform himself into a demonic entity, thereby gaining its formidable capabilities. Though formidable, this power proved utterly inadequate against this S-ranked demonic entity. The crucial factor, however, was the eerie candle in his hand. Found by Inoue Zojin in a temple, its effect was simple: it attracted nearby demons. It was precisely for this reason that Inoue Zojin decided to risk attracting this S-ranked demonic entity to destroy Zhou Tian's refuge. If danger truly arose, Inoue Zojin could briefly transform into a demonic entity to evade surrounding threats. As the distance closed, Inoue Zojin's expression gradually relaxed. Hello there, Mr. Matsue and Mr. Ampere. Be ready at all times. When the demon reaches the shelter, seize the chance to attack it too. Kill people, loot supplies, and take the women. Inoue Zojin's voice grew urgent over the phone. Rest assured, President Inoue. We've already set up ambushes around the perimeter. We're just waiting for you to successfully lure the demons over. A relaxed voice came through the phone. Got it. Inoue Zao hung up and picked up the pace. But suddenly, Inoue noticed something was wrong. Not far ahead, a figure was rapidly approaching him. Too distant to make out details, Inoue could only discern a vague outline. The figure flew on a sword, radiating an eerie, otherworldly glow, resembling a legendary immortal. But trailing behind her was an enormous, filthy, terrifying shadow. This figure was even more terrifying. He lay sprawled inside a coffin, with what appeared to be black dragons coiling around it, creating an utterly bizarre scene. What the hell is that? Could it be the work of those damned dragon country people? Inoue Zao exclaimed in sudden alarm. But before Inoue Zao could ponder further, Xiaoyi had already arrived with the Sengoku Corpse King. Xiaoyi halted her steps, her gaze settling on Inoue Zao. She turned to look at the S-rank demon in the distance, her delicate brows furrowing. You little Japanese brat causing trouble? And you even attracted this S-rank demonic creature? Xiaoyi said with a hint of scolding. Well, the flower girl of the Dragon Nation, your chest is truly ample. Since you know you're here to die, why not just give in to me? I guarantee you'll survive. The moment Inoue Zao saw Xiaoyi, he was instantly captivated by her alluring charm. You think you're worthy? Die, you bastard. Sword of the Great River, descending from the heavens. Xiaoyi refused to waste words with Inoue Zao Ren and attacked immediately. Her blood pattern ability summoned the Qingxiu Netherfire. But Xiaoyi felt the Qingxiu Netherfire lacked style, so she kept researching until she finally transformed it into the shape of swords. In the next instant, countless emerald green blades rippled outward, surging toward Inoue Zao. Damn it! What a vicious woman! Inoue Zao could clearly sense Xiaoyi's terrifying power, so he instantly transformed into a demonic entity to fight back. The Sengoku Corpse King arrived on the battlefield at that very moment, having undergone his own transformation. The enormous coffin was now slung across his back, while a purple dragon's phantom circled above his head. In his hand, he wielded a 3-foot-long, gleaming blade. However, the Sengoku Corpse King did not choose to join the battle between Xiaoyi and Inoue Zojin. Instead, he stood directly before this S-rank demonic entity. The enemy was S-rank, but the Warring States Corpse King was no slouch either. He too was S-rank. Moreover, as Zhou Tian's undead servant, he had inherited some of Zhou Tian's abilities. In a certain sense, the Warring States Corpse King's strength far surpassed that of other S-rank fiends. You can actually control an S-rank demon? That's impossible. Inoue Zojin's eyes went completely blank at the sight. He could sense the Warlord Corpse King's aura. It was unmistakably that of a demonic entity. And an S-rank one at that. Inoue Zojin attracted S-rank fiends using this white candle. But it only attracted them, it couldn't control them. But the Sengoku Corpse King was different. It seemed to obey Xiaoyi completely. You barbarian upstart dares to dream of defying the Dragon Nation? I'll send you straight to hell now. Feathers flying everywhere. Xiaoyi unleashed her divine abilities relentlessly, each strike a devastating attack, showing no mercy whatsoever. Inoue Zao, merely a second-tier blood marker, was no match for Xiaoyi. His expression turned savage as he fixed his gaze on Xiaoyi. You forced my hand. With those words, Inoue Zao Ren abruptly pulled out a severed finger, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed it whole. In an instant, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Inoue Zao's body. It was as if, in that very moment, Inoue Zao had completely transformed into a demonic entity. Chapter 26, The Death of Inoue Zao. The Final Showdown. The terrifying aura erupted from Inoue Zao's body, causing faint ripples to rise in the surrounding space as if trembling in response. Spider-like appendages sprouted from Inoue Zojin's body, his entire form stretching and elongating. Like a human centipede. Second tier, third tier peak. Inoue Zojin's power had now reached the peak of tier 3. Moreover, Inoue Zao had now fully transformed into a demonic entity. Unless they possessed a certain level of consciousness, no demonic entities would actively attack Inoue Zao. This undoubtedly elevated Inoue Zao's terror to new heights. You despicable Dragon Nation woman, taste my wrath. Inoue Zao's eyes turned fierce as he immediately addressed Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow, giving Inoue Zao a look of slight disgust. Is that all you've got? Xiaoyi sneered. She had expected Inoue Zao, having held back for so long, to unleash some terrifying ultimate move. But this? A peak third-tier cultivator was among the absolute elite in all of Dragon Nation. Across the entire Jiangshi city, aside from Zhou Tian and his group, only Captain Li could likely match him. But Zhou Tian was an exceptionally monstrously talented individual. Xiaoyi hadn't fully inherited Zhou Tian's power. Her awakened 9-tailed fox blood markings were formidable in their own right. Add to that the consumption of a miracle fruit. With all these buffs stacked together, Xiaoyi couldn't care less about Inoue Zao Ren. I am at the peak of tier 3. How dare you show such disgust toward me? I will kill you. Inoue Zao snarled viciously. Xiaoyi's utterly contemptuous expression infuriated him, triggering an unwelcome association. It was common knowledge that Sakura Nation was the world's largest producer of male-oriented educational videos. For the vast majority of people, the very first film they ever watched came from the land of cherry blossoms. In these videos, Japanese men are portrayed as incredibly virile, capable of satisfying multiple women at once. But reality was far from that. In terms of both size and stamina, the vast majority of Japanese men fall short compared to those from the Dragon Country. Take Inoue Zao, for example. He's no good in that department. Often, he can't even make it past the doorstep or even just knocking before he's done for. Because of this, Inoue Zao's young wife always gives him a look of disgust after each encounter. Because of this, she often takes out the trash in the morning or lets electricians and repairmen rest inside. When Inoue Zao bumps into them, they act as if they have every right to be there. At that moment, Inoue Zao's long-suppressed emotions erupted completely. A terrifying specter of a demonic shadow rose behind him. His footsteps were ghostly, and in an instant, he appeared before Zhou Tian. Die, you! The sharp spider legs now resembled spears, poised to pierce through Xiaoyi's body. You think you're worthy of being my enemy? Xiaoyi couldn't care less about Inoue Zao run. The crimson nine-tailed fox tattoo on her chest erupted with a burst of light once more. The next instant, her long sword slashed directly at Inoue Zao Ren's spider legs. The way of the sword emphasizes that one strike can overcome all techniques, but Xiaoyi's swordplay was different. Or rather, she didn't know sword techniques at all. Her sword was entirely formed from the convergence of Qingxiu's netherfire. The instant it touched Inoue Zhaorun, the very essence of the flames erupted completely. In the blink of an eye, it completely engulfed Inoue Zhaorun. You're breaking the rules of combat. Why did your sword suddenly turn into flames? Inoue Zao tried to counterattack. But Xiaoyi's speed completely outclassed his own. Inoue Zojin couldn't even touch a single strand of her hair. What's wrong with a swordsman knowing a little fire? Xiaoyi sneered. You! Inoue Zao was consumed by rage. Yet Xiaoyi's flames seemed capable of scorching his very soul. Ordinary means proved utterly ineffective in extinguishing them. Just as Inoue Zao was on the verge of despair, he suddenly spotted a group of people approaching from the distance. President Inoue, we're here. Dozens of young ninjas in traditional attire rushed toward them. Seeing this, Inoue Zao was instantly overjoyed. His gaze instantly locked onto one particular figure. This figure bore the emblem of Shuten Doji on his ninja attire. The enormous infant head wore a bizarre grin, appearing eerily unsettling in the darkness. Matsuo Sosetsu! Come save me! Inoue Zojin immediately called out to this little brat named Matsuo Sosha. Though only a first-tier blood marker, his ability was unique. He was a support-type blood with powerful healing abilities. Yet upon hearing Inoue's plea, a faint smile touched Matsuo's lips. President Inoue, since you're already on your deathbed, why not just end it all? Rest assured, once we return to Sakura country, we'll definitely take care of your wife. Matsuo Sos declared. Hearing this, Inoue Zojin was utterly stunned. He never imagined that as the boss of a mafia organization, his own men would betray him. As for his trusted lieutenants, not a single one had shown up. Were they all dead? The thought sent Inoue Zojin into a complete rage. I am the boss of the mafia. How dare you do this? His Majesty the Locust King will never forgive you. Facing Inoue Zojin's words, a faint smile appeared on the face of Vampire Yomo beside him. Boss, that's no longer your concern. Let me send you on your final journey. Amamiya Yobi spoke, instantly activating his blood true form. His body underwent a drastic transformation. The left half remained his own, while the right half twisted into the terrifying outline of a woman. I'll kill you. Ignoring Xiaoyi entirely, Inoue Zao now charged directly at Anpei Yaoi. Even engulfed in flames, his hatred remained undiminished. Die. Emperor Yao declared with unbridled arrogance. As Anpei Yao's power surged, a colossal skull materialized instantly, poised to devour Inoue Zao. Inoue Zojin let out an agonized scream as his flesh was gradually devoured by the skull. In the blink of an eye, he vanished completely from this world. Alright, now it's your turn, woman. Attack. Kill her. Emperor Yao acted without hesitation, immediately ordering all the mafia members to charge at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi remained unflinching, her grip tightening on the long sword in her hand. You little devils, this isn't your playground yet. Just then, a voice rang out. Immediately after, a terrifying aura surged toward them. They were the most numerous, numbering over 100. And each one radiated a terrifying aura. The leader, resembling the incarnation of a malevolent dragon, radiated the most overwhelming aura of all. Seeing this, Xiaoyi's face softened into a faint smile. The military had arrived. Chapter 27, The Underground Palace. Demons not of demons. Though Captain Li's strength couldn't match Liu Yanyan's, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. With the Warring States Corpse King now confronting this S-ranked demonic fiend, the remaining band of little bastards were nothing but trash. Over 200 blood taking on just over 80? It was nothing short of a massacre. Yet upon seeing Captain Li and his team arrive, the little bastards' expressions barely flinched. They had come prepared, fully ready for this. Alright. Today we'll bring glory to His Majesty the Heavenly Locust. Kill every last one of these Dragon Nation bastards. The young bastards were itching for a fight, charging straight toward Xiaoyi and the others. The battle was about to erupt. Zhou Tian remained unaware of the events unfolding at the shelter. He brought Black Tiger down 100 meters underground, constantly surveying the surroundings. This was a colossal tomb. No, calling it a tomb wasn't quite accurate. Zhou Tian had never seen such an opulent burial chamber. Except for its subterranean location, it was in every other way comparable to an imperial palace. Liu Yanyan is here. I can sense her presence. And she must have sensed my arrival too. The fact she hasn't come looking for me means something must have happened. Zhou Tian thought to himself. Walking through the subterranean palace, Zhou Tian felt an unusual calm wash over him. With Liu Yanyan's power, she would be a terrifying force anywhere in the world. Even now, in the early stages of the apocalypse, she hadn't yet reached the terrifying strength she possessed in her previous life. Yet ordinary dangers posed no real threat to her. He continued walking forward. Zhou Tian halted before a colossal palace. He looked up at the plaque above the entrance, where the three characters Golden Throne Hall were inscribed in bold gold letters. The Golden Throne Hall was where ancient emperors and their ministers held court. Liu Yanyan is inside the Golden Throne Hall, but there seems to be something strange here that I haven't noticed yet. Zhou Tian pondered with some confusion. With that thought, Zhou Tian hesitated no longer and activated his ghostly vision. His ghostly eyes darted restlessly, revealing every hidden detail around him. The entire palace turned a deep crimson in Zhou Tian's vision, and the area before the Golden Hall had been empty. Yet now, under the scrutiny of his ghostly vision, something felt terribly wrong. Countless ethereal figures suddenly materialized before Zhou Tian. Their faces were rigid, devoid of any expression, as if they were corpses. Demons? Or perhaps ghosts? Zhou Tian frowned slightly, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Demons could take many forms. The fierce ghosts most people envisioned were actually a type of demon. Yet these beings, though grotesque in form, did not evoke any sense of threat in Zhou Tian. They seemed like nothing more than holographic projections. Forget it. Ignore these people. Finding Liu Yanyan will clear everything up. Finding no danger, Zhou Tian simply ignored the phantom figures. He then made his way toward the Golden Throne Hall. The Golden Throne Hall's doors stood tightly shut, and right at the entrance, 8 towering, imposing figures stood guard. Clad in golden battle armor and wielding various weapons, they radiated an aura of authority. Merely standing there, they exuded an air of inviolability. Zhou Tian was slightly taken aback upon seeing them. It wasn't that he was intimidated by their presence. It was just that. These men were all zombies. Beneath the golden armor, their skin was deathly pale, and even their flesh was stiff and rigid. The 8 zombies, upon sensing Zhou Tian's presence, immediately flashed murderous intent. It seemed as though they would strike the moment he dared take a single step forward. I am Jiangshi. As descendants of Liu Yanyan, how dare you stand in my way? Zhou Tian's expression darkened as he spoke sharply. These creatures were clearly zombies under Liu Yanyan's command. The 4 great ancestors of zombies were Jiangshi, Hanba, Ingo, and Ho Qing. Among these 4 ancestral zombies, none possessed superior strength. In this world, only Liu Yanyan and Zhou Tian had inherited their legacy. As second-generation zombies, whether they could match Zhou Tian was another matter entirely. They should not show hostility toward Zhou Tian. The ancestor Hanba is refining this palace. Even if you are Jiangshi, you dare not disturb the ancestor. At that moment, one of the zombies opened its mouth and spoke to Zhou Tian in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, Zhou Tian laughed outright. In that case, then die. Without another word, Zhou Tian immediately summoned the Yuan sword, poised to strike. Seeing Zhou Tian prepare to strike, the 8 second-generation zombies instantly readied themselves for battle. They instantly surrounded Zhou Tian, radiating a terrifying aura of murderous intent. Zhou Tian instantly unleashed the overwhelming pressure befitting a zombie king. While ordinary demons could be suppressed by Zhou Tian, these second-generation zombies faced an even more intense suppression. The 8 zombies' movements slowed. They tried to attack Zhou Tian, but found themselves utterly unable to move. Zhou Tian saw no point in further words. The killing intent on the Yuan sword was no longer restrained, and he swung it directly at the second-generation zombies. The disparity between them was simply too great. Killing them was as easy for Zhou Tian as crushing ants. In an instant, the physical bodies of all 8 second-generation zombies were cleaved clean in two. Even as second-generation zombies, they still possessed the power of immortality. Even with their bodies destroyed, their consciousnesses remained intact. Even if you kill us, the ancestral Haba is about to fully refine this palace. You cannot stop it. Then, the ancestral drought demon will resurrect us all. One of the zombies spoke with a faint smile. Though called a smile, it bore no difference from a cry. Shut up. Zhou Tian stomped his foot down onto the zombie's head. The immense force crushed the zombie's skull into powder, as if it were dead beyond death. But Zhou Tian knew full well that even without heads, they weren't truly dead. Given enough blood, new heads would regrow from their original skulls. But Zhou Tian wasn't willing to waste time eradicating these second-generation zombies. He strode straight into the Golden Hall, intent on checking on Liu Yanyan's condition. The Golden Hall's doors were tightly shut. Zhou Tian's ghostly eyes couldn't peer inside, as if the palace formed its own realm, completely cut off from the outside world. But Zhou Tian paid no heed to this. He kicked the tightly shut doors with one foot. Under his immense force, even the heavy doors proved no match for Zhou Tian. Inside the palace lay the familiar layout of the imperial court. Seated upon the dragon throne at the highest point was Liu Yanyan. From her hands, droplets of blood continuously flowed from her body, slowly being absorbed by the dragon throne. You, how did you get here? A distinctly human look of astonishment flashed across Liu Yanyan's face. Yet she showed no signs of tension, only a hint of excitement. Zhou Tian glanced at Liu Yanyan, then surveyed the surroundings, his expression growing utterly impassive. If I hadn't come, you'd never have been able to leave this place. Chapter 28 Disobedient Children Deserve a Spanking. In an instant, Liu Yanyan's eyes widened with even greater astonishment. She struggled to comprehend Zhou Tian's words, but then shook her head decisively. As long as I can refine this palace, it benefits both you and me. It could even surpass an SSS-grade demonic entity. Liu Yanyan stated with absolute certainty. For reasons unknown, Liu Yanyan's consciousness grew increasingly lucid, no longer as rigid as before. This seemed like a positive development, but Zhou Tian didn't share that view. Deep within this, a far more terrifying danger likely lurked. Zhou Tian said nothing more, instead stepping directly onto the staircase. The steps here appeared to be crafted entirely from gold. With each step Zhou Tian took, he felt immense pressure. As he drew nearer to Liu Yanyan, the intensity of this pressure surged dramatically. Yet Zhou Tian seemed utterly unaffected, his pace not slowing in the slightest. Just as he was about to reach Liu Yanyan, Zhou Tian suddenly sensed an invisible barrier like a transparent wall blocking the space between them. Zhou Tian's brow furrowed slightly as the aura radiating from his body erupted completely. Suddenly, viscous blood began to ooze from beneath his feet. This blood was filled with filth, as if it had been melted from vengeful spirits, capable of easily corroding everything around it. The blood grew thicker and thicker, gradually forming a sea of blood. This was one of Zhou Tian's abilities, boundless sea of blood. Every drop of blood contained a blood god seed. As long as the sea remained unfathomable, Zhou Tian could rely on these seeds to regenerate without limit. Though Zhou Tian had previously slaughtered hundreds of thousands of demonic beings, he had only refined less than 10,000 blood god seeds. But now, using them all was just enough. The blood sea spread toward the steps. Though its pace was slow, its effect was undeniable. No, don't forcibly interfere with the palace's restrictions. Trust me, please. If I can successfully refine this palace, I'll be able to change this world and do anything I desire. Liu Yanyan pleaded anxiously. More and more blood gathered in her palm, flowing toward the dragon throne. The once golden dragon throne now glowed with an eerie crimson hue. It's still too slow. Zhou Tian ignored Liu Yanyan, muttering to himself instead. Zhou Tian understood the palace's eerie nature. It was filled with disembodied spirits. These spirits did not fall under the category of demons, yet Zhou Tian was certain they could transform into far more terrifying entities at any moment. Though he had no proof, Zhou Tian trusted his instincts. In an instant, Zhou Tian suddenly sensed something amiss around him. He turned to look. Below the imperial court, countless ministers clad in court robes had suddenly materialized. These ministers were just as Zhou Tian had seen them before, lacking physical form and moving with stiff, mechanical gestures. Yet at that very moment, all their gazes converged upon Zhou Tian. Their eyes were filled with nothing but venom and hatred. Looking at Zhou Tian was like gazing upon his own father's murderer. This palace held peculiarities even his own blood sea would require time to infiltrate it. As he observed these peculiar spirits, the demonic eye on Zhou Tian's forehead began to violently stir, casting a crimson glow over the blood sea. The two forces combined, creating an even more terrifying invasion effect. Boom! With the sound of something shattering, the barrier before Zhou Tian vanished completely. Leave this place with me. Zhou Tian reached out to pull Liu Yanyan away. But I'm almost there. I can feel the connection to this entire palace. Look, I can now create any being at will. I can control them as if I were a true god. Liu Yanyan spoke hesitantly. Then, with a light flick of her finger toward the lower chambers of the court, countless disembodied spirits, previously without substance, suddenly erupted with overwhelming energy. Their forms gradually twisted into grotesque shapes. Under Zhou Tian's gaze, they slowly transformed into demonic beings. And their terror level was extremely high. Each and every one had reached S rank. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Tian furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed this palace was far more bizarre than he had imagined. But Liu Yanyan didn't notice Zhou Tian's unease. Instead, a triumphant smile spread across her face. See? In this palace, I am a god. If I wish, I could even awaken more souls to become even more terrifying demons. Liu Yanyan continued. Such terrifying power was no wonder Liu Yanyan was captivated. The ability to casually create S-rank fiends. If Liu Yanyan truly possessed such power, she would undoubtedly become a truly terrifying, forbidden existence. But Zhou Tian knew all too well that such power would come at an absolute cost. Recalling Bai Tianxin's earlier words, Zhou Tian could confirm without a doubt that the price would be immense. You're not leaving, huh? Zhou Tian countered. I'm not leaving. I said I'm not leaving, and I mean it. Liu Yanyan declared stubbornly. This left Zhou Tian utterly speechless. His current feeling was like Liu Yanyan was his own daughter who had skipped school to run off with some punk. After a moment's thought, Zhou Tian picked Liu Yanyan up without another word. What are you doing? Liu Yanyan's slender body trembled, and she couldn't help but speak with a hint of embarrassment. She tried to break free from Zhou Tian's grip, but it was utterly futile. Looks like you're more alive than I am. Zhou Tian couldn't help but voice his envy. He had worked tirelessly to obtain the ghost eyes, the ghost shadow, and the yin energy of women to achieve his current state. But Liu Yanyan was different. She'd coasted along effortlessly, somehow shedding the drawbacks of being a zombie. Yet these flaws, sometimes they were flaws, and sometimes they weren't. Zhou Tian stared at Liu Yanyan's voluptuous, pert behind, and without a word, he slapped it hard. Liu Yanyan let out a pouty cry, her face flushing even redder. Now that she possessed a living body, her sense of touch had returned, allowing her to clearly feel Zhou Tian's immense strength. Disobedient children deserve a spanking, Zhou Tian teased with a chuckle. Zhou Tian felt his current behavior was a bit perverted, but seeing Liu Yanyan's bashful expression, he felt an inexplicable thrill. You're so wicked. Her pretty face flushed crimson, and even her entire delicate body seemed to glow with a faint blush. After a long moment of thought, she finally managed to utter those words. But immediately afterward, he suddenly realized that all these terrifying demons had suddenly stirred. And their target was none other than Zhou Tian. What's going on? Liu Yanyan was taken aback, unsure of what was happening. Kill. Every demon uttered this single word. They're out of control. How could they lose control? Liu Yanyan exclaimed anxiously. Under the immense emotional turmoil, her delicate body trembled more and more violently. Zhou Tian, however, remained unsurprised and immediately countered. The blood sea spread outward, engulfing all the demons within it. Chapter 29, Ghostly Shadows. The power to piece everything together. Zhou Tian's blood sea was exceptionally viscous. Any living being that touched it instantly felt as though they'd fallen into a swamp. Their entire strength was absorbed by the sea of blood. Even those of terrifying power could not escape this fate. In the end, everything they were would become nothing more than a single drop within the sea of blood. The sea of blood relentlessly devoured the power of these demonic beings, unfolding exactly as Zhou Tian had foreseen. But at that very moment, an unexpected turn occurred. After their physical forms were swallowed by the sea of blood, these fiends instantly reverted to their true forms. They became ethereal figures, once more formless, floating shadows without physical bodies. Moreover, these ethereal forms seemed to exist entirely outside this world. Even the blood sea could not consume them. As more and more demons transformed into ethereal forms, Zhou Tian watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing slightly. It seems the problem is indeed serious. Have you lost control over these things now? After a moment's thought, Zhou Tian turned and addressed Liu Yanyan. Liu Yanyan was currently slung over Zhou Tian's shoulder, her entire body pressed tightly against him. As he turned his head, Zhou Tian's gaze instinctively settled upon Liu Yanyan's cleavage. So full, so rounded. How on earth did they grow like that? A pair of formidable assets that seemed capable of sweeping all directions. Liu Yanyan instantly sensed Zhou Tian's gaze, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. In the past, if someone had dared to ogle her body like this, Liu Yanyan would have been utterly repulsed. But now, facing Zhou Tian, she felt completely different from before. She even felt a small sense of satisfaction, as if she'd been acknowledged. But Liu Yanyan wasn't passive either. She placed one hand directly on the soft flesh at Zhou Tian's waist and dug her fingers in hard. For most men, the soft flesh around the waist was their greatest weakness. Yet Zhou Tian felt neither pain nor discomfort. Though his physical form had recovered somewhat, it wasn't like Liu Yanyan's. It still bore no resemblance to that of a living person. The Zhou Tian of the past had a body like a zombie that had been dead for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Now, though, it resembled a corpse that had been dead for decades. There was improvement, but not much. Seeing Zhou Tian's expressionless face, Liu Yanyan puffed out her cheeks in a pout, looking rather displeased. But she quickly regained her serious expression. She was astonished that she couldn't control these demonic entities. This shouldn't be happening. According to the voice in my mind, once I successfully refine this palace, I should be able to control everything within it. Could it be because it hasn't been fully refined yet? Liu Yanyan murmured, feeling somewhat at a loss. Clearly, the current situation had exceeded her expectations. Even if Zhou Tian tried to stop her from refining the palace, Liu Yanyan would never have manipulated the demons to attack him. Most importantly, Liu Yanyan knew these demons were no match for Zhou Tian. Moreover, at her core, Liu Yanyan was essentially Zhou Tian's corpse slave. It was merely that Zhou Tian had no particular preferences and hadn't directly altered her thoughts. The voice in my mind? Tell me exactly what happened. Zhou Tian immediately perked up, setting Liu Yanyan down before continuing. Liu Yanyan smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothes and immediately replied. I was hunting demons earlier, but somehow I ended up here. It felt like something was calling me. Then I sat upon this dragon throne, and a voice echoed in my mind. It said it needed my blood to refine this palace. If I succeeded, I could gain power rivaling that of the gods. After finishing her explanation, Liu Yanyan looked up at Zhou Tian once more. A voice in my mind, looks like there's a mastermind behind this. Zhou Tian thought to himself. Without hesitation, he moved toward the throne. Zhou Tian's hand gently touched the dragon throne. He felt nothing unusual, no strange power emanating from it. It felt like nothing more than an ordinary piece of craftsmanship. If that's the case, what would happen if I simply destroyed the throne? As he spoke, Zhou Tian drew the yuan to sword. The yuan to sword was razor-sharp, radiating boundless killing intent capable of obliterating all things in the world. Without hesitation, Zhou Tian swung it directly at the throne. Nothing unexpected occurred. The dragon throne couldn't withstand Zhou Tian's power at all, splitting cleanly in two. No, you cannot do this. At that very moment, a cold, clear voice echoed in Zhou Tian's ears. The voice carried no emotion whatsoever, and its gender was impossible to discern. It sounded like a mechanically synthesized tone. Zhou Tian turned his head and looked at Liu Yanyan once more. Liu Yanyan's expression was one of utter astonishment. A strange, ethereal female figure emanated from her. The voice he had just heard had come from this woman. You cannot destroy this palace. If you dare to act, death is your only path. And your little girlfriend will die with you. The ghostly female figure overlapping Liu Yanyan spoke again, her voice filled with urgency. Zhou Tian frowned, having never anticipated such a situation. If they're insubstantial demons, akin to ghostly apparitions, then perhaps I can try using the power of ghostly shadows to deal with them. Zhou Tian ignored the woman's words. The next instant, the shadow beneath Zhou Tian's feet began to stretch infinitely. Terrifying, the colossal specter now seemed to envelop the entire golden throne hall, as if the power capable of devouring everything was erupting completely at this moment. An endless sea of blood. Terrifying specter. Crimson ghostly eyes. Zhou Tian unleashed all three of his trump cards simultaneously. His sole purpose was to obliterate this bizarre entity in the shortest possible time. The power of ghostly shadows? You're merely a zombie, how could you possibly wield such power? The woman overlapping with Liu Yanyan now wore a look of panic. Instinctively, she tried to leave Liu Yanyan's body. But Liu Yanyan's lips curled into a sneer. There was no way she'd let this woman escape. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed in an instant, reaching tens of thousands of degrees. Ripples formed in the air, yet strangely, the entire golden hall remained unaffected. Though Liu Yanyan's control over the power of natural disasters couldn't directly harm these insubstantial demons, it could still inflict damage to a certain extent. Die! Zhou Tian unleashed a terrifying specter, sending it hurtling straight toward the woman's form. In the next instant, she would be utterly consumed by the specter, becoming a fragment of its very essence. Seeing the woman in peril, the bizarre entities gathered below the imperial court no longer stood idly by. Instead, they revealed savage expressions and charged toward Zhou Tian. Too weak. Even without a physical form, she can't block the ghostly shadow's invasion. Zhou Tian muttered to himself. In the next instant, every single figure was swallowed whole by Zhou Tian's ghostly shadow, becoming part of it. Chapter 30, The Truth of the Lost Souls. The Colossal Tree of Divine Miracles. These eerie entities were completely devoured by the ghostly shadow in an instant, becoming part of it. You managed to kill me once, do you really think you can do it a second or third time? We will meet again. The woman uttered her final words before being completely swallowed by the ghostly shadow. Throwing down a final challenge even as she dies, truly the mark of a villain. Zhou Tian felt no fear at her words. The ghostly shadow's power wasn't mere consumption, it was fusion. Everything about this woman became part of the ghostly shadow, including her abilities and her memories. Zhou Tian, relying on the ghostly shadow, began to sift through the woman's memories. No name. Only a codename, White Wu Chang. As for her type, Zhou Tian had reached a conclusion: she belonged to the realm of the departed souls. Wandering souls differed markedly from demons. They weren't the deceased but a distinct race. Immortal and indestructible, though not highly aggressive, they were also extremely difficult to kill. Moreover, through certain means, these souls can transform into demons. What a bizarre entity more terrifying than demons themselves. Without Ghost Shadow, I might not have been able to handle these things. Zhou Tian couldn't help but think to himself. Fortunately, his luck had been good enough to acquire the Ghost Shadow early. Though its terror level wasn't the highest, it possessed an exceptionally unique ability. It could deal with certain incorporeal demons and these wandering souls. Moreover, through this woman's memories, Zhou Tian had uncovered an utterly terrifying truth. That was Liu Yanyan's mind already bore the mark of the White Ghost. Before Zhou Tian's arrival, Wu Chang had already infiltrated Liu Yanyan's mind. Once Liu Yanyan fully refined the palace, the White Ghost would immediately move to possess her body. At that point, Liu Yanyan's consciousness would vanish completely, replaced by the White Ghost controlling her body. Reviewing this memory, Zhou Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, he had received Bai Tianqin's warning and rushed to rescue Liu Yanyan. Had he arrived even one day later, Liu Yanyan would have been completely possessed. But now, for Liu Yanyan, everything the White Ghost had done was not a bad thing at all, it had become a blessing. Through the White Ghost's actions, Liu Yanyan had regained her former consciousness. Yet, to be absolutely certain, Zhou Tian immediately turned to look at Liu Yanyan, his gaze deep and intense. Why are you looking at me like that? Under such intense scrutiny, Liu Yanyan instinctively felt shy and couldn't meet Zhou Tian's gaze. Don't be fooled by her current form as a drought demon. She was an SS-ranked demonic entity. In truth, she was still essentially a young girl not yet 20. Do you remember the first time we met? Zhou Tian asked directly. The first time we met. At Zhou Tian's words, Liu Yanyan's face instantly flashed a hint of playful annoyance. How dare you even bring that up? I was dead then, but my consciousness hadn't vanished. I just couldn't control my body. And you actually kissed me without permission. Your hands were even in places they shouldn't have been. Liu Yanyan pouted as she scolded Zhou Tian. Hearing this, Zhou Tian instantly felt his face flush crimson. Indeed, being alone in a room with Liu Yanyan, Zhou Tian couldn't possibly have stopped at just kissing her. His hand had been a bit too eager, constantly checking her pulse. But he never imagined that Liu Yanyan hadn't actually lost consciousness. It was merely that her physical body was too powerful for her consciousness to control. My bad. Zhou Tian flashed an embarrassed expression. Oh, now that your body's recovered, let me check if you still have a pulse. Zhou Tian teased her playfully. At those words, Liu Yanyan's face flushed slightly and she shot Zhou Tian a disapproving look. You shameless thing. Liu Yanyan pouted playfully. Yet she offered no refusal, instead adopting an expression that seemed to say, take me if you dare. They were an old married couple. Why would Zhou Tian hold back? He reached out and began checking her pulse. It must be said, her pulse felt softer than before and somehow louder too. He couldn't fathom why. What even Liu Yanyan failed to notice was that, as Zhou Tian checked her pulse, a terrifying ghostly shadow crept slowly toward her from the floor. A tingling sensation washed over Liu Yanyan, causing her to close her eyes involuntarily. But at that very moment, the ghostly shadow lunged directly at Liu Yanyan's mind. The next instant, Zhou Tian's consciousness seemed to invade Liu Yanyan's brain, and a series of images flooded his vision. These scenes documented every moment of Liu Yanyan's life from birth to the present. Even things Liu Yanyan herself might have forgotten were crystal clear to Zhou Tian. Liu Yanyan sensed something was amiss, yet she was powerless to resist the ghostly shadow's intrusion. It was a soul-crushing suppression. After watching for several minutes, Zhou Tian gained a general understanding of Liu Yanyan's experiences. Her memories showed no signs of corruption. But I haven't found the mark left by the white ghost. It seems to be hidden very deeply. Zhou Tian pinched Liu Yanyan's plump flesh, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Then, the ghostly eye on Zhou Tian's forehead stirred restlessly once more, fixating on Liu Yanyan. A crimson light enveloped Liu Yanyan. The ghostly realm had opened. Beyond opening the ghost realm and piercing through all illusions, the ghost eye possessed another ability, the power to invade memories. Now, with the ghost eye and ghost shadow combined, its effects were far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. In Zhou Tian's vision, a blurred human figure reappeared. It was the white ghost. At that moment, the white ghost also stared at Zhou Tian in surprise, as if he hadn't expected to be discovered. Found you. Zhou Tian's lips curled slightly as he immediately lunged toward the white ghost. The white ghost immediately began struggling, attempting to launch an attack on Liu Yanyan's consciousness to force Zhou Tian to halt his assault. But under the dual assault of ghost shadow and ghost eyes, the white ghost was completely immobilized, utterly unable to accomplish this. Die. The next instant, Bai Wuchang was directly swallowed by the ghost shadow. As he devoured the white ghost once more, a vision suddenly flashed through Zhou Tian's mind. In the instant he confronted death. It was a colossal miracle tree. Hollowed out within, it housed countless wandering souls. The miracle tree lay shattered and broken, resembling an elderly person in their twilight years. Yet at its very peak, a single fruit clung stubbornly to life. This fruit was none other than the fruit of divine miracles. As he gazed at this vision, Zhou Tian furrowed his brow, a peculiar thought taking root in his mind. Could it be that this palace, indeed, the entire underground world, is merely an emanation of the miracle tree? And since Bai Wuchang had this vision in his mind, it meant all of this was real. And this miracle fruit was clearly the key to breaking the stalemate. Chapter 31, Mafia Reinforcements. Peril. Zhou Tian's next task was to locate this divine miracle fruit. Then, without any drawbacks, completely refine this palace. Just as Liu Yanyan had once imagined, the effects of this palace were truly extraordinary. If he succeeded in refining it, he could truly become a god. But Zhou Tian understood one thing clearly: even if Liu Yanyan had refined the palace before, she would only become a puppet of this white ghost. What Zhou Tian must accomplish is to refine not only the white ghost, but everything else along with it. With this resolve, the ghostly eye on Zhou Tian's forehead stirred restlessly once more, radiating a crimson glow that spread outward relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire underground palace. Upon sensing Zhou Tian's demonic aura, all the souls present erupted into fury. Their once blank, numb faces now twisted with murderous intent as they charged toward Zhou Tian in unison. Yet the moment they began their advance, the souls abruptly halted. For a terrifying, colossal specter was spreading toward them. The specter seemed to possess an endless devouring energy. The instant it touched them, it directly restrained all their power. Then, they were completely absorbed into the specter, becoming pieces of its puzzle. Most of these spirits possess no special abilities beyond being immune to ordinary attacks. Otherwise, the specter could have stolen all their power. Meanwhile, at the shelter, the fierce battle raged on. The Warring States Corpse King's power was terrifying, completely overwhelming this wild S-ranked demon. In fact, there were numerous moments when it had the chance to outright annihilate the S-ranked demon. But it was always just a hair's breadth away. Though the Warring States Corpse King was immensely powerful, his opponent was a genuine S-ranked demonic fiend. An S-ranked demon still possessed its dignity. The Warring States Corpse King would need more time to completely eliminate this S-ranked demon. The aftershocks of their battle were terrifying. Other blood markers dared not approach, instead engaging from several kilometers away. Captain Li led hundreds of blood markers, overwhelming the mafia members. This was the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's military might. Even if Captain Li's strength fell short of Xiaoyi's, that was only because Xiaoyi was simply too monstrously powerful. Dealing with these little devils was more than enough. Captain Li transformed into a humanoid black dragon, his body covered in pitch-black scales. Every movement radiated an aura of utter destruction. His power was the strongest, having already reached the third tier. Among these mafia members, their strongest fighter, Inoue Zeo, was already dead. Most of the remaining members were stage 1, and even the few stage 2 blood markers were no match for Captain Li. Sir, this entire operation was orchestrated by that bastard Inoue Zojin. I suggest we cease hostilities and make peace. Ampi Yobi took a direct punch and was immediately sent flying dozens of meters. Clutching his chest, he struggled to speak to Captain Li. The Sengoku Corpse King blocked the S-ranked demon. Xiaoyi single-handedly took on over a dozen blood markers, all of them second tier. The remaining scum were swiftly overwhelmed by the surrounding soldiers. This battle was utterly one-sided. Captain Li remained silent, his gaze cold and indifferent, yet concealing boundless killing intent. The next second, Captain Li struck again. Black flames ignited around his fist, a power seemingly capable of melting anything in the world, as he charged straight toward An Bei Yao. But just as he was about to finish off Ampere, a gunshot rang out beside Captain Li's ear. Bang! A bullet struck Captain Li squarely in the forehead. Someone ambushed me? Captain Li instantly furrowed his brow. With his blood true form activated, Captain Li possessed formidable defensive capabilities. The attacker clearly used a large caliber sniper rifle that single bullet could easily pierce through steel plates. Only Captain Li's Black Dragon blood pattern offered astonishing defense. Any other blood pattern user would likely have had their skull blown apart. Captain Li turned his head, but his expression immediately darkened. Because, unbeknownst to them, they had been surrounded by a group of soldiers. These soldiers wore combat uniforms, each emblazoned with the image of a majestic eagle. Seeing this emblem, a name instantly flashed through Captain Li's mind. The deputy commander of the capital military district. Morong Qingshan. He commanded an elite special forces unit that adopted the eagle as their totem, codenamed the Fierce Hawks. If he had encountered them before, Captain Li wouldn't have been overly surprised. After all, though they weren't in the same military region, they crossed paths often enough not to be complete strangers. But then, not long ago, one of Morong Qingshan's squads had been wiped out in Jiangshi City. And even his own son, Morong Hua, had met his end here. Upon realizing this, Captain Li instantly understood everything. The situation was straightforward, a son had died, and now the father had come seeking vengeance. But seeking revenge at any other time would have been perfectly acceptable. It just had to happen now. And upon meeting, he immediately sought to take his life. Clearly, this visitor meant no good. Black Dragon, you're really something now, huh? Can't even die from a sniper shot to the head. A sneer of contempt rang out from the crowd. Immediately after, a pot-bellied middle-aged man approached. As the saying goes, a woman who can't even see her own toes is already a rare beauty. But this man's belly resembled that of a woman about to give birth. He couldn't even see his own toes when he looked down, proving he was quite the colorful character himself. Upon seeing this man, Captain Li's expression darkened further. He recognized this man. The middle-aged man who had arrived was none other than Morong Hua's father, Morong Qingshan. Little Black Dragon, why aren't you greeting your elders? I hear you've been doing quite well lately, commanding hundreds of blood markers under your command. You even dared to kill the squad I sent? Ha! Morong Qingshan spoke as he approached Captain Li. A playful smile played on his lips as he suddenly placed his hand on Li's hair. Like he was handling a pet, he gave Li's head a light pat. Hey, you old fart. What are you doing? How dare you treat our Captain Li like this? Exactly. Don't think your rank gives you the right to act like this. This is Jiangshi City. Seeing Captain Li humiliated, the soldiers nearby were the first to lose their composure. In the peaceful times of old, rank alone could crush a man, and Morong Hua was no ordinary officer, but the deputy commander of the capital military district. He was practically second only to the emperor himself. But now it was different. The apocalypse had arrived. Who cared what you were? Got a problem? Take it out on us. The atmosphere grew scorching hot, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. But Captain Li had risen to his position through deep cunning. His emotions remained hidden beneath a calm exterior. He pulled away Morong Qingshan's hand and asked coldly, "I must admit one thing, your son and your men did indeed die in Jiangshi City. But what brings you here today? To ally with these Japanese devils against our own people? If that's not the case, I'll leave it to Commander Morong to deal with him. But if you're here to ally with these Japanese devils, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing Li's words, Morong Qingshan laughed outright. "So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Do you even have the strength to resist now? This time I brought 500 blood markers. What do you have to counter me? Don't think the apocalypse gives you free rein to carve out your own fiefdom. Let me tell you this, in Dragon Nation, I'm still the top dog." Chapter 32, Outnumbering me? Do you have more zombies than I do? Morong Qingshan declared with utter arrogance. But he had every reason to be arrogant. An Pei Yao, slumped on the ground like a dead dog, flashed an excited look upon seeing Morong Qingshan appear. Indeed. Morong Qingshan was An Pei Yangwei's reinforcements. Without Morong Qingshan's backing, An Pei Yangwei would never have dared to do such things. First, he killed the former president, Inoue Zhao. Then, he completely disregarded the blooders brought by Captain Li. Yet as he listened to An Pei Yao's words, a hint of a meaningful expression flickered across Morong Qingshan's face. "Get the hell out of here with your useless crew. This isn't your business anymore." Morong Qingshan cursed. But clearly, this situation worked in Abe Yaowei's favor. With only a few dozen blood markers left, their numbers had been severely depleted after the earlier battle, leaving just over 20 survivors. If they continued, annihilation was inevitable. Morong Qingshan's willingness to aid An Pei Yangwei stemmed not solely from his son's death in Jiangshi City. More importantly, An Pei Yangwei had dangled a tempting prospect before him. Dragon Nation was a formidable power, one of the strongest nations on the entire Blue Star, with few countries capable of standing against it. Precisely because of this, numerous hostile organizations lurked within its borders, including the Mafia. If Morong Qingshan aided An Pei Yangwei in taking down Captain Li, An Pei Yangwei could leverage his connections to bring in other foreign powers. Then, together, they would assist Morong Qingshan in establishing a new order. Faced with such temptation, Morong Qingshan was swayed. Though Morong Qingshan now possessed formidable foundations, boasting over 500 blood alone. But if he truly wanted to dominate Dragon Nation, he still fell short. Thus, he must seek assistance from these foreign organizations. Of course, having risen to his current position, Morong Qingshan would never genuinely collaborate with these organizations. He merely intended to exploit them. Once he succeeds, he'll simply renege on his promises. What recourse would these organizations have? "Alright, Mr. Morong Qingshan, we'll be the best partners going forward," Amper pretended to say, then immediately stood up to leave. Who left their fly open, letting this old codger slip out? You're supposed to be an official, yet you dare to side with these little devils at a time like this? What a disgrace to the Dragon Nation. Just then, a soft, feminine voice reached everyone's ears. In an instant, Morong Qingshan's face darkened. He turned his head and immediately saw a woman of extraordinary grace. Her appearance was enchanting, as if she were the reincarnation of Daji herself. Every glance and movement radiated a seductive allure that captivated all who saw her. In her hand, she held a strange, eerie sword. The blade shimmered faintly, rippling as if it were not solid at all. "Who are you? What business do you have speaking here? Do I need some little girl like you telling me what to do?" Morong Qingshan snapped angrily. No one had ever dared to show him such disrespect since he rose to his position. Whenever anyone saw him, weren't they always polite and respectful? Old fool, take a good look at yourself. Do you really think numbers give you the right to bully the outnumbered? Xiao Yi pressed her advantage once more. While others still harbored some fear of Morong Qingshan, Xiao Yi wasn't afraid at all. So what if there were many of them? Without true, absolute strength, even a swarm of ants remains nothing but ants. Damn it, you really don't know when to quit. Attack! Kill him! Morong Qingshan immediately issued orders to the surrounding soldiers. Obedience to orders was their sacred duty. Even facing a young woman now, they couldn't disobey. Seeing Morong Qingshan's men move to attack, Li's team wasted no time, instantly forming a protective wall in front of Xiao Yi. "For a little girl, you're willing to fight me to the death, Black Dragon. Is it worth it?" Morong Qingshan spoke hesitantly. He hadn't expected Captain Li to be so protective of this girl. His initial plan had been straightforward: use overwhelming force to subdue Captain Li and his men, thereby taking control of the Blood and the entire Jiangshi military district. After all, he was Li's superior. Was he wrong to do this? Captain Li shook his head. "We're all Dragon Nation people. I didn't want to resort to force either, but I had no choice," Captain Li declared bluntly. Without another word, he seized An Pei Yangwei by the throat. With one forceful squeeze, he strangled An Pei Yang to death in his hands, then tossed the lifeless body to the ground like a discarded dog. Witnessing this, Morong Qingshan finally understood. Captain Li refused to bow to him. This fight had to be fought. Youthful arrogance. Then let this elder teach you a lesson. As Morong Qingshan spoke, a crimson rune erupted from his body. He too was a blood pattern user. Though his rank was low, the pattern he had awakened was rather unique. It was called the Immovable Turtle King. Its attack power was only marginally stronger than an ordinary person's, but its defense was utterly unmatched. According to Morong Qingshan's tests, when he activated his true blood pattern form, he could even effortlessly block missile damage. Moreover, he could briefly summon a turtle shell. Hiding within it, he could become utterly invincible. You actually think numbers give you the right to bully the outnumbered? I'm sick of you lot. My men, come forth. Xiao Yi's face darkened with displeasure as she suddenly addressed the distance. In an instant, confusion spread across everyone's faces. Their gazes converged on Xiao Yi's direction, even team leader Li included. Could it be that Xiao Yi had another trick up her sleeve? But why hadn't I been informed? Under everyone's gaze, terrifying figures suddenly began approaching from the distance. These figures resembled corpses. Their eyes were terrifying, their bodies rigid, like zombies straight out of a horror movie. And most alarming of all, their sheer numbers. A dark, endless mass stretching as far as the eye could see. What the hell are these things? Zombies? Even team leader Li was taken aback. Indeed, these were zombies. But they weren't created by Xiao Yi. Though he had inherited Zhou Tian's legacy, he couldn't infect others to turn them into zombies. Sisters here. At that moment, a woman in a long black dress suddenly emerged from the zombie horde. Her complexion was deathly pale, devoid of any color, and her beautiful eyes glowed a blood-red hue resembling both a zombie and a vampire. The newcomer was none other than Li Yeji, the young wife once favored by Zhou Tian. After becoming a zombie, she followed Zhou Tian's orders to the letter, establishing her own sanctuary. But Li Yeji's methods were extreme. She infected ordinary people, turning them into third-generation zombies. In just one day, the number of third-generation zombies infected by Li Yeji had already reached over 1,000. And the fourth-generation zombies infected by these third-generation ones numbered nearly 10,000. Now gathered here in full force, they were a force far more terrifying than any demonic entity. These are all zombies? How could there be so many zombies? Morong Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. These tens of thousands of zombies had already surrounded him. Even if their individual strength wasn't formidable, a swarm of ants could still bite an elephant to death. Old hag. Die. Xiao Yi declared, swinging her long sword directly at Morong Qingshan. Seeing this, Morong Qingshan was instantly horrified. He summoned a turtle shell and retreated inside it. Only, a turtle head remained exposed. Chapter 33, Wipe Out the Mafia. Establish a new order. Xiao Yi saw Morong Qingshan's blood true form and instantly wore a sneer. Old man, the blood you've awakened really suits your temperament. Xiao Yi immediately sneered. But upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Morong Qingshan's expression turned grim. So what if you have these zombies as backup? I still have over 10,000 soldiers lying in ambush nearby. The final outcome of this battle remains uncertain. As Morong Qingshan spoke, a wave of soldiers surged forward from the distance. Seeing them, Xiao Yi's expression darkened. She did not wish to turn against them, but the current situation left her no choice. Either she would have to kill all of Morong Qingshan's men, or be killed by them. There was no right or wrong here, only opposing stances. It was like a war between two civilizations, two nations. There was no right or wrong, only opposing stances. Therefore, Xiao Yi immediately raised the sword forged from the Qingqiu netherfire, intent on ending Morong Qingshan's life outright. Seeing this, Morong Qingshan instantly panicked, burying his head in his shell. He refused to believe Xiao Yi could breach his defenses. Morong Qingshan had conducted experiments before. Even when over a dozen blood users unleashed their full power simultaneously, it was difficult for them to inflict any damage on him. His turtle shell could even reflect incoming damage back at the attacker. Come on then. I refuse to believe you can kill me. Morong Qingshan taunted. Is it ignorance or recklessness that drives you? Xiao Yi raised her long sword high. In the next instant, the sword split into countless blades, raining down like a storm of feathers toward Morong Qingshan. Morong Qingshan's turtle shell effortlessly blocked Xiao Yi's attack. But Xiao Yi's swords weren't real blades. They were formed from the Qingqiu netherfire. Though Xiao Yi couldn't directly kill Morong Qingshan, the flames possessed a piercing effect. They could pierce right through the turtle shell and inflict damage on Morong Qingshan. Ha 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 ha. See? I told you couldn't hurt me. Morong Qingshan declared arrogantly. At this moment, the battle had fully commenced. Thousands of zombies formed Xiao Yi's main force. Though their movements were stiff and their killing methods crude. But their thick, tough skin was unyielding. The soldiers' bullets ricocheted off the zombies like they were hitting steel plates. Only by smashing their heads clean off could one truly kill a zombie. But zombies were different. Even the weakest fourth-generation zombie retained its ability to infect. A single bite was enough to fully infect a soldier into a fifth-generation zombie. Second-generation zombies possessed some intelligence, third-generation zombies were less intelligent, and fourth-generation zombies had truly become corpse-like entities. As for 5th-generation zombies, they've lost even the most fundamental undead trait of immortality. Ordinary firearms can kill them with ease. This is the weakness of zombies, each generation is weaker than the last. Yet despite their weakness, these 4th and 5th-generation zombies were still perfectly adequate as cannon fodder. The men Morong Shan brought were initially arrogant, certain of victory in this battle. Yet slowly, the tide turned. The zombies before them grew in number with every strike, while their own comrades dwindled with each blow. Some blood markers remained clear-headed, they knew defeat was inevitable. They abandoned their desperate resistance altogether, instead seeking opportunities to flee outright. Come on, ordinary people have no say in their own fate, but did they, the blood markers, really have no choice? Even the weakest blood marker was a superhuman figure in the eyes of ordinary people. To die here would be a terrible waste, wouldn't it? The young woman Li Yezi swayed her voluptuous figure, a faint smile playing on her lips, as she walked directly to Xiao Yi's side. Although Zhou Tian hadn't personally come to the shelter, he had notified Li Yezi as a precaution. And clearly, Zhou Tian's decision had been an extremely wise choice. Sis, shall I handle her? Li Yezi glanced at Morong Qingshan and asked in a sweet voice. Xiao Yi glanced at Li Yezi and immediately shook her head. Although Li Yezi was Zhou Tian's friend and her own ally, for some inexplicable reason, Xiao Yi simply disliked her. This feeling was strange, like the innate rivalry between women. No need. Xiao Yi said casually, then summoned every ounce of her strength. Morong Qingshan, who had been acting rather cocky moments ago, suddenly furrowed his brows. For he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of death. The next instant, a ball of flame pierced right through his turtle shell and ignited directly on his body. Impossible. Your attack actually penetrated my defenses. Aren't you a sword cultivator? Why has your sword turned into flames? Morong Qingshan exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. He could now clearly sense the terrifying nature of Xiao Yi's power. If he didn't find a countermeasure soon, he'd be burned alive in less than a minute. Hearing Morong Qingshan's words, a meaningful smile instantly flashed across Xiao Yi's face. On the surface, Xiao Yi appeared entirely like a sword cultivator. Yet ironically, the nine-tailed fox awakened by Zhou Tian's blood possessed its most formidable attack, the Qingqiu Netherfire. This was Xiao Yi's trump card, often delivering unexpected devastation to her foes. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want, just don't kill me. Morong Qingshan had completely broken down at this point. He begged Xiao Yi for mercy. Yet Xiao Yi's face remained fixed in a faint, almost imperceptible smile. It was a deeply amused expression, as if she were savoring the agony of his final moments. Li Yezi, watching from the side, felt a slight chill run down her spine. Originally, Li Yezi had thought Xiao Yi was just an ordinary little girl. But now it seemed he had underestimated her completely. How could anyone truly innocent exist in the shadow of someone as terrifying as Zhou Tian? Morong Qingshan's life force grew fainter and fainter until it vanished entirely, erasing him from this world. The battle began swiftly and ended just as quickly. All the mafia members, except for Matsuo Zao, had perished here. As for Morong Qingshan's men, most had been infected and turned into zombies, while the rest were all subdued by Li's team. At that moment, Captain Li slowly approached Xiao Yi and the others. His appearance was hideously distorted, the black dragon blood markings on his body faintly radiating an unholy glow. Perhaps from being drenched in too much blood, he now looked utterly monstrous. Team leader Li no longer carried his former authority, instead, he resembled a terrifying demon god. P.S. Fellow brothers. Group ID, 6240329790. Chapter 34, Black Rain. Farewell, White Ghost. Captain Li, whose real name was Li Heilong, had awakened the black dragon blood mark. At this moment, team leader Li's gaze was cold and detached, fully embodying the meaning of his name. Yet when his gaze fell upon Xiao Yi and Li Yezi, his expression shifted instantly. He knew all too well that his strength was utterly insignificant compared to these two women. Thank you both for this. Without you, we might have been wiped out. Captain Li said sincerely. Throughout Jiangshi City, Captain Li was indeed a local powerhouse, commanding hundreds of blood markers and over 10,000 soldiers. Yet, even that formidable power proved utterly inadequate. Facing the S-ranked demonic entities summoned by the mafia, they had absolutely no chance of resistance. If not for the warring state's corpse king, they would have been wiped out long ago. Later, when confronted by the upstart Morong Qingshan, Captain Li was utterly helpless. In terms of rank, Morong Qingshan was Li's superior. In terms of influence, Morong Qingshan also held sway over him. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's friend, this Li Yezi, Morong Qingshan might have surrendered outright. No big deal. You stay here and clean up the battlefield. I'll go check on the warring state's corpse king. Xiao Yi spoke, then soared upward on her sword toward the warring state's corpse king's location. Li Yezi followed closely behind, leaving only team leader Li behind. Seeing this, team leader Li shook his head helplessly. The warring state's corpse king and this S-ranked demonic fiend were locked in a fierce back-and-forth battle, but it would be difficult to completely eliminate it anytime soon. Though Li Muzi and Xiao Yi possessed considerable strength, intervening in such a clash between top-tier demons proved exceedingly difficult. Forget it. We'll just have to wait for Zhou Tian to arrive. But seriously, why isn't Zhou Tian here yet? Did he run off with his sister-in-law? Xiao Yi couldn't help but wonder. By now, Xiao Yi hadn't seen Zhou Tian for nearly a whole day. Nothing should go wrong. After all, our master is so powerful. Li Yezi remarked beside her. Hearing Li Yezi's words, Xiao Yi nodded in sympathetic agreement. But then, Xiao Yi suddenly noticed something and immediately turned to look at Li Muzi. Her large eyes blinked rapidly, her long lashes particularly captivating, yet her gaze now brimmed with utter confusion. What did you call him? Master? What's your relationship with him? Xiao Yi asked immediately. He could sense that Li Muji was a zombie, and one who seemed to have gained considerable favor from Zhou Tian, acquiring no small amount of power. But deep down, Xiao Yi couldn't stand Li Muzi's actions. Directly infecting living people into zombies might allow for rapid expansion of his power base, but it was still utterly inhumane. Moreover, Li Muzi was quite attractive, both in figure and face. Especially the massive thunderbolt before her, its scale was completely beyond Xiao Yi's comparison, powerful enough to crush someone outright. Because of this, Xiao Yi felt even less fond of Li Yezi. Noticing Xiao Yi's puzzled expression, Li Muzi gave a faint smile. I'm a zombie created by my master. Without him, I wouldn't have any of this. Are you my master's friend? I can sense that you carry the same aura as him, even purer than mine. Li Yezi replied. I suppose so. Since you're Zhou Tian's zombie slave, by logic, I should be considered your senior. Call me second sister-in-law. Xiao Yi suddenly interjected. In Xiao Yi's mind, Liu Yanyan was undoubtedly the eldest sister-in-law, and a perfectly matched one at that. Though she hadn't been with Zhou Tian for long, she was still the most senior among them. So calling her second sister-in-law should be fine, right? Xiao Yi thought this, completely disregarding what Li Yezi might think. Second sister-in-law? Li Muzi instantly felt a pang of jealousy. Though her figure was better than Xiao Yi's, her age was a major drawback. A girl like Xiao Yi radiated an aura of innocence. No, it wasn't just innocence. A touch of innocence, yet a hint of sensuality. It's pure yet alluring. Now that's more like it. Xiao Yi patted Li Muji's shoulder, adopting a maternal expression. Send your zombies to rest. Next, second sister-in-law will take you on a tour of the shelter. Xiao Yi said again. Since the Warring States zombie king couldn't deal with this S-ranked demonic creature anytime soon, Xiao Yi decided to simply ignore it. Her priority now was to assert her authority. To prevent Li Muji from ever questioning his place. What Xiao Yi didn't know, however. Though she called herself the second sister-in-law, nothing had ever happened between her and Zhou Tian. Li Muji, however, was a different story. She and Zhou Tian had already crossed that line. If Xiao Yi ever found out, she'd probably be furious enough to explode. Xiao Yi and Li Muji returned to the shelter. The shelter was formerly Jiangshi University of Science and Technology, but not a single person was wandering about the once beautiful campus. Everyone was holed up in dorm rooms or classrooms converted into shelters. They feared attracting the demons lurking outside. For ordinary people, facing those demons meant certain death. The demons would keep reawakening, but fortunately, most had already been dealt with. Even any that did reawaken sporadically were swiftly dealt with by the soldiers on night watch. Captain Li cleared the battlefield swiftly, resolving everything quickly before returning to the shelter. He approached Xiao Yi, hesitating slightly before speaking. Miss Liu Yanyan, once dawn breaks, I'd like to host a celebratory banquet to thank you and Mr. Zhou Tian for your assistance. I just wonder if Mr. Zhou Tian will be able to attend tomorrow. Captain Li's voice remained calm. To others, Captain Li was the commander of the Jiangnan Naval District, his own strength equally unfathomable. Yet even before a young woman like Xiao Yi, he remained exceptionally courteous. Xiao Yi considered it for a moment and didn't refuse Captain Li's invitation. I'm available, but I can't speak for Zhou Tian. I'm not certain he'll show up tomorrow either. Xiao Yi replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Captain Li's face immediately lit up with delight. Regardless of whether Zhou Tian could attend, Xiao Yi's words had saved his face, and that was a good thing. Immediately, Captain Li dispatched his team to begin preparing ingredients for the daytime celebration banquet. But just then, dark clouds suddenly blanketed the sky, and thick, viscous black rain began falling from above, as if intent on polluting the earth once more. The two strongest individuals in the entire shelter, Xiao Yi and Captain Li, instantly sensed something was amiss. This black rain could penetrate buildings, yet upon touching human skin, it regained substance before instantly seeping into their bodies. This rain. Xiao Yi felt the rainwater enter his body, and the countless blood patterns on his skin began to stir violently. The power dormant within her seemed poised to erupt outward, the entire sensation eerily unsettling. As a second-generation zombie, Li Muji felt nothing. The rain simply passed right through her body. Over at Zhou Tian's location. After a long search, Zhou Tian finally had a lead. Through a hidden entrance, he entered a basement. But this basement was nothing like the one where Zhou Tian had encountered the ghostly apparition. There was no eerie atmosphere here, only boundless opulence. Gold bricks paved the floor, jade steps ascended, and night pearls served as lamps, a lavishness beyond description. Had the apocalypse not struck, Zhou Tian could have taken any single item from here and sold it on the surface to achieve financial freedom. But now, with the apocalypse upon them, these treasures were worthless. Even gold was scarcely worth mentioning. Yet as Zhou Tian traversed the passageway, a room crafted entirely of gold suddenly materialized before his eyes. And the white ghost, who had once appeared in Liu Yanyan's consciousness, now materialized before Zhou Tian once more. Upon seeing Zhou Tian, a hint of amusement flickered across the white ghost's face. "We meet again. Hello, Zhou Tian. Though you likely already know my name, I'll introduce myself nonetheless. Pleased to meet you. I am the white ghost." Chapter 35, Miracle Fruit? Feed it to the tigers. Zhou Tian wasn't overly surprised by the white ghost's appearance. Although he had killed the white impermanence, that entity wasn't the true white impermanence at most, it was a mark or a fragment of a soul. As for the white ghost standing before him now, whether this was the genuine article or yet another fragment, Zhou Tian couldn't be certain. "You waited here for me? What's your purpose?" Zhou Tian retorted directly. But at that moment, the ghostly eye on Zhou Tian's forehead began to stir restlessly once more, fixing its gaze intently on the white ghost. The terrifying ghostly shadow behind him stretched endlessly, enveloping the entire basement. Beside him, Liu Yanyan stood poised for action, ready to deliver a fatal blow the moment the white ghost made any move. At that moment, a faint smile touched Bai Wuchang's lips. A fruit materialized in her hand. Golden in hue, it bore intricate patterns of flowing energy. "It's actually quite simple. I was wrong to try exploiting your little girlfriend earlier. But I can make it up to you. Consume this miracle fruit and you'll gain terrifying power," Bai Wuchang said. "What do you want in return?" Zhou Tian retorted immediately. He naturally didn't believe Bai Wuchang would be so kind as to voluntarily hand over the miracle fruit. Either this miracle fruit was fake and consuming it would bring unbearable consequences. Or else, the white ghost had ulterior motives. "It's simple. You're the strongest blood marker I've ever seen." "No, not a blood marker, nor a demonic entity. But whatever you call yourself, you're exceptionally unique in my eyes. I have only one request: if the opportunity arises, I hope you'll help me kill someone," Bai Wuchang continued. A faint smile lingered on her face, as if certain Zhou Tian wouldn't refuse. "Who is this person?" Zhou Tian countered. "Bai Tianxin, of the Abyssal Fire Phoenix clan. She's right here on your blue star," Bai Wuchang stated. At those words, Zhou Tian instantly frowned. He knew Bai Tianxin far too well. In fact, he had first encountered Bai Tianxin when he initially obtained the ghost shadow. Later, by sheer coincidence, he had even witnessed Bai Tianxin enslaving an S-ranked black tiger. Previously, Zhou Tian had believed that the simultaneous awakening of 11 blood patterns was her ultimate trump card. But now it seemed those 11 blood patterns were nothing at all. She must be hiding even more secrets. "Your expression doesn't seem surprised. Could it be you've already met her?" Bai Wuchang spoke again. "That's none of your concern. But if it's just a miracle fruit, it might not be worth me killing for you. Tell me, do you have any other bargaining chips?" Zhou Tian asked. "Of course. I can also reveal a secret why the demonic forces have emerged." Bai Wuchang tempted him once more. This secret was incredibly enticing. Yes, Zhou Tian desperately wanted to know the secret. Or rather, not just Zhou Tian, anyone would want to know. Life had been perfectly normal. Why would the dead suddenly rise again, transformed into terrifying demons? It is indeed intriguing, but I'm a simple man and don't care for knowing too many secrets. Besides, I could just kill you and pry the secrets from your mind. Zhou Tian spoke, unleashing every last card up his sleeve. The terrifying specter instantly lunged at White Ghost, possessing the power to suppress all evil spirits, instantly imprisoning White Ghost completely. Crimson Ghost Eyes. Open the Ghost Realm. Instantly invading the White Ghost's consciousness. Endless Sea of Blood. Within this sea, Zhou Tian remained indestructible, preventing the White Ghost from pulling any more tricks. Upon seeing Zhou Tian's move, the White Ghost suddenly furrowed his brow. But then, he simply sighed. "Ah, what a dullard. I'm merely a wandering spirit. Even if you kill me, my true form will still exist. Besides, if you live long enough, we'll likely meet again." With those words spoken, Bai Wuchang's body was instantly overrun by ghostly shadows, his consciousness assaulted by ghostly eyes. Zhou Tian now possessed fragments of the White Ghost's memories. For some unknown reason, however, these memories were severely fragmented, as if deliberately edited by someone. Still, Zhou Tian grasped the essential information. These souls seemed to belong to a powerful race that did not originate on Blue Star, yet possessed the means to manifest here. He also gleaned some information about Bai Tianxin. Bai Tianxin was neither human nor demonic entity. He too hailed from a powerful race. As for why the demons had awakened and why these beings had appeared on Blue Star, Zhou Tian had not obtained that information. Just like that? Damn these cryptic bastards, never saying anything clearly. Zhou Tian muttered inwardly. It reminded him of the reclusive masters in movies and novels he'd consumed before. They always preferred to leave things ambiguous, leaving future generations to slowly unravel the mysteries. But now, White Ghost was dead, and the entire palace was leaderless. Following the White Ghost's demise, souls continued to dissipate. Their already translucent forms gradually vanished entirely. Even the palace itself seemed to be steadily dissolving. Waves of black rain fell from the sky. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Tian instantly furrowed his brow. The palace is vanishing? And now black rain has appeared too. Comparing this to the timeline in his memory, the black rain seemed to have arrived earlier than expected. It must be the butterfly effect caused by my actions, Zhou Tian thought to himself before grabbing Liu Yanyan's hand and preparing to leave. Regardless, Zhou Tian's gains this time were exceptionally rich. Liu Yanyan no longer felt stiff and unresponsive like before. Instead, she was becoming more and more like a living person. Moreover, he had obtained the miracle fruit. Upon reaching the surface, the black tiger was still waiting there. Spotting Zhou Tian's arrival, the black tiger immediately revealed an excited expression and let out a roar. Roar! Seeing the black tiger greeting him, Zhou Tian walked straight up and ruffled its head, as if petting a cat. Are you sure you want to consume that miracle fruit? I sense something peculiar about it. Liu Yanyan spoke up at that moment. Zhou Tian glanced at Liu Yanyan and nodded immediately. According to White Ghost's words, consuming this god-tier fruit would grant a terrifying power. This power would grant the consumer abilities comparable to a god. But Zhou Tian had no intention of taking it, for the greater the power, the greater the side effects. Just as Zhou Tian had gained Xiang Chen's power, only to have his physical body stiffen and cease being a living being. Suddenly, Zhou Tian turned his gaze to the black tiger beside him, a faint smile curling his lips. Why not give this divine fruit to him instead? Chapter 36, Leave Pure Liquid. Let you shine. The black tiger offered no resistance, immediately swallowing the divine miracle fruit in one gulp. In an instant, the black tiger's entire body underwent a transformation. Thick, dark mist surged from his body, and black tiger grimaced in agony. Zhou Tian watched intently, his heart filled with anticipation for what changes would follow. Even if this divine miracle fruit was a trap set by the White Ghost for himself, Zhou Tian wouldn't feel the slightest regret if the black tiger perished. At worst, he'd lose an S-ranked demonic mount, hardly a significant loss for Zhou Tian. And then, the black tiger's entire body began to melt away, as if it were about to vanish completely from this world. Flesh, bones, blood. Black tiger's entire form gradually vanished, yet the one thing that remained was a crimson mark at the position of his head. This mark represented the master-servant contract between Zhou Tian and the black tiger. As long as this mark remained, Zhou Tian could annihilate the black tiger in an instant. And now, as the mark remained, it meant the black tiger still lived. Yet the entire being seemed to have undergone some strange transformation. Could it have become a wandering spirit? Zhou Tian wondered silently. Instantly, Zhou Tian activated his ghost eyes to observe the black tiger. Through the ghostly vision, black tiger's form hadn't vanished. Instead, it had grown even more terrifying than before. Beyond that, Zhou Tian faintly discerned another mark beneath his own crimson imprint. This mark resembled a black phoenix. Upon seeing it, the corners of Zhou Tian's mouth immediately turned up in a faint smile. For he knew the owner of this mark, none other than Bai Tianxin. I never expected Bai Tianxin's methods to be so profound. Without the power of the divine miracle fruit, I wouldn't have been able to detect it. As Zhou Tian spoke, he immediately channeled the power of his ghost eyes to invade the mark Bai Tianxin had left behind. Without the slightest hint of resistance, the mark offered no defense whatsoever and was instantly and completely refined by Zhou Tian. Meanwhile, the black tiger's transformation continued. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, in the United States, a terrifying demonic tide had also erupted in the United States. Even ordinary citizens here could purchase weapons. Yet these weapons were barely effective against even the weakest F-rank demons. But anything beyond F-rank? Guns become nothing more than toys in their hands. The masses suffered terribly, but the little black eyes were overjoyed. Back in the day, these black market dealers loved their free-for-all looting sprees. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, they grew even more brazen. They looted food, weapons, and women. The freedom-loving American black-clad thugs shed all pretense of concealment, unleashing their primal, animalistic desires. Los Angeles, inside a hospital. A mob of black-clad thugs, armed to the teeth, stormed into the hospital. Inside, doctors and patients still lingered, yet these thugs showed no mercy whether doctor or patient. They opened fire without hesitation. Perhaps only slightly attractive white women might cause these black youths to pause. The leader of the group was a young black man named Robert Sean. Unlike the others, Sean felt his ambitions were far greater. While others looted food supplies, he didn't join in. Instead, he went straight to the police station and seized a large cache of firearms and weapons. As the saying goes, while others hoard grain, I hoard guns. My neighbors are my granaries. Armed with weapons, Sean gathered a large band of little blacks, establishing a considerable local power base. However, few among them possessed blood patterns, likely due to the blacklings' inferior genetics. They resembled wild beasts more than anything else. But Xiang didn't care about that. Even without blood markers, he could still handle ordinary people. This time, Xiang led his band of blacklings to seize medical supplies. In the apocalypse, aside from food and water, the most precious commodity was medicine. In a way, medicine could even serve as currency. Far superior to gold or diamonds. Awesome. This is the real world. Those white soldiers are too busy fighting monsters to bother with us. Now, this world is all ours. Xiang said, firing directly at the fleeing civilians in the distance. Bullets pierced their flesh, producing a wonderfully satisfying sound that filled Xiang with pure ecstasy. But just then, one of Xiang's henchmen rushed over. Boss. There's a yellow-skinned woman up ahead. She seems really strange. She's killed a lot of our guys. The subordinate exclaimed anxiously. Hearing this, Xiang instantly flew into a rage. Hell. How could this happen? You can't even handle a yellow-skinned woman? You've really disappointed me. Xiang pulled out his pistol and fired a shot straight into the henchman's head. Ah! The subordinate tried to flee, but he was too close to escape. At 5 meters, the gun was fast. Within 5 meters, the gun was both accurate and fast. After disposing of the henchman, Xiang immediately strode forward. He was determined to see which unlucky Asian woman had dared to lay a hand on his men. He ascended to the hospital's second floor. The moment he stepped onto the landing, Xiang was hit by a thick, pungent smell of blood. Bodies littered the floor, many of them his own men. Seated on a chair at the very front was a girl wearing a white spaghetti strap dress. She appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, her delicate skin visible beneath the white spaghetti strap dress. Yet covering that skin were all manner of bizarre tattoos. The most striking was a black phoenix. Upon seeing the girl, Xiang first furrowed his brow, then flashed a grin revealing yellow teeth as he approached her. Little, you killed so many of my men. You must be one of those legendary blood-marked ones, huh? But what good is being a blood-marked? A woman is still a woman, a yellow-skinned woman at that. Xiang declared. In the United States, class was largely defined by skin color. The highest class, naturally, is white. Whites discriminate against blacks. And blacks look down on Asians. It was a deeply twisted chain of prejudice, but regardless, Xiang now couldn't care less about this little girl. Oh? So you want to lay a hand on me too? The little girl lifted her head, gazing coldly at Xiang. No. How could I be such a rude person? What I want is to leave the most sacred liquid inside your body, making you shine with glory. Xiang teased with a smile. At first, the little girl didn't quite grasp what Xiang meant, but she quickly caught on to the implication. TSK, you little blackies are quite amusing. But you can try. Whether you succeed depends entirely on your skills. Chapter 37, Liu Yanyan's transformation. Re-entering the academy. The little girl spoke, then unexpectedly beckoned to Xiang with a flick of her finger. A faint, ambiguous smile played across her innocent face. Though lacking the sensual allure of a mature woman, it revealed a different kind of charm. Fine, you asked for it. But when Xiang looked up again, the little girl had vanished before his eyes. Instead, a terrifying, hideous demonic creature appeared before him. It was clearly a female demon. Sticky blood had dried into scabs on her face, and her clothes were disheveled, exposing large patches of filthy skin. The two once voluptuous curves in front of her had been bitten into by something, exposing filthy wounds. What the hell is going on? Xiang was instantly petrified with fear. Come on. The demon opened its foul-smelling mouth and addressed Xiaowen directly. No, don't. Xiang abandoned the little girl he'd been with earlier. All he wanted now was to get out of here as fast as possible. But the moment he turned around, Xiang slammed into a massive, fleshy mass. What the hell? Overwhelmed by the foul stench, Xiang looked up in terror. But the moment he looked up, he collapsed to the ground in terror, his lower body soaked in an unknown liquid. For standing before him now was a demonic entity wielding a blood-stained cleaver. This demon wore a chef's uniform, but the white apron was already soaked through with blood, stained a filthy reddish yellow. And now, upon seeing Xiang, this demonic entity actually tossed aside the cleaver and proceeded to pull down its own pants. Witnessing this scene, Xiang was utterly dumbfounded. I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong, please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want, just don't kill me. Xiang knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Anything at all? The female demon beside him croaked. Yes. Xiang replied immediately, as if clutching at a lifeline. Then hurry up. The female demon beckoned with a flick of her finger. Ignoring her current ghastly appearance, this demon had undoubtedly been a woman of great charm in life. Xiang gritted his teeth, but in the face of life or death stakes, this was nothing. Without hesitation, Xiang charged toward the female demon, pinning her to the ground. Xiang had never felt such frenzied desperation. He tore apart the female demon's long dress, revealing something even more grotesque beneath. He couldn't deny it, though this female demon looked utterly wretched. Most of her physiological structure hadn't rotted away and remained functional. Screw it. This. Wails of agony echoed throughout the hospital, causing the remaining survivors to retreat in terror. Even many critically ill patients, hearing Xiang's screams, found their latent strength and forced themselves to leave the place. The little girl from earlier was none other than Bai Tianxin. Her reason for coming to the United States was primarily Zhou Tian. Their recent interactions had been far from smooth. Bai Tianxin possessed considerable strength and held numerous hidden cards up his sleeve. Yet, when facing Zhou Tian, he still fell short. After careful consideration, Bai Tianxin chose to cross the ocean and come to the United States. These little black bastards are disgusting. Sooner or later, I'll wipe them all out. Bai Tianxin couldn't help but mutter. Yet immediately afterward, Bai Tianxin couldn't help but think of Zhou Tian. The restrictions I placed on Black Tiger have been completely undone by Zhou Tian. I never would have imagined that. It seems Zhou Tian has uncovered the secret of the lost souls and obtained the miracle fruit. But that divine miracle fruit isn't something to be taken lightly. While it grants control over the 10 fiend temples, it also turns the user into a withered soul. Bai Tianxin shook his head, feeling a pang of regret. If Zhou Tian consumed the miracle fruit, he would naturally gain greater power. But there would be a price to pay. What Bai Tianxin didn't know was that Zhou Tian hadn't consumed the miracle fruit himself. Instead, he'd fed it directly to Black Tiger. If Bai Tianxin had found out, he would have gone absolutely mad. Such a precious thing, and you just fed it to a tiger? On Zhou Tian's side, Black Tiger had undergone a complete metamorphosis, becoming a being akin to a wandering soul. And because it carried Zhou Tian's master servant mark within its body, the Black Tiger could freely shift between the forms of a wandering soul and a zombie. Besides becoming a wandering spirit, it seems to have gained even more powerful abilities. Zhou Tian thought to himself, immediately invading the Black Tiger's memories. Upon accessing the Black Tiger's memories, Zhou Tian instantly understood everything. The 10 fiendish shrines. The 10 fiendish shrines were formed from the divine tree. Whoever controlled the 10 fiendish shrines could become the true master of the lost souls. Moreover, within the 10 fiendish shrines lie 10 supreme souls. By paying a certain price, Black Tiger could temporarily summon these souls to battle. As for the cost, there are many options. Lifespan, one of his own abilities, or even a portion of his organs. The greater the sacrifice, the more powerful the summoned soul becomes. This power feels a bit useless, it's not particularly strong. And it seems he hasn't gained the ability to directly transform souls into demons like Liu Yanyan did before. Could it be that this power needs to be developed gradually? Zhou Tian pondered inwardly. To ordinary blood markers, this power was indeed utterly monstrous. Becoming the master of souls, commanding the 10 fiend temples. But to Zhou Tian, it was nothing special. Moreover, the price of transforming himself into a soul was one Zhou Tian could never bear. Fortunately, Zhou Tian hadn't consumed the miracle fruit directly, but had instead fed it to Black Tiger. Alright, let's get out of here. Zhou Tian looked at Liu Yanyan and naturally placed his hand on her waist. After all, back in the coffin, Zhou Tian had done everything he should and shouldn't have done. They were practically an old married couple now. Liu Yanyan murmured softly. Though she said little, she instinctively leaned closer to Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian's body held no warmth, yet at that moment, he gave Liu Yanyan a sense of security. Dawn was approaching, and Zhou Tian had no urgent matters to attend to. Why not spend the day intimately with Liu Yanyan? As for how intimate, well, marrying under heaven and consummating the union. But just then, Liu Yanyan's entire body rapidly lost its warmth, transforming back into a zombie's form. Oh no! Liu Yanyan's dark brows furrowed as she gripped Zhou Tian's arm in panic. Zhou Tian immediately sensed her change, his entire being on high alert as he assessed her condition. It seems the white ghost left a backdoor in my body. My lifespan is rapidly draining. Take me back to the original coffin. Chapter 38, Blocking the Path. Seeing Liu Yanyan like this, Zhou Tian hesitated no longer. He immediately scooped her up and carried her away from the area. Liu Yanyan's transformation from a zombie's body into a living human had relied entirely on the power of the white ghost and the entire palace. But now, the white ghost was dead, and even the palace had vanished. Thus, Liu Yanyan reverting to a zombie was hardly unexpected. What Zhou Tian hadn't anticipated was just how drastic her transformation would be. But Zhou Tian had no time to dwell on it now. His sole focus was rushing back to the haunted graveyard. The chaotic graveyard on the outskirts of Jiangshi city. The place hadn't changed much since before. Though Zhou Tian had slain tens of thousands of demons here, they kept resurrecting over time. Their numbers were dwindling, however, with fewer than 10,000 demons remaining across the entire graveyard. Dawn was approaching, and a hazy black rain fell from the sky. This rain further strengthened the demon's power, while also granting immense enhancement to the blood markers. Most blood markers who bathed in the black rain could advance one rank. A first-tier blood marker could ascend to second tier. Even an 8th-tier blood marker could ascend to the 9th tier. However, this black rain appears to have no effect on zombies like Zhou Tian, failing to enhance his power. The same held true for Zhou Tian's mount, the Black Tiger. After transforming into a half-ghost, the Black Rain offered him no benefits whatsoever. We're here. Zhou Tian arrived at a familiar place. The grave mound had been completely blown away, leaving only a blood-red coffin standing. At this moment, Liu Yanyan's physical body had stiffened completely. Centered around her, the surrounding temperature was rapidly rising. The once robust trees began withering rapidly under Liu Yanyan's influence. Even the earth itself began to crack open, as if parched by a millennia-long drought. Can you still hear me? Zhou Tian looked down at Liu Yanyan and asked softly. Liu Yanyan nodded, though her expression remained rigid. All right, put me inside. I need to rest for a few days. I won't be able to accompany you during this time. I'm truly sorry. Liu Yanyan said hoarsely. Zhou Tian nodded, then gently stroked Liu Yanyan's bangs. Without another word, he placed her inside the coffin and lifted the lid to close it. The coffin appeared ordinary on the surface, but through his ghostly vision, Zhou Tian could discern its unusual nature. This was a demonic artifact. When the apocalypse arrived, besides the revival of demons, certain long-buried artifacts would also awaken. These objects were known as demonic artifacts. Unlike demonic entities, however, demonic artifacts were rare and elusive. Mastering one could dramatically enhance one's combat prowess. Then, after the coffin lid was sealed, the entire casket erupted in a blinding crimson light, as if welded shut. Had this crimson force erupted from the coffin at the very beginning, Zhou Tian would never have been able to force it open and then kiss Liu Yanyan for hours. Should I leave Liu Yanyan here? Or? After a moment's deliberation, Zhou Tian decided to take both Liu Yanyan and the coffin with him. Leaving her here, though the coffin could blot most demons, risked unforeseen complications. Zhou Tian tried lifting the coffin. Though it was airtight, he could move it with ease. Not bad. I'll just carry Liu Yanyan's coffin on my back then. Zhou Tian thought to himself. He then found a thick hemp rope in a nearby town. He hoisted the entire coffin onto his back and secured it tightly with the rope. With everything prepared, Zhou Tian decided to leave this place. As for where he was headed. Earlier, Tianxin mentioned the shelter was also in danger, but I didn't go. Instead, I sent Li Yezi to assist Xiaoyi. I wonder how things are going now. Zhou Tian pondered inwardly. Then, Zhou Tian hoisted the coffin onto his back and set off toward the shelter. Night receded as the sun once again illuminated the land. Many survivors ventured out to scavenge for supplies, and quite a few noticed Zhou Tian. Every single one of them wore an expression of shock upon seeing Zhou Tian. Most people would avoid provoking someone in Zhou Tian's state. Yet, as Zhou Tian approached the main gate of Jiangshi University of Science and Technology, trouble found him. Jiangshi University of Science and Technology had now been fully transformed into a refuge. Thanks to the efforts of team leader Li and Shen Shan, tens of thousands of people from the surrounding areas had been relocated here. For these survivors, the shelter didn't need to be luxurious, just a bed and a meal would suffice. Thus, despite the harsh conditions, it had successfully accommodated tens of thousands of survivors. Moreover, the shelter continues to expand, establishing a stronghold every kilometer and dispatching a blood marker to guard each outpost. At the school gates, no soldiers stood guard here, as daytime posed little danger. Instead, they must rest well during the day to face the horrors of night. At this moment, only a few young men with dragon and tiger tattoos lingered near the gates. As Zhou Tian approached the entrance, they immediately blocked his path. Halt! What are you doing here? Do you even know where this place is? A punk with dyed yellow hair barked at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian turned his head, his gaze cold and unwavering. In an instant, the thug involuntarily took a few steps back. He could distinctly sense the killing intent radiating from Zhou Tian. Damn it, where the hell did you crawl out from? Carrying a coffin like that, isn't that creepy? This is a military-run shelter. It's full now. Go find somewhere else. Though terrified, the thug forced himself to speak through his fear. Oh? So I can't go in? Zhou Tian retorted coldly. Zhou Tian had only been here once before, it was only natural these people didn't recognize him. But Zhou Tian didn't care about that. If they encountered him, it was their own damn luck. What's your name? Are you also a blood marker? A nearby thug asked warily. He knew of blood markers being far stronger than ordinary humans. Zhou Tian paused briefly, then decided against wasting words with these punks. He strode straight inside. If they didn't provoke him, nothing would happen. But if they dared to provoke him, then he wouldn't be so forgiving. Seeing Zhou Tian ignore him, the thug seethed with anger. Damn it, so blood markers think they're so tough? I've never liked blood markers anyway. Under a gun, everyone's equal. I don't believe a blood marker can stop a bullet. The thug pulled a pistol from his waistband. He didn't intend to kill Zhou Tian outright, instead aiming for his thigh. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet instantly streaked toward Zhou Tian's thigh. Chapter 39, The Ghostly Shadow That Pieces Everything Together. With a gunshot, the bullet struck Zhou Tian's thigh with pinpoint accuracy. But, just as everyone expected Zhou Tian to scream in agony, the bullet bounced off his leg as if it had struck steel, flying harmlessly away. Zhou Tian halted abruptly, turning to stare at the thug. Zhou Tian never imagined this low-level thug would actually dare to attack him. Admittedly, such an attack wouldn't even scratch Zhou Tian's skin. But even a mighty tiger would erupt in fury if provoked by an ant. Zhou Tian was no exception. A cold, piercing gaze instantly locked onto the thug. In that instant, the thug was utterly terrified. He never imagined that the pistol he'd been so proud of couldn't even scratch Zhou Tian. It might as well have been a toy. He had encountered blood markers before. Though blood markers possess strength far surpassing ordinary humans, they were still fundamentally human, impossible to be impervious to blades or bullets. Yet Zhou Tian had achieved precisely that. How could this be? How could this be? The thug was utterly terrified. Even his companions, witnessing this scene, were overcome with panic. Demon! This man is a demon! Someone suddenly shouted. Exactly. How could a human possibly be as terrifying as Zhou Tian? The only possibility was that Zhou Tian wasn't human at all, he was a demonic fiend. Oh? You think I'm a demon? That's quite an interesting notion. Though we have no grudge between us, since you wish to kill me, you must pay the price. Zhou Tian looked at these thugs with a meaningful gaze, as if they were nothing more than a bunch of clowns. They were simply too weak. Zhou Tian even pondered which method to use to kill them, one that would make their death slow and drawn out. It wouldn't be fun at all otherwise. Zhou Tian walked toward them at a leisurely pace. Though his pace was deliberate, they had lost all thought of fleeing. No, they wanted to run. But for some reason, their legs felt as if they were filled with lead, utterly unable to move. Are we going to die? Why is this demonic creature active in broad daylight? Why? The thug muttered in despair. But just then, his gaze suddenly focused on the distance. A military officer in civilian clothes was slowly approaching. Spotting the man, the thug felt as if he'd found a savior and immediately began shouting desperately. Captain Chen Shan, save us! This man is actually a demon in disguise. The thug's desperate shouts instantly caught the officer's attention. Hearing the thug's words, Chen Shan frowned and instinctively turned his gaze in their direction. Beneath Chen Shan's gaze stood an eerie man carrying a coffin. The massive coffin blocked most of the man's body, so Chen Shan couldn't make out Zhou Tian's exact features. But one thing was crystal clear to Chen Shan. The man before him was utterly bizarre. The aura emanating from him was terrifying, even demons couldn't compare. Could it really be a demonic entity? Chen Shan thought to himself, immediately activating his blood-true body to rush over. Yet as he drew near, Chen Shan froze in shock. Because he recognized this man, it was Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian had returned. Chen Shan? If I recall correctly. Zhou Tian turned to face Chen Shan, the name instantly surfacing in his mind. You're actually back? This is truly unexpected. Chen Shan stammered, trembling all over. If there was anything in this world terrifying enough to never provoke, it was undoubtedly Zhou Tian. In recent days, Zhou Tian's name had spread to everyone's ears. Though most had never laid eyes on him, their ears were filled to the brim with tales of his exploits. He slaughtered tens of thousands of demons at the haunted graveyard, single-handedly took on nearly 100,000 demons at the University of Science and Technology, single-handedly eliminating nearly 1 million demons across the entire Jiangshi city. These tales were clearly exaggerated, yet they undeniably showcased Zhou Tian's terrifying prowess. Some children who refuse to sleep during the day even get threatened by their parents with Zhou Tian's name. If you don't go to sleep now, Zhou Tian will come get you tonight. Why such rumors exist remains unknown. One can only say that women's wisdom is boundless. Captain Chen Shan, this man is definitely a demon in disguise. Kill him now. The thug beside him, still unable to grasp the truth, repeated urgently. Chen Shan was already feeling a twinge of regret. This was the second time he'd provoked Zhou Tian. Now, upon hearing the thug's words, Chen Shan wasted no time and delivered a kick. The kick showed no mercy, sending the thug flying across the room. Ah! The thug let out a piercing scream as several front teeth were knocked loose. But Chen Shan kept cursing relentlessly. Damn it! I told you to guard the door, and you still don't know your place. This gentleman is Zhou Tian. Zhou as in Zhou, Tian as in Tian. Zhou Tian? At the sound of those two characters, everyone's eyes widened instantly. Especially the thug slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had to pick on Zhou Tian. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, this thug hadn't become a blood marker, but by sheer luck, he'd picked up a handgun. This effectively made him king with a gun in hand. Who dared defy him? These past few days, anyone daring to provoke him would immediately back down the moment he drew his gun. The few reckless fools who had dared to challenge him had been thoroughly subdued with a single shot. Zhou Tian. I'm sorry. Just let me off like a fart. I didn't know my place, please don't hold it against me. The thug knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Your Excellency Zhou Tian, perhaps we should just let it go? After all, these men are ignorant. Chen Shan interceded from the side. After all, unlike Zhou Tian's cold-hearted nature, even if these punks had provoked trouble, he believed in sparing lives whenever possible. Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. He had originally intended to kill these punks outright. Since you've interceded, I shall spare their lives. Zhou Tian said slowly. Hearing this, Chen Shan immediately broke into a smile, surprised that Zhou Tian was so reasonable. But then, Chen Shan sensed something was terribly wrong. Behind Zhou Tian, a massive, terrifying specter suddenly materialized. It spread toward the thugs. Then, as if it had gained physical form, the specter moved behind one of the thugs and severed his head clean off. Not even the surrounding thugs escaped unscathed, all had their heads severed. Then, Zhou Tian commanded the specter to swap and reassemble the heads among the thugs. Then he pressed the heads back onto their respective bodies. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene, especially Chen Shan, who immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Chapter 40. Zhou Tian's actions flowed seamlessly, without a single pause. Yet the thugs stared wide-eyed, utterly baffled by what was happening. How did my head end up on your body? Me too. Why is this happening? Why? One thug frantically felt his neck, horrified to discover a fresh, clean cut had suddenly appeared there. The cut was perfectly straight, as if sliced cleanly by something incredibly sharp. One particularly reckless thug tried to rip his own head off. But to his shock it actually worked. With one mighty tug, the thug actually wrenched his own head off. Such a terrifying scene left everyone utterly shocked. Instantly, all eyes turned to Zhou Tian in horror. Be careful from now on. Don't look down too much, or your head might just fall off. Zhou Tian remarked with a meaningful tone. Since Zhou Tian wanted to save face for Chen Shan, he didn't kill these thugs outright. Instead, he administered a minor punishment. As long as Zhou Tian remained alive, the power of the ghostly shadow could persist indefinitely. So they wouldn't die anytime soon. But if they chose to court death and lost their heads without retrieving them, Zhou Tian wouldn't be held responsible. Chen Shan opened his mouth to speak, but the words simply wouldn't come out. Because this outcome was already the best possible. Let's go. Find me a room to rest. Zhou Tian said to Chen Shan, who was still in a daze. Oh, okay. Chen Shan nodded immediately. But recalling Zhou Tian's earlier words, Chen Shan felt a chill run down his spine and stopped nodding. News of Zhou Tian's actions quickly spread throughout the shelter. And the news that Zhou Tian had returned to the shelter spread like wildfire throughout the entire facility. The room Zhou Tian requested was quite unusual, a basement. Where Zhou Tian slept didn't matter, what was important was finding a place to settle Liu Yanyan. Though Liu Yanyan seemed perfectly fine now, there was no guarantee something unexpected wouldn't happen. Therefore, placing her in the basement was the most prudent choice. Besides, keeping the coffin underground seemed the most fitting arrangement. Mr. Zhou Tian, there's a gathering this afternoon. I wonder if you have time to attend. After helping Zhou Tian tidy up the basement, Chen Shan suddenly addressed him. A gathering? What kind of gathering? Zhou Tian asked in return. Nothing too significant, really. It's mainly a joint gathering organized by factions from several nearby cities. They'd like to catch a glimpse of your distinguished presence, Mr. Zhou Tian. And now that the end times have arrived, the Dragon Nation cannot go a single day without a leader. What do you think? Chen Shan said. At these words, Zhou Tian instantly perked up. He didn't know what had transpired at the shelter. But one thing was certain, Jiangshi City was now undoubtedly the most dazzling presence in all of Dragon Nation. The vast majority of demons had been dealt with, and now only a few 100,000 demons revived each day. As long as the populace was gathered in one place, repelling demonic invasions would be relatively straightforward. Moreover, following last night's black rain, an increasing number of blood markers were emerging. This undoubtedly added a significant amount of combat strength. Alright, just let me know when the time comes. Zhou Tian said. Alright, I'll take my leave then. Chen Shan's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Zhou Tian's agreement. Zhou Tian turned his head and glanced at the coffin once more. Feeling there was nothing else to do, he promptly left the place. Back on solid ground, Zhou Tian felt his body stiffen further. It seems the extreme energy can't sustain my human form for long. I need to keep absorbing it. Zhou Tian mused inwardly. But to obtain the extreme energy, Zhou Tian needed women, many women. Given his current state, every woman he took would be transformed into a second-generation zombie. One or two might be manageable, but he couldn't possibly turn every woman in the world into a zombie. That would be utterly pointless. As Zhou Tian was lost in his wild thoughts, a soft voice suddenly drifted from the distance. Big brother. The voice was clear and crisp, and Zhou Tian felt a sense of familiarity. Looking up, a familiar figure immediately came into view. It was none other than Xiaoyi. Her face beaming with a smile, Xiaoyi immediately ran toward Zhou Tian. Without a second thought for those around them, Xiaoyi threw herself into Zhou Tian's arms. Feeling the softness against him, Zhou Tian wore an exasperated expression. How could she be so clingy after just a few days apart? Big brother, did you miss me? What have you been up to these past few days? You have no idea what I've been through these past few days. First those little devils, then people from the capital. The moment they met, Xiaoyi couldn't help but pour out her troubles to Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian listened quietly until she finished, then gently stroked her hair. It must be said that since her powers had grown stronger, Xiaoyi's figure and appearance seemed to have improved as well. She looked even more alluring and captivating than before. Alright, have you gotten stronger lately? Zhou Tian inquired. In truth, Zhou Tian and Xiaoyi shared a master-servant bond, so he was fully aware of her situation. Still, the customary polite inquiry was necessary. I've gotten much stronger. Though some of the improvements are hard to describe, you'll have to experience them yourself, big brother. Xiaoyi said, a blush of coyness suddenly spreading across her face. Hearing this, Zhou Tian couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Somehow, it felt like he'd said those exact words to someone before. Just as Zhou Tian pondered how to respond, another woman approached. She wore a red cheongsam, a high-slit, form-fitting dress perfectly accentuating her voluptuous figure. A faint, dark slit was visible between her thighs, hinting at a trace of red beneath. Yet, if one looked closely, a subtle strangeness emanated from her. Her gait was noticeably stiff, though subtly so only discernible upon close observation. Even her skin bore an eerie pallor, as if she were nothing more than a sheet of bloodless paper. This person was none other than Li Yezi. She was the test subject Zhou Tian had chosen back then to prove whether he was still human. Her current identity was Zhou Tian's corpse slave, a second-generation zombie. Master. Li Yezi addressed him respectfully. Unlike Xiaoyi, she harbored no such feelings toward Zhou Tian, only fear. Zhou Tian nodded, then seemed to recall something. He addressed Li Yezi directly. While infection can rapidly boost strength, I disapprove of your methods. If you must proceed, establish a zombie-only kingdom in Sakura Nation or a nearby border state. Zhou Tian stated flatly. Yet even so, upon hearing this, Li Yezi broke out in a cold sweat. P.S. Group ID 6240327790. Fun stuff inside. Chapter 41, Prince Group. Regarding Li Yezi infecting tens of thousands of ordinary people and transforming them into zombies. Zhou Tian wasn't opposed to it, but he couldn't say he liked it either. Second-generation zombies could inherit roughly 10% of Zhou Tian's power, including one innate ability. Third-generation zombies could inherit 10% of the second generation's power. Fourth-generation zombies could inherit 10% of the third generation's power. By the fourth generation, zombies had lost most of their threat level, indistinguishable from the most common F-ranked demons. As for the fifth generation, except for exceptionally gifted fourth-generation zombies, the vast majority of fifth-generation zombies even lose the ability to infect humans. They become disposable cannon fodder. Or rather, in Zhou Tian's eyes, second-generation zombies were all cannon fodder too. Cannon fodder is acceptable, but there's no need for excessive numbers. After all, Zhou Tian couldn't just infect the entire population of the Dragon Nation into zombies, could he? While that would undoubtedly grant Zhou Tian the most powerful and loyal forces imaginable. But no blood markers would emerge from among the zombies, and the potential of a blood marker far surpasses that of an ordinary zombie. Zhou Tian also offered Li Yezi a suggestion. He could establish zombie forces in Sakura Nation or other small border countries. These smaller nations, being sparsely populated, would naturally produce fewer blood markers upon awakening. But the demons won't diminish. Countless souls from ancient times to the present could be resurrected at any moment. This includes vast numbers of animals as well. However, the revival of these demons requires time and won't occur all at once. If we fail to confront the demonic forces early on, they will only multiply in later stages, eventually converging into a colossal demonic tide. Li Yezi nodded. At this moment, he dared not lift his gaze to meet Zhou Tian's eyes. Even though something had happened between him and Zhou Tian. But Li Yezi understood clearly that he wasn't the first, nor would he be the last. With Zhou Tian's power, what kind of woman couldn't he find? What charm did she, Li Yezi, possess that could make Zhou Tian favor her alone? Alright, I have things to attend to. You may go now. Zhou Tian waved his hand dismissively at Li Yezi. To Li Yezi, Zhou Tian had become nothing more than a tool. He called on her when she was useful and discarded her when she wasn't. After all, she wouldn't leave him. Though this behavior bordered on scumbag territory, it was undeniably the truth and the only way Zhou Tian and Li Yezi could coexist. Bro, even though Sister Li Yezi can be a real jerk sometimes, she's actually pretty great the rest of the time. Xiaoyi said to Zhou Tian. MHM. Zhou Tian nodded, saying nothing more. Brother, I've got something special saved up for you. Not sure if you'll like it. Xiaoyi said, her expression full of meaning. Oh? What is it? Zhou Tian's interest was instantly piqued. Xiaoyi smiled faintly, then gently rolled up her pant leg. Her loose straight-leg jeans were pulled up, instantly revealing her smooth, silky calves. Moreover, they were encased in black stockings, making them even more alluring. The sight instantly made Zhou Tian frown, while a certain desire flared within him. He never imagined Xiaoyi would pull this stunt on him. Do you like it, big brother? If you don't like it, no worries. I recently adopted a cat that can do backflips. Want to come see? Xiaoyi asked again. Listening to Xiaoyi's words, how could Zhou Tian not understand the meaning behind them? What was this about silk in her pants? What about a cat that could do backflips? Ultimately, she just wanted to get her hands on him. Backflips? Not my thing. I'm not interested, Zhou Tian deliberately replied. Oh dear, how could you be like this, big brother? He's a streetwise cat, got tattoos all over his arms, and smokes cigarettes too. Xiao Yi wouldn't let it go, continuing to tug at Zhou Tian's arm and act coy. Oh? A streetwise cat? I'd like to see that. Zhou Tian said with a smile. At those words, Xiao Yi immediately broke into a smile and dragged Zhou Tian straight to her room without another word. After that. Afternoon. One after another, helicopters landed on the sports field of Jiangshi University of Science and Technology. First to disembark were a group of bodyguards dressed in sharp suits. Their eyes were cold and calculating, constantly scanning the surroundings. Next came a series of elderly men, each exuding an air of authority yet wearing a smile. These individuals were none other than the leaders of each region, holding the lifeline of an entire city in their hands. Team leader Li Xinshan greeted them respectfully below. With their arrival, today's gathering officially commenced. Elder Chen, Elder Li, Elder Long. Captain Li addressed the three elders with respect. Black Dragon, I hear you've been doing quite well lately. You've got the entire Jiangshi city running like clockwork. One of the elders remarked with a smile. Not at all, Captain Li replied modestly. It's just been a stroke of good luck. It's more than mere luck, someone interjected. I hear that old. It's more than just luck. I hear that old man Morong Qingshan and his son both met their end at your hands. Truly, this is the era of the young. We old-timers really ought to retire now. Another elder chimed in from the side. The words were polite but clearly carried a hidden sting. Captain Li pretended not to hear it, merely offering a faint smile. Then, a young woman approached their direction. She looked no older than 20, yet she radiated an aura of icy detachment. Such an aura was rare among ordinary people. It could only be cultivated from childhood. Princess Orchid. Upon seeing this woman, Captain Li's face immediately broke into a smile as he addressed her respectfully. Princess Lan was the only daughter of Prince Quan. Before the apocalypse erupted, Prince Quan was a dominant figure across Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, a powerhouse whose influence was virtually limitless. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, Prince Quan leveraged his former influence to become a local warlord, commanding hundreds of blood markers under his banner. The fact that his daughter, Princess Lan, had personally come to Jiangshi City showed how much he valued Captain Li. Princess Lan gave a slight nod, her tone detached. Soon after, under Captain Li's guidance, the group arrived at the nearest 5-star hotel. Inside the private room, besides Captain Li and Chen Shan, even Li Yezi was present. Zhou Tian was busy and hadn't arrived first, and besides, Captain Li hadn't directly invited Zhou Tian either. This was Zhou Tian's trump card, and his status demanded he maintain his dignity. He couldn't possibly greet this bunch of nobodies himself. With Li Yezi being the only one free, she naturally made an appearance. Black Dragon, the few of us old-timers came here personally for one reason only. With the disaster unfolding, we must unite. And the most powerful force in all of Dragon Nation is the Crown Prince Group. We'd like to know if you're willing to join the Crown Prince Group now. Chapter 42, The Battle Between Two Women. Upon hearing this, Captain Li instantly furrowed his brow. The Crown Prince Group, naturally, referred to the power base of Crown Prince Quan, the father of Crown Princess Lan. Zhou Tian hadn't expected these old foxes to bring up the matter themselves. After all, these men were figures who could cover up anything in their respective cities. There was absolutely no need for them to stoop to joining the Taizi group. Originally, Captain Li had assumed their arrival signaled a desire for cooperation. But now it seemed he'd been far too naive. The Prince Group may be powerful, but in my view, it still lacks the capability to lead the entire Dragon Nation. Moreover, I am not the true ruler of Jiangshi City. The one who truly resolved Jiangshi City's crisis was Zhou Tian. Captain Li stated bluntly. If it were a matter of cooperation, Captain Li would have readily agreed. But if it meant bowing down and submitting? Forget Zhou Tian, Captain Li wouldn't be the first to agree. After all, what man hasn't dreamed of conquering the world? In times of peace and prosperity, such ambitions were difficult to realize. But now, with the apocalypse upon us and factions rising everywhere, it was the perfect chance to make a name for himself. Joining some prince group at a time like this? That's just plain crazy. Black Dragon, you're not joking, right? You're a third-tier blood marker now. How could anyone in a mere city like Jiangshi be stronger than you? Exactly. If you don't want to join, you don't need to make up excuses. This time, us old fools and Prince Lan couldn't persuade you. Next time they come for you, it won't be just us few. The elders exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of Captain Li's words. Yet Prince Lan, who had been seated quietly nearby, couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. Zhou Tian? You mean Zhou Tian, that freshman at Jiangshi University of Science and Technology? Princess Lan immediately interjected. Hearing this, even Captain Li seemed slightly taken aback. What? Miss Tai Zilan, do you know Zhou Tian? Captain Li turned to look at Princess Lan and asked immediately. At the same time, Li Yezi also looked at Tai Zi Lan, wondering silently to herself. Could it be that this Princess Lan is Zhou Tian's old flame? If that were the case. Li Yezi felt a sudden pang of unease, for Miss Tai Zi Lan was undeniably beautiful. She wore a dark green long dress, her figure not exactly curvaceous but undeniably slender. Her hair was cut in a neat, short style, and her oval face was utterly adorable. In a woman's eyes, this kind of slender, fair-skinned girl was the most alluring. Thus, Li Yezi instantly sensed a wave of unease. But upon hearing team leader Li's words, a faint, disdainful smile appeared on Li Yezi's face. Heh, I suppose you could say that. Back when I spent a semester at Jiangshi University, I had a boyfriend named Zhou Tian. But to be honest, that Zhou Tian was such a suck-up back then. Even after becoming my boyfriend, he kept trying to control me, really acting like he was my future husband. Later, I dumped him. He cried his eyes out. It's laughable thinking back now. Princess Lan said with a look of contempt. At those words, Captain Li's face darkened instantly. After all, it's only natural for things to happen between men and women. After all, who hasn't been a love-struck fool at some point? But for Princess Lan to say something like this now was clearly a slap in the face, not just to him, but to Zhou Tian as well. Well, it seems we have an old acquaintance here. Miss Tai Zi Lan can contact this Zhou Tian directly and have him join the Tai Zi group. The elderly man beside him remarked with a smile. That's easy. With Zhou Tian's personality, he'd gladly be my dog if I asked him to. Princess Lan said with a smile. But suddenly, Princess Lan sensed a chill in the air. Her dark brows furrowed as her gaze immediately shifted to Li Yezi beside her. Li Yezi was dressed in a very sexy cheongsam. Initially, Princess Lan had completely mistaken her for Captain Li's personal assistant. What are you staring at me for? You don't actually want to eat me, do you? Li Nuzi retorted, clearly annoyed. Princess Lan's natural aura was already overwhelmingly powerful. To outsiders, she was the quintessential ice queen, the kind of person ordinary folks found hard to approach. Yet, at this moment, when facing Li Muzi, Princess Lan found herself feeling strangely afraid. It was as if the Li Muzi before her wasn't a living person at all, but a terrifying demonic entity. Repeat what you just said. Li Yezi said coldly. The gaze Li Yezi now directed at Prince Lan held nothing but venomous hatred. Look at your pathetic self. How dare you claim to be Zhou Tian's ex-girlfriend? I worked my ass off serving Zhou Tian, yet I still couldn't become his official wife. At best, I was just a mistress. What gives you the right to claim you're Zhou Tian's ex-girlfriend? Even if you were, speaking ill of Zhou Tian like this now? I won't stand for it. What do you think you're doing? Did I say something wrong? Zhou Tian used to be my lapdog, someone I toyed with. Doesn't he even look at himself in the mirror? What makes him think he's worthy of me? Like I ever liked him? Princess Lan continued. Although Li Yezi appeared terrifying, Prince Lan still didn't believe he would kill her. First, she had brought numerous blood with her this time. If Li Muzi dared to make a move, her men could surround and kill him instantly. Second, Princess Lan was the only daughter of Crown Prince Quan. If Li Yezi dared to kill her, he would face the most terrifying retribution from Prince Quan. The entire Jiangshi city would be plunged into a bloody storm. Witnessing this scene, Captain Li remained silent. He had his own calculations. If he personally killed this group, Zhou Tian might not necessarily come to his aid. But if Li Yezi did it, that would be different. After all, she was Zhou Tian's woman. He couldn't just turn a blind eye. Ahem, we're all friends here. There's no need for such impulsive actions. Young miss, perhaps you should hold your tongue. After all, these are matters of the past. The old man beside them immediately interjected. After all, if things came to blows, it wouldn't benefit them either. You old bastard, I've had my eye on you for ages. Go to hell. Before Li Yezi could make a move, Chen Shan beside him couldn't sit still any longer. He could see the situation clearly. There was absolutely no room for reconciliation now. Given that, Chen Shan figured he might as well add fuel to the fire and make the atmosphere even more explosive. With that, Chen Shan grabbed the ashtray and hurled it with all his might at the old man. Ah! The old man was just an ordinary person. How could he withstand Chen Shan's attack? The blow to his head sent him crashing to the ground, where he lay motionless like a dead dog. You little bastard! Your men dare to lay a hand on me! Get him! Prince Lan was furious beyond control and immediately ordered his bodyguards to charge forward. The fight was about to erupt. Chapter 43, Li Muji's Punishment. Prince Lan didn't give Li Yezi a second thought. This time, they were like dragons crossing the river. 4 major factions had simultaneously descended upon Jiangshi City. Though powerful, they should have shown Jiangshi City some respect. Yet Prince Lan had been an arrogant bully since childhood. From a young age, his family background had placed him above most others, fostering an innate sense of superiority. But now, Li Yezi completely ignored her. How could she possibly tolerate that? Likewise, Li Yezi certainly wouldn't indulge Princess Lan either. Prince group? What's that? You call yourself a prince? I'm the Jade Emperor. The blooders burst through the door, showing no regard for Captain Li's authority as they immediately attack Li Yezi. How dare you make a move in Jiangshi City? Do you even think I exist? Captain Li slammed his fist on the table, his voice boiling with rage. Face? How much is your so-called face worth? Give you face, and you're Captain Li of Jiangshi City. Take it away, and you're nothing but trash. Don't think killing Morong Qingshan in the capital gives you the right to defy us. Tai Zilan sneered coldly. At those words, Captain Li's face darkened instantly. Though Li held considerable influence in Jiangshi City, having been a military district captain before the apocalypse, Jiangshi City remained a minor prefecture-level city, utterly incomparable to these major factions. Captain Li, it seems they don't hold you in high regard. Never mind, I'll teach her a lesson for you, Li Yezi said in a sweet voice. In her eyes, there was not a trace of fear. She utterly disregarded these people. At that moment, Li Yezi's skin grew increasingly pale, her eyes turning cold and numb before filling with murderous intent. Her entire being instantly became terrifying. She grabbed one of the blood markers by the throat and squeezed hard, her sharp nails instantly piercing through his body. Ah! The blood-marked one let out a pained whimper before meeting his end instantly. But it wasn't over. In the blink of an eye, the blood-marked one's eyes snapped open. Now, however, he had become as cold and terrifying as Li Yezi, a zombie. Witnessing this, the blood markers who had been eager to attack now all hesitated. They never imagined Li Yezi possessed such power. With just a casual move, he had killed one of the blood markers. This was a blood marker. Not some common radish or cabbage. If we're talking about numbers, your men aren't a match for mine. But when it comes to dealing with scum like you lot, one man is more than enough, Li Yezi said coldly. In the next instant, she leapt forward, appearing directly before Prince Lan. Her delicate, pale fingers instantly clamped around Tai Zilan's throat. In an instant, Tai Zilan felt death's grip tighten around her. She was utterly powerless to resist. Gurgle. Princess Lan tried to speak, but not a single sound escaped her throat. Witnessing this scene, the old men nearby froze in shock. They had assumed that among those present, Li team leader was the strongest. But they never imagined this young girl would prove so terrifying. Li. Black Dragon. Make her stop. If you kill Miss Tai Zilan, it won't just be us, you'll be inviting enormous trouble upon yourself too. The old man beside him pointed at team leader Li, his face twisted in fury. But Li remained unhurried, reclining in his chair with his legs casually crossed. Outwardly calm and composed, but inside, Li sneered coldly. You think you're so tough? Trying to use connections to suppress me? Now that you've crossed Zhou Tian, where's all that arrogance gone? People never know their place. They think a few connections or a little kickback makes them powerful. I told you all before, I'm just a worker. The real boss pulling the strings is Zhou Tian. Captain Li remarked with profound meaning. Witnessing this, even the few elders who had doubted team leader Li now believed him completely. Li Yezi must be one of Zhou Tian's men. But if Li Yezi alone was this terrifying, how powerful must Zhou Tian be? It was hard to imagine. No, don't kill me. I really was Zhou Tian's ex-girlfriend. Please let me call him, he'll definitely help me. Tai Zilan struggled desperately, still trying to call for help. The blood she'd brought along were all cowards. Seeing her choked by the throat, they dared not intervene. Help? How could they help? Earlier, Li Yezi had killed a blood marker with the ease of crushing an ant. Who would dare to save her? Li Yezi couldn't help but laugh at Prince Lan's words. If Li Yezi guessed correctly, Zhou Tian was probably busy discussing human biology with Xiaoyi right now. How could he possibly care about this ex-girlfriend who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Besides, you may look innocent and pretty, but I can't even be Zhou Tian's girlfriend, let alone his second wife at best. I'm just the mistress. What gives you the right? Captain Li, leave this woman to me. I'll train her properly. As for the rest of these people, I'll leave them to you to deal with, Li Yezi said. Then, ignoring the crowd, she walked straight out of the room. Those around her tried to stop her. But Captain Li merely glanced at Chen Shan, and Chen Shan immediately summoned the on-duty blood to provide backup. Everyone, please allow your Miss Tai Zilan to speak with her alone. Anyone who dares to leave this room today will find us unforgiving of any perceived lack of hospitality. Chen Shan blocked everyone, speaking coldly. Among them were several formidable individuals. But the strongest had already been dealt with by Li Yezi. What trouble could this bunch of nobodies possibly cause now? Li Yezi led Crown Princess Lan directly into a nearby room. What do you think you're doing? Let me tell you, my father is Prince Quan. If you dare harm me, you'll pay dearly. Prince Lan was still making a desperate last stand. Upon entering the room, Li Yezi tossed Princess Lan onto the large bed. Li Yezi gently hooked Prince Lan's chin with her finger, her gaze filled with contempt. Such delicate skin and soft flesh. This should be quite entertaining. Those eyes now looked at Li Muzi as if she were nothing more than a lowly insect. This instantly ignited fury within Princess Lan. She had always treated others this way, never once had anyone dared to treat her thus. No! How dare you humiliate me? Even if I die today, I will never do such a thing. Who do you think I am? I'm the heiress of the prince group. How dare you make me do this to you? You're a pervert. You will absolutely get your comeuppance. Chapter 44, standing firmly behind Xiaoyi. Oh? You little s got some backbone. You're not still a virgin, are you? Li Yezi gently lifted Taizi Lan's chin, his eyes filled with contempt. If Li Yezi had acted as he usually did, this Taizi Lan would have been infected into a third-generation zombie. But after today's conversation with Zhou Tian, she had changed her approach. Instead of immediate infection, Li Yezi chose to toy with her slowly. And he discovered this approach seemed far more entertaining. Please, I don't want this. I know I'm wrong. Can you just let me go? A look of terror spread across Taizi Lan's face as she knelt before Li Yezi. Outside, Princess Lan was the aloof, high society lady. But now, in this room alone with Li Yezi, her carefully cultivated image crumbled completely. Li Yezi remained silent, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. Her gaze was intensely aggressive, not at all like that of a woman. Instead, it resembled that of a ravenous wolf. That's a good girl. Just listen to me obediently, and I won't make things difficult for you. Li Yezi spoke as she slipped off her shoes and extended her jade-like feet. Her pale, bloodless feet were exquisitely petite, a temptation that could be fatal to some men. Far from punishment, it was a reward. But for Prince Lan, it was the most humiliating thing imaginable. Prince Lan's eyes went blank as a single tear slid down his cheek. Gazing at the delicate, dainty feet before her, she closed her eyes, and then, seeing Lan completely submit, a smile instantly spread across Li Yezi's face. What followed needed no words. Zhou Tian remained unaware of Li Yezi's actions. Even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. He walked into her room with Xiaoyi. This place had originally been a staff dormitory. Though small, it was kept clean and tidy. A table nearby held a stash of snacks and supplies. Zhou Tian scanned the room but couldn't find a single cat. Where's this cat you keep mentioning? Zhou Tian couldn't help but ask. The little girl's intentions were obvious, and Zhou Tian understood her thoughts. But even if he was making up a story, he should at least make it believable. The cat went out. It should be back soon. Xiaoyi explained. She then pulled 2 bottles of drink from the fridge. Only Coke left. Do you want the diet kind? Xiaoyi asked. Either is fine. Zhou Tian sat down on the bed and replied casually. In the past, if Zhou Tian drank cola, he definitely wouldn't have chosen the sugar-free kind. Diet Coke tasted no better than dishwater. But now? Zhou Tian's sense of taste wasn't particularly strong, making it hard for him to distinguish specific flavors. Alright. Xiaoyi pulled out a bottle of cola and handed it to Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian popped the cap and took 2 gulps. It tasted just like before. The room suddenly fell silent. Zhou Tian didn't speak, nor did Xiaoyi. But just then, Xiaoyi suddenly leaned closer to Zhou Tian, her expression slightly twisted. Big bro, you smell so good. Did you spray perfume? Xiaoyi asked in a sweet, girlish voice. Hearing this, Zhou Tian felt a strange sensation. After a moment's thought, he replied. Yeah, probably corpse stench. Zhou Tian replied. Zhou Tian was now a zombie, how could he possibly have any scent? If anything, it was the stench of decay. To others, Zhou Tian was a fearsome killing machine radiating terror. But Xiaoyi felt no such fear. In fact, she might even be harboring some ulterior motives. The only reason Xiaoyi could sense a fragrance on Zhou Tian was proof that they were 2 of a kind, both stinking to high heaven. Xiaoyi curled her lip, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. So insensitive. Even so, Xiaoyi remained vigilant. She suddenly reached out and placed her hand on Zhou Tian's palm. Bro, your hands are huge. Let's compare palms. Zhou Tian nodded, then found his hand grabbed by Xiaoyi. Brother, I can read palms. Let me take a look at yours. Zhou Tian nodded, and Xiaoyi examined his entire hand with great concentration. Brother, your fate is quite unique. You have the natural bearing of an emperor. And based on my reading, you'll meet a benefactor today. Oh? What kind of benefactor? Zhou Tian asked, feigning ignorance. He knew full well Xiaoyi was spouting nonsense, but he didn't call her out on it. After all, doing so would be utterly pointless. A benefactor like me, big brother. You'd better seize the opportunity, don't let down a woman who comes to you willingly. Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with longing as she fluttered her lashes at Zhou Tian. Her lashes were exceptionally long, and the fluttering motion was utterly captivating. Her almond-shaped eyes seemed to hold a galaxy within them. Oh? Is that so? Since you've read my palm, I'll read yours too. Zhou Tian said. At these words, Xiaoyi couldn't help but beam with delight. Brother, you know palm reading too? Xiaoyi asked in surprise. I don't read palms, but I can read busts. Zhou Tian said without batting an eyelid. Hearing this, Xiaoyi's smile grew even broader. Well then, master, you'd better give me a thorough reading, I might have some major bad luck coming my way. Xiaoyi said, lifting the hem of her strapless dress. Since the strapless dress was a one-piece, lifting it revealed she was completely unclothed underneath. Only white lace trim remained, barely concealing everything else. The room was dimly lit, yet one could faintly discern a blush spreading across Xiao Yi's cheeks. A romantic atmosphere filled the air. Zhou Tian first glanced at her, then couldn't help but look again. Then his gaze drifted downward, and he couldn't help but recall that day with Li Yezi. It was still a bit different. "Master, tell me if there are any signs of great misfortune." Xiao Yi clutched Zhou Tian's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Some women deliberately speak in a high-pitched voice, which is the most basic form of affectation. But Xiao Yi was different. Her voice was utterly seductive, as if she were the reincarnation of Daji. Zhou Tian nodded. He couldn't lie about this matter. Xiao Yi truly bore a sign of great calamity, and it was immense. She usually kept a low profile, so Zhou Tian hadn't realized Xiao Yi possessed such formidable assets. Though not the most extreme kind, it was still difficult for most people to handle directly with just one hand. "Indeed, and it is dire," Zhou Tian reiterated. Hearing his words, Xiao Yi immediately feigned a look of panic and fear, gripping Zhou Tian's arm even tighter. "Oh no! Master, what am I supposed to do now? Master, you absolutely must help me." Chapter 45, Deepening Cooperation. "What if I don't help?" Zhou Tian teased her deliberately. Though the atmosphere was now rather suggestive, Zhou Tian still possessed the necessary self-control. "Oh dear." Xiao Yi pouted playfully, her face brimming with displeasure. Her current actions were practically about to throw herself at Zhou Tian. For a woman, this was already an incredibly bold move. Who would have imagined that beneath Xiao Yi's innocent and adorable exterior lay such a hidden side? Zhou Tian smiled without comment, then suddenly noticed a pair of gold-rimmed glasses resting on the table beside them. As far as Zhou Tian knew, Xiao Yi didn't wear glasses and probably wasn't nearsighted either. But what were these glasses for? "I never noticed before you actually wear glasses?" Zhou Tian asked again. To his surprise, upon hearing Zhou Tian's words, a faint smile immediately appeared on Xiao Yi's face. "You wouldn't understand," she replied. "I saw them while shopping outside today. And don't you think I look especially demure when I wear them?" Xiao Yi said, picking up the gold-rimmed glasses from the table. As she slipped them on, her demeanor shifted subtly. Her previously pure and charming cheeks now carried a hint of allure. Paired with her short, light brown hair, she exuded a distinct older sister charm. No, to be precise, it wasn't exactly a mature woman. Zhou Tian couldn't help but recall the image of his elementary, middle, or high school homeroom teachers. That kind of beauty, strikingly pretty yet carrying a hint of restraint, was probably a figure everyone carried in their hearts. Only then did Zhou Tian fully understand. Those gold-rimmed glasses weren't for nearsightedness at all. Their function was akin to an endless electric blade. They boosted critical strike chance, increased attack speed, and even dealt splash damage every fourth hit. Seeing Zhou Tian's expression, Xiao Yi smiled knowingly. She hadn't expected him to appreciate this kind of style. But it suited Xiao Yi's intentions perfectly. She leaned forward, propping herself up with one hand, then straddled Zhou Tian directly. "Class is about to begin, Zhou Tian. Be a good student and pay attention," Xiao Yi said in a teasingly seductive tone. Hearing this, Zhou Tian instantly broke into a smile. Fine. Think you're above your station, huh?" Without another word, Zhou Tian reached out and slapped Xiao Yi's plump, pert buttocks. Xiao Yi winced slightly, her face flushing with coy embarrassment. Then, she immediately launched a counterattack against Zhou Tian. In an instant, Zhou Tian felt completely enveloped by a wave of tender, tight pressure. It felt even more intense than his previous encounter with Li Yezi. Unlike Li Yezi's urgency, Xiao Yi was like spring rain after winter, moistening everything silently and gently. This was only natural, given Xiao Yi's age. She and Zhou Tian were peers. Barely 20 years old, even with ample theoretical knowledge, her practical experience was essentially non-existent. But Xiao Yi possessed remarkable learning and adaptability skills. She quickly grasped the overall rhythm and truly took control of the situation. "Am I gentle?" Xiao Yi's lips curved upward as she leaned close to Zhou Tian's ear and whispered. Zhou Tian didn't respond, simply closing his eyes. A pitch-black, terrifying specter spread from beneath Zhou Tian, engulfing the entire room in an instant. No light remained in this room. Only two beings of the purest essence remained. Outside, Captain Li and Shen Shan swiftly dealt with these guests. Though the weakest among their group were second-tier blood markers, and one was even third-tier. This was Captain Li's stronghold. The most powerful blood markers in all of Jiangshi City were gathered here. If he couldn't handle even these few, then Captain Li might as well pack it in. But Captain Li never truly resorted to lethal force. After all, these were his own kind. Wiping out all these blood markers wouldn't be good for humanity as a whole. Meanwhile, Li Yezi had completed his training of Prince Lan. The former arrogant and domineering Prince Lan was now gone, replaced by a docile little lamb. In less than an hour, Princess Lan's entire worldview had been completely overturned. She never imagined two women could pull off such tricks. In fact, Princess Lan was now so utterly drained she could barely walk without leaning against the wall. After finishing all this, Li Yezi looked at the crowned Princess Lan with satisfaction. Since you served me well enough, I'll spare your life. But from now on, never mention you were Zhou Tian's ex-girlfriend when you're out in public. You're not worthy, nor do you deserve it. Li Yezi spoke while twirling her fingertips. At this moment, Prince Lan dared not say another word and immediately nodded. After a quick tidy-up, Prince Lan and Li Yezi stepped out of the room. Upon returning to the private room, everyone was stunned to see that Prince Lan was unharmed. Even Li Yezi himself had assumed Prince Lan would be killed by Li Yezi. But now, not only was there no sign of injury on Tai Zilan, but her lovely face was flushed rosy, radiating a fresh, spring-like glow. Why this had happened, no one knew, nor did anyone dare to probe further. Little did they know that while Princess Lan appeared unscathed on the surface, she had suffered a profound internal shock. And it was no small shock. Captain Li, I've talked things through with Miss Tai Zilan. She'll be well behaved now. Li Yezi found a seat and spoke up. Captain Li glanced up at Li Yezi, then shifted his gaze to Princess Lan. Princess Lan immediately nodded, forcing a smile onto her face. Yes, Captain Li, I was being unreasonable earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Now, on behalf of the Taizi group and the 3 regional factions under their control, I sincerely seek cooperation with you. Taizi Lan declared. She meant every word. Though she felt resentful after being bullied by Li Yezi. She wasn't foolish. She immediately grasped the essence of the situation. Namely, Zhou Tian was now a completely different person from before. A student could be so highly regarded by Captain Li of the Jiangshi Naval District to the point of being called the true master of Jiangshi City. And Li Yezi's connection to this Zhou Tian was no small matter. A man's standing in society can often be gauged by the women in his life. If Li Yezi was this formidable, just how terrifying must Zhou Tian be? He's likely a 3rd-tier blood user, or even beyond 4th tier. Or perhaps one of those monstrously gifted freaks who awaken countless blood patterns simultaneously. Hearing this, Team Leader Li nodded, maintaining a calm exterior. But the look in his eyes toward Li Yezi had shifted. This woman wasn't just terrifying, her methods were profoundly sophisticated. What kind of tactics would it take to make the heiress of the mighty prince group show such deference? Captain Li probably couldn't even begin to fathom it in his lifetime. Chapter 46, The Crisis in Dahai City, seeking Zhou Tian's assistance. Alright then, let's formally begin discussing our cooperation. Captain Li said with a smile. Regardless of the methods Li Yezi employed to make Princess Lan submit, it was a favorable outcome for him. Moreover, this incident would show other factions in the country that he wasn't someone to be pushed around. Joking aside, I, Li Heilong, have powerful backing now, you know? And my backing? It's a big, thick thigh. Earlier during their conversation, the private room was about to be served. Longwei is a nation of etiquette, where most matters are discussed over banquet tables. But due to an unexpected interruption, not even tea had been served in the private room until now. At Captain Li's instruction, various delicacies began arriving at the table one after another. Captain Li, my stance is straightforward. From now on, our factions will assist each other. Should any one faction face a threat, the others must lend their support. Prince Lan stated. That's a minor matter. Captain Li nodded. This arrangement was also advantageous to him. After all, strength lies in numbers. No matter how hard a single faction strives, its capabilities remain limited. Additionally, I brought a small token of appreciation for both you, Captain Li, and Zhou Tianxian. Tai Zilan said. This certainly wasn't his original plan. In truth, Tai Zilan had come to Jiangshi City with 2 intentions. If Captain Li proved sufficiently powerful, Prince Lan would present his gift to seek cooperation. If not, he would suppress him outright and seize the opportunity to take over. Prince Lan had initially dismissed Team Leader Li, but now his perspective had completely shifted. At Prince Lan's instruction, the blood beside him immediately went out to fetch something. Soon, they returned carrying 2 gift boxes. Captain Li, you may not be familiar with these items. They are. Before Prince Lan could finish, Captain Li cut in. Miracle fruit, right? Captain Li immediately interjected. Hearing Li's words, Tai Zilan was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected this Captain Li to recognize such things. Miracle fruit, when consumed by ordinary people, it carries a chance of transforming them into blood markers. For blood markers, consuming them greatly enhances their power. Captain Li really has broad knowledge, even recognizing something like miracle fruit. In that case, I won't keep it from you any longer. Our Prince Group has mastered a technology that allows us to mass-produce miracle fruits. This is our capital. These 2 miracle fruits are our gift to you and Mr. Zhou Tian as a token of our meeting. We hope you'll accept them. Prince Lan Yun delivered this with an air of casual indifference. His tone was casual, but Team Leader Li felt anything but relaxed. Though he knew these were miracle fruits, this was the first time he'd ever seen one in person. And Prince Lan's latter remark was utterly mind-boggling. Mass-producing miracle fruits? What kind of terrifying power was this? The Prince Group truly has deep pockets. They just hand out miracle fruits like that? Others wouldn't find it so easy to obtain one, right? Captain Li remarked. But he didn't accept the gift box. Instead, after giving it a careful look, he placed it directly in front of Li Yezi. After all, by rights, Li Yezi was the trusted confidant by Zhou Tian's side. It's not that difficult, actually. 1,000 F-ranked demon corpses can be exchanged for one miracle fruit with us. Similarly, 500 E-ranked demons, 250 D-ranked demons, 100 C-ranked demons, each can be exchanged for one miracle fruit. This is our greatest gesture of goodwill in this partnership. Prince Lan explained. Captain Li nodded thoughtfully, falling into deep contemplation without immediately responding. To be fair, Prince Lan's offer was generous. In fact, they were quite tempting. Though hunting demons was dangerous, let alone carrying away their corpses, the opportunity to become a blood was equally precious. He finally understood why the Prince Group was so powerful, its influence ranking among the absolute elite across the entire Dragon Nation. If they could mass-produce something like miracle fruit, what else could they possibly fail to achieve? But Captain Li didn't rush to agree. Because this matter had already exceeded his authority. He intended to seek instructions from Zhou Tian. How about this, Miss Tai Zilan? Mr. Zhou Tian will be attending tonight's dinner himself. Why not stay here overnight? Captain Li suggested. He hadn't invited Zhou Tian this time primarily because he knew Zhou Tian disliked appearing in public during the day. Besides, one must preserve the big shot's dignity. Having the big boss personally receive someone upon their arrival would be rather embarrassing for him, wouldn't it? Alright, I'll take a look at Captain Li's refuge and see how it handles demonic invasions at night. Prince Lan nodded, accepting the invitation without objection. At this point, Prince Lan no longer feared for his life. If they intended to kill her, they would have done so earlier. Miss Tai Zilan, try our Jiangshi city specialty rice wine, it's quite delicious. Li Yezi suddenly spoke up. Without waiting for a response, Li Yezi picked up the small wine flask and poured her a cup. Seeing this, Princess Lan was immediately flattered and overwhelmed, feeling she couldn't refuse. She picked up the cup and downed the rice wine Li Yezi had poured in one gulp. But the moment she swallowed that sip, a blood hurriedly approached her. Miss, it's bad news, something's happened at home. The person whispered cautiously into Tai Zilan's ear. At these words, Princess Lan's delicate brows furrowed. What happened? Explain clearly. A hint of urgency flashed across her face. Somehow, an SS-level demonic entity has appeared in our city of Dahai. The chairman is currently devising countermeasures, but dealing with an SS-level demonic entity is no simple task. So the chairman told me not to let you return for now. We'll wait until the situation stabilizes. Actually, the chairman asked me to keep this from you, but I feel this matter is too urgent to hide from you, Miss Lan. The man spoke cautiously. Yet hearing these words, Tai Zilan was utterly dumbfounded. An SS-class demon had appeared in Dahai City? What did that even mean? Even an ordinary A-ranked demonic entity could obliterate a small county. An S-rank could effortlessly obliterate an entire city. SS rank? That was a forbidden existence on par with Liu Yanyan. If such a demon wished, it could obliterate an entire civilization. How could this happen? How could this happen? At first, Prince Lan took pride in his family's holdings. But in less than a few minutes, he received news like this. The immense disparity sent Prince Lan spiraling into collapse. An SS-class demonic entity? Damn! Such a terrifying existence appearing within the Dragon Nation's borders? Rest assured, Prince Lan, Li Heilong, will absolutely help you overcome this crisis. Captain Li was also somewhat taken aback. An A rank or S rank would be manageable, their terror was limited and wouldn't affect too many cities. But this was SS rank. A monstrous demon capable of annihilating the entire Dragon Nation. Therefore, Team Leader Li hesitated not a moment, immediately choosing to stand by Prince Lan's side. He was a soldier. Minor skirmishes among allies were tolerable. But when facing an external threat, they would instantly unite, closing ranks to fight the enemy together. Yet Prince Lan simply shook his head. This was an SS-level demonic entity. Not even 10 or 100 Li Yetzis would stand a chance. Suddenly, however, Prince Lan's gaze shifted to Li Yezi. In that instant, hope filled Li Yezi's eyes. Right. There was still Zhou Tian, the ultimate expert. Others might be powerless against an SS-ranked demonic entity, but Zhou Tian absolutely could. Or rather, Zhou Tian was Princess Lan's last hope. Even if he couldn't defeat this SS-ranked demon, he could at least help her rescue her father. With that thought, Princess Lan cast aside all pride, rushing to Li Yezi's side and kneeling before her. Miss Li Yezi, I beg you, please help me. I truly regret how I treated you before. Only Zhou Tian can handle this SS-ranked demon now. Could you please intercede for me? Chapter 47, Heading to the Sea City. Prince Lan pleaded earnestly. In her eyes, only Zhou Tian possessed the power to resolve this matter. Though it was a sliver of hope, it was Princess Lan's last hope. Seeing this side of Princess Lan, Li Yezi was somewhat taken aback. This starkly contrasted with her previously aloof demeanor. Especially in front of so many people, had Princess Lan simply knelt without hesitation? Yet no one said a word. The atmosphere grew intensely solemn. I can't guarantee anything about this matter. After all, Zhou Tian's intentions aren't something I can control. But this is an SS-ranked demonic creature. Only Zhou Tian can likely handle it. Liu hadn't witnessed the terror of an SS-ranked demonic entity firsthand, but she had seen Zhou Tian. At first, Liu had thought Zhou Tian was just an ordinary blood marker. Yet gradually, that perception shifted. Zhou Tian was anything but ordinary. A single simple action had granted him power far surpassing that of other blood markers. After the blood markers arrived at the sanctuary, she heard countless tales of Zhou Tian's exploits. Single-handedly slaughtering nearly 1 million demons? Is that even humanly possible? Alright, thank you. Prince Lan said sincerely. This matter concerns the entire dragon nation. We cannot stand idly by. I will head to the Great Sea City first. We absolutely cannot let that SS-ranked demonic creature destroy the entire city, Captain Li declared. Dahai City was right next to Jiangshi City. Was it only 100 kilometers from the shelter to Dahai City? For an SS-ranked demonic entity, such a distance was nothing. If Dahai City were wiped out, Jiangshi City would be next. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. Though Captain Li harbored some resentment toward figures like Prince Lan and had even clashed with them before. But now, faced with demonic forces, he immediately set aside past grievances, determined to unite against the common enemy. Alright. Thank you. Taizi Lan said sincerely. It was already dusk, and within an hour, darkness would descend completely, ushering in night. With time pressing, Captain Li ordered Chen Shan to personally lead 300 blood markers on an overnight march to the coastal city. Captain Li himself, along with Prince Lan and Liu, remained stationed in Zhou Tian's dormitory building, waiting for his appearance. They waited until night had fully fallen, but Zhou Tian never appeared. Instead, Xiao Yi slowly descended the stairs. Seeing everyone gathered here waiting, Xiao Yi was taken aback. Why are you all here? Has something happened? Xiao Yi asked in confusion. After finishing with Zhou Tian, Xiao Yi didn't act like a clingy little bird. Though she'd been wildly passionate just moments ago, she remained remarkably composed afterward. She didn't let the recent events elevate her attitude. Instead, she obediently went to prepare dinner for Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian didn't hesitate, telling Xiao Yi to go ahead while he stayed in the room to observe the changes in his body. Upon seeing Xiao Yi appear, Captain Li's face lit up instantly. Miss Xiao Yi, there's an urgent matter I need to discuss with Mr. Zhou Tian. This situation could potentially threaten the entire dragon nation. Captain Li spoke first. Oh? Is that so? Just tell me what it is. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with puzzlement. Most matters didn't even require Zhou Tian's involvement. Xiao Yi alone could handle them. The only exception was the S-rank demon known as the Warring States Corpse King. Here's the situation, an SS-ranked demonic entity has appeared in Dahai City. If we don't stop it, Jiangshi City will inevitably be affected too. This matter. I believe only Mr. Zhou Tian can handle it. Captain Li reiterated. Hearing this, Xiao Yi instantly furrowed her brows. SS-class demon? Fine, hold on a sec. Xiao Yi said, then headed straight back to the dormitory building. An SS-class demonic entity, this was truly beyond their capabilities. Or rather, in this world, aside from Zhou Tian, there was hardly anyone else who could handle an SS-class demon. Forget SS-class, even S-class demons were incredibly difficult to fight. A few minutes passed. Zhou Tian emerged from the dormitory building. After his intimate encounter with Xiao Yi, Zhou Tian had absorbed a massive amount of yin energy, making him feel more alive than ever. Xiao Yi trailed right behind him, having already explained everything in detail. As he walked, Zhou Tian lit a cigarette and tucked it between his lips. As the saying goes, a cigarette after the fact is better than being a living god. The cigarette itself had little effect on Zhou Tian, he merely lit it out of habit. Mr. Zhou Tian. Captain Li addressed him respectfully. Zhou Tian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group. Zhou Tian knew both Captain Li and Liu. But the woman standing behind Liu was someone Zhou Tian had never seen before. She had a cool, aloof appearance and an exceptionally refined demeanor, clearly the pampered type of young lady. Yet now, when their eyes met, she instinctively lowered her gaze. Guilty conscience? The thought suddenly flashed through Zhou Tian's mind. Well, Mr. Zhou Tian, this is Lan Taizi from the Taizi group. You two should already be acquainted, team leader Li said cautiously. He was afraid Zhou Tian might be displeased by the fact that Tai Zilan was his ex-girlfriend. Tai Zilan? The name sounds familiar. Zhou Tian searched his memory and immediately recalled the person. This Lan Taizi was his girlfriend back in his freshman year of college in his previous life. Though he called her his girlfriend, Zhou Tian felt it was more like a kept relationship back then. She covered most of his expenses. Occasionally, she'd even throw in some extra cash. All Zhou Tian had to do was perform certain physical services every night. The ending, however, was as melodramatic as could be. She grew tired of him and wanted to break up. Zhou Tian tried to persuade her to stay, but to no avail. Then Taizilan transferred schools and left Jiangshi City, and they never had any contact again. This long-buried memory resurfaced, drawing a meaningful smile from Zhou Tian. I'm sorry, Zhou Tian. Taizilan spoke cautiously, afraid of upsetting Zhou Tian. There's nothing to apologize for. After all, it happened a long time ago. Zhou Tian replied casually, having long since let it go. After all, he'd been just a penniless student back then. People played around with him for fun. Did they really expect romance to lead straight to marriage? Besides, Zhou Tian hadn't lost out. He was the one who had taken Tai Zilan's virginity. He'd even made a decent profit from it. Unfortunately, the apocalypse struck before he could spend much of that money. Since an SS-ranked demonic entity has appeared in Dahai City, it won't hurt for me to make a trip there. Besides, I've been wanting to visit Dahai City anyway. Zhou Tian stated bluntly. Even without Tai Zilan, Zhou Tian would have gone to Dahai City. For in Zhou Tian's memories, a greater secret lay hidden within the Great Sea City. Chapter 48, Ghost Temple. The world within the painting. Upon seeing Zhou Tian's agreement, Princess Lan's face instantly lit up with excited delight. Thank you so much. As long as my father and the others can survive, I'll agree to anything you ask. I'm truly sorry for what happened before. I'll make it up to you now, I swear. Princess Lan declared passionately. Hearing her words, the two women beside her both frowned slightly. The contrast was simply too stark. Earlier in the private room, Princess Lan had been mocking Zhou Tian relentlessly, yet now her attitude had undergone a complete 180-degree shift. Liu Yanyan was about to say something, but Zhou Tian simply shook his head. Don't take yourself too seriously. I already said this has nothing to do with you. If you hadn't reminded me, I'd have forgotten who you even were. Zhou Tian stated bluntly. Although Princess Lan was quite pretty, Zhou Tian wasn't interested. Or rather, there was nothing about her that could capture his attention anymore. Liu Yanyan's sensuality, Xiaoyi's innocent allure, Li Yeji's charm. Compared to them, Princess Orchid simply couldn't compete. A look of embarrassment flashed across Princess Orchid's face. She tried to say something more, but Zhou Tian simply walked away. Li Yeji and Xiaoyi followed closely behind. Where is the Warring States Corpse King now? Is he okay? Zhou Tian asked Xiaoyi. Well, he fought that S-ranked demon yesterday. The Warring States Corpse King expended a lot of energy, but he wasn't injured. Xiaoyi replied. Although the Warring States Corpse King was stronger than that wild S-ranked demonic creature, it would still be quite difficult to truly kill it. Zhou Tian nodded, paused to think, then spoke again. You'll accompany me to the Great Sea City this time. Li Yezi, you'll remain stationed in Jiangshi City. Ensure our refuge remains secure. Zhou Tian reiterated. Jiangshi City, with Li Yezi and the Warring States Corpse King stationed there, should be safe from any unexpected incidents. Although Liu Yanyan had fallen into a deep slumber, Zhou Tian still had an S-ranked demonic black tiger by his side. This setup wasn't too shabby. An SS-ranked demonic beast was a terrifying force that most would find impossible to withstand. But for Zhou Tian, it was different. Unless it was an SSS-grade demonic beast, they were merely experience points for him. In my previous life, I never heard of this SS-ranked demonic beast. Was my rank too low back then to encounter such a level? Or perhaps this SS-ranked demonic beast had already been dealt with by others. Zhou Tian pondered inwardly. But regardless, he'd find out once he got there. Little Blackie. Zhou Tian called out, and the S-ranked black tiger instantly materialized beside him. Roar! The black tiger let out a roar, as if responding to Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian ruffled the black tiger's head before mounting its back. Xiaoyi, hop on, Zhou Tian said to her. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi's face lit up with excitement. Really? She asked incredulously. Stop dawdling. Zhou Tian's face instantly twisted into an exasperated expression. Earlier in the room, Zhou Tian had witnessed Xiaoyi's writing skills firsthand. The girl was incredibly talented. Starting from zero, she'd gradually mastered the skill. Alright. Xiaoyi climbed directly onto Zhou Tian's back and wrapped her arms around him. Let's go. Li Yezi, watching the scene unfold beside them, wore an expression brimming with envy. But someone had to stay behind to guard Jiangshi City, so Li Yezi could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. Shenshan led 300 blood markers, already on their way to the coastal city. With the apocalypse upon them, traffic jams were rare on the roads, and even when they occurred, they weren't too severe. The group sped along the highway in their vehicles, reaching the outskirts of the coastal city within an hour. After exiting the highway, their pace slowed considerably. The sky gradually grew dim at that moment. Captain Shen, this Dahai City feels so eerie. How come we haven't seen a single demonic creature? One of the team members asked from beside him. Yeah, by all logic, demons should have already awakened by now. But there's not a single one in this entire city. It's not just demons, we haven't spotted a single survivor anywhere. The team murmured among themselves, instantly sensing something was terribly wrong with Dahai City. Before the disaster struck, Dahai City had been one of the most prosperous cities in the entire Dragon Nation. With its extremely high population density, it made no sense that not a single survivor was visible. Moreover, according to Bai Tianxin, an SS-class demonic creature had erupted here. How could there be no trace of its presence? Or could it be this was all a trap? I can't be certain either. I'll call Captain Li now and see if Mr. Zhou Tian's team is heading to Dahai City, Chen Shan said. But the moment Chen Shan pulled out his satellite phone, his brow furrowed. There was absolutely no signal here. Impossible. This is a satellite phone. Unless there's a satellite malfunction, it shouldn't lose signal, Chen Shan thought to himself. But just then, the soldiers around him suddenly looked astonished. Pointing ahead, they immediately called out to Chen Shan. Captain Chen, look ahead. What is that strange structure? What is it? Chen Shan immediately looked ahead. What appeared before him was a colossal temple. At a glance, the temple covered dozens of acres. Illuminated by bright lights, it radiated an air of prosperity. A temple this big in Dahai City? How come I've never seen it before? Everyone, get ready! Chen Shan thought to himself, immediately using the walkie-talkie to alert everyone to be ready. Something was seriously wrong with this temple. Continuing forward, Chen Shan arrived at the temple's main gate. Ghost Temple? Chen Shan's expression turned stunned as he read the temple's plaque. What kind of temple would have such a bizarre name? Suddenly, a woman appeared before him as if out of thin air. She wore a patterned hanfu dress, holding a large red lantern glowing with eerie candlelight. Now she was beckoning toward Chen Shan with a faint, ambiguous smile on her face. Captain, what should we do? Should we leave immediately, or investigate what's going on? A soldier beside him asked. Chen Shan pondered for a moment. He wasn't one to seek out danger. But now that they'd stumbled upon this, and with their thorough preparations, he wasn't afraid of anything. Everyone stop the vehicles. Prepare for combat. We're going to investigate this haunted temple. Chen Shan gave the order. All vehicles halted instantly, and the entire group marched toward the ghost temple in perfect unison. As long as it wasn't an S-rank specter, what could this 300-strong blood squad not handle? Meanwhile, Zhou Tian, riding the Black Tiger, also arrived in the Great Sea City. Soaring through the sky atop the Black Tiger, Zhou Tian immediately sensed something amiss throughout the entire city. The entire city seems devoid of demonic energy? What's this? A ghost temple? And so many vehicles parked at the entrance, many still running. Zhou Tian landed and approached the ghost temple. The ghost temple remained unchanged from before. At the temple's main gate, a woman dressed in red hanfu still stood, holding a lantern and beckoning to Zhou Tian. Her movements seemed imbued with some form of mental control, capable of directly influencing one's thoughts. Zhou Tian remained unmoved. Realizing she couldn't sway him, the woman slowly swayed her graceful figure and approached Zhou Tian and his companion. Chapter 49. Which table do you want me to sit at? Should I take matters into my own hands and see what kind of ghostly thing this is? Xiao Yi spoke up as the eerie woman approached. Zhou Tian's gaze also fixed on the woman. The ghostly eye on his forehead shifted restlessly, shooting a beam of red light that landed directly on her. From Zhou Tian's perspective, this woman did not exist. Or rather, the entire ghost temple was non-existent. These vehicles came from Jiangshi City, so they must be the people team leader Li sent. But it seems they've all been detained here because of this ghost temple. Moreover, all the fierce ghosts in the entire city seem to have vanished. I don't know the reason, but it must be connected to this ghost temple. Zhou Tian frowned, murmuring softly to himself. He had no idea what this ghost temple truly was. In his previous life, Zhou Tian was still struggling to survive in the shelter at this point, his abilities not even matching those of an ordinary blood marker. Let's go straight in. After a moment's thought, Zhou Tian declared. Though the ghost temple was eerie, Zhou Tian had made thorough preparations this time. Xiao Yi nodded. A deep green longsword instantly materialized in his hand. The blade radiated a scorching aura, rippling with faint waves of energy. Xiao Yi raised the sword high and swung it toward the woman. In the next instant, a sword chi formed from Qingqiu netherfire surged toward the woman. The woman made no move, merely lifting her red lantern gently. The moment the sword energy touched the red lantern, it was completely absorbed. In exchange, the flame within the lantern seemed to burn even more intensely. Witnessing this, Xiao Yi's dark brows furrowed, her expression turning defiant. She attempted to launch another attack at the woman, but Zhou Tian intercepted her. Your flame is countered by hers. No matter how many attacks you launch, she'll deflect them all. Zhou Tian stated. This red lantern was clearly some kind of peculiar artifact, capable of absorbing flames and countering Xiao Yi's blood pattern ability. Zhou Tian, however, was different. He possessed countless methods to directly eliminate this woman, no matter how strange she might be. For ordinary demons, Zhou Tian could effortlessly destroy them by wielding his Yuan 2 sword. If it were a wandering soul, Zhou Tian could summon the ghost shadow. Yet at this moment, Zhou Tian showed no haste to act. Instead, he continued observing the woman, eager to see what tricks she might pull. Her steps were graceful and swaying, her entire body undulating with each movement like a willow by the riverbank. Moreover, her face bore a smile that seemed as fixed as a template. Soon, she arrived before Zhou Tian. She showed no hint of hostility toward Zhou Tian, instead speaking directly. "Sir, this is Ghost Temple. As night falls, why not come inside and rest? Besides, today happens to be a special day for our Ghost Temple." Her voice was exquisitely seductive, and the language she spoke was not that of the Dragon Nation. It was the language of the land of cherry blossoms. "Oh? So this Ghost Temple has ties to the little devils. Very well, we shall go inside and rest." Zhou Tian perked up at the mention and immediately agreed. In Zhou Tian's previous life, the Japanese had wielded immense power within the Dragon Nation, their influence even subtly overshadowing the military. Especially the mafia with countless blood markers under their command, they were the strongest force. This woman's appearance reminds me these Japanese aren't pushovers. They're constantly scheming to fully occupy the Dragon Nation. Zhou Tian thought to himself. He needed to find the time to eliminate every last one of those Japanese devils in the entire Dragon Kingdom. It wasn't because these little devils truly posed a threat to Zhou Tian. It was simply a matter of pure irritation. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, a smile instantly spread across the woman's face. "Then allow me to guide you both." The woman spoke slowly. Then, the woman led Zhou Tian and Xiaoyi walking slowly into the Ghost Temple. Inside the Ghost Temple, a whole new world unfolded. In any other city, no one would dare venture out at night, all would hide in their rooms, waiting for dawn to break. Yet within this Ghost Temple, a grand banquet was currently underway. Monks sat along the assembly line, chatting and laughing as they savored the delicacies on the tables. At the very front, a separate round table was occupied by figures who didn't look like monks at all. "Brother, why don't we just kill them all? They don't look human, and they don't seem like demons either." Xiaoyi tugged at Zhou Tian's sleeve, unable to hold back her words. "Hold on. Let's see where the others who came earlier went first." Zhou Tian replied. Just as Xiaoyi had said, these people were utterly bizarre. They didn't resemble humans, nor did they seem like demons. Instead, they were connected to the spirits of the dead. Roar! Suddenly, the black tiger behind Zhou Tian let out a furious roar. Its eyes now bore a vicious glare towards several of the monks, filled with murderous intent. Though not human, as an S-ranked demonic entity, the black tiger possessed intelligence. Something must have happened. Honored guests, today happens to be a joyous occasion at our Ghost Temple. Master Jirun is marrying today. Please take a seat. You'll be blessed by the auspicious energy. The woman smiled, her face bearing a hint of bewitching, otherworldly charm. Whether in her attire or her movements, she appeared perfectly proper, yet there was an undeniable hint of impropriety lurking beneath the surface. Perhaps that's just the nature of these little devil women? Damn it, are you even real monks? How can you marry women? Before Zhou Tian could speak, Xiaoyi beside him couldn't help but blurt out her complaint. Zhou Tian remained silent, his gaze following He Hu's toward the crowd not far away. A gaunt, elderly figure clad in monk's robes came into view, flanked by a bride in her wedding attire. The old monk was hideously ugly, and on this wedding night, his face was twisted into a chilling grin. Just then, another group entered from outside. The newcomer arrived with great fanfare, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Lord Luofeng, Ghost King, extends his congratulations to the venerable abbot on his wedding, presenting a gift of 10,000-year dragon root. The words echoed through the air. As for the woman who had been beside Zhou Tian, she vanished without a trace, immediately bowing to greet this Lord Luofeng. The purple-robed zombie king of Mount Mao offers congratulations to the venerable abbot on his wedding, presenting 10,000 tons of corpse oil. Once again, a voice echoed in Zhou Tian's ears. The purple-robed zombie king has actually arrived. Congratulations, congratulations. Old one, come quickly. Take your seat beside me. The old abbot, whose face resembled dried bones, immediately greeted the purple-robed zombie king with utmost reverence. Ao Guang of the Western Sea congratulates the venerable abbot on his wedding and presents a piece of purple gold coral heart. Ao Guang of the Western Sea? What nonsense! Stand over there and eat. Hearing this exchange, Zhou Tian's interest was instantly piqued. He raised his arm and shouted, addressing the old abbot directly. I'm the goddamn emperor. Which table do you want me to sit at? Zhou Tian's voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Whether it was the sheer shock value of his words or something else, everyone wore expressions of utter astonishment, staring at Zhou Tian in disbelief. Many even wore looks of fear and panic. The old abbot was no exception. Staring in Zhou Tian's direction, he suddenly dropped to his knees. I had no idea the son of the Yin Emperor himself was present. If you don't mind, feel free to ride this old monk's head. Chapter 50, The Same Ghost Eyes, Ghostly Shadows. The old abbot gazed at Zhou Tian with an expression of profound respect. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. Zhou Tian had only said it as a playful reference, but he hadn't expected this old man to take it literally. Truthfully, Zhou Tian couldn't be blamed. These people kept throwing around titles like Lord Luofeng Ghost King and Purple-Robed Zombie King, each one more grandiose than the last. But no matter who they were, as long as they were ghosts, who could compare to the title of the Shadow Emperor? The old abbot's gaze toward Zhou Tian was murky, shifting slightly. Yet moments later, he let out a cold snort. Oomph. What kind of upstart dares to impersonate the son of the Shadow Emperor here? He must be out of his mind. Guards! Take her to the river of oblivion and feed her the lotus of the afterlife. The old abbot ordered coldly. At that very moment, a figure clad in purple robes beside him stirred. His gaze shifted, landing on Zhou Tian. Oh? So you are also a descendant of my zombie lineage. What is your name? Whose offspring are you? The purple-robed zombie king opened his stiff mouth and forced the words out to Zhou Tian. Speak my name, and I'll give you a fright. Zhou Tian's lips curled upward as he spoke with profound meaning. I am your father. Zhou Tian declared once more. Humph. You dare challenge me? Do you even know who I am? I am Xiang Dongji, the second-generation celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At these words, the purple-robed zombie king's face instantly twisted with rage. Yet Zhou Tian remained utterly unfazed by the other's words. Regardless of how formidable this man had been in life. Now dead and turned into a zombie, his bloodline originated from the Hanba. And since Liu Yanyan had inherited the power of the Hanba by lineage, calling him her father would be perfectly reasonable, wouldn't it? The onlookers all wore expressions of eager anticipation. It's over. It's over. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had to go and provoke Xiang Dongji, the purple-robed zombie king. Isn't that just asking for death? Exactly. Xiang Dongji is the strongest powerhouse in our Wujian ghost realm. Even Luofeng, the ghost lord, has to give him some face. Who knows where this little brat crawled out from? To dare challenge Xiang Dongji, he must be tired of living. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, yet Zhou Tian remained utterly unfazed, as if Xiang Dongji held no significance whatsoever. And then? Zhou Tian asked. Kid, aren't you afraid of me? Xiang Dongji retorted coldly. Why should I fear you? Zhou Tian countered again. Fine. It seems my years of seclusion have made you youngsters forget I even exist. In that case, I'll send you to your death. Xiang Dongji's eyes grew increasingly fierce as he spoke. Zhou Tian remained constantly vigilant, preparing to meet Xiang Dongji's attack. In truth, Zhou Tian's provocation wasn't born of recklessness. He had discovered something utterly shocking. He had somehow, at some point, ceased to be on Earth. This was no longer the Great Sea City. Beyond the ghost temple lay endless darkness. Even Zhou Tian's ghostly eyes couldn't pierce it. And these people, the old abbot, the ghost lord Luofeng, the purple-robed zombie king Xiang Dongji. None of them could be called demons. Or rather, the opponent possessed certain characteristics of demons, yet was a species that completely transcended them. As for the ordinary onlookers gathered around, they were even more bizarre. These people were all souls of the dead. Zhou Tian had anticipated Xiang Dongji employing various tactics, but he never imagined Xiang Dongji would actually employ thunder magic. Zhangyang 5 Thunders. Palm Thunder. Take this palm thunder from this old man. Xiang Dongji bellowed, then unleashed a palm thunder strike directly at Zhou Tian. Zombies, being creatures of utmost and profound evil, are naturally countered by fire and thunder magic. Especially this Zhangyang 5 Thunders technique proved exceptionally effective against zombies. Can't handle it, huh? What kind of power does a zombie like you use? Thunder magic, of all things. What a disgrace to zombies. Zhou Tian thought indignantly. But while other zombies feared thunder magic, Zhou Tian certainly did not. Zhou Tian summoned the terrifying ghostly shadow behind him, instantly blocking it before himself. The thunder spell was about to strike Zhou Tian, yet it was completely swallowed up by the terrifying specter. You actually devoured my thunder spell? Now that's interesting. But what about this? This treasure I happened to obtain from a secret realm. Specifically designed to deal with zombies like us. Xiang Dongji paused in surprise, then unexpectedly drew from his person an AK-47. No, this was no ordinary AK-47, it was crafted entirely from gold. The golden barrel was densely engraved with intricate patterns. Any Taoist practitioner who saw it would be utterly astonished. For engraved upon the barrel were none other than the legendary 9-9 exorcism and evil-slaying talismans. Xiang Dongji raised the AK-47 and pulled the trigger directly at Zhou Tian. Watching this scene, Zhou Tian couldn't help but feel utterly speechless. How bizarre was this scene? It was clearly a gathering of demons and evil spirits, and the presence of a fake dead old Taoist master was already absurd enough. But this old Taoist master isn't using talismans, he's switched to an AK-47? Am I entering a dreamscape now? Zhou Tian felt a wave of doubt wash over him at these absurd actions. He even wondered if he had entered a dream the moment he stepped into the ghost temple. Otherwise, how could things get this absurd? Hold on. Suddenly, a massive, pitch-black figure blocked the path between the two. It was a hideously pale figure, towering nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a black cloak. Its entire presence radiated an eerie, shadowy aura, as if it were a genuine specter. This figure directly blocked Zhang Dongji's attack. From this alone, it was clear that this person possessed far greater strength. Luo Feng, Ghost Lord. What are you doing? This is my territory. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Zhang Dongji snapped angrily. Then, in a rather showy manner, he brought the gun barrel to his lips and blew on it. My friend, where did you acquire that ghostly aura? It seems identical to mine. The Ghost Lord Luo Feng ignored Zhang Dongji and turned his gaze toward Zhou Tian. Their eyes met. Zhou Tian gave Luo Feng a quick once-over. But after just one glance, Zhou Tian immediately frowned. For behind Luo Feng Ghost Lord, an equally enormous and terrifying ghostly shadow had materialized. The power of both shadows was identical. Moreover, Zhou Tian lifted his head to look at Luo Feng Ghost Lord's face, only to discover another chilling sight upon closer inspection. For upon Luo Feng Ghost Lord's forehead there was also a blood-red ghostly eye. 6 eyes locked in a stare, both ghostly orbs restlessly pulsing with hostility as they glared at each other. As if each sought to prove the other's ghostly eye was the counterfeit. P.S. Sorry, these scenes are a bit intense. If you can't handle it, skip ahead to Chapter 64. Chapter 51, Zhang Dongji, the man of many roles. Oh? So we've encountered the same power. Zhou Tian shot Luo Feng Ghost Lord a meaningful glance. Ghost Shadow both were discovered by Zhou Tian beneath Qinglong Temple. Back then, this terrifying Ghost Shadow had been sealed by the Yuan to sword. Only after Zhou Tian forcibly refined it did he gain control over it. You are clearly a zombie body, yet you wield ghostly shadows and ghostly eyes identical to mine, and your power is in no way inferior to mine. It seems you harbor some secrets. Why not gather privately after the banquet? Luo Feng Ghost Lord spoke slowly. As he spoke, the ghostly eye on his forehead emitted a faint red glow. Ghost Realm. Open. Within the Ghost Realm, Lord Luo Feng is the true sovereign. Overlapping with the real world, those not within the Ghost Realm could not hear their conversation. Agreed. I have some questions as well. Zhou Tian nodded, readily agreeing to the other's proposal. Zhou Tian was no longer on Blue Star. Whether he had entered this overlapping world by chance or for some other reason remained unclear. But if he wanted to uncover the truth, this Lord Luo Feng was an excellent starting point. Impressive. How might I address you? Jiang Chen. Luo Feng Ghost Lord nodded, then immediately broke into a smile. He released the ghostly shroud, and the two reappeared before everyone. Old ghost, why didn't you kill this man? Could it be you couldn't defeat him? The moment he spotted Zhou Tian and the other, Zhang Dongji beside him immediately barked angrily. Hearing Zhang Dongji's words, Lord Luo Feng's expression darkened. Although this was Zhang Dongji's territory, his strength still fell far short of Luo Feng Ghost Lord's. Hearing Zhang Dongji's arrogant words, Luo Feng Ghost Lord naturally felt displeased. Luo Feng Ghost Lord shot Zhou Tian a glance, his face immediately breaking into a meaningful smile. I cannot defeat him. Now we shall see if you are his match. Lord Luo Feng declared. He intended to use Zhang Dongji as a test to gauge Zhou Tian's strength. With the Ghost Shadow and Ghost Eyes, Zhou Tian's power was certainly no weaker than his own. He might even be stronger. After all, Zhou Tian still had many techniques yet to be revealed. Oh? Is that so? Even you, old ghost, can't handle him? Then let me see what kind of strength this little zombie possesses. Zhang Dongji spoke, and suddenly a copper coin sword appeared in his hand. The copper coin sword looked extremely eerie. The dark coins were covered in copious amounts of filthy blood, having lost their original color. As Zhang Dongji raised it, waves of black mist swirled around the blade. It seemed to carry some immense power. I, Zhang Dongji, am a second-generation purple-robed celestial master. Now as a zombie, I've even inherited the bloodline of the original drought demon. What do you have to fight me with? Heavenly thunder. Zhang Dongji pointed his sword toward the heavens. Boom! In the next instant, a thunderbolt crashed down from the heavens. It shattered the roof of the ghost temple and struck directly toward Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian remained unmoved, instead turning his gaze toward Zhang Dongji's copper coin sword. This coin sword is rather interesting. Want it? Zhou Tian turned to Xiao Yi beside him. I don't want it. That sword is too ugly, Xiao Yi immediately replied. All right then. Zhou Tian nodded in agreement. The next moment, a flash of crimson light enveloped his figure, and he vanished completely from where he stood. Gone. Where did he go? Zhang Dongji's grim brow furrowed slightly. Spotting Zhou Tian's vanishing form, he immediately sniffed the air. As a zombie, he could naturally sense the presence of living beings around him. Yet for some reason, he couldn't pinpoint Zhou Tian's exact location. Impossible. That brat's bloodline purity is clearly modeled far inferior to mine. Could it be some other power within him? Zhang Dongji's mind raced. Although becoming a zombie had dulled Zhang Dongji's thinking considerably. He had been a purple-robed celestial master in life, possessing wisdom far surpassing ordinary men. Beyond the power of the zombie General Chen, Zhou Tian also harbored 3 other forces: the Ghost Shadow, the Yuan Sword, and another unknown power. This made Zhang Dongji extremely wary. And in the next instant, a crimson glow appeared behind Zhang Dongji. Now, a long sword appeared in Zhou Tian's hand. This blade was incredibly sharp, emanating a crimson aura. The Yuan Sword. Zhang Dongji's copper coin sword was clearly more effective against certain malevolent spirits. But Zhou Tian's Yuan sword was different. It was exceptionally effective against anything. Watch out! A warning cry rang out from somewhere. Zhang Dongji, hearing it, immediately turned his head. But it was all too late. A crimson flash sliced through Zhang Dongji's neck, severing his head in an instant. His strength doesn't even match Liu Yanyan's, yet he arrogantly claims to be of the Huanba bloodline. Zhou Tian shook his head. Compared to Liu Yanyan, Zhang Dongji was no match, not by a long shot. Though he had mastered some thunder magic after becoming a zombie, they were ultimately minor arts. The essence of a zombie lay in absolute power suppression. As long as one is strong enough, even the heavenly thunder meant to suppress them can be faced without fear. You actually pierced my physical body. What kind of sword is this? Zhang Dongji stared wide-eyed at Zhou Tian. Though his head had been severed, as a zombie he possessed the trait of immortality. Even if his head were utterly destroyed, his headless body would not perish. A new head would simply grow back. To truly kill a zombie, one must destroy its entire body. But that was the method ordinary people used against zombies. Zhou Tian had another approach. That was to directly refine Zhang Dongji into his own zombie slave. Because the gap between us is simply too vast, Zhou Tian stated calmly. Yet at that moment, the overwhelming aura of the corpse king Jiangshi completely engulfed Zhang Dongji. In an instant, Zhang Dongji froze. Who are you? This pressure is identical to that of the ancestral drought demon, perhaps even stronger. Zhang Dongji couldn't help but exclaim. He now regretted his actions. It wasn't that Zhou Tian's zombie bloodline was too fragmented. Rather, it was Zhou Tian who had concealed himself, leaving only a faint trace of zombie aura. Combined with the interference of the ghostly shadows and eyes, this had led to his misjudgment. He'd mistaken Zhou Tian for a minor player who'd just feigned death. Zhou Tian said nothing, instead channeling his power to envelop Zhang Dongji. No, you can't do this. Raise the coffin. Zhang Dongji roared, and a coffin carved with a 5-clawed golden dragon pattern suddenly materialized before everyone's eyes. This was Zhang Dongji's true domain, a secret he had never shared with anyone. For Zhang Dongji was not merely the purple-robed celestial master, he had also once ruled as the emperor of the mortal realm. Purple-robed celestial master, mortal emperor, zombie. Zhang Dongji truly wore many hats. Yet as Zhou Tian looked at Zhang Dongji before him, his brow furrowed. For among his subordinates seemed to be a zombie that perfectly matched the current Zhang Dongji. Chapter 52, Demonic Buddhas Fill the Sky. The arrival of the Ghost Bride. Zhang Dongji, clad in purple robes, had now transformed into a zombie, accompanied by an ancient coffin adorned with dragon patterns. No matter how Zhou Tian looked at him, he bore a striking resemblance to his own zombie slave, the Warring States Corpse King. The only difference was that the Warring States Corpse King wore a black and purple dragon robe, carried no copper coin sword, and naturally possessed no thunder magic. The only similarity was this dragon-patterned ancient coffin. After summoning the dragon-patterned coffin, Zhang Dongji was instantly sucked inside. The coffin lid slammed shut, completely sealing off Zhou Tian. Ha 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 ha. What good is your strength? Within this coffin, I am invincible. Even if you're the progenitor of the drought demons, you'll have to work hard to deal with me. Zhang Dongji declared with utter arrogance. At that moment, the entire ghost temple fell into an eerie silence. Every gaze directed at Zhou Tian held shock tinged with a hint of apprehension. They knew full well the power of Zhang Dongji, the purple-robed zombie king. Here, aside from Luo Feng Ghost Lord, the only one capable of standing against him was the ghost temple's abbot. The ancient abbot, his face as gaunt as dried bones, slowly approached Zhou Tian. Accompanying him was a bride of captivating beauty. Young friend, though we've never met, since you've come here, you should abide by the rules of our boundless ghost realm. If you kill Zhang Dongji, there will be no one left to guard the boundless ghost realm. Should the venerable Lord Hanbo learn of this, he would be displeased. The old abbot spoke slowly. Zhou Tian glanced up at the old man, his expression unflinching. The old abbot's strength should be beyond that of a 9th-tier blood. The purple-robed zombie king's power was only at the peak of a 9th-tier blood user. As for Zhou Tian himself, he was a 5th-tier zombie, far surpassing ordinary 9th-tier practitioners by dozens or even hundreds of times. 5th-tier zombie, that was nearly Zhou Tian's self-definition. He possessed the killing evolution ability, having undergone 4 evolutions thus far, naturally advancing him to the 5th tier. Oh? So we must abide by the rules here. That's certainly no problem. It just so happens I'm in need of a zombie slave. From what I see, Zhang Dongzugu would make an excellent choice. Zhou Tian remarked indifferently. Is this a refusal to give me face? The old abbot frowned, his voice cold. I'm not giving you face. So what? Zhou Tian remained blunt. At first, Zhou Tian had intended to keep a low profile. But reality was cruel, leaving him no room for discretion. Abbot, hold on. We're all guests here. As the host, it would be rather inhumane of you to interfere. Luo Feng Ghost Lord spoke, leaning close to the old abbot's ear. A crimson glow flared around them, instantly enveloping both figures within the ghostly realm. Within the ghostly aura, outsiders could not peer into its depths. Zhou Tian was no exception unless he too activated his ghostly aura to invade. Yet both ghostly realms drew their power from the ghost eyes, neither stronger nor weaker than the other. The ghostly aura lasted only a few seconds before the two instantly reappeared before the crowd. Upon the old abbot's reappearance, his expression shifted instantly. Gone was the murderous intent that had filled his withered, skeletal face. Instead, a faint trace of a smile now lingered there. Only, his smile was more painful than crying. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I sensed something extraordinary about you, young man. Even if you weren't the son of the Shadow Emperor, you'd still be a formidable figure in your own right. In that case, I shall not interfere further. Settle your own affairs. The old abbot spoke, then turned and walked away with the bride, disappearing from view. But in that instant, Zhang Dongji inside the coffin froze. Old abbot, you can't do this. If we join forces, we can definitely kill that little brat. Once we succeed, I'll give you 1,000,000 tons of corpse oil. How about that? Zhang Dongji pleaded urgently from within the coffin. The old abbot paused briefly but did not stop. He continued walking forward. It's over. Zhang Dongji lost all hope. He now understood clearly that he had become utterly worthless. Outmatched by Zhou Tian and abandoned by all allies, death was his only path. Zhou Tian paid no heed to what Luo Feng Ghost Lord and the old abbot discussed. He strode immediately to the coffin and placed his hand directly upon it. In an instant, the power emanating from the zombie king Hanba completely enveloped the entire coffin. The sheer terror of the energy caused the onlookers to freeze in horror. Ah! Zhang Dongji could sense the terrifying power of Zhou Tian, which seemed to seep through the coffin and spread into his own body. At that moment, Zhou Tian reached his definitive conclusion: this Zhang Dongji was none other than the Warring States Corpse King. Or rather, the Warring States Corpse King was a being resurrected after death by some bizarre power. This was the true Warring States Corpse King. But the Warring States Corpse King was merely a designation bestowed upon him by humans in a past era. His true identity was the purple-robed zombie king, Zhang Dongji. Combining this with Zhang Dongji's identity, this Luo Feng Ghost Lord was likely also a living ghost in his lifetime. Only to be sealed by Yuan to after death and later encountered and controlled by Zhou Tian. Though Zhou Tian couldn't fathom why he kept encountering these figures, the trail ultimately led back to this ghost temple. This ghost temple must conceal even greater secrets. Under Zhou Tian's control, Zhang Dongji possessed no capacity for resistance whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, instantly refined, Zhang Dongji once again became Zhou Tian's corpse slave. There was no suspense whatsoever. If he could be refined after death, he could be refined while alive as well. Come out! Zhou Tian commanded Zhang Dongji. The current Zhang Dongji no longer harbored the hostility he once did toward Zhou Tian, instead becoming as docile as a lamb. Master! Master! Zhang Dongji uttered reluctantly, yet the master's servant imprint in his mind constantly reminded him of his current status. Zhou Tian ignored Zhang Dongji's words and turned his gaze toward Luo Feng Ghost Lord. I wish to leave the ghost temple now and explore the outside world. Will you accompany me? Zhou Tian inquired. But Zhou Tian shook his head. It's the great night season now. Even I wouldn't venture out at night lightly. And it's the hour of the ox now, the darkest time outside. I advise you to stay here tonight and wait until tomorrow to go out. Luo Feng Ghost Lord shook his head and spoke directly. Is that so? Zhou Tian turned his head and activated his ghost eyes on Zhang Dongji. His ghostly gaze invaded Zhang Dongji's mind. The other showed no resistance whatsoever, and Zhou Tian immediately probed his memories. Seems it's true after all. We'll stay the night here then. Zhou Tian decided against lingering outside and instead sought a room to stay in. He needed time to think about how to escape this place and return to Blue Star. It's getting late, young friend. We'll meet again tomorrow, said Luo Feng Ghost Lord, heading toward a room himself. The room wasn't luxurious, bordering on modest, with an ancient-style layout. Zhou Tian sat directly on the bed, with Xiaoyi beside him and Zhang Dongji following closely behind. But Zhou Tian didn't invite them in, dismissing them to wait at the door instead. Brother, it seems like none of these people are alive, and none of them are on Blue Star anymore. Could we have traveled through time? Xiaoyi said nervously. Zhou Tian shook his head, offering no immediate reply. Instead, his mind churned with thoughts. This world bears some resemblance to Blue Star. At night, a mysterious force descends, corrupting humanity and turning them into fragments of darkness. This is the great night season. And from Zhang Dongji's memories, the drought demon seems to be a woman too. Luo Feng Ghost Lord is a true vengeful spirit, while the old abbot is a demonic entity. As for ordinary people, they aren't truly human either. They're what I recall as wandering souls. This realm is called the Boundless Ghost Domain. Beyond it lie the Azura Netherworld, the Bodhi Buddha realm, the Netherworld of the dead. And somehow, people from this world can even travel to other realms. Zhou Tian couldn't help but recall that black impermanence. He had once peered into her memories. In her fragmented memories, the names of these places seemed to have appeared. And when she had seen his ghostly form, she had worn an expression of utter shock. It seemed then that her fear wasn't born of terror, but rather recognition of the true owner of that ghostly form. It's truly terrifying when you think about it, but since I can't figure it out for now, I might as well stop thinking about it. First, I need to thoroughly investigate this ghost temple, Zhou Tian silently resolved. The primary reason Zhou Tian had come to this world was because of the ghost temple. If he could unravel the mystery of the ghost temple, everything else would fall into place. Perhaps he could even return to Blue Star. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the ghostly eye on his forehead began to stir restlessly, as if striving to break free from his body. Simultaneously, a crimson light shot forth from the ghostly eye, spreading outward in all directions. Wherever the crimson light touched, it enveloped the area in a shroud of ghostly darkness. Zhou Tian's ghostly eye could discern every detail, seeing the movements of those around him with crystal clarity. Yet when he reached the location of the Great Hero Hall, he found himself unable to penetrate further. The Great Buddha Hall seemed shielded by a golden light, preventing Zhou Tian from advancing further. Zhou Tian frowned, the power within the ghostly eye on his forehead surging violently, as if it might shatter. The golden light began to fade, gradually revealing its true form. Before his eyes stood a colossal golden Buddha. The Great Buddha Hall was supposed to house the divine Buddhas and deities, including Shakyamuni. Yet the golden Buddha before Zhou Tian was utterly bizarre. The golden Buddha's body was densely covered in crimson patterns, resembling an endless swarm of ferocious beasts. A massive wound split open across the Buddha's abdomen, from which half a body lurched out menacingly, like a vengeful spirit straining to break free. Moreover, the surrounding deities and Buddhas were equally eerie. This place was no Great Buddha Hall, it was clearly a temple dedicated to a demon god. Indeed, there's a reason it's called the Ghost Temple. Zhou Tian thought to himself before immediately closing his ghostly eyes. But just as Zhou Tian thought everything had calmed down, something bizarre happened. Waves of white mist began to envelop Zhou Tian, soon filling the entire room completely. Suddenly, the door creaked open without a sound. Where is Zhang Dongji? How disappointing. Zhou Tian muttered irritably. Zhang Dongji was, after all, a regional overlord. How could he fail at something as basic as guarding a door? But then, a crimson figure suddenly materialized before Zhou Tian. The visitor was none other than the enchanting red-robed bride he had seen before, the one who had accompanied the old abbot. Chapter 53, The Overlapping Ghost Temple, A Higher Realm. The ghostly bride appeared without warning. Had Zhou Tian not activated his ghostly vision, he might not have noticed her in time. Zhou Tian watched the ghost bride before him with a hint of wariness. His restless, constantly shifting ghost eyes scanned her, instantly gathering her basic information. Her power was formidable, far surpassing that of a 9th-tier blood marker. Moreover, in other special abilities, she completely surpassed blood markers. No matter how powerful a blood marker might be, they were ultimately just humans who had obtained strange powers. The ghostly bride before them, however, was truly eerie. The candles burning inside the room swayed faintly at that moment, as if they might extinguish completely at any second. Yet even as the flame seemed on the verge of vanishing, it would reignite the very next moment. Husband. A chillingly seductive voice emerged from beneath the ghost bride's crimson veil. Stripped of its chill, the voice was nothing but pure, tingling seduction. Zhou Tian had never heard such a voice before. Even Xiaoyi, who had awakened the blood mark of the nine-tailed fox, couldn't compare to this ghost bride. Oh? Could it be you mistake me for the groom? Or did that old man deliberately arrange this? Zhou Tian remarked with a meaningful tone. For some reason, Zhou Tian suddenly thought of the term honey trap. The modus operandi of a honey trap was precisely this. First, a beautiful woman would seduce you, then at the height of passion, a group of burly men would burst in, followed by extortion. Zhou Tian was quite familiar with this scheme. Though he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he'd seen it portrayed in movies and TV shows. And now, the ghost bride's behavior fit the scam perfectly. The ghost bride remained silent, seemingly pondering the meaning behind Zhou Tian's words. After all, she wasn't human, and there wasn't a single truly living person here. Naturally, the term honey trap didn't exist for her. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian was studying the ghost bride. Dressed in a phoenix crown and wedding robes, her crimson bridal gown appeared as though soaked in blood, radiating an eerie beauty. The crimson veil completely concealed her features, leaving Zhou Tian uncertain whether it hid the face of a seductively beautiful woman, or perhaps a terrifying visage like that of the old abbot. The ghost bride took a step forward, immediately gliding toward Zhou Tian. Husband, today is our wedding day. Let us hasten to the bridal chamber. Let us not miss this auspicious moment. The ghost bride's voice rang out again, sweet and seductive. At those words, Zhou Tian's face darkened instantly. Did she really think he was the groom? But could such a blessing exist in this world? Not to mention this was a ghost temple, not a living soul in sight. Could this ghost bride be so adorable she couldn't tell he wasn't the groom? Even if the ghost bride was little cutie, then the old abbot was little cutie too. Would he really send his newlywed bride to serve another man? One more step closer and I'll kill you on the spot, Zhou Tian said coldly, drawing his deadly weapon. The Yuan-Tu sword. The sword pointed at the ghost bride. Seeing such a terrifying blade, she instinctively flinched in fear. Husband, please do not be nervous. Others may not recognize it, but I do. The sword in your hand is the divine weapon of the blood demon patriarch. It kills without karmic retribution. You carry bloodlines no weaker than the dry demon, possess ghostly eyes and shadows matching those of the ghost lord Luofeng, and even wield a sword from the blood demon ancestor of the Azura netherworld. The ghost bride spoke again. Blood demon ancestor? A new character appears, so what? Zhou Tian gazed meaningfully at the ghost bride before him. Truthfully, none of that matters. I know something else, my husband, you are actually human. Not only that, but the woman beside you, though she carries the power of demonic forces, is also human. The ghost bride glanced at Xiaoyi, who stood beside them with an almost non-existent presence, before speaking. Earlier, Zhou Tian hadn't felt much upon hearing the ghost bride's words. But this statement left him somewhat astonished. Humans were commonplace on Zhou Tian's blue star. Yet after arriving at this ghost temple in the so-called boundless ghost realm, Zhou Tian discovered through his ghostly vision that not a single living soul existed within the entire temple. The ordinary monks were actually departed souls. Luofeng Ghost Lord was a genuine fierce ghost. As for Xiang Dongji, whether he was human or ghost in life was unclear, but now he was a true zombie. In such a bizarre and chaotic world, humans were truly a rare sight. And then? Zhou Tian didn't dismiss the ghost bride's words but spoke directly. Then it must be that you, my husband, are not from here at all. You come from another world. You must have lost your way, my lord. And I know how to leave this place. The ghost bride paused dramatically, leaving the sentence hanging. No, you're wrong. I love this world and came here on purpose. From now on, we'll settle down in the ghost temple. Is there a problem with that? Zhou Tian deliberately said this. He disliked others controlling the conversation, and now he wanted to see what else this ghost bride could say. The ghost bride hesitated for a moment, but did not speak. Instead, she simply lifted her red veil. Immediately, a lovely face appeared before Zhou Tian. Far from the terrifying visage Zhou Tian had imagined, she was exceptionally beautiful. Her hair was elegantly coiled in a traditional updo, reminiscent of the noble ladies of ancient China. Zhou Tian stared intently at the ghost bride before him, but he wasn't captivated by her appearance. Beautiful women were a dime a dozen, and Zhou Tian had seen his fair share. Liu Yanyan, Xiaoyi, Li Yeji. What astonished Zhou Tian most was that this ghost bride bore a striking resemblance to Bai Tianxin. No, not just a resemblance. She was the spitting image of a grown-up Bai Tianxin. The Bai Tianxin Zhou Tian had seen before was likely only 16 or 17, perhaps even younger. But the ghost bride before him now was noticeably older, with the figure and appearance of someone in her 20s. Though her age had changed, her features remained largely unchanged, allowing Zhou Tian to recognize her instantly. Either this woman was Bai Tianxin's older sister or her biological mother. Or else, like the ghost lord Luofeng from Xiang Dongji that Zhou Tian had encountered before, she was Bai Tianxin of this world. What's your name? Zhou Tian asked abruptly. Izaki Tianxin. Sir, I also come from Blue Star, but not the same one you're from. But your world should also have our civilization. I come from Japan. The ghost bride no, Izaki Tianxin spoke directly. Japan? Zhou Tian knew this place well. It was another name for his own land of cherry blossoms. Though not the same world, the essence remained largely the same. Your Excellency, there may be some points you're not yet clear on, but I can provide a brief summary. The world we're in now is like a transit station. Through certain means, one can travel to many worlds. Moreover, numerous worlds are interconnected with it. This ghost temple is a creation of the upper realms, overlapping across many dimensions. Thus, you and I arrived here through the convergence of our respective worlds. Chapter 54, The Evil Buddha of All Heavens, the Joyful Buddha. And then? Zhou Tian cut straight to the point. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, Izaki Tianxin paused, clearly taken aback. Zhou Tian's reaction was not what she had anticipated. Wouldn't most people, upon learning such things, first fall into deep thought? Wouldn't their minds be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, leaving them pondering it all? Yet Zhou Tian acted as if it had nothing to do with him at all. That's all, Izaki Tianxin replied after a moment's thought. Then why bring it up at all? Xiaoyi, escort her out. Zhou Tian ordered bluntly. Zhou Tian didn't fully believe Izaki Tianxin's words. Perhaps most of what Izaki Tianxin said was true, but why would the other party be so kind as to tell him all this? In a sense, Izaki Tianxin was Bai Tianxin. Zhou Tian had crossed paths with Bai Tianxin several times. Her intellect surpassed most people's, so he naturally remained vigilant whenever dealing with her. He could easily fall into her schemes at any moment. The same caution applied now with Izaki Tianxin. Wait. Today is your only chance to leave here. If you wait until dawn, you truly won't be able to leave anymore. Izaki Tenshin was about to say something else. But Xiaoyi had already activated her blood true form. A surge of pure white and dark green energy erupted around her, instantly enveloping Xiaoyi's slender form. 9 massive tails sprouted from her backside. Blood true form. The power of Xiaoyi's blood erupted completely at that moment. Do you want me to kick you out, or will you leave on your own? Xiaoyi said coldly. Though her strength might not match Izaki Tianshin's, with Zhou Tian backing her now, Xiaoyi felt no fear toward Izaki Tianshin. Zhou Tian's ghostly realm could engulf Izaki Tianshin in an instant, dragging her into its depths without a chance to resist. Very well. Since my husband refuses to believe my words, then this servant shall take her leave. Izaki Tenshin said, her figure gradually fading from view. The thick fog dissipated, as if everything had returned to stillness. Zhou Tian looked out the window. Unbeknownst to him, everyone outside had vanished, and thick darkness enveloped the area. Like viscous ink, it swallowed every glimmer of light. Go take a look outside. Zhou Tian paused briefly before speaking directly. Drawing on Zhang Dongji's memories, Zhou Tian knew this ghost temple possessed a unique protective treasure. It could resist the darkness from outside. As long as one wasn't too weak, nothing untoward would happen. But if one truly left the ghost temple, they would easily be swallowed by the darkness. Even Zhang Dongji was no exception. But Zhang Dongji was no ordinary mortal. His 9-pattern dragon coffin could block out everything from the outside world. By simply lying within the coffin, he could endure the entire night. Brother, could there be danger? And what that Izaki Tianshin said didn't sound like a lie. Could we really be unable to return? Xiaoyi asked nervously. If we can't return, then we can't return. Zhou Tian declared bluntly. Truthfully, even if Zhou Tian couldn't return to Blue Star now, Dragon Nation wouldn't face any major issues. Li Yezi might not be exceptionally powerful, but he was at least Zhou Tian's second-generation zombie. As long as he could create a zombie army, it could handle the vast majority of demonic foes. Unless they faced S-rank or higher demons, they could handle most threats with ease. Moreover, besides Li Muzi, there was still the trump card of the Warring States Corpse King. Zhou Tian released the ghostly realm and then walked straight out of the room. Outside the room, the purple-robed zombie Zhang Dongji stood at the doorway. He stood perfectly straight, looking every bit the dedicated employee. Tianshi, Emperor, Zombie. Beyond these 3 professions, Zhang Dongji proposed yet another new vocation. Security guard. But Zhou Tian was far from satisfied with Zhang Dongji's security skills. He couldn't even keep an eye on the ghost bride, Izaki Tenshin. Zhou Tian glanced to the side. Black Tiger was lying right beside Zhang Dongji. Upon seeing Zhou Tian, Black Tiger even licked his lips obsequiously at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian looked displeased and kicked him straight away. What are you acting like a dog for? Kicked by Zhou Tian, Black Tiger instantly felt wronged, whimpering softly. Alright, you two, come with me. Zhou Tian commanded once more. Zhou Tian's purpose this time was simple, to inspect the Great Hero Hall. Earlier, through his ghostly vision, Zhou Tian had glimpsed the true nature of this Great Hero Hall. It was filled with demonic Buddha statues. Now Zhou Tian wanted to see these demonic Buddhas with his own eyes and uncover the true secrets of the ghost temple. Following the route etched in his memory, Zhou Tian walked forward. The exterior was deserted, and he soon arrived before the Great Hero Hall. From the outside, the Great Buddha Hall appeared exceptionally majestic. Golden bricks paved the path, jade carved the walls, and pillars beside them bore intricate patterns of various gods and Buddhas. Yet through Zhou Tian's ghostly vision, everything faintly emanated a dark aura. Zhou Tian looked toward the main hall's doors. The doors were unlocked, and a faint glow could be seen inside. I distinctly remember seeing the doors locked earlier. Could someone have gone inside? Zhou Tian wondered to himself. Before he even stepped inside, the ghostly aura Zhou Tian released had already begun to seep into the hall. Immediately, Zhou Tian could see the scene inside clearly. Sensing no danger, Zhou Tian walked straight inside. Inside the Great Buddha Hall, the scene was very familiar to Zhou Tian. At the very top, the statues enshrined were the 2 Buddhas, Zhuanti and Jian. Below them were enshrined the Buddhas of the past, present, and future. They were the ancient Buddha of the East, the Buddha of the present, and the Buddha of the West. Further down were numerous Buddhas, golden-bodied arhats, and various bodhisattvas. Zhou Tian scanned the hall. While most of these Buddhas were unfamiliar to him, a few were recognizable. For instance, the victorious Buddha, who, despite his holy aura, faintly exuded a demonic quality. Further down was the pig-headed guardian of the altar. These, Zhou Tian could still recognize. Yet through the ghost eye's perspective, every Buddha and Bodhisattva had transformed beyond recognition. Their bodies were twisted and grotesque, their faces radiating malevolence, as if they were terrifying demon gods. Moreover, Zhou Tian was startled to discover that they seemed to have sensed his presence. All the Buddha's gazes converged upon him. Suddenly, a demonic Buddha on the left suddenly fired a black beam of light at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian frowned and immediately summoned his ghostly shadow to block it. The ghost shadow could devour anything and transform it into its own puzzle pieces, including such attacks. Yet the beam pierced straight through the ghost shadow, still bearing down on Zhou Tian. Ignoring the ghost shadow. This is a psychic attack? Zhou Tian instantly made his judgment. The ghost shadow, being non-physical, could kill special entities like death souls. Typical psychic attacks could be blocked by the ghostly shadow, but clearly, this demonic Buddha's assault far exceeded the shadow's endurance limit. Yet Zhou Tian wasn't without a defense. The ghostly eye on his forehead stirred restlessly, and a crimson light coalesced into a beam at that moment, clashing against the dark ray of the evil Buddha. No, the ghost eye's energy seems to have reached its limit. Zhou Tian could distinctly feel the ghost eye convulsing violently, as if it would break free from his body at any moment. It's reached its limit, but it seems a second ghost eye is about to emerge. Zhou Tian frowned, immediately sensing the ghostly shadow's abnormality. The very next moment, a tingling sensation erupted in Zhou Tian's palm, followed by a crimson ghost eye bursting forth from the skin. The second ghost eye. Zhou Tian's ghost eye power instantly doubled. Both ghost eyes simultaneously channeled the power of the ghostly realm, instantly suppressing the demonic Buddha. At that moment, Zhou Tian turned his gaze toward the demonic Buddha. The demonic Buddha wore a hideous grin, its body covered only by a single strip of cloth. In her embrace sat a woman of seductive beauty, straddling her in a posture that suggested they were in the midst of copulation. Zhou Tian recognized this demonic Buddha's name, the Joyous Buddha, who presided over yin and yang and mastered the path of dual cultivation. As if sensing Zhou Tian's scrutiny, the Joy Buddha's grin grew even more sinister and grotesque. Suddenly, she conjured a lotus flower out of thin air, which shot straight toward Zhou Tian. The air thickened with a languid, decaying aura. Chapter 55, Destroy the Joy Buddha. Xiaoyi versus the Victor Buddha. The next instant, the surrounding environment underwent a sudden transformation. Originally, Zhou Tian had been inside the Great Hero Hall, but at some point, he suddenly found himself in the lotus pond. Endless lotus flowers stretched as far as the eye could see, and Zhou Tian now found himself perched upon a lotus leaf. An illusion? Illusions typically involve directly invading one's mind. Zhou Tian could achieve this with his ghost eyes. But Zhou Tian's ghost eyes had repelled the joyful Buddha's intrusion, leaving his own mind unaffected. Instead, it was the surrounding environment that had transformed. This was something Zhou Tian could also accomplish. Within the ghost realm, Zhou Tian was an omnipotent being. One of his abilities was to alter the structures within it. Mountains and oceans could shift at his whim. But this was merely due to the influence of the ghost realm's power. The moment it came into contact with the realm, everything would instantly revert to its original state. Xiaoyi was no longer by his side. Zhou Tian remained vigilant. The ghost realm opened, the endless sea of blood unfolded, and the Yuan to sword was firmly in his grasp. Regardless of whether this joyful Buddha was powerful or weak, Zhou Tian would not hold back his trump cards. He would exhaust every ounce of his strength. Unless the joyful Buddha's power truly far surpassed his own, Zhou Tian refused to believe he could be defeated. Even if he were killed, he could still resurrect through the blood sea. The blood godlings within Zhou Tian's sea of blood were few in number, likely sufficient for only a few hundred resurrections. But each resurrection would restore Zhou Tian to his peak strength. That was the true terror. Suddenly, the lotus leaves before Zhou Tian's eyes trembled slightly, revealing a pale figure standing before him. This figure was meticulously composed, its fair skin exposed before Zhou Tian, with only the faintest hints of privacy obscured by the lotus leaves, leaving them indistinct. Yet the more elusive the details, the more vivid the imagination ran wild. At that moment, Zhou Tian's expression changed instantly upon recognizing the figure before him. For the person before him was none other than Liu Yanyan. Liu Yanyan beckoned to Zhou Tian with a gentle wave of her hand, as if drawing him closer. Every smile and frown radiated a captivating charm. Yet Zhou Tian's expression darkened. He knew full well that the real Liu Yanyan still lay in her coffin. How could she possibly appear before him now? Even so, a voice echoed uncontrollably within Zhou Tian's mind. This voice relentlessly tempted Zhou Tian, convincing him that the Liu Yanyan before him was real, urging him to stay here forever. The joyful Buddha excels in the arts of yin and yang, particularly dual cultivation between male and female. It attained Buddhahood through such practices. Now that I see it, it truly lives up to its name. Zhou Tian's expression turned icy cold. He immediately swung the Yuan to sword, striking toward the Liu Yanyan before him. A blade of energy struck Liu Yanyan's body with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, Liu Yanyan vanished before Zhou Tian's eyes. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Zhou Tian said coldly. The next moment, a lecherous chuckle suddenly echoed in Zhou Tian's ears. Zhou Tian turned his head and saw a woman suddenly appear on the lotus leaf beside him. This woman was Gu Qingru. But Gu Qingru was already dead. On the very first day he had obtained Xiang Chen's power, Gu Qingru had been strangled to death by Liu Yanyan. Little brother, why didn't you protect me? I loved you so much. Now that Liu Yanyan is gone, let me serve you instead. Gu Qingru gently flicked her hair, her eyes seductive. Zhou Tian remained impassive, slicing Gu Qingru in two with a single sword strike. Yet after Zhou Tian slew Gu Qingru, the surrounding lotus leaves began swaying once more. More and more laughter filled Zhou Tian's ears. One figure after another materialized before Zhou Tian. Among them were Liu Yanyan, Gu Qingru, Li Yeji, Xiaoyi. Even many women Zhou Tian had met only once. All these women were simpering and flirtatiously swaying as they slowly approached Zhou Tian. Buddhism says women are like painted skeletons, but I don't see it that way. The women in this illusion seem as real as life, perfect for boosting my experience points. Zhou Tian's gaze turned cold. The next moment, the surrounding sea of blood seemed to boil violently, instantly surging toward the women. The blood sea possessed a terrifyingly voracious ability to devour, even more powerful than the ghostly shadows. Everything that touched the blood sea was absorbed into it, becoming part of its essence. Ah! Zhou Tian, you can't do this. Zhou Tian, why are you killing me? You gained your power through me. Zhou Tian, not only do you refuse to save me, you want to kill me. I hate you. An ever-growing chorus of vengeful voices converged upon Zhou Tian. These voices were psychic attacks, capable of directly influencing one's thoughts. But Zhou Tian remained unflinching. He didn't even bother to use his ghostly eyes to block these attacks. These women were swallowed by the sea of blood, becoming part of it. Drop by drop, blood divine seeds emerged, though their power proved far too feeble. Even if Zhou Tian used these blood divine seeds to reincarnate, his power wouldn't surpass that of an F-ranked demonic entity. Therefore, while controlling the blood sea to devour these women, Zhou Tian also made the blood divine seeds devour each other to create more powerful ones. Not just these women. Even the lake water, the lotus leaves, the lotus flowers, were swiftly devoured by Zhou Tian. Those consumed by the blood sea did not grant Zhou Tian any experience points. But Zhou Tian didn't care. These things were far too weak, it would be incredibly difficult for them to enhance his power. Time ticked by. Zhou Tian's sea of blood grew ever larger, and he even began to consider, why not just stay here for now? Grind monsters first. On Blue Star, there was no such ideal hunting ground. Hunting demons required a painstaking, step-by-step approach. But reality was cruel. Just as Zhou Tian refined his 1200th drop of blood divine essence, the world collapsed. Everything shattered like a broken mirror, gradually splitting apart. The next moment, Zhou Tian's vision shifted, and he found himself back inside the Great Hero Hall. The surroundings appeared unchanged, as if nothing had occurred. Yet when Zhou Tian looked up at the joyous Buddha enshrined above, he noticed something amiss. The golden Buddha statue was now cracking continuously, as if it were about to explode. After the statue completely shattered, a pitch-black shadow suddenly emerged from within. The shadow lunged directly at Zhou Tian. Without hesitation, Zhou Tian grabbed hold of it. His ghostly eyes darted nervously toward the shadow, immediately invading it. This is actually a legacy of power. Zhou Tian was utterly astonished upon seeing it. This wasn't some evil Buddha, it was clearly a treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Tian channeled his power toward the shadow and instantly began to refine it. The Joyful Zen. A dual cultivation technique of the Buddhist sect. Some use, but not much. Zhou Tian instantly received the Joy Buddha's inheritance, a dual cultivation technique. Though useful to him, it wouldn't significantly boost his strength. After dealing with the joyful Buddha, Zhou Tian turned his attention to Xiaoyi beside him. Xiaoyi's eyes were tightly shut, a look of pain etched across her face. Clearly, she too had entered the illusionary realm. The joyful Buddha has been destroyed by me. It shouldn't be the same illusion as mine. Then whose environment could it be? Zhou Tian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Zhou Tian looked up again at the wicked Buddha enshrined above, his gaze immediately locking onto the victorious Buddha. At that moment, the conqueror Buddha's eyes emitted an eerie golden glow, staring intently at Xiaoyi. The illusory realm Xiaoyi had entered originated from the victorious Buddha. Chapter 56, the low-budget version of the Journey to the West illusion. Devouring the six-eared macaque. Seeing this victorious Buddha radiating pure malevolence, Zhou Tian instantly grew wary. Within the Buddhist pantheon, whether measured by seniority or true power, the victor over demons Buddha was inferior to this joyful Buddha. Yet compared to the joyful Buddha, Zhou Tian sensed the conqueror Buddha posed a far greater threat. Moreover, Xiaoyi's strength was considerably weaker. While Zhou Tian could easily deal with the Buddha of joy, Xiaoyi might not be able to handle the victor over demons. Moreover, this place wasn't just home to the Buddha of joy and the victor over demons. Countless other Buddhas remain. Even at the very top, there were two true Buddha patriarchs, the two Buddhist sages, Zhuanti and Jiang. If those two venerable elders were to intervene, even Zhou Tian might not be able to handle it. I must find a way to eliminate the victor Buddha quickly, or Xiaoyi might truly perish here. Zhou Tian thought to himself. Immediately, Zhou Tian activated his ghost eyes, attempting to invade Xiaoyi's consciousness. The crimson light emitted by the ghost eyes swept over Xiaoyi, but Zhou Tian suddenly felt a powerful pull. It felt as if it were trying to pull Zhou Tian's consciousness right in. It seems I must enter Xiaoyi's illusionary realm. Otherwise, there's no way to save her. Zhou Tian hesitated. They were currently inside the ghost temple, where danger could strike at any moment. Although Zhang Dongji and Black Tiger were watching at the entrance, their combined strength might barely suffice against the inhabitants of the ghost temple. I don't want to save you either, but you did call me Big Brother. Zhou Tian couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. His own character was still too weak. Even after being reborn, Zhou Tian still couldn't truly extinguish his humanity. As Jiang Chen, the progenitor of zombies, he ought to be ruthless and decisive. Subordinates? Weren't they merely tools to be sent to their deaths? Women? They were nothing more than playthings. Yet even knowing this, Zhou Tian still chose to save Xiaoyi at this moment. Without any resistance, Zhou Tian directly entered Xiaoyi's illusion. In an instant, the environment around Zhou Tian transformed completely. This is the Eastern Divine Continent? Upon entering the illusion, Zhou Tian surveyed his surroundings and was immediately struck by a peculiar thought. This illusion was vastly different from the joyous Buddha illusion Zhou Tian had experienced before. His illusory realm stretched hundreds of kilometers around him, yet it still seemed endless. Passers-by wore coarse hemp garments, while street vendors peddled goods unique to the Tang Dynasty. Combined with the era in which the victor over demons Buddha, Sun Wukong, lived, this place was clearly the kingdom of Aolai in the eastern sacred continent. Hundreds of miles offshore from Aolai Kingdom lay a mountain where fruit trees grew in abundance and countless monkeys lived. Thus it was called Huaguo Mountain. And the victorious Buddha Sun Wukong lived within Huaguo Mountain. This can't be the real journey to the West World. If it were, I wouldn't last a minute. A bitter smile once again appeared on Zhou Tian's face. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. This definitely wasn't the real journey to the West World. Joking aside, the journey to the West World was no place for a minor figure like Zhou Tian to tread. A bearer of the Jiangshi bloodline? Even if Jiang Chen himself came to journey to the West, he wouldn't be the strongest. A prodigy who endured 1,000 years of arduous cultivation to ascend to immortality? Here, he'd be lucky to be one of the millions of celestial soldiers and generals. Want to guard the South Heavenly Gate? You'd need connections for that. And peerless demon king who's lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years. In the journey to the West World, he'd be nothing more than a lowly minion under Bull Demon King. Better find Xiaoyi first. See if she's at Flower Fruit Mountain. Zhou Tian thought to himself. Though it was his first time here, Zhou Tian easily located Flower Fruit Mountain thanks to his memories of journey to the west. Upon Huaguo Mountain, a troop of monkeys gathered. Through the ghostly vision of his ghost eye, Zhou Tian immediately locked onto Sun Wukong atop the mountain. Power. Upon sensing Zhou Tian's power, Sun Wukong couldn't help but frown. For this Sun Wukong's strength was merely above that of a 9th-tier blood user, not exceeding the power of Luo Feng Ghost Lord at most. Compared to Zhou Tian, the gap was more than just a little. I know this is a low-budget version of Journey to the West, but it doesn't have to be this low budget, does it? Zhou Tian couldn't help but feel speechless. But now that he knew the monkey's true strength, Zhou Tian saw no need for further pretense. He immediately approached Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was currently lying in the water curtain cave, singing and dancing, with several graceful female monkeys in his arms. Hey! Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared in Old Sun's Flower Fruit Mountain? Sun Wukong instantly spotted Zhou Tian's arrival. He shoved the female monkeys aside and instantly drew his magical weapon. Zhou Tian remained silent, his ghostly eyes scanning his opponent. A crimson glow enveloped Sun Wukong, yet Zhou Tian suddenly furrowed his brow. For under the scrutiny of the ghostly gaze, Sun Wukong's appearance had changed. His overall appearance remained unchanged, but his ears had transformed, each now bearing 3 layers, making them 6 ears. Even the weapon in his hand had shed its golden hue, now appearing as a plain iron rod. Others witnessing this would likely be startled. But Zhou Tian instantly understood everything. The figure before him was no Sun Wukong, it was clearly the 6-eared macaque. And now that the 6-eared macaque had appeared here, it could only mean one thing. This was none other than the chapter from Journey to the West, the true and false monkey kings. How dare you ignore this old son? Take this blow. Seeing Zhou Tian ignore him, the 6-eared macaque immediately swung his staff to strike. Zhou Tian, however, didn't even glance at the 6-eared macaque. The ghostly shadow behind him instantly grew colossal, completely overwhelming the 6-eared macaque. It couldn't move a muscle. If Zhou Tian so desired, he could even devour the 6-eared macaque entirely. If I recall correctly, Tang Sanzang and the others should also be on Flower Fruit Mountain, but where exactly? Zhou Tian pondered inwardly. The ghostly eye on his forehead stirred once more, meticulously scanning every detail of the surroundings. Finally, Zhou Tian discovered Tang Sanzang and his disciples in a dungeon. Tang Sanzang, is this the legendary Tang Sanzang? A bite of Tang Sang's flesh grants eternal youth. I'd love to taste it myself. Zhou Tian couldn't help but think to himself. This was an illusion. Whatever Zhou Tian did here would have no real consequences. Instead, it satisfied some of his fantasies. Zhou Tian glanced once more at the 6-eared macaque beside him. Zhou Tian had no intention of keeping it around. He immediately summoned the ghostly shadow to devour it completely. Devouring the 6-eared macaque. Zhou Tian was astonished to discover he had also gained the 6-eared macaque's abilities. Like Sun Wukong, the six-eared macaque was one of the four monkeys of chaos, roaming beyond the three realms, existing outside the five elements. Its power was essentially on par with Zhou Tian's, and with its 6 ears, it could hear every sound in heaven and earth. Thus, it was also skilled in mimicry. And now, beneath Zhou Tian's ears, new ears had sprouted. He had gained the abilities of the six-eared macaque. Feeling the changes happening now, Zhou Tian grew increasingly excited. I wonder if devouring Tang Sang would truly grant immortality. Chapter 57, Martial Arts Techniques. After Zhou Tian slew the six-eared macaque, the entire monkey horde of Huagua Mountain erupted into chaos. You dared to kill our monkey king. We'll fight you to the death. Kill him. Kill him. Avenge our monkey king. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. At that moment, whether old or young, male or female, every monkey launched the fiercest assault upon Zhou Tian. Watching these monkeys, a cold smile spread across Zhou Tian's face. The six-eared macaque had already seemed weak enough to Zhou Tian, and these monkeys were no different from ordinary humans. The strongest among them possessed the power of a mere second or third-tier blood user. Zhou Tian unleashed the boundless blood sea, completely refining this entire troop of monkeys. However, their power was too feeble. Even combined, all these monkeys only added a few drops of blood god essence to Zhou Tian. With these monkeys dealt with, it's time to head to that dungeon. Zhou Tian shifted his form and instantly arrived at the dungeon. Within the dungeon, the 3 disciples of Tang Sanzang were imprisoned. Even the white dragon horse was held captive. Who are you? Have you come to rescue us? Wonderful. This person must be Monkey Brother's ally. I'm Marshal Tianpon, untie me at once. Upon seeing Zhou Tian appear, Zhu Beiji exclaimed excitedly. Marshal Tianpon? Fine, then I'll start with you. As Zhou Tian spoke, the ghostly shadow lunged toward Zhu Beiji. Ah! Zhu Beiji felt a sudden sense of danger at the sight of Zhou Tian's appearance. You're not one of Monkey Brother's men. Who the hell are you? Zhu Beiji blurted out. Me? You may call me Jiangshi. The next moment, the ghostly shadow completely engulfed Zhu Beiji. Ah! Zhu Beiji roared in fury, still trying to resist, but he was no match for Zhou Tian. As the ghostly shadow assimilated Zhu Beiji, Zhou Tian successfully absorbed his abilities. The 36 transformations of Heavenly Sovereign. Sandy and Tang Sanzang, witnessing this scene, grimaced in anguish. Monstrous fiend! How dare you kill Zhu Beiji? Do you not fear the Buddha's wrath? Amitabha Buddha, layman, you still have time to turn back now. Both of them gestured angrily at Zhou Tian. How could Zhou Tian continue wasting words with them? He immediately summoned the ghostly shadow to attack the two. Sha Wujing was easily wiped out by Zhou Tian. But when the ghostly shadow attacked Tang Sanzang, an unexpected turn occurred. The brocaded Kasaya robe on Tang Sanzang instantly burst forth with a golden radiance, blocking the ghostly shadow's attack. It blocked once, can it block a second time? Zhou Tian launched another attack at Tang Sanzang. This was Tang Sanzang. Who in this world wouldn't want to take a bite out of Tang Sanzang? And this opportunity was right before Zhou Tian's eyes. Monstrous fiend, stop. Too late. A sudden, shrill cry rang out from behind Zhou Tian. But Zhou Tian pretended not to hear, immediately devouring Tang Sang with his shadow. Everything unfolded smoothly. Zhou Tian swiftly assimilated Tang Sang into himself. By devouring Tang Sang, Zhou Tian gained immense merit power. Merit power? What good is that? Zhou Tian was puzzled. After slaying the 6-eared macaque and others, Zhou Tian had absorbed fragments of their memories. In their recollections, merit power functioned much like experience points, capable of enhancing one's cultivation. Or it could be used to enchant weapons, transforming them into treasures of supreme merit. But it seemed utterly useless to Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian turned his head to look at the person approaching before him. The figure wore white robes, possessed dignified features, and held a bottle with a willow branch inserted inside. Guanyin? The name instantly flashed through Zhou Tian's mind. You dare kill a pilgrim seeking the scriptures. How dare you? Amitabha Buddha. Today I shall send you straight to hell. Seeing Tang Sanzang slain, Guanyin Bodhisattva's face twisted into a savage grimace. Gone was her previous saintly radiance. Instead, waves of black mist began to emanate from her body. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Tian couldn't help but laugh. Fake is fake after all. So easily revealing its true nature, it's still nothing but a demonic Buddha. But even if it's fake, it does resolve a lingering doubt in my mind. Zhou Tian spoke as he commanded the ghostly shadow to attack Guanyin. Though Guanyin appeared utterly terrifying, her actual power was comparable to that of the 6-eared macaque. This would be impossible in the true journey to the West World. But this was not the true journey to the West World. Zhou Tian even harbored a suspicion. Could it be that the upper limit of power in this world was akin to that of Luofeng Ghost Lord? Even if further growth were possible, it wouldn't be by much. Zhou Tian summoned his ghostly shadow, but he did not kill Guanyin outright. Instead, he completely suppressed her, sealing away all her power, then grabbed her by the throat and kicked her to his feet. The once arrogant Guanyin now resembled a deflated balloon, her defiance completely gone. What do you want to do? Guanyin asked nervously. What do you think? Zhou Tian spoke as he tore Guanyin's clothes to shreds. Are you kidding? Guanyin is a bodhisattva in the Buddhist pantheon. And though she was only a bodhisattva, her status far surpassed that of many Buddhas, with millions of devotees. Yet Zhou Tian showed her not the slightest shred of respect. Sacred and inviolable? So what if I violate it? Moreover, Zhou Tian had long harbored a lingering doubt. That was, Guanyin's previous incarnation was male. Some say Guanyin embodies all forms of sentient beings, meaning she could be male or female. But today, Zhou Tian intended to see for himself whether Guanyin was male or female. You. Guanyin's face flushed slightly. She wanted to scold Zhou Tian, but no words came to her. At that moment, everything unfolded before Zhou Tian's eyes. First, Zhou Tian's gaze fell upon the formidable object before Guanyin, capable of sweeping across all directions. But judging by this detail, Guanyin must be female. And among women, she possessed considerable assets. Yet nothing in this world is absolute. In Zhou Tian's memory, the most flourishing Buddhist realm was the Elephant Kingdom. And the specialty of that land was ladyboys. Therefore, Zhou Tian continued to look down. At just a glance, Zhou Tian couldn't help but frown. Below, it was smooth and flawless, even slightly pinkish. I heard you were a man, but now I see that was just a rumor. Zhou Tian looked up at Guanyin and couldn't help but tease her. Whether I'm male or female is none of your concern. Do you not fear the Buddha's punishment for humiliating me like this? Kill me now. Even if I'm resurrected, you'll face my most ferocious vengeance. Guanyin spat venomously. She was now trapped between life and death. Her entire body was suppressed by the ghostly shadow. Even if she wanted to take her own life, it was nothing but a pipe dream. Oh? Death? You wish. Though outwardly nothing seems amiss, what lies within remains uncertain. As it happens, I've recently mastered a technique called Joyful Zen. Let's put it to the test on you. Zhou Tian stated directly. At these words, shock flashed in Guanyin's eyes. And after the shock came terror. You can't do this. As a bodhisattva of the Buddhist faith, Guanyin knew exactly what Joyful Zen entailed. It was a dual cultivation technique created by the Buddha of joy. Oh? What's the matter? Are you so resistant? Zhou Tian smiled faintly and spoke directly. The next moment, Zhou Tian didn't bother to see if Guanyin would resist. He simply hoisted one of her thighs onto his shoulder. Then, he plunged straight in. Chapter 58, 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals? They're all mine. At this moment, Zhou Tian held nothing back, conquering Guanyin completely with the most ferocious assault. No, stop. Ah! Guanyin's piercing scream echoed across the entire flower fruit mountain. A faint smile played at Zhou Tian's lips as he watched Guanyin's expression so utterly real, as if this were the genuine world itself. Simultaneously, Zhou Tian immediately activated the Joyful Zen. All his strength converged in one place, ruthlessly draining Guanyin's power. Guanyin was immensely powerful, the strongest woman Zhou Tian had ever encountered. Yet now, Zhou Tian seemed like an abyss capable of devouring everything, ceaselessly absorbing Guanyin's power. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to condense completely. Unbeknownst to anyone, dark clouds began to envelop Huagua Mountain. Purple lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder. A torrential downpour poured down at that very moment. After an unknown span of time, Guanyin had completely lost all her power, her body limp and utterly drained of strength. After finishing his task, Zhou Tian cast a cold, indifferent glance at Guanyin. The Guanyin of now bore no resemblance to her former self. Her eyes were dull, even filled with despair. As a bodhisattva revered by countless believers, she was once an object of faith for millions. But Zhou Tian? He showed her no pity whatsoever, treating her with brutal force as if she were nothing more than a tool. No, even an ox plowing the fields would show mercy to the soil. But Zhou Tian? He seemed determined to dig 3 feet into the earth. I spare your life. Zhou Tian stared at Guanyin, collapsed on the ground, and spoke directly. The Guanyin before him held no value to Zhou Tian now. After all, she was not the true bodhisattva, merely a substitute within an illusion. Yet Zhou Tian discovered one crucial detail in her memories: Xiaoyi was within the Buddhist order. And she was about to be guided by the Tathagata to become the new generation of Buddha's daughter. Zhou Tian couldn't fathom why this was happening. Had the Buddha lost his mind? Fortunately, fully transforming Xiaoyi into a Buddha maiden required 49 days. That gave Zhou Tian ample time. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Guanyin roared in fury and humiliation. At that moment, Guanyin was covered in bruises, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Hearing this, Zhou Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. I was going to spare your life, but since that's how it is, I'll just have to make you a ghost. Zhou Tian spoke, then turned to leave. But just then, a ghostly shadow began to creep toward Guanyin. This specter had no physical form, yet it radiated an eerie and terrifying presence. In the blink of an eye, it completely engulfed the Guanyin statue. Zhou Tian emerged from the dungeon, seeing daylight once more. Yet the moment he stepped outside, Zhou Tian immediately sensed something was amiss. For now, the sky was filled with 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals. They stood poised, as if awaiting Zhou Tian's arrival. Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Earlier, he had channeled his power to suppress Guanyin, so he hadn't noticed the changes outside. But now it was clear he had been targeted by the heavenly court. Oh, quite a turnout. Never imagined I'd get the chance to face 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals. Zhou Tian couldn't help but think to himself. Even if this world was an illusion, the sheer scale of this spectacle felt utterly real. 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals stood towering in the sky, the tower bearing the heavenly king, the third prince Neza. Each radiated golden light, appearing as if they were genuine celestial beings. Monster! I come today under the command of the Jade Emperor to capture you. Surrender now! Suddenly, a colossal figure materialized before Zhou Tian. The newcomer wore golden armor and helmet, wielding two massive flails. It was none other than the giant spirit god. The giant spirit god? But your strength seems a bit weak. Zhou Tian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This giant spirit god was only a 9th tier blood. He was even weaker than the 4 disciples of Tang Sanzang. Big talk. Taste Grandpa's hammer. The giant spirit god roared, charging straight at Zhou Tian. Simultaneously, his body rapidly swelled in size. Clearly, he was unleashing some divine power. Emulate heaven and earth. What good is being big? Zhou Tian sneered. After activating Emulate Heaven and Earth, the giant spirit god's overall power surged dramatically. Yet compared to Zhou Tian, the gap was far from negligible. A long sword suddenly appeared in Zhou Tian's hand, emitting an eerie red glow as it instantly lunged toward the giant spirit god. With a wet thud, the giant spirit god's entire body was cleaved clean in two. Its aura instantly withered. Impossible. The giant spirit god's expression turned to utter shock. Yet in the next instant, its life force vanished completely. Witnessing the giant spirit god's demise, Zhou Tian shook his head helplessly. Monstrous fiend! You dare slay the giant spirit god? Today, you shall die. Prince Neza, wielding the heaven-shaking brocade and the ring of the universe, was enraged by Zhou Tian's arrogant attitude. He immediately led a host of celestial soldiers and generals to attack Zhou Tian. Attacking with numbers? How rude! Zhou Tian had expected these immortals and gods to attack one by one, just as they had done with Sun Wukong in the past. But he hadn't expected them to abandon all martial ethics and gang up on him like this. But was Zhou Tian afraid? Blood Sea. Ghost Shadow. Ghost Eyes. Zhou Tian unleashed all his trump cards at once. Blood Sea, capable of refining living beings into blood godlings, thereby increasing the Blood Sea's volume. Ghost Shadow can directly devour living beings, transforming them into pieces of its own puzzle. Ghost Eyes can open vast ghost realms, where Zhou Tian is invincible. When all 3 trump cards are activated simultaneously, Zhou Tian has yet to encounter an opponent. Moreover, Zhou Tian attempted another tactic. That was to harness the power of the Ghost Realm and Ghost Shadow to directly refine these celestial soldiers and generals into his own undead minions on a grand scale. The principle behind it was actually quite simple. Though Zhou Tian hadn't tried it before, he felt it should be easily achievable. Waves of crimson light enveloped the celestial soldiers and generals, even turning the entire world a deep scarlet. Then, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Before they could even reach Zhou Tian, their bodies underwent instantaneous mutations. Their vitality rapidly faded, their skin drained of color, and even corpse spots began to appear. These were symptoms exclusive to the dead, yet these beings were not truly deceased, they remained alive. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of celestial soldiers and generals were infected, transformed into zombies. They became Zhou Tian's undead slaves. The remaining celestial generals possessed slightly greater strength, but it was merely a last gasp. Though they could resist now, they would inevitably be refined into corpse slaves sooner or later. Li Yezi could easily infect tens of thousands of zombies, and if Zhou Tian chose to do the same, it would be even simpler. Moreover, once these celestial soldiers and generals became zombie slaves, their power would only grow stronger. Chapter 59, The 12-Grade Karmic Fire Lotus. First encounter with Xiang. More and more celestial soldiers and generals were transforming into Zhou Tian's zombie slaves. And the pace is accelerating rapidly, for the celestial soldiers and generals who have been infected and refined into zombie slaves also possess the ability to infect others. They desperately lunged at the surrounding celestial soldiers and generals who had not yet become zombies, looking like the most ferocious beasts. This scene resembled a Western Journey-style zombie apocalypse. Zhou Tian coldly observed it all. In less than half an hour, the vast majority of celestial soldiers and generals had become Zhou Tian's undead minions. Most were second-generation zombies, with a smaller number being third-generation. Witnessing this, the tower-bearing heavenly king was utterly dumbfounded. Quickly report this to the Jade Emperor. Li Tianwan, the heavenly king of the Tower of the Buddha, grabbed his 3 sons and prepared to leave immediately. Little did he know that at that very moment, the gazes of Jinta, Mother, and Neza had all grown strangely eerie. Without realizing it, they too had become Zhou Tian's undead minions. Even without injury, even without direct contact with Zhou Tian. Within the reach of Zhou Tian's ghostly domain, the slightest lapse in vigilance could cost them their lives. Hiss! Neza lunged directly at the tower-bearing Li Heavenly King, baring his sharp teeth and biting down viciously. Ah! The Heavenly King Li, holding the pagoda, let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with utter shock. He couldn't fathom why his own son would attack him. Though Neza was a rebellious child, he surely wouldn't go so far as to kill him? Son, what are you doing? I'm your father. Li Tianwang exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Neza seemed to grow even more enraged, biting down on the tower-bearing Heavenly King with even greater force. Not only that, but Jinja and Muza joined in as well, as if they intended to devour the Heavenly King Li Liang whole. The three were already no weaker than the Heavenly King Li himself, and now that Zhou Tian had refined them into flesh-eating slaves, their power had grown even stronger. In mere seconds, they devoured the tower-bearing Heavenly King, leaving nothing behind. Such a monstrous scene sent shivers down Zhou Tian's spine. This wasn't Zhou Tian's conscious choice. Moreover, as zombies, they would typically stop after just one bite. For even a single bite would swiftly contaminate the victim with zombie energy, infecting them into third-generation zombies. The reason Neza and the others acted this way was clearly because they harbored deep hatred for the tower-bearing Li Heavenly King. Zhou Tian shook his head, averting his gaze from Neza and the others. Then, Zhou Tian looked toward the horizon. At that moment, the world that had seemed so vividly real now appeared hazy and indistinct to Zhou Tian. It was as if the image quality had degraded, accompanied by ripples spreading across the scene. Could it be that after I kill these people, this illusion will be affected too? If that's the case, why not just charge straight through the southern heavenly gate? Zhou Tian immediately thought. With that thought, Zhou Tian resolved to act without further hesitation, leading his 100,000 corpse slaves straight toward the celestial court. The celestial palace, situated above the 9 heavens. In the true journey to the Westworld, only genuine immortals could reach the celestial palace. But after flying only a few hundred meters, Zhou Tian sensed spatial disturbances and naturally arrived at the southern heavenly gate. The south heavenly gate was largely unguarded, as most celestial soldiers and generals had been dispatched to confront Zhou Tian. Thus, only a single sentry remained to guard the entire gate. Upon seeing the 10,000-strong army approaching, the celestial soldier assumed that the Heavenly King Li had successfully slain Zhou Tian and was now returning triumphant to the celestial court. Yet his brow immediately furrowed. For every celestial soldier in general among the arriving forces radiated an aura of evil. Their features were hideous, their movements stiff and unnatural, as if they were nothing but corpses. Witnessing this scene, the celestial soldier was utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? Zhou Tian paid no heed to the celestial soldier, striding straight inside. Faced with Zhou Tian's 100,000 corpse slaves, this celestial soldier possessed no capacity for resistance whatsoever. In an instant, he became one of the 100,000 corpse slaves. The celestial court stretched endlessly, but fortunately, Zhou Tian had absorbed the giant spirit god and gained some knowledge of its layout. The celestial court was divided into 36 heavenly palaces and 72 treasure halls. The closest to Zhou Tian was the Lingxiao Hall. Though 100,000 corpse slaves are no small force, the celestial court must harbor many powerful beings as well. I must handle this personally. Zhou Tian thought to himself. The most powerful being in the celestial court is not the Jade Emperor. Though his power is considerable, he functions more as a spokesperson for the celestial court. When it came to true strength, there were far too many who surpassed him. Zhou Tian commanded the 100,000 corpse slaves to attack the Lingxiao Palace, while he himself proceeded to the Doshu Palace. The Doshu Palace was the domain of the Supreme Lord Lao. As one of the 3 purities, the Supreme Lord Lao's power speaks for itself. Even if he wasn't the true Laozi, his power within the celestial court was undeniably formidable. Upon arriving at the Doshu Palace, Zhou Tian kicked the palace doors open with a single blow. Inside, it was completely empty. Rows of gourds stood arranged along the walls, each containing the immortal pills refined by the Supreme Lord Laozi. If he's not here, I'll follow Sun Wukon's example and consume all these elixirs myself. Zhou Tian thought to himself. He immediately activated his ghost eyes, enveloping the entire Doshu Palace in the ghost realm. Under the power of Zhou Tian's ghost eyes, countless elixirs drifted out of the gourds and flew straight toward him. Zhou Tian accepted them all without hesitation, swallowing every golden pill. Possessing the power of Zhang Chen, Zhou Tian feared no poison whatsoever. As for the risk of his body bursting from too much energy, Zhou Tian never entertained such a thought. If he truly burst from overloading, he wouldn't dare call himself a zombie. Moreover, even if the energy became so violent it became unbearable, Zhou Tian could channel it into his blood sea. One golden pill after another poured into Zhou Tian's mouth, continuously transforming into the purest form of power within his body. Zhou Tian's strength surged relentlessly. And the efficiency was nothing to sneeze at. Long ago, Zhou Tian had reached the 5th tier, yet he still hadn't advanced to the 6th tier. But now, after just a few minutes, Zhou Tian felt the power within him reach a bottleneck. He was on the verge of breaking through. Not enough, not enough. The power within Zhou Tian's body kept compressing, washing over every cell in his body. Accompanied by an indescribable surge of euphoria in his mind, Zhou Tian successfully broke through to the 6th tier. New ability, 12 grade Karmic Fire Lotus. The raging power within Zhou Tian's body condensed relentlessly, forming a supreme treasure, the 12-petaled Karmic Fire Lotus. This supreme treasure could unleash endless karmic flames, completely incinerating anyone nearby. Moreover, as long as Zhou Tian remained atop the Lotus platform, he became invincible by nature. Unless one possessed power vastly surpassing his own, not even a single scratch could be inflicted upon him. 12-petaled Karmic Fire Lotus. Now I possess both offense and defense. Truly, I owe it all to this secret realm. I just wonder if the power I gained will vanish once I leave this illusion. After all, it's just too absurdly powerful. Zhou Tian couldn't help but ponder inwardly. To Zhou Tian, this no longer resembled an illusion, it was clearly a level-grinding dungeon. Immersed in the joy of his advancement, Zhou Tian failed to notice the world around him had shifted. If the previous illusion had been like 1080p Blu-ray quality, the current one was pure HD smoothness. In fact, many areas were now pixelated, losing their sense of reality. With the Crimson Lotus of Karmic Fire in hand, it's time to slaughter the Jade Emperor and claim his dragon throne. Zhou Tian thought to himself once more. But just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed someone entering the Do Shu Palace. Turning his head, Zhou Tian immediately spotted a figure who seemed slightly tense. This person wore pure white robes, exuding a cool and distant aura, with features of exceptional beauty. Moreover, they held a pure white jade rabbit in their arms. Chapter 60, Earthstore Bodhisattva. They all attacked. Judging solely by the aura emanating from this woman and the rabbit she held in her arms, Zhou Tian couldn't help but think of one person, Xiang. Given that this illusion was set in the journey to the West World, the appearance of Xiang was hardly surprising. But what caught Zhou Tian's attention most was this Xiang's appearance. Her features were identical to Bai Tianxin, or rather, to Azaki Tianxin. Beyond their aura, everything else from their facial features to the ominous object before them was utterly identical. Xiang? Or should I say, are you Azaki Tianxin? Zhou Tian looked at the woman before him and spoke slowly. Who I am matters little. I have come here for one purpose only, to remind you that it is time to leave. The Xiang before him spoke slowly. What do you mean? Zhou Tian retorted. You have already obtained the power of 2 Buddhas. This represents a tremendous drain on the Ghost Temple. You may sense that this world is on the verge of collapse. Worse still, even the boundless ghost realm beyond this illusionary realm is crumbling. Xiang spoke again. At this point, Xiang seemed to recall something else and continued. Truthfully, having reached this point, you should understand the nature of this world. The Ghost Temple's world is real, yet it could also be called illusory. You could say it's a projection of the true world. Originally, I intended for you to remain here forever. With both of us present, perhaps we could have directly transformed this world into the true Ghost Temple. But now I see how naive that thought was. Using the illusory realm of the Victor Buddha, go and retrieve the final item that will benefit you. Outside, Lord Luofeng is already struggling to hold on. Xiang spoke at length this time. The information was overwhelming. But in essence, it meant the other side couldn't play anymore, it was time to show their hand. Why didn't you say so earlier? What about Xiaoyi? Zhou Tian retorted. Xiang remained silent, instead extending her slender jade-like finger and waving it before her eyes. Immediately, a scene appeared before Zhou Tian. It was a hellish scene, the entire world appearing utterly unsettling. Xiaoyi sat there, her gaze serene and devoid of any emotion. This is the convergence point of the Netherworld and the Azure Nether Sea, personally guarded by Earthstore Bodhisattva. Of course, this is an illusion. Currently, the power of this illusion can only manifest one Earthstore Bodhisattva, whose strength should be comparable to yours. Kill Earthstore Bodhisattva and obtain the fierce sword of Ichi. Then this illusion will collapse completely. But I must warn you, hurry. Lord Luofeng Ghost King can't hold off the old abbot's men much longer. Xiang spoke slowly. Zhou Tian didn't respond directly to Xiang's words, instead falling deep in thought. If it were anyone else, Zhou Tian might have been willing to believe them. But this Xiang before him had an obscure background and connections to both Bai Tianxin and Ichi Tianxin. Therefore, Zhou Tian had no choice but to remain vigilant. In that case, I shall kill you first, then proceed to slay this Earthstore Bodhisattva. Zhou Tian said coldly. He immediately activated the Yuan sword. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, Xiang visibly flinched with surprise, but then burst into laughter. Do as you please. We'll meet again sooner or later. As Xiang finished speaking, Zhou Tian's blade had already sliced through her body. In the next instant, Xiang's body was cleaved in two. Yet no blood spilled. Instead, her form gradually dissipated, crumbling completely before Zhou Tian's eyes. By slaying Xiang, Zhou Tian gained a massive amount of experience points. Early Stage 6. In response, the illusory realm grew increasingly decayed. Everything around him blurred as if reflected on water's surface. Numerous spatial fractures began to collapse, revealing patches of void. After resolving all this, Zhou Tian immediately stepped out of the Do Shu Palace. Outside the Do Shu Palace, a sea of blood had long since formed. Countless immortals and gods had perished here, yet after death, they did not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Instead, they had become Zhou Tian's corpse slaves. Infection as corpse slaves meant they no longer belonged to this illusory realm, they now belonged to Zhou Tian. Precisely because of this, every being Zhou Tian slew here weakened this world by a fraction. In other words, Zhou Tian was plundering the very essence of the illusion. Master. At some unknown moment, a voice reached Zhou Tian's ears. Zhou Tian looked over, but he did not recognize the speaker. Yet this figure wielded a trident, the third eye on his forehead slightly open, with a blood-red giant dog standing beside him. From his appearance, this man was none other than the second son of Guanzhong, the god of the river. Yang Jian. Behind Yang Jian stood numerous other immortals and deities. Only now, they had all become Zhou Tian's undead minions. Very well. Now, follow me to tear down the old nest of Earthstore Bodhisattva. Zhou Tian's lips curled slightly as he spoke immediately. Without delay, Zhou Tian led his army of corpse slaves straight toward the underworld. The passage to the underworld was similar to that of the celestial court, entering a single portal instantly transported one there. However, the netherworld appeared far more dilapidated. Maintaining its illusory form was becoming increasingly difficult. Once Zhou Tian slew the Earthstore Bodhisattva, this world would collapse completely. Bypassing the first 17 layers of hell, Zhou Tian arrived at the 18th layer. This was the stronghold of the Earthstore Bodhisattva. King Siddhagarbha was originally a member of the Buddhist and Taoist traditions. To attain Buddhahood, he vowed a great aspiration. Until the realm of the dead is emptied, I vow not to attain Buddhahood. Because of this grand vow, King Siddhagarbha's power made him an extremely formidable presence throughout the entire Buddhist realm. Only to be confined to guard the hells for eternity. In the 18th layer of hell, Zhou Tian immediately sensed the presence of King Siddhagarbha. Seated cross-legged upon a black lotus platform, Siddhagarbha's eyes were gently closed, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Tian's arrival. Yet a dog-like creature beside him sat up abruptly. This was, of course, no ordinary dog. Even in the outside world, it was a divine beast known as Diding. Enough talk. Kill this Earthstore Bodhisattva now. Zhou Tian commanded the surrounding corpse slaves. With Zhou Tian's command, how could these corpse slaves possibly hesitate? They charged toward Earthstore Bodhisattva in perfect unison. But at that very moment, the Earth Treasure King opened his eyes. Meow. A single syllable slowly emerged from the Earthstore King's mouth. The next instant, a colossal surge of energy instantly engulfed the surroundings. This overwhelming force carried an unparalleled dominance, as if it could obliterate everything in existence. Even if this wasn't the real journey to the west, Siddhagarbha's power remained overwhelming, capable of crushing everyone present. Not even the three purities and four sovereigns, those supreme celestial beings, had been refined by Zhou Tian into corpse slaves. As Xiang put it, the illusion could no longer manifest such deities. Among the remaining beings, the strongest was Yang Jian, a great immortal at the peak of his power. This was their self-assessed power. In Zhou Tian's eyes, it was roughly on par with Luo Feng Ghost Lord. They were above 9th tier blood bearers, yet had not reached the even stronger 10th tier. Chapter 61, Departing the Illusion, Battle. Yet such power proved utterly inadequate against Earthstore Bodhisattva. With a mere chant, the opponent unleashed a powerful energy that instantly snuffed out the lives of 90% of Zhou Tian's corpse slaves. Those that survived were left battered and bruised from the immense shockwave. They were but a breath away from complete annihilation. Impressive indeed. Most of my undead minions couldn't even withstand a single ordinary attack. Zhou Tian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. But the death of the corpse slaves didn't affect Zhou Tian much. Or rather, these corpse slaves were nothing more than cannon fodder for Zhou Tian. After their demise, Zhou Tian immediately activated the Blood Sea to refine them. The corpses of countless undead minions provided Zhou Tian with a substantial number of blood divine seeds. Layman, you have destroyed an entire world merely to confront this monk. Is it worth it? Earthstore Bodhisattva slowly opened his eyes and spoke to Zhou Tian. You are far too self-important. My purpose in doing this was never for you. Besides, what do you think you are? Merely an avatar conjured by an illusion. Zhou Tian replied coldly. The Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva before him was, after all, merely a fake. Though possessing some power, his limits were set no matter how strong, he could never surpass Zhou Tian. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Layman, you are attached to appearances. Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva spoke slowly. Zhou Tian shook his head, then immediately channeled his blood sea to spread toward Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva. Those of the Buddhist faith excel at deceiving the mind, what they call liberation. At its core, it was nothing more than brainwashing. Zhou Tian remained unmoved, determined to kill Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva as swiftly as possible. And at that very moment, the divine listener beside Siddhagarbha revealed a ferocious gaze and lunged directly at Zhou Tian. His form was ghostly, seemingly possessing the characteristics of a wandering spirit, his body shifting between solid form and shadowy apparition. 12-grade Karmic Fire Lotus. With a thought, the 12-petaled Karma Fire Lotus instantly materialized beneath Zhou Tian. Seated within it, Zhou Tian instantly felt a powerful force envelop him. Within the sea of blood, Zhou Tian was already an immortal being. Even if instantly killed, he could immediately resurrect. But now, the flaming lotus of karma elevated his defenses to an entirely new level. Endless karmic flames, mingled with Zhou Tian's blood sea and the ghost realm's signature crimson glow, completely enveloped the surroundings. This place was hell to begin with. Yet Zhou Tian's arrival made it even more terrifying. Sizzle! The moment Diding's body touched the sea of blood, it instantly melted away. Like the six-eared macaque, Diding could hear any sound throughout the three realms. Though not lacking in combat prowess, attempting to confront Zhou Tian was nothing short of a pipe dream. Next up, it's your turn. Zhou Tian turned his gaze toward Earthstore Bodhisattva, his voice cold and dismissive. Om Mani Padme Hum. The six-syllable mantra flowed slowly from Ksitigarbha's lips. And in the next instant, Buddha's light burst forth. A purifying force unique to Ksitigarbha swiftly repelled Zhou Tian's attack. The surrounding space rapidly collapsed, as if the entire world were about to be utterly destroyed. Zhou Tian snorted coldly and immediately summoned the Yuan to sword. Infinite sword shadows instantly materialized, stabbing toward Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Seeing this, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva merely shook his head in resignation before closing his eyes. The next instant, his body was pierced by countless Yuan two swords. Then he was completely dissolved by the sea of blood, becoming part of it. Earthstore Bodhisattva, dead. Having dealt with Ksitigarbha, Zhou Tian rushed toward the depths below the 18 levels of hell. In the true journey to the Westworld, this place imprisoned even more fierce ghosts. But now that Earthstore King was dead, the surrounding space kept collapsing, as if the entire world was about to vanish. Here, Zhou Tian also discovered the gateway connecting the underworld to the Azura netherworld. This was a void, where only a faint glow of bloodlight could be glimpsed ahead. Zhou Tian dared not let his guard down. He immediately spread his wings and flew forward. The ghostly eye on Zhou Tian's forehead stirred, instantly detecting Xiaoyi's figure. Xiaoyi sat calmly ahead, her gaze utterly serene, seemingly unconcerned with the chaos around her. You finally arrived. Xiaoyi turned to Zhou Tian and offered a smile. MHM. To take you away from here. Zhou Tian spoke slowly. Right. This is the Avicii sword. It pairs with your Yuan too. Xiaoyi rose and walked directly to Zhou Tian's side. In her hand now rested a terrifyingly sharp long sword. The sword radiated a black aura, engraved with all manner of eerie patterns. The moment Xiaoyi drew it, it instantly established a connection with Zhou Tian. It was as if this sword had always been a part of Zhou Tian himself. This is the illusory realm of the victor over demons Buddha, yet I haven't encountered him. Has something gone wrong? Zhou Tian spoke again, voicing his confusion. This is the illusory realm of the victor over demons Buddha. Yet Zhou Tian still hadn't seen the victorious Buddha anywhere. The only one he'd encountered so far was the six-eared macaque. Which monkey? I saw him when I first arrived. He called me the white-bone spirit and tried to attack me. Then what happened? Xiaoyi spoke slowly. Her large, sparkling eyes blinked repeatedly, clearly seeking Zhou Tian's approval. Zhou Tian nodded. Sun Wukong is known as the great sage equal to heaven and the victor over demons Buddha. His power is undeniable. But this isn't the true journey to the West. It's understandable that Xiaoyi could kill the victor over demons Buddha. Zhou Tian took Ubi and immediately tried to pull Xiaoyi away from this place. The surrounding space was collapsing at an accelerating pace. It wouldn't be long before the entire world vanished. Zhou Tian didn't know the consequences of staying, but he could guess they would be dire. The ghostly eye on Zhou Tian's forehead stirred slightly. Zhou Tian now possessed two ghost eyes, one on his forehead and another in the palm of his hand. When both eyes unleashed their power simultaneously, the terrifying intensity multiplied. The resulting force was far more than the simple sum of its parts. Under the red glow, scenes from reality instantly flashed before Zhou Tian's eyes. Blink! Zhou Tian and Xiaoyi reappeared inside the ghost temple. The moment he returned to reality, cries of alarm reached his ears. Luo Feng Ghost Lord. You're utterly insane. This man may be connected to the Blood Elder, but he's hardly worth your blind protection. Exactly. Don't think you can act so arrogant just because you have some power. You're dead today. Ha 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 ha. Bunch of losers, come at me? Zhou Tian turned his head, surveying the chaos outside. Lord Luo Feng was currently locked in combat with the old abbot. Outside, the darkness remained as thick as ink. Zhou Tian glanced once more at the statue of the conqueror Buddha. It had now completely collapsed, reduced to a pile of golden dust scattered across the ground. Though the statue had fallen, the true victor over demons Buddha remained unharmed. For some reason, Zhou Tian suddenly felt a sense of being watched. Chapter 62, Destroying the Ghost Temple. In another world far removed from Blue Star. Beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, a demonic monkey was imprisoned. This demonic monkey wore golden armor and a golden helmet emanating an aura of sanctity, yet faint traces of demonic energy still seeped from its being. At that moment, the corners of its mouth turned up slightly, as if it felt a sense of satisfaction. Someone has slain one of this old sun's projections, and it seems to be the work of some primordial deity. No, it's more than that. Golden light blazed from the demonic monkey's eyes, piercing through heaven and earth as if it could penetrate all things. In the next instant, Zhou Tian's figure materialized before the demonic monkey. Blood Sea, ghost eyes, ghost shadows. This seems to be the work of the Blood Sea Patriarch? No, it appears to be more than that. But this person's world level is far too low. It'll likely take him a very, very long time to reach my world. But if he could come, he might just help Old Sun break the seal of Five Finger Mountain, or even fight against the evil Buddha of the heavens. The demon monkey murmured to himself, unable to contain his thoughts. Just then, a shepherd boy approached slowly. The monkey demon looked at the shepherd boy, his face expressionless. He recognized this shepherd boy. The first time he was trapped beneath Mount Five Fingers, it was this very boy who brought him water and food. And now, imprisoned beneath the Five Finger Mountain for the second time, it was still this same shepherd boy. Great sage, I've brought you some melons and fruits. Please try them. The shepherd boy smiled as he approached the monkey demon. Alright, give this old son a peach to eat. The monkey demon chuckled. Gotcha. The shepherd boy said, placing a honey peach before the monkey demon. The monkey demon took a bite and immediately wore a look of satisfaction. Delicious. Though the monkey demon appeared excited, a faint golden glow flickered in its eyes once more. In the monkey demon's vision, the plump, juicy peach had already transformed. It had transformed into a monkey's head, and with each bite, one could see countless writhing maggots. And the original shepherd boy, too, had undergone a transformation in the monkey demon's eyes. He had become a ghostly child, gaunt as a skeleton, his body emaciated. Yet the monkey demon pretended not to notice. Within the ghost temple, the golden statue of the victorious Buddha collapsed, and Zhou Tian immediately sensed a powerful force surging toward Xiaoyi. 72 earthly fiend transformations. Xiaoyi opened her eyes and exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Tian slew the joyful Buddha and obtained the joyful Zen. Xiaoyi, having slain the victor Buddha, successfully obtained the Earth Fiend's 72 transformations. Alright, let's deal with these ghostly things outside first. Zhou Tian spoke directly. After clearing the journey to the West Secret Realm, Zhou Tian had gained immensely. His blood sea had greatly expanded, and by devouring the giant spirit god, he had gained the divine power of emulating heaven and earth. By slaying Earthstor Bodhisattva, he gained the Yuan Tu Abyss technique. Had the power of the subsequent illusory realm not faltered, Zhou Tian could have gained even more. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Luofeng Ghost Lord and Izaki Tenshin were locked in a decisive battle with the old abbot and his allies. Among them, the old patriarch possessed the greatest strength, utterly overwhelming. Even combined, Luofeng Ghost Lord and Izaki Tenshin were no match for the old abbot. Isn't Izaki Tenshin the old abbot's bride? Why is she teaming up with Luofeng Ghost Lord? Combined with what Xiang the former Izaki Tenshin took earlier said, this ghost temple is truly full of secrets. Zhou Tian pondered silently. Brother, I've discovered a secret. It's that this ghost temple world is essentially the same as an illusion, both are false. Or rather, this world is both real and unreal. Xiaoyi spoke up. Zhou Tian nodded. He understood this too. Whether it was the ghost lord Luofeng or the purple-robed zombie king Zheng Dongji, these beings were all genuinely real. Yet the beings within this ghost temple were merely projections. This didn't mean they were fake, though. It was more like parallel worlds. This aligned with Zhou Tian's initial theory. It wasn't a case of time travel. Zhou Tian remained within the ghost temple, never having left. It was only because this ghost temple overlapped with reality that Zhou Tian encountered this scene. How do you plan to handle this? Zhou Tian countered. Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment, but then spoke directly. I plan to burn this world to the ground. Xiaoyi declared. Alright, then it's up to you. Zhou Tian had no intention of interfering with Xiaoyi's affairs. Within the illusion, Xiaoyi had undoubtedly uncovered some secrets. Though Zhou Tian could have read every thought in her mind if he wished. But he chose not to, because doing so would be utterly pointless. Xiaoyi nodded, a faint smile instantly curving her lips. Immediately, a flame appeared in the palm of her hand. This flame differed from Xiaoyi's previous Qingxiu netherfire. Instead, it was a golden yellow flame. This was... Gazing at the flame, a term inevitably sprang to Zhou Tian's mind. The three-flame true fire. The three-flame true fire is also one of the divine powers possessed by the victor over demons Buddha, Sun Wukong. The flames now in Xiaoyi's hands were exceptionally fierce and powerful, completely unlike the flames she had originally been able to control. The original threefold true fire referred to fire within stone, fire within air, fire within wood. In other words, the threefold true fire could utterly consume a person across 3 dimensions past, present, and future. This was even more ruthless than complete annihilation. A mere breath from Xiaoyi's hand sent the threefold true fire surging into a dense, raging inferno. As if possessed of its own consciousness, the flame instantly surged toward the ghost temple's master, the old abbot. The old abbot, who had been locked in a fierce standoff with Luo Feng Ghost Lord, suddenly sensed a palpable threat. This is the true fire of the three heavens. Impossible. The old abbot's brow furrowed, his face instantly contorting with shock. He instinctively tried to defend himself, but Xiaoyi's three-flame true fire was simply too terrifying. It didn't merely incinerate flesh, it could consume the entire world. The ground touched by the three-flame true fire instantly dissolved into nothingness. It seemed as though the entire world was being consumed by Xiaoyi's flames. The flames grew ever larger, threatening to engulf the entire ghost temple. The entire ghost temple was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The old abbot, now reduced to nothing but a skull, stood unmelted amidst the flames, his soul utterly consumed. Upon seeing the skull, Zhou Tian instantly sensed the power it contained. Without a moment's hesitation, he used his ghost shadow technique to devour it. The skull did not grant Zhou Tian any abilities, but the ghostly shadow itself grew even darker, like a void-like black hole capable of devouring all surrounding light. The ghost shadow's strength underwent a qualitative leap. If it had been S rank before, it was now SS rank. Chapter 63. The raging fire silently spread throughout the ghost temple, yet it seemed unable to cross a single step beyond its walls. This thick darkness seemed capable of blocking the three-flame true fire. Still not enough, Xiaoyi said stubbornly. Zhou Tian, however, shook his head decisively. This external darkness acts as a barrier, preventing the ghost temple's power from affecting the surroundings. Next up are Luo Feng Ghost Lord and Izaki Tenshin. Zhou Tian spoke, his gaze fixed on the two. Zhou Tian's gaze was utterly cold as he looked at Luo Feng Ghost Lord and Izaki Tenshin, as if he were staring at a corpse. In an instant, Luo Feng Ghost Lord and the others sensed a palpable, thick killing intent. Moments ago, they had been relieved that they hadn't died. But now, death loomed over them once more. You wouldn't dare kill us now, would you? We just helped you. Luo Feng Ghost Lord snapped angrily. But at these words, a cold sneer flashed in Zhou Tian's eyes. So what? To put it bluntly, you're nothing but NPCs. Zhou Tian said coldly. This world was merely a projection, with the ghost temple being the only truly existing scene. Had Zhou Tian not arrived, this ghost temple world would likely have endlessly repeated the scene of the old abbot's wedding, never changing. As for Luo Feng, the ghost lord, he appeared here only because he had once attended the old abbot's wedding in another world. But at the end of the day, they were nothing more than NPCs. Yes, you are merely NPCs, mere projections. Izaki Tenshin declared, a sharp dagger suddenly appearing in one hand. Without hesitation, she thrust it straight through Luo Feng Ghost Lord's body. You! Luo Feng Guijuan's power rapidly dissipated in that instant, vanishing from this world in the blink of an eye. Then, Izaki Tenshin's gaze turned to Zhou Tian. I didn't expect you to notice that. How disappointing. Well then, I shan't continue playing games with you any longer. Farewell. Izaki Tianshin beckoned to Zhou Tian. The next moment, the corners of her lips lifted slightly as she turned her gaze directly toward Xiaoyi. Oh no! Zhou Tian's heart tightened instantly, sensing something was terribly wrong with Xiaoyi. Then, Zhou Tian struck out, aiming to erase Izaki Tenshin's existence entirely. But Ikiti Yangsen's speed was simply too swift. A phantom phoenix suddenly erupted from her body, and in an instant, she transformed into a dark shadow, lunging toward Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi saw Ikiti Yangsen's move and immediately tried to summon the three-flame true fire to defend herself. But the moment she moved, Xiaoyi realized she had miscalculated. For the three-flame true fire itself was obtained from the ghost temple world, how could it possibly be effective against Ichi Tianxin? The next instant, the shadow form of Izaki Tenshin merged directly into Xiaoyi's body. The instant Izaki Tenshin vanished, the entire world collapsed completely. The scenery around Zhou Tian peeled away like shards of a shattered mirror, and soon his surroundings were utterly transformed. Zhou Tian found himself back on Blue Star, outside the ghost temple once more. A dozen or so cars still idling stood nearby, and before him lay a temple once more. Two large characters were inscribed above it, Ghost Temple. Zhou Tian glanced at Xiaoyi beside him. Xiaoyi raised her eyebrows slightly, but showed no other signs of distress. Are you okay? The ghostly eye on Zhou Tian's forehead shifted slightly, scanning for changes in her body. Xiaoyi nodded, then shook her head. I'm not sure either. She should be fine. Earlier, I saw that woman's consciousness in my mind, but I burned it away with fire. Now I don't know if she's dead or just hiding. Xiaoyi murmured. Listening to her words, Zhou Tian gave a slight nod. Well then, let's enter the ghost temple. Zhou Tian declared. Upon first entering the ghost temple, a woman slowly approached Zhou Tian. But now it seemed clear that from that moment on, Zhou Tian had been trapped within an illusion. Only this illusion felt far too real. There were even illusions within illusions. Moreover, all the power Zhou Tian had obtained had not vanished. Entering the ghost temple. The scenes within were exactly as Zhou Tian had seen before. Except, there was not a single soul inside. Yet, surveying the surroundings, Zhou Tian couldn't help but gasp in shock. Before him stood a black coffin. And behind this coffin lay countless others. Zhou Tian approached the nearest coffin and with a firm push, lifted the lid. Inside lay a woman. This woman was none other than Izaki Tenshin. Her eyes were gently closed, her expression serene, as if she were merely asleep. No, there's someone else. Zhou Tian looked beneath Izaki Tenshin's coffin and immediately frowned. Beneath Izaki Tenshin lay another person. Zhou Tian recognized this person. It was Chen Shan from Jiangshi City. It's Chen Shan. But how did he end up here, lying next to this Izaki Tenshin? Zhou Tian thought to himself. Brother, look at this. Suddenly, Xiaoyi's voice reached Zhou Tian's ears. Zhou Tian shifted his gaze. Before Xiaoyi stood a tombstone. Attached to the tombstone were photographs of Izaki Tenshin and Chen Shan, while eerie inscriptions were carved into the stone. Most of the characters were unfamiliar to Zhou Tian, but he recognized a few. They read, "United in marriage, may you bear children soon." Upon seeing this line, a word instantly formed in Zhou Tian's mind. Ghost marriage. Ghost marriage, also known as spirit marriage. Simply put, it's when an unmarried man dies without having married a wife, so his parents arrange for a wife to be buried with him. The types of wives varied. They could be paper effigies, corpses, or even living people. In Dragon Nation, the ghost marriage system had long been abolished as feudal superstition, with only a few remote mountain villages still practicing it. But the couple before them, Izaki Tenshin and Chen Shan, were clearly bound by a ghost marriage. Bro, you don't think Chen Shan actually married this woman, do you? They're buried together. Chen Shan may be a bit slow, but he's a good man. If he really married a dead person, he'd be truly ruined. Xiaoyi said with a hint of regret. She knew Chen Shan well, even better than Zhou Tian. Let's take a look at these coffins around us first. Zhou Tian pondered for a moment before turning his gaze back to the coffins behind them. Zhou Tian activated his ghost eyes. With a single thought, he instantly lifted the lids of every coffin in the vicinity. Zhou Tian peered inside the coffins. But after just one glance, Zhou Tian immediately furrowed his brow. What lay within was utterly grotesque. Xiaoyi, overcome by curiosity, peered into the coffin beside her. But after just one glance, Xiaoyi's expression turned equally grim. Chapter 64, Chen Shan's Resurrection, Journey to a New World. For within every coffin lay a blood marker. Their forms were pitifully emaciated, looking as though they had already become corpses. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Tian couldn't help but think of burial rituals after death. In ancient times, emperors were buried with numerous living human sacrifices. Even commoners received burial offerings, paper effigies and paper horses. Now, with Chen Shan and Izaki Tenshin bound by a ghost marriage, the remaining people had been placed into coffins, clearly becoming sacrificial offerings themselves. Zhou Tian activated his ghostly vision to scan everyone present. Soon, Zhou Tian detected something amiss. These people were not dead, they had merely become vegetative states. Their consciousnesses had dissipated, and even the power of the blood patterns on their bodies had vanished. This was an extremely bizarre occurrence. After all, blood patterns were the defining difference between blood pattern users and ordinary people. These 200+ individuals were all at least second-tier blood markers, with many having already advanced to the third tier. What kind of bizarre force could possibly transform all these blood markers into ordinary people? An S-rank demonic entity? No, Zhou Tian sensed that only SS rank or higher demons possessed such power. Could it be that the ghost temple I entered earlier was formed by draining the power of these blood markers? Zhou Tian wondered silently. Regardless, Zhou Tian was determined to save these people. Though they had lost their blood rune power and their consciousnesses had faded, it didn't mean they were dead. There was still a way to revive them. And the key to reviving them likely lay within Izaki Tenshin herself. Zhou Tian returned once more to Izaki Tenshin's coffin. If marriage can be dissolved, then Chen Shan must still be alive. Let's get his car out first. Zhou Tian spoke as he pulled Izaki Tenshin directly out of the coffin. His current state resembled that of Liu Yanyan in the beginning. Zhou Tian scrutinized Izaki Tenshin's condition, but no matter how he looked at her, she was nothing more than a corpse. Before the strange power erupted, Liu Yanyan had at least retained some semblance of life. Even when Zhou Tian kissed her, she had bitten him. But now, as Zhou Tian grabbed Izaki Tenshin, she offered no resistance whatsoever. Brother, I've seen this woman before. She's the one who helped me kill the Victor Buddha. Xiaoyi remarked from the side. Zhou Tian nodded. The mastermind behind this entire ghost temple was none other than Izaki Tenshin. Should we just kill her outright? Zhou Tian thought to himself. Zhou Tian summoned his ghostly shadow, intending to invade Izaki Tenshin's mind directly. But in the next instant, Zhou Tian discovered a peculiar problem. It seemed as though Izaki Tenshin had no brain at all. Generally speaking, whether living or dead, or even demonic entities, Zhou Tian could use his ghostly shadow to invade their minds and access their memories. Even from the deceased, he could still gather fragmented remnants. But Izaki Tenshin now defied Zhou Tian's expectations. Attempting to refine Izaki Tenshin into his own corpse slave? Zhou Tian thought, his sharp nails instantly slashing through Izaki Tenshin's neck. A terrifying, overbearing force surged into Izaki Tenshin's body. Izaki Tenshin's body began to transform instantly, yet strangely. Even after becoming Zhou Tian's corpse slave, she remained as if devoid of a mind, a lifeless corpse, no different from a toy. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Tian was instantly overcome with a sense of defeat. He even considered dissecting Izaki Tenshin right then and there to see if she was truly human. Forget it. Just toss her into the blood sea. I'll deal with Bai Tianxin when I see her later. Zhou Tian shook his head as he thought. Then, Zhou Tian pulled Chen Shan out. Compared to Izaki Tianxin, Chen Shan appeared relatively normal, only his skin looked somewhat dull, otherwise indistinguishable from a living person. After that, Zhou Tian tossed Izaki Tenshin back into the coffin and activated the blood sea to engulf the entire casket. The blood sea could refine anything, but as long as Zhou Tian didn't actively refine Izaki Tianxin into a blood god child, she could remain stored within it. Moreover, the blood sea possessed a suppressing effect, absolutely guaranteeing Izaki Tenshin's safety. With Izaki Tenshin dealt with, it was now Chen Shan's turn. Zhou Tian directly channeled his power into Chen Shan's body. Under the terrifying, overbearing power of the Zombie King, Chen Shan's body underwent immense changes in an instant. Now that the power of the blood patterns had been stripped from his body, and with no other force to counter Zhou Tian, Chen Shan was on the verge of becoming a pure zombie. Like Li Yezi, he might appear human on the surface. But in reality, he was the zombie most resembling a true undead being, second only to Zhou Tian and Liu Yanyan. As for blood pattern bearers like Xiaoyi, even if she gained Zhou Tian's power, as long as Zhou Tian didn't forcibly transform her into his zombie slave, Xiaoyi would appear indistinguishable from a living person in daily life. Upon receiving Zhou Tian's power, Chen Shan underwent an immediate transformation. His skin drained of color, his nails sharpened, his teeth grew pointed. Such transformations signaled a living person's metamorphosis into a zombie. Alongside the physical changes, Chen Shan's mind seemed to undergo some unknown transformation. Zhou Tian opened his ghostly eyes and immediately detected this transformation. Within Chen Shan's mind, another force seemed to counterbalance Zhou Tian's. This force was not violent, and though it seemed to resist, it was more like seeking a way to integrate into Zhou Tian's power. And it succeeded. Within mere minutes, the original power within Chen Shan had fused with Zhou Tian's energy. The next moment, Chen Shan opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat numb as he first looked at Zhou Tian, then scanned his surroundings. Then, his expression instantly shattered. I'm dead. I'm dead. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Chen Shan collapsed to his knees, muttering incoherently. What happened earlier? Zhou Tian countered directly. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, Chen Shan slowly raised his head. We arrived at the ghost temple, and a woman led us inside. But then, I don't know what happened, we all ended up dead, thrown into coffins. A woman took a liking to me and wanted to marry me in the afterlife. But I later realized she intended to use me as a conduit to steal everyone's power. As for why she did it, I don't know. But Mr. Zhou Tian, you absolutely must kill this person. She is a threat. Chen Shan said, sounding somewhat broken. I understand. Zhou Tian nodded, then gave a light wave toward the numerous coffins beside him. In an instant, Zhou Tian's power merged directly into everyone within the coffins. Chapter 65, The Calm of the Great Sea City. In the blink of an eye, everyone within the coffins was instantly refined by Zhou Tian into his undead servants. Through Zhou Tian's power, they were granted life anew. Unlike Chen Shan, however, their consciousnesses had vanished. Even as second-generation zombies, they were nothing more than mindless walking corpses. This was something Zhou Tian could not alter, for the very essence of zombies was mindless, walking corpses. Seeing all his teammates successfully resurrected, Chen Shan's face softened into a faint smile. Though this woman is rather terrifying, I trust Mr. Zhou Tian can handle her with ease. And, even though this woman stripped me of all my power, I didn't come away empty-handed. I obtained coordinates to another world. It's this woman's world, Mr. Zhou Tian. Would you be willing to accompany me there? Chen Shan spoke with palpable excitement. So excited, in fact, that he bordered on madness. Hearing Chen Shan's words, Zhou Tian instantly furrowed his brow. Coordinates to another world? Earlier in the Ghost Temple world, Zhou Tian had already gathered a great deal of information. Essentially, it meant that his own world was very low level, and above it lay countless other worlds. Even the world where the Ghost Temple resided was merely a transit point. Moreover, many of these worlds seemed to be connected to Zhou Tian himself. Give it a try, Zhou Tian said. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, Chen Shan's face lit up with a smile once more. Then, power surged in Chen Shan's hand, materializing into a key-shaped object. Before him, a door materialized. Excitedly, Chen Shan picked up the key and inserted it into the door. The next moment, the door swung open. Mr. Zhou Tian, I've succeeded. I've succeeded. This is an unprecedented world. Once we enter it, all demonic generals will cease to be a threat. Chen Shan declared. Listening to Chen Shan's words, Zhou Tian nodded slightly. But in Zhou Tian's view, even if he didn't enter this world, the demonic forces still posed no threat to him. Zhou Tian walked to the door and attempted to enter. Yet to his astonishment, the door seemed to exert a barrier against him, as if unwilling to let him pass. Zhou Tian channeled his power, attempting to force his way through. Yet the more he tried, the stronger the barrier grew. It seems to be rejecting me, or rather, rejecting my power, Zhou Tian couldn't help but think. He then glanced at Xiaoyi. As Zhou Tian's closest confidant, Xiaoyi understood his thoughts instantly and immediately approached the light gate. Do you feel any resistance? Zhou Tian countered. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment before shaking her head decisively. No. The moment she uttered those words, her brow furrowed. Oh no, this light gate is pulling me in. It wants me to go through. Xiaoyi said nervously. At that moment, she found herself drawn irresistibly toward the light gate. Seeing this, Zhou Tian quickly grabbed Xiaoyi's hand to prevent any mishap. I can't go through this gate. You take your teammates and go. Zhou Tian turned to Chen Shan. Hearing Zhou Tian's words, Chen Shan hesitated. But then, he nodded decisively. Well then, Mr. Zhou Tian, farewell. I believe we'll meet again someday. I just hope I'll still be alive. As Chen Shan spoke, a cold smile involuntarily spread across his face. Truthfully, his desire to journey to another world stemmed from two reasons. The first was simple, to become stronger. The second reason, however, was far more complicated. Before becoming a blood mart, it was bearable, at least he was still human. But now? Chen Shan could hardly be called a living person anymore. And even the 200-plus teammates he led had all become walking corpses. This was Chen Shan's fault. Living people died right before his eyes, how could he not blame himself? He had no face to return to Jiangshi City or face Captain Li again. Better to simply head to another world and seek better prospects. As the strongest second-generation zombie, Chen Shan immediately commanded the others to enter the light gate. In less than a few minutes, all 200 zombies had passed through the light gate, leaving only Chen Shan behind. A bitter smile touched Chen Shan's lips. Mr. Zhou Tian, thank you for reviving me, and thank you for doing so much to save the Dragon Nation. I know I shouldn't make demands, but I beg you please save my daughter. She's at Dihai City First High School. After uttering these words, Chen Shan stepped directly into the light gate, seemingly leaving Zhou Tian no chance to respond. Or perhaps, he feared Zhou Tian would refuse. The next moment, the light gate vanished, leaving only Zhou Tian and one other person in the entire ghost temple. What a fool. Before Zhou Tian could speak, Xiaoyi piped up beside him. Let's go. We have important business to attend to in the city this time. Zhou Tian said, taking Xiaoyi's hand. His true purpose in coming to Dihai City wasn't this ghost temple. This situation was merely a minor detour at best. In Zhou Tian's memories, a colossal tragedy had unfolded in his previous life. The leader of Dihai City, Prince Quan of the Prince Group, had sacrificed living humans to demonic forces. Had the Empress not intervened personally, the entire city would have been wiped out. In his previous life, Zhou Tian had been just an ordinary person, completely unaware of the true facts. But now, with power in this life, Zhou Tian was determined to uncover the truth. Zhou Tian and Xiaoyi stepped out of the ghost temple. Turning back, they saw the ghost temple vanish instantly, leaving only a desolate wasteland in its place. If not for the presence of Azaki Tenshin and Zhou Tian's sea of blood, no one else would have believed the ghost temple actually existed. Now, the sky was beginning to lighten, proving Zhou Tian had spent the entire night inside the ghost temple. Zhou Tian saw no point in wasting any more time and headed straight for Dihai City First High School. He intended to fulfill Chen Shan's unfinished wish first. Dihai City First High School. This was a fully enclosed high school. Before the disaster struck, it had been the most prestigious institution in all of Dihai City. Only the wealthy or influential could send their children here. As an officer in the military district, it was only natural that Chen Shan's daughter attended this school. Yet the moment he arrived, Zhou Tian couldn't help but frown. It was around 8 or 9 in the morning, yet when Zhou Tian arrived at the school gates, he spotted numerous parents still escorting their children to class. Damn it! It's the end of the world, and students are still going to school. These kids are really unlucky. Xiaoyi beside him couldn't help but blurt out. Hearing her words, Zhou Tian couldn't help but frown as well. This didn't match what Prince Lan had said. Prince Lan had said the entire city of Dihai was under SS-level demonic invasion, yet this scene before them could easily be mistaken for a peaceful era. Chapter 66, The Crew Cut and the Pompadour, Chen Shan's daughter. Now that the disaster had erupted, the entire world was plunged into immense crisis. At a time like this, forget about going to school, even getting enough to eat was a struggle. Could it be that Prince Quan single-handedly slaughtered all the demons? No, that's impossible. While Prince Quan has some strength, ending all the demons in his city is wishful thinking. Zhou Tian thought to himself. Immediately afterward, Zhou Tian began to recall memories from his previous life concerning the city of Dihai. In Dihai City, the Crown Prince Group held absolute dominance, commanding countless blood markers under its banner. Precisely because of this, Dihai City boasted one of the best public safety records in all of Dragon Nation. But that didn't mean demons didn't exist. Even now, Zhou Tian couldn't help but wonder if, after leaving the ghost temple world, he had entered yet another illusion. Or perhaps they had never left the illusionary realm at all? Zhou Tian continued to observe everything before him. His ghostly eyes shifted slightly, and a crimson beam shot toward the students and parents. Yet before his ghostly eyes, everything appeared perfectly normal, showing no signs of abnormality whatsoever. No, that wasn't right. Zhou Tian shifted his gaze to the other side. There stood a group of children aged 15 or 16. Outwardly, they wore school uniforms and appeared unremarkable. Yet beneath Zhou Tian's ghostly eyes, the boy leading them emanated an eerie aura. It was the aura of a demonic entity. Is something wrong with them? I sense demonic energy emanating from them, but I can't be certain. Xiao Yi beside him couldn't help but speak up. Zhou Tian remained silent. Only a pitch-black specter spread from beneath him toward the group. As it drew nearer, Zhou Tian could clearly hear their conversation. Listen up, you guys. See this blood mark on my arm? That's the power of demons. A guy with a crew cut declared arrogantly. Hearing this, the others immediately looked astonished. Holy crap, really? I heard getting a blood mark costs at least dozens of kilograms of gold, the buzz-cut guy beside him blurted out. Hearing this, the pompadour's grin grew even wider. Of course it is. My dad's a blood marker. He went to other cities and got hundreds of kilograms of gold. So, you guys want to get one too? Just recognize me as your big brother. The pompadour-haired guy said again. Hearing the pompadour's words, how could the people around him possibly refuse? They immediately began calling him Big Brother. Big Brother, show us your blood tattoo. I've never seen one before. Yeah, I heard it was the Prince Group's 1,000 blood-tattooed warriors who took down all the demons in our city at once. Man, I really envy the blood markers. But then again, folks from other cities must envy us, we still get to go to school. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Hearing their words, the buzz-cut guy's face twisted into an expression of utter contempt. Bunch of country bumpkins. Alright then, follow me. I'll show you what I'm made of. His gaze swept the area before settling on a short-haired girl. She was about the same age as them, only 15 or 16, but the parts that should have developed were already fully mature. While not exactly curvaceous, she was a budding flower ready to bloom. This kind of youthful beauty was precisely the obsession that lingered in every man's heart. The leader with the crew cut strode directly toward the girl. He yanked the backpack from her hands. Chen Jiasen, that's a nice backpack. Let me take a look, the pompadour-haired boy said provocatively. Chen Jiasen's face stiffened as she looked at the pompadour-haired boy, her expression instantly sour. How dare you? Though she knew this pompadour was looking for trouble, Chen Jiasen dared not say much more. She knew the background of the guy with the pompadour standing before her. His father was a blood marker. Rumor had it he worked for the Prince Group. Across the entire city of Dihai, the Prince Group held sway over everything. Virtually no one dared to provoke anyone connected to the Prince Group. Even though they were just high school students. High school was already a microcosm of society. What existed in the wider world could be found within its walls. What society lacks, high school often has in spades. This is who I am. What are you gonna do about it? I've had it with you for ages. Why aren't you reporting me for cheating now? Weren't you such a big shot before? As the pompadour spoke, a crimson aura flared from the blood mark on his arm. In the next instant, crimson armor enveloped him. This was the true form of the blood tattoo. The blood tattoo on the pompadour's arm was merely the most basic F rank. Such power could only protect him from demons. Among demons, confronting the true demons was utterly impossible. Useless against demons, yet surprisingly effective against ordinary people. I know I was wrong. Please don't come after me anymore. I'll let you copy my answers on future exams. Chen Jiasen said with a hint of grievance. But at those words, the pompadour burst out laughing. Don't be ridiculous. What's the point of studying now? If it weren't for those damn parents, would I even be here in school? As he spoke, he eyed Chen Jiasen up and down. What caught his attention most were Chen Jiasen's slightly rounded breasts. Though not large, they possessed a distinct curve that drew the eye and refused to let go. His gaze then drifted downward. Even though Chen Jiasen wore loose school pants, they couldn't hide her pair of long, shapely legs. They were perfectly straight, with full thighs and slender calves. And the guy had seen Chen Jiasen bare-legged before. That smoothness, that fair skin. Here's the deal, be my girlfriend, and I'll stop picking on you. The pompadour cut man blurted out. I don't want to. Chen Jiasen hesitated. But before she could finish, the buzz-cut guy beside her immediately lashed out. He slapped Chen Jiasen across the face, cursing incessantly. Damn it, you ungrateful. My brother Lei is giving you a chance here. If you want to die, just say so. These aren't peaceful times. What could you possibly do if my brother Lei killed you? The buzz-cut guy beside him acted extremely obsequious. Joking aside, the buzzcut's thoughts were simple. He wanted to be the #1 lackey for the pompadour guy. If he could truly please the pompadour, maybe he could get himself a blood mark too. then he'd be a blood-marked one too. Bullying men and women, committing every conceivable evil. The buzzcut guy found the thought thrilling. After being slapped, Chen Jussen's pretty face flushed bright red in an instant. She wasn't some little cutie. She understood exactly what the buzzcut guy meant. It was the absolute truth. Chapter 67, Once a bastard, always a bastard. This guy is utterly despicable. How dare he bully a girl? Xiao Yi exclaimed angrily. She then prepared to rush over and rescue the girl. Zhou Tian didn't stop her. In truth, Zhou Tian understood this kind of bullying meant oppressing women. Throughout history, class divisions have always existed, with the strong exploiting the weak. Moreover, this was no longer an era of peace and prosperity. In the past, bound by morality and law, people would never have gone too far. But now, things were different. Without the restraints of morality and law, the demons lurking within people's hearts were completely unleashed. The Chen Jiasen before him still showed some resistance, her entire face flushing with embarrassment. She looked quite pitiful. Yet she possessed absolutely no power to refuse. Because the man with the pompadour before her was none other than the legendary blood-marked one. Ordinary people simply couldn't resist him. Under the Mohawk's coercion, they walked straight toward the adjacent street. Near elementary and middle schools, stationery shops and small convenience stores were the most common sights. But high schools were different. Around most high schools, what you'd find most were cheap motels that didn't require ID for check-in. This was especially true for vocational high schools or technical colleges. Even Dehai No. 1 High School, a provincial key high school, couldn't escape this reality. Within a few hundred meters of the school, several chain hotels stood in plain view. Moreover, Zhou Tian noticed that these hotels, along with the surrounding small shops, were all open for business. At that very moment, Xiao Yi had already stepped before them. Xiao Yi was extremely bossy in her manner. She stepped directly in front of the guy with the pompadour, her gaze cold as she looked at all of them. Don't be fooled by Xiao Yi's outwardly charming and gentle demeanor that was reserved solely for Zhou Tian. To everyone else, Xiao Yi remained a terrifying presence. Spiky hair, seeing Xiao Yi blocking her path, immediately began to size her up. Several years older than Chen Jiasen, Xiao Yi possessed a far superior figure and appearance. Moreover, after surviving the post-apocalyptic carnage, all traces of youthfulness had vanished from her eyes, replaced by a hint of maturity. Oh? What's this? You want to block my way too? Are you here to stick up for Chen Jiasen, or do you fancy a little double dating with your big brother? Spiky hair asked. Compared to Chen Jiasen, Pompadour still preferred Xiao Yi a bit more. Chen Jiasen was still too young, like a bud yet to bloom. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, was a flower in full bloom at its most beautiful. Watching it all unfold, Zhou Tian had expected Xiao Yi to act decisively and take down Fly Hair. But seemingly finding that too dull, Xiao Yi instead flashed a faint smile at the pilot. Yes, big brother, if you can protect me, I'll follow you from now on. Xiao Yi feigned extreme vulnerability as she spoke. Seeing this, the Pompadour's vanity was instantly gratified. Sure thing. No problem at all. The crew-cut guy said with a smile. Then his gaze shifted to Chen Jiasen beside him, and he immediately wore a smug look of petty triumph. See? Look how considerate she is. Now look at you. But seriously, are you still a virgin? I'm a clean freak. If you're not, you can go play somewhere else. The mop top turned to Xiao Yi and repeated. In an instant, Xiao Yi's delicate brows furrowed. Yep, she'd lost her cool. She never imagined she'd be looked down upon by this guy with the pompadour. Just a few days ago, Xiao Yi had indeed been a genuine virgin. In her 18 years, she had never had any intimate contact with a boy. But things were different now. In fact, it was Xiao Yi who had pursued Zhou Tian. Even if it was only once. Seeing Xiao Yi's expression, the pompadour guy immediately wore a look of disgust. So you're not a virgin after all? Well, I'm not interested in you then. But no worries, you can entertain my brothers instead. My guys are all raring to go. You'd better keep them happy. The pompadour-haired man declared. Hearing this, the men's eyes lit up instantly. Are you kidding me? They didn't care whether Xiao Yi was a virgin or not. And with Xiao Yi being this stunning, back in the day, she'd have been an unattainable goddess. Now, the prospect of something happening with such a goddess was about to unfold. How could they not be thrilled? Their gratitude toward the guy with the pompadour grew even stronger. From this day forward, they would be the most loyal followers of the pompadour. Thanks, boss. We won't hold back then. The buzzcut guy said with a grin. Alright, let's grab a room later and see who's got more stamina, the buzzcut guy said. The buzzcut guy nodded with a smile, then immediately tried to pull Xiao Yi into his arms. Originally, Xiao Yi had wanted to play with them a little longer. But now, her face was filled with exasperation. I was going to spare your lives, but it seems I was too merciful. Scum will always be scum, whether old or young. Xiao Yi said coldly. At that moment, the buzzcut man paid no heed to Xiao Yi's words. His hand was about to land on Xiao Yi's slender waist, and he was already fantasizing about the voluptuous curves before him. But just as his hand was about to make contact, The buzzcut man suddenly felt a wave of intense heat emanating from Xiaoyi. The next moment, his entire palm instantly went numb. Ah! The buzzcut guy let out a piercing scream. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm was instantly scorched to nothing. But that wasn't all. The flames were so intensely hot they rapidly spread to other parts of his body. Damn it, old Liu, what happened to you? The crew cut, witnessing this scene, was also taken aback. He immediately tried to help the buzzcut guy, but faced with the blazing inferno engulfing him, he was utterly helpless. He even had a sinking feeling. If he got even the slightest touch of it, he'd be burned to ashes just like the buzzcut guy. Brother, save me. The buzzcut man struggled desperately, his eyes filled with despair. Die. Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with contempt as she stomped her foot down on the buzzcut's head. In the past, Xiaoyi used to wonder why so many elderly people could be so cruel. Or why some children, who seemed so innocent, could be so wicked too. But now Xiaoyi understood. A bastard is always a bastard in youth, and still a bastard in old age. Age doesn't change that. And the best way for Xiaoyi to deal with these bastards? Burn them to ashes with fire. Ah! The buzzcut man let out a blood-curdling scream, his final sound in this world. Chapter 68, Self-Defense Force vs. Xiaoyi. The guy with the pompadour beside him watched the scene unfold, his eyes bulging so wide they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. He stared at Xiaoyi in utter disbelief, never expecting her to act so monstrously. In the blink of an eye, the buzzcut man had been killed outright by Xiaoyi. Could such power truly belong to a living human? You. The buzzcut trembled uncontrollably, instinctively taking a few steps back. Chen Jiaxin beside him was equally stunned by Xiaoyi's power. She had assumed Xiaoyi was just another helpless lamb like herself. But now it was clear she had been far too naive. Xiaoyi was on an entirely different level. She could kill an ordinary person in an instant. Even a demonic entity couldn't be this terrifying, could it? At that moment, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in Chen Jiaxin's mind. It was, startled awake in death's embrace, only to find the clown was myself. What about me? Weren't you being so cocky just now? Go on then. Xiaoyi looked up at the pompadour, her eyes brimming with amusement. He relished this contrast in the crew cut. The more arrogant he'd been before, the more humiliating it was now. You, who the hell are you? How could someone as formidable as you exist in Dahai City? I realize now I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me. The crew cut begged immediately. Though he too was a blood marker, he had only attained the title through some peculiar means. His strength was nowhere near Xiaoyi's level. I thought you were quite the powerhouse. How come you're backing down now? With such weak skills, you still try to steal women like others? How utterly pathetic. Xiaoyi sneered coldly. People have desires. Once you have the strength, it's only natural to indulge them. But at the very least, one should be sufficiently powerful, right? With a guy like Pompadour's abilities trying to steal someone's woman? He'd deserve to get beaten to death sooner or later. Xiaoyi, on the other hand, believed that only someone with Zhou Tian's current power could pull off such a domineering move. But if one truly possessed Zhou Tian's caliber, there'd be no need to waste time fighting over women. Because even if Zhou Tian didn't make the first move, countless women would be lining up to throw themselves at him. Die. Xiaoyi looked at the cowardly buzzcut, now scared out of his wits, her face filled with contempt. She immediately prepared to kill the man with the buzzcut. No, don't. The spiky-haired man immediately activated his blood-true body, attempting to block Xiaoyi's attack. But he was no match for Xiaoyi. His entire body erupted in intense flames, destined to perish here. Just as the bald man was about to die, he suddenly turned his gaze towards someone nearby. Teacher, save me. Airplane Head clung to this figure like a last-ditch lifeline, desperately pleading for help. It was a balding middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses, giving off an extremely sleazy vibe. Originally, the teacher had paid no attention to the Airplane Head and his group, walking straight toward the school. But upon hearing the bald man's voice, he halted in his tracks. It's Liu Lei. The bald teacher turned to look at Liu Lei, his face immediately contorting with surprise. Given the current situation, Liu Lei's condition was far from promising. It seemed he could die at any moment. Seeing this, the bald teacher wasted no time, rushing over to Liu Lei. You're not a student here, are you? Why did you attack Liu Lei? The bald teacher asked, his voice tinged with anger. Suddenly, he produced a fruit from his hand and placed it directly into Liu Lei's palm. Liu Lei's eyes lit up the moment he saw it, and he promptly devoured the fruit in one bite. After consuming the miracle fruit, a healing energy surged through Liu Lei's body, dispelling Xiaoyi's three-flame true fire. What? I was about to kill him. Are you going to stop me? Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow and channeled her power once more. The next moment, the flames on Liu Lei's body, which had just returned to normal, began to reignite. No. Master, save me. Liu Lei cried out for help. But this time, the flames engulfing him burned even more fiercely. In an instant, they completely engulfed Liu Lei. You dared to kill Liu Lei. The bald teacher was utterly enraged. This was school grounds, let alone committing murder in broad daylight. He was a teacher here, and yet Xiaoyi dared to raise her hand? Wasn't this a direct slap in his face? I did kill him. What are you gonna do about it? Xiaoyi said nonchalantly. Then, Xiaoyi turned her gaze to Chen Jiasen and beckoned her over with a flick of her finger. The meaning was clear, she wanted Chen Jiasen to come over to her side. Chen Jiasen hesitated, but after a moment's thought, she walked over to Xiaoyi's side. You should run. The school has a self-defense squad, they're all powerful blood markers. Chen Jiasen whispered to Xiaoyi. Chen Jiasen wasn't selfish. Since Xiaoyi had saved her, Chen Jiasen wanted to help Xiaoyi as much as possible. Self-defense squad? No problem. Since I've come to Dahai City, I'm going to make a name for myself. Let them know the name Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi declared with fierce confidence. Watching this unfold, Chen Jiasen beside her suddenly felt a surge of security. It was a feeling that welled up spontaneously. Chen Jiasen's mother had passed away early, and though her father was an officer in the military district, officers in peacetime didn't enjoy the same status as before. Thus, he couldn't provide her with a particularly privileged life. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, Jiangshi City and Dahai City, once so close, felt like worlds apart. It made it incredibly difficult for her to see her father again. Seeing Xiaoyi's commanding presence now, Chen Jiasen's heart instinctively stirred with admiration. Even if Xiaoyi asked Chen Jiasen to bear her child right now, she probably wouldn't refuse. The bald teacher pulled out his walkie-talkie and spoke briefly. You've got guts if you don't run. The bald teacher shouted defiantly. I'll wait right here for your self-defense squad. Let's see if it's me, Xiaoyi, who dies, or if it's you lot. Xiaoyi continued. Fine, you wait. Before long, a group of men in security uniforms charged toward them. They bore an imposing presence, every single one of them was a blood. Xiaoyi fixed her gaze on them and immediately sensed something was off. Though they were blood markers, something felt off about them. Their energy was chaotic. While possessing the strength of blood markers, their foundational cultivation was alarmingly shallow. Combining this with the earlier incident involving Lu Lei, an idea began to form in Xiaoyi's mind. Could it be that these individuals had become blood markers through some special means? If that were the case, then this great sea city was truly terrifying. Chapter 69, Formation. All these self-defense squad members were blood markers. Though their blood mark ranks weren't high, they were the real deal. The captain at the front immediately stepped before the bald teacher. The bald teacher, as if suddenly clutching at a lifeline, immediately began pointing at Xiaoyi and hurling abuse. Captain Wang, it's this little brat. She killed our school student. Now kill her. The bald teacher declared. The leader of the self-defense squad's expression changed, his brow furrowing slightly. He looked at Xiaoyi, who calmly met his gaze. To be fair, Xiaoyi's appearance was undeniably that of someone harmless. In contrast, the bald teacher looked sleazy, as if he were deliberately looking for trouble. Did you kill someone? Please come with us. Captain Wang addressed Xiaoyi immediately. What if I say no? Xiaoyi's tone was unapologetically firm, showing no sign of politeness. Though these men outnumbered her, Xiaoyi wasn't afraid at all. In ordinary combat, numbers could still determine victory or defeat. But at the level of blood markers, numerical superiority alone could hardly determine the outcome. A powerful blood could eliminate thousands of demonic beings in an instant. That was the gap. Hearing Xiaoyi's words, Captain Wan's expression darkened instantly. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. Charge! Captain Wang roared angrily, immediately directing those beside him to leap forward. Chen Jiasen clutched tightly at Xiaoyi's sleeve, her face etched with fear. Xiaoyi, however, showed no fear toward these men. Her slender fingers formed a sword seal with a light flick. Sword, come! Xiaoyi commanded in a soft yet commanding voice. In the next instant, a deep green longsword materialized in her hand. Though only 3 feet long, the blade radiated an eerie energy fluctuation, causing even the air around it to ripple slightly. Summoning a sword out of thin air? This little minx is no pushover. Everyone couldn't help but grow wary. Xiaoyi was a blood marker like them, yet the gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Xiaoyi's mastery of blood power was unprecedented, even on a global scale. The original flame energy, under her control, had transformed into a long sword. Those who know better should leave now. Otherwise, don't blame this swordswoman for being impolite. Xiaoyi pointed her sword at everyone, her voice unstoppable. Everyone hesitated. Though they hadn't clashed with Xiaoyi before, her current display was overwhelmingly formidable. To be honest, none of them had ever seen someone as full of herself as Xiaoyi. What's there to fear? There's so many of us, and she's just a little girl. Someone shouted. The others nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning sound. They unleashed their blood true forms and charged straight at Xiaoyi. The next moment. Seeing these reckless fools, a look of utter contempt flashed across Xiaoyi's face. Watch closely, this sword strike of mine is going to be spectacular. Xiaoyi said to Chen Jiasen beside her. Chen Jiasen, now completely transformed into Xiaoyi's devoted fan, nodded immediately. The next moment. A faint ripple suddenly appeared behind Xiaoyi, followed by the sudden emergence of countless equally sharp swords. 10,000 swords returned to the source. SSS-ranked. Countless swords surged toward the members of the self-defense force. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for Xiaoyi to unleash such a divine technique. But by the time they reacted, it was already too late. Ah! In the blink of an eye, every single one of them lost their ability to fight, collapsing limp to the ground. They writhed on the ground, their faces contorted with agony. Their gazes fixed on Xiaoyi, equally filled with terror. Xiaoyi certainly possessed the power to kill them. She simply chose not to strike with such lethal force, instead channeling most of her power into the spectacular effects. In other words, though her sword strike had been spectacular, its true destructive power was surprisingly weak. See how formidable I am? Better behave yourselves from now on, Xiaoyi declared triumphantly. Then she turned her gaze to the bald teacher. You, what do you think you're doing? Their eyes locked, and the bald teacher instantly wore a look of terror. He collapsed onto the floor in terror, trying to flee, but his legs had turned to jelly. He couldn't stand up. Just letting them lie there on the ground? That's far too lenient for you. Xiaoyi swung her sword, striking directly at the bald teacher. No, you can't kill me. My wife is also a blood marker, and she works for the Crown Prince Group. The bald teacher tried to say more. But in the next instant, Xiaoyi's sword unleashed a blade-like energy that sliced clean through the bald teacher's skull. Blood spilled everywhere as the bald teacher breathed his last. Bald teachers are the worst, Xiaoyi muttered under her breath. She had not a shred of sympathy for this bald teacher. While she wouldn't kill the self-defense forces members, this bald teacher deserved death. You're showing us utter contempt, killing someone right in front of us. Just then, a voice reached Xiaoyi's ears. Xiaoyi turned her head and immediately locked eyes with Captain Wang. Captain Wang's eyes were fierce as he stared intently at Xiaoyi. His injuries were severe, bordering on fatal. Without treatment, death would come swiftly. Still able to stand? Impressive willpower, but do you even have the right to fight me anymore? Xiaoyi said coldly. Why wouldn't I? Captain Wang declared, pulling another fruit from his person. Seeing the fruit, Xiaoyi's eyes widened in surprise. For this was a miracle fruit. Xiaoyi knew that the Prince Group could mass-produce miracle fruits, but she never imagined that this small self-defense squad captain would have so many in his possession. Not only that, but every other member also pulled out a miracle fruit and swallowed it whole. In the next instant, every wound on their bodies healed completely. You may have some skill, but it's clear you're not from our city. You've seriously underestimated us. Brothers, form the formation. At Captain Wang's command, the surrounding members swiftly positioned themselves behind him. Captain Wang stood at the apex like the tip of a pyramid, with his team members lining up behind him one by one. Moreover, at this very moment, through some mysterious means, everyone's power began to converge. And finally, it all converged upon Captain Wang's body. In an instant, Captain Wang's strength surged dramatically. Second tier. Second tier peak. Third tier. Third tier peak. Fourth tier. Fourth tier peak. Chapter 72. New book released. Ghost Bride? Drought demon girlfriend furiously flips coffin to steal the bride. Kneeling in supplication for your support, honorable fathers. Group 8505188840.